going to bring us more from Washington.
The U.S. Secret Service is facing mounting pressure from Republicans in both the House and now the Senate to turn over years of visitor logs from President Biden's personal residences.
What we need to know is who also had access to those documents. And this is a very serious matter.
The latest batch of classified items were found on Friday by the FBI during a lengthy search of the president's Wilmington home. However, we do not know what was in them.
It's just a pile of incompetence on top of incompetence on top of sloppiness on top of irresponsibility.
What's clear is the document issue is becoming a growing problem for the administration. 64% of Americans say the president acted inappropriately, according to a new ABC News Ipsos poll.
He says, I take this very seriously. He said, I didn't know that the documents were there. And look, I think as it relates to the American people and the president standing with the American people, it is going to be up to them to decide how they see this president.
The Justice Department has been leading the investigation into why classified documents ended up at the president's personal home and in an old office.
We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans, different rules for the powerful or the powerless, different rules for the rich or for the poor.
U.S. Attorney John Lausch is currently leading the investigation. That is until Special Counsel Robert Hur and his team are up to speed and take over. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
At least 7 people were killed in a mass shooting in Half Moon Bay, California on Monday. Authorities say a suspect is in custody after they opened fire at 2 different mushroom farms in Half Moon Bay. The suspect has been identified as 67-year-old Zhao Chun-Li. No motive has been determined. The incident comes just days after a gunman opened fire at a dance studio in Monterey Park, killing at least 11 people. And people are still, police I should say, still searching for a motive when it comes to that mass shooting just outside of Los Angeles, California. But now a hero is speaking out as law enforcement again reveals new information about the deceased gunman's criminal history.
The number of dead has risen to at least 11 following the most horrific mass shooting in Los Angeles County history. Police say the suspected gunman, 72-year-old Hu Can Tran, entered the Star Ballroom dance studio in Monterey Park Saturday night. Those inside were preparing to ring in the Lunar New Year.
Investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings.
Tran left the scene and traveled north to another dance studio in the city of Alhambra. There, police say the bloodshed could have continued if not for the actions of Brandon Shea. The 26-year-old was in the lobby when Tran entered and wrestled the gun from his hands, prompting Tran to leave.
I want everyone to focus on the victims of this tragic incident.
While Shea wishes to remain out of the spotlight, he's opening up about how the experience has impacted his mental health.
I have some trouble sleeping, calling events of what happened, contemplating the incident.
Meanwhile, after Tran left the second dance hall, police on Sunday were able to locate a white van matching the description of the vehicle they say he used to get away. Tran was later discovered inside and pronounced dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
I know that we will stand steadfast and we will move on.
Tran was previously arrested back in 1990 for an unlawful possession of a firearm. Upon searching Tran's home, police recovered another gun and a slew of ammunition, among other things. A motive for the shooting still remains unclear. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Thank everyone standing behind me for coming out to support us. You'll hear from some of them, but many of those you won't hear from have really been doing a great job of either offering assistance, giving assistance, but we're here today with some successes, and I think a lot of that is because of the partnerships that we have with the people behind us. So just to start off, our homicide investigators are still working very hard, as they were yesterday, through the night, and today. This is a very complex investigation. There's so many other things we don't know. But as I told you yesterday, when we started, or when we get more information, we'll be happy to bring it forth as we get it. And it's not only the Sheriff's Department that's working on this. We're still working very hard with our partners from the FBI, the ATF, the District Attorney's Office. The list goes on and on. So anyways, we have additional information that we're going to be sharing with you today. I think some of this information may have gotten out the last several hours, but I do regret to inform everybody that we did unfortunately have an 11th victim that passed away. So now we have a total of 11 victims that unfortunately have died as a result of this tragic incident. I also want to share the names of 3 victims in which, and this is the key, I'm sharing these because the next of kin notifications have been completed. That's number 1, Mai Han, female, 65 years of age. Lillian Lee, female, 63 years of age. And Alvaro Valentino, a male, 68 years of age. I'm gonna pause there for a second. It's not so much because the siren's going by, but when you think of it, these are 3 people who aren't with us anymore. 3 families who will never be the same. And we have to remember that as we're talking about these, at the end of the day, it truly should be about the victims and their families, and the support and love, our prayers, our thoughts should be with all of them as we move forward. So as most of you are aware, last night we served a search warrant at the suspect's residence in the city of Hemet. As a result of the search warrant service, investigators recovered a few items of interest. And these are just, it's a summary, not everything we recovered. We recovered 1 .308 caliber rifle, numerous electronic devices such as cell phones, computers, etc. Items that lead us to believe the suspect was manufacturing homemade firearm suppressors. An unknown amount, I say unknown amount, and I'll explain that here, of .308 caliber and 9mm caliber ammunition. And the reason we say an unknown amount, they were in containers, and there are hundreds of rounds. We don't know exactly how many there were. A lot of loose ammunition, so eventually, you know, we'll get to exactly how many those were. From the Monterey Park scene, where the victims were assassinated, investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings and a large capacity magazine. So 42 rounds were fired by the suspect at that location. Investigators also recovered a Norinco 7.62 by 25 handgun from inside the suspect's cargo van. That's the handgun that you saw being recovered from the van yesterday afternoon. That firearm was registered to the suspect. There was also clothing that the suspect wore during the commission of these crimes, and that was also recovered from the van. We have also learned that the firearm, which was wrestled away from the suspect at the Alhambra scene, was a 9mm caliber semi-automatic MAC-10 assault weapon. I want to emphasize that all the firearms recovered still require additional forensic ballistic examinations and comparisons that we're doing with our partners, as well as additional investigations into the origins of where the suspect got those weapons. A lot of work to be done there, but we don't want to leave any stone unturned. We are still not able to release additional information and photographs of the weapon, and that's one thing I was pushing our people to release the picture of the weapons that we recovered, but there's still witnesses that need to identify some of these things, and if we put them out there, it starts impacting the investigation. So that's why we're not releasing pictures yet. Regarding the suspect's background, he has a limited criminal history with an arrest in 1990 for an unlawful possession of a firearm. I'd like to take a second to also thank Mr. Brandon Stye for his heroic action, which saved countless lives. He's the hero that disarmed the suspect at the Alhambra location, and in my opinion, saved many of lives. Originally, we put out that there were 2 people. We find out ultimately, as we normally do as these things get investigated, there was only actually 1 person who disarmed them. But as you know, we're trying to put out information. It was preliminary, so there was 1, and that's his name. And what a brave man he is. The Langley Center continues to be open for victim resources and next of kin notifications, where we are being assisted by a lot of partners who have come forward, embracing all of the victims, different organizations, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate them. And they're going to be needed for weeks and months and who knows how long to come, so thank you very much for your efforts on that. And then I just want to remind everybody, and the other speakers will speak, I'll come back up here, I'll answer as many questions as I can, but just please remember that our investigators, along with our partners, continue to investigate all the details. There's a lot of stories coming forward. We're not ignoring any of them, but we've heard some things that just are second, third-hand information, and the investigators are siphoning through all that information to make sure that we determine the motive. We still don't have a motive, but we want to know the motive behind this tragic event. And the FBI continues to collaborate with us in that portion of the investigation. And then finally, before I turn the microphone over, I would like to thank Chief Weiss and the Monterey Park Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, the District Attorney's Office, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and the United States Department of Justice, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office, and all the various agencies that assisted us. And like I said yesterday, I'm getting calls all the way from our Attorney General. I spoke to our governor before coming down here, and he has been very kind in offering not only his condolences, but his support for anything that we may need. So with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Hilda Solis. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. I represent the 1st District. My name is Hilda Solis, and included in the district the communities of Monterey Park and the city of Alhambra. For the last 2 days, as you know, we have seen just a tragic mass shooting take place in the city, our very own city of Monterey Park. Trauma, deep loss for many families that are suffering. We are all grieving. All of us are grieving. And I continue to have the families of those who lost a loved one in my thoughts and in my prayers. The chief medical examiner was able to identify 2 of those victims. You heard some of that already from our sheriff. The 65-year-old Mai Nehan and 64-year-old Lillian Lee. All of the county is with those that have lost their lives. First, I'm grateful for the swift and united actions of our law enforcement partners, the Monterey Park Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Torrance Police Department, the FBI, and other law enforcement agencies that assisted in keeping our public safe. Within a day, they were able to identify and secure the shooter quickly without causing more harm to our community. And I'm also grateful to the medical personnel at LAC-USC Medical Center and other nearby hospitals for continuing to treat those that were injured. Unfortunately, as we heard, 1 person who was critically injured succumbed to injuries and passed away last night. We know that their path to healing physically and mentally may be long, but they will not be alone in their journey. I'm coming directly from LAC-USC Medical Center, where I visited with at least 2 of the survivors. One was going to be released today. Another one will be released in time, but are both recuperating. And you could see in their faces their spirit to fight and the fact that they are resolved that they are still here. And they want to be with their families, and they want to know what happened to the others on that night. I also visited earlier with some of the folks here, the Langley Senior Center in Monterey Park, to see what services our county, LA County, and the community are providing. And that is, I can tell you without a doubt, some of the best resources that I have seen united at every level, the federal level, the state level, the county and the city, and community groups, the Red Cross, including other organizations. My hat goes off to our DA's office as well for doing all that he can to help provide services on site and on time, and to all of us. Our Department of Mental Health, physicians and psychiatrists are on hand, and they are there, able to speak the different languages that are needed and provided for these families, and also they're providing legal assistance that's being offered there to the families, which is much needed. I've also seen the support that we've received from communities like the Chinatown Service Center and the Sushai Center, the Red Cross, and many others that were there. As our law enforcement partners work diligently to determine the motive of the shooting, and as details continue to emerge, we have learned that we have true heroes, and we heard about one earlier that the sheriff spoke about. And I think that individual is a hero for all of us, someone that put their own life at stake and actually prevented more deaths from occurring is a hero in my books. Thankfully, members of our community, also our men and women in uniform, fought also to protect our community. So I personally want to thank them, and had an opportunity to meet with some of the staff from Monterey Park Police Department who were there, who are also going to need help, also going to need assistance. So we need to be there. It isn't just a one-off that we're going to be here one day. The county will remain there for a long time, and we continue to mourn with all of the families. I also want to say I want to thank the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who last night was also here. He visited with one of the patients, I believe, at LAC USC, and also toured the Langley Center. He also is in strong support of whatever resources we need. Last night, I also had the privilege to receive a call from our president, President Biden, who asked me what was needed here, and I told him we just need more reinforcements, we need more help, we need to stop this type of violence in terms of guns, and also to provide more assistance by way of mental health services, not just for the community of Monterey Park, but for the entire AAPI community, and in particular, some of our senior centers that service that community. So again, I stand strong with you. LA County mourns with you, our community, but we are here to serve. Thank you very much.
I'm Supervisor Janice Hahn, and I am currently the chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. And I'm here today, of course, to provide support to my colleague, Supervisor Hilda Solis, who had this tragedy unfold in her district in Monterey Park. Sheriff Luna, you've been in this office for less than 2 months, and you already had to deal with the worst mass shooting in LA County's history. Watching you yesterday, I want to thank you for your grace and dignity in how you handled it. Also want to thank our governor for reaching out and for offering resources to us. Los Angeles County is in mourning, and as chair of the Board of Supervisors, I ordered our county flags to be lowered to have staff in honor of the victims of this tragedy. Certainly our prayers continue to be with the family members of those who were murdered, a number that's tragically increased this morning to 11, as well as all those who continue to suffer from their injuries. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for taking the time to go and visit those in the hospital. I'm sure that meant so much to them. And as our Sheriff's Department continues their investigation and works to determine a motive, I want to take the opportunity to recognize the good police work that brought this terrifying situation to an end yesterday in the city of Torrance. As law enforcement conducted a massive manhunt in the early hours of yesterday morning, the suspect was in Torrance, miles and miles away from the scene of the crime, in a nondescript white van. But because LA County Sheriff's Department made sure that they got the information out to all law enforcement agencies in the County of Los Angeles. Torrance patrol officers were able to spot this van and help bring this dangerous situation to an end. Thank you again for the idea of cooperation, for the idea of sharing information among all agencies, working together, collaborating together. We were able to, in a timely manner, bring this to an end. Those in my district in Torrance, of course, were anxious knowing that this gunman was at large all day. There's a large Asian American community in Torrance, and no one at that point understood what the motive was. So I really wanted to thank the Torrance Police Department. I was with them yesterday. They did good police work. So thank you again to everyone who brought this situation to an end.
You know, this was a moment that was supposed to be a moment of celebration, not only for the AAPI community, but for many of us that have friends, family members in this community, and one individual with guns caused this incredible tragedy. And I think it's important that we reflect on what has occurred. I want to thank, first of all, the family of the Monterey Park community, the police department, mayor, city organizations, and others that were not only there immediately before many of us were able to get there, but they have continued to bear the brunt of the work. I think it's really a testament to the leadership in Monterey Park. I also want to thank our sheriff and the sheriff department and all the other both local and state and federal agencies that have worked together in order to make sure that we brought accountability to this case and that we stop a potential threat to our community so quickly, and our supervisor, Solis, who has been there with us from the very beginning. You know, the role of my office is a complex one in these cases. Obviously, had there been an arrest, we would have been engaging in the issue of, you know, looking for a prosecution, but that not being the case here, we play other roles, and we were there from very early on, providing investigative support in order to make sure that if there were going to be a prosecution, that we would have the right information. We also provided legal assistance in order to make sure that search warrants were conducted appropriately. But more importantly, our role now is one of dealing with a recovery, and our victim services, our mass casualty impact team has been at Langley and in the Monterey Park area since yesterday. We have worked already with families trying to get them into services, and we will continue to do so for the weeks to come, and we'll continue to work with communities in order to deal with the grieving and ensuring that all the resources that are available in our community and even outside the community will come to bear. This will be a long haul for the victims' families, and the communities, and I want to make sure that we continue not only today, but for the weeks and months to come. We know that trauma, we know that the impact of trauma sometimes plays differently for each of us. Some of us have immediately the symptoms and deal with them, others in maybe weeks or months. And it's important that we recognize that as a community, we'll continue to be there with you. Again, I want to thank all of our partners for this and to show our commitment that we will continue to work with everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Scott Weiss, the Chief of Police, Monterey Park PD. I want to start off by talking about the partnership. You've heard a lot of agencies listed today. There's no way that my police department could have worked through this without the help of everybody you see behind me. Not just the partnerships locally and county-wide, federal, but the partnerships amongst all of the law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles County. I'm a relatively new chief. I've been in an acting role for a few months, but I was sworn in Thursday night, 2 days before this event. So it's a little bit of trial by fire for me, but I had a lot of chiefs help out when I needed that assistance. My focus now, as it has been from the beginning, is the safety of our community in Monterey Park. We have a lot of events that are going to come up in the next few weeks, one tonight. My officers are dedicated to make sure that everybody that comes to our city, all of the residents that want to come out and grieve, are safe. We will be there, we will always be there, and our diligence and our commitment to the community will never stop. I also want to talk a little bit about the wellness of my officers. I had one of the youngest shifts that I have on the job there that night. My 3 young female police officers who had only been on the job less than a year, they made entry into that building knowing what they were going to run into without any hesitation. From the moment the call came out to the moment they went through that door, we're talking about minutes. They didn't think about what they were going to encounter. All they thought about was getting in there and helping the people that needed help and stopping that gunman. They're feeling it today. I've sat down with each one of them, and I guess kind of like that father figure that the chief becomes, kind of wrap my arms around them. My whole department has collapsed onto them to make sure that they're safe, and they understand how proud of them I am and how proud the department is of them. They want to stand that line. They're back on duty, or they will be soon, but I need to make sure that my officers are safe, and officer wellness is a huge part of being a police officer in today's age. Officers get a bad rap, and I can tell you, I have 77 of the greatest human beings on the planet that work for me. They dedicate their lives to the city of Monterey Park, and they will go into whatever danger they see in front of them to make sure our community is safe. We will continue to do that, and I love each one of them. At this point, I'm going to open it up to questions.
No. The question is, do we have a motive yet? And we do not have a motive yet. We want to know as much as all of you, and we're working very hard to attain that. Yes, ma'am. The question is, there's information out there that the suspect may have committed these crimes, and I'm paraphrasing, due to jealousy or some relationship issues. We're hearing those things too, but have not confirmed any of that information. It's part of what our investigators are diligently looking into.
Question about the timeline. Did the shooting start in the parking lot? And also, what time did the Monterey Park alert you that there was a shooting? And also, why did it take 5 hours to alert the public that there was a shooter on the way?
I'm going to let the Monterey Park Police Chief answer the first part of the question, and I'll come back and answer the second.
So our 911 dispatch received 911 calls about a shooting in progress at 10:22 to 10:23. Within the 30 seconds, we received numerous calls. My officers were on scene within 3 to 4 minutes. Once we stabilized the situation, which means my officers dealt with all of the people fleeing the business, both the ones that were shot, the ones that weren't shot, the whole thing. They then suited up and went inside. So imagine a crew of people coming out and my officers swimming upstream to get inside to stop the problem. Once we stabilized the scene, did our search, made sure there was no hiding suspects, and set up our perimeter, we do an assessment. It was very clear at that point that we needed the Sheriff's Department's help, and when I got there in about 20 minutes. I don't live that far away. I walked the scene, and it was very clear to me that I couldn't handle this on my own with the people I have. It was going to be too much of a burden. The partnership that we have with the Sheriff's Department in Los Angeles County is very, very close. The first call went to Sheriff's Homicide, and that began the process. My next call, quite honestly, was to Sheriff Luna in the middle of the night. I think I woke him up about 11:30 maybe. I'd have to look at my phone, don't quote me on the time, but I texted him, he called me back, we talked about what was going to be needed, but his people were already rolling at that point. So within a few minutes of us assessing what it was, that's when the call went out for help.
Did the shooting start in the parking lot?
I'll leave that up to the sheriff, but we had one of the victims in the parking lot outside. I don't know if that victim was shot prior to him going in or as he came out. I don't know.
So to answer that last question about the shooting outside versus inside, we did have one victim who was shot outside of the dance hall in a vehicle. And we believe, and again, I'd like to tell you this is exactly what happened, but we're still putting it all together. We believe that that victim was probably shot before he started his rampage going inside. In regards to the previous question you asked, in regards to the hours in notifying the public, I believe we put out a statement. I don't have the time in front of me of when we put out that statement. I know when I arrived early in the morning, those were questions we were asking each other and trying to weigh not only assisting the victims, trying to investigate this, and the other priority of apprehending the suspect. Our detectives had done some really good work and felt they had some really good clues. When we started putting out public information, the priority was to get this person into custody. So we were very strategic in the way we were putting out information. Ultimately, it worked. We will go back and look at, as we always do. Nobody is as critical as we are to ourselves about what worked and specifically what didn't work, and evaluate that and see what the weight was and determining what the public risk was at that time. All excellent questions that we are going to be looking for answers on. What did he plan this? Was it the day of? Was it a week before? What drove a madman to do this? We don't know, but we intend to find out. And we're as curious as you are, because it's, I mean, this is disturbing. I don't. How can you even come to reason that somebody would even think about doing something like this? It's horrendous. Allegations about family poisoning. We've heard the same information. I believe the information we have is that the Hemet Police Department put that out. I would recommend you call them. We don't have specific information, although the investigators our investigators will be looking at all those factors to see if it contributed to the madness that occurred that day. Was the suspect known to the individuals at the dance studio? We're hearing that there were possible relationships there, but I'm not going to confirm that yet, because that's part of everything that we're looking at. But we hear the same thing over and over, so obviously it has to be looked into, and more importantly, verified. Because I'm getting a lot of questions in the last 24 hours about information coming to all of you. It's second and third hand information. It seems like a lot of people definitely have opinions. Everybody has a perspective. But what we're finding out is it's not supported by facts and evidence. And we're in the business of reporting facts and evidence the best that we can. So. we're in the process of looking at all that. I'm trying to, the question is, have we talked to any next of kin for the suspect? The information I had coming up here is I don't believe we have yet. It doesn't mean we're not going to. It's not on our list of things to do. But that's part of the process of finding out more about his background, whatever made him do something like this, and leading to the motive. He was making, were there any modifications to the weapon that was found? You were talking about the weapon that was recovered where? So the MAC-10 that was recovered in Alhambra, there are some modifications to that, but as we're having it thoroughly examined, we're going to wait till we put that out. And please remember, I don't want to sit here and describe the weapon to a T. We have witnesses that still need to be interviewed. Part of the questions all of you are asking. We start putting out information in this format, that's not good for any of us. So I want to make sure. Were there modifications? I'm just going to leave it at yes. Yes, sir. So the question is, if I understand it correctly, the modifications, again, to the weapon and the arrest when he was arrested in 1990. So that's exactly what we're analyzing with our partners at the ATF. Nobody does fire examinations like they do. So we'll look at that.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 5:45 a.m. Continuing to follow the deadly mass shooting out of Monterey Bay, California. Residents are now holding vigils across the community to honor those who were killed in that shooting over the weekend. And unfortunately, this morning we learned that 11 people have now died. 11 were killed at that local dance hall on Saturday, and 9 more were wounded. We'll continue to cover this story, and we will check in with our news partners with Fox 11 Los Angeles later on in the show to get an update on how community members are remembering the victims. At this time, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A lack of competition in the ticketing industry will be the focus of a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing happening today at 10 a.m. The hearing comes after issues on Ticketmaster's website in November left thousands unable to buy tickets for her upcoming tour. Some antitrust experts believe the company is in charge of more than 70% share of ticket services for United States concert venues. And some lawmakers are questioning whether Ticketmaster has the ability to provide quality service to users. They're proposing the company and its owner, Live Nation Entertainment, be split by the Justice Department if an investigation finds any misconduct. We'll also have a live conversation with Fox 13 Tampa's Regina Gonzalez, who will be joining the show in about 1 hour to bring us more details on this hearing. But this time, let's go ahead and take a live now look from Washington, D.C. to bring you all the latest news from Capitol Hill. The Senate back in Washington, D.C. this morning, but there is apparently no plan to lift the debt ceiling, which the country exceeded last week. That is because the president and his fellow Democrats are refusing to discuss spending cuts with Republicans. Here's more from Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram.
It's a staring contest risking fiscal fallout. Democrats demand Republicans unveil their spending cuts.
Let the entirety of the House debate it and vote on it, and let the American people see and assess these cuts for themselves.
Republicans insist on deep reductions.
The credit cards are maxed out. That's basically how you hit the debt ceiling.
Even fiscal hawks caution that GOP aspirations are too lofty.
If you wanted to balance the budget in the next 10 years, you'd have to cut about $7 trillion in spending. And that means you have to make substantial cuts to things people care a lot about.
That includes Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, accounting for 70% of all federal spending. That's why no one wants to cut programs which cost the most.
No cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. That's a non-starter for either side.
No cuts to anybody that's receiving their benefits. No adjustments to that. They've earned it.
Former Obama economic advisor Jeffrey Zients is expected to succeed White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, just as the president is slated for a meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But the administration is adamant about a deal to cut spending in exchange for a debt ceiling hike.
It should be done without conditions.
Yet Mr. Biden was the lead negotiator during the 2011 debt ceiling crisis.
I didn't go to convince, I went to explain. I never asked another person to vote against what they think they're interested in.
Bipartisan lawmakers say talks are essential.
When you have a divided government, you have to negotiate. We need to have these constructive conversations.
And negotiations don't always guarantee success. Automatic spending cuts began in 2011 because negotiators failed to reach a deal. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Moving right along to other top stories this morning. All eyes are on South Carolina as the trial for the once prominent attorney Alex Murdaugh gets underway. Murdaugh is charged with 2 counts of murder in the shooting deaths of his son and wife. But prosecutors argue that's just the beginning of his criminal activity. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more.
Alex, anything you want to say? It will soon be up to 12 jury members to determine if Alex Murdaugh killed his wife and son in the summer of 2021. The trial for the disgraced South Carolina attorney getting underway Monday with jury selection. About 900 people in rural Colleton County received jury summons.
Hey, juror number 2, what do you do for a living?
Facing roughly 100 criminal charges, Murdaugh's wild fall from grace started when prosecutors say he shot and killed his 52-year-old wife Maggie and 22-year-old son Paul on June 7, 2021 on the family's Lowcountry estate. Murdaugh adamantly denies he killed them, saying he was visiting his sick father at the time. Still, the once prominent lawyer willingly gave up his law license after investigators alleged he embezzled from his law firm and stole millions from his clients. He also allegedly failed to pay a wrongful death settlement to the family of his longtime maid who died in a trip and fall accident at the Murdaugh home. Police saying the now 54-year-old committed fraud, hiring a hitman to kill him so his surviving son could collect a $10 million life insurance policy.
Right now, this jury is only going to hear about the 2 murders.
Prosecutors are expected to focus on financial problems as a motive to kill his family. They'll argue the deaths showered Murdaugh in sympathy, allowing him time to cover up his other crimes. The defense saying the state has no evidence Murdaugh killed his family. Prosecutors are not seeking the death penalty in this case. If convicted, Murdaugh could face life in prison without parole. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, looking live from Southfield, Michigan. Now, the Michigan plant that sparked a nationwide baby formula shortage is now being investigated by the Justice Department. Here's more from Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh.
The Justice Department is opening a criminal investigation into what led to the temporary shutdown of Abbott Labs last year. That's the nation's largest baby formula supplier. The closure sparked a nationwide baby formula shortage that sent panicked parents on a hunt for formula at food banks, doctors' offices, and some even crossing state lines for supplies. Experts say the agency likely has serious concerns.
They probably have information either from that site visit or from human sources that are telling them that there was a significant problem.
A spokesperson for Abbott says the company is fully cooperating with the DOJ. Abbott's Michigan plant shut down after the FDA began investigating bacterial infections among infants who consumed baby formula made at the factory. Inspectors reportedly uncovered several violations at the plant, including bacterial contamination, a leaky roof, and lax safety protocols. Abbott, however, maintains its products have not been directly linked to infant infections. And while production may have restarted, some parents say they are still dealing with shortages.
I thought it would be a little better by now, but I feel like it's almost just as bad as like in March of 2022. I mean, the shelves are never full.
Abbott is also facing a lawsuit from a shareholder that accuses the company of concealing information about safety issues, which later impact the company's stock price. Abbott insists it acted responsibly and has called the lawsuit meritless.
The 76-year-old Florida woman is accused of killing her terminally ill husband. Take a look at this video. The Daytona Beach Police Department releasing this body camera footage of their response on Saturday. In the footage, you can see officers seen here in the hallway outside 77-year-old Jerry Gillen's hospital room, asking for the suspect, Ellen Gillen, to drop her weapon. Ellen did not cooperate, and the situation only stopped after police used a flashbang to enter the room. She is accused of killing her terminally ill husband and is charged with first-degree murder. According to authorities, The Gillens planned for a murder-suicide weeks ago as Jerry Gillen's health did not improve. We're going to touch base with Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth, who is in Daytona Beach with more details, speaking to the security precautions that this hospital took ahead of this shooting. We'll have more in just 2 minutes.
Ellen Gilland walked slowly into the Daytona Beach court. She stood quietly as the judge read out the charges.
You have been charged with 1 count of premeditated first-degree murder and 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
The judge said for now, the 76-year-old would stay behind bars.
Based upon the nature of the charge, Ms. Gilland, I am going to hold you no bond on the murder charge and the remaining charges.
Police say Gilland shot her terminally ill 77-year-old husband Jerry at Advent Health Hospital in Daytona Beach.
They had a conversation about it, and they actually planned this approximately 3 weeks ago, that if he continued to take a turn for the worse, that he wanted her to end this.
After the shooting, police negotiators talked with Gilland for nearly 4 hours. Eventually, police used a flashbang and a taser to get her to drop the gun. They say she was never a threat to anyone else at the hospital. Neighbors on Gilland's quiet street in New Smyrna Beach say they're stunned.
Yeah, completely shocked, yes, because, I mean, I didn't know that he was that ill. And
they say the couple seemed to live a peaceful life.
He was more outside in the garage and stuff, but they seemed like a really happy couple the only few times that I saw them.
They seemed pretty nice, super nice. Yep, told them they could come over and use our pool if they needed to. And
lawyers we spoke with say much of the trial may hinge on Gilland's state of mind when the shooting happened.
It will be up for any defense attorney to present the mitigation involving the compassion of the circumstances of watching a loved one that you've been married to suffer so greatly, and also look at the mental health of the client and whether they are able to appreciate the nature and circumstances of the offense and the consequences that could come from something like this.
Police say they're still investigating how Gilland got the gun into the hospital. In Daytona Beach, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News. Ellen Gilland walked slowly into the Daytona Beach court.
All right, moving right along with other top stories this morning. The jury selection began on Monday in the trial of former prominent attorney Alex Murdaugh. Here's more.
Imran, good to see you. Thanks for doing this. I know you've been following this very closely. So it looks like there are a lot of potential jurors. There were some 700 summons. Is that normal for a high-profile trial like this, that many in the jury pool?
Well, I think the reason behind that is just the immense amount of publicity that has surrounded Alex Murdaugh and all his legal troubles, not only this case that is going to trial, but the slew of legal cases and legal woes that have surrounded Alex Murdaugh for quite some time now. And I think the need to have a jury pool that large is the anticipation that there's going to be the need to filter through that jury pool and exclude many juries, likely for cause from both sides here. And the need for that large of a jury pool is to address those jurors who probably saw a lot of the publicity surrounding this case. And of course, that in that neck of the woods is a small area, and Alex Murdaugh and his family were luminaries or people who were known in the community. And now, of course, his legal trouble, big news, not only down there, but across the nation. And I think the jury pool is indicative of anticipated problems in finding jurors who may be fair and impartial because of all the publicity.
No, to your point, Imran, this is a very small, close-knit community. The Murdaugh family name goes back generations, so much so that I believe a portrait of his grandfather was hanging in the courthouse as well. So obviously Alex Murdaugh bringing a lot of disrepute to his family name through all of this. You know, and you've been following this just as closely as we have. Prosecutors have not really given their hand about what led them to file the murder charges in the first place. Will we get a sense of what led them to file them in the first place?
Yeah, I think, you know, as we get through the jury selection process, ultimately, of course, we will come to opening statements once a jury is selected. And we can expect the prosecution to really outline their case, the case that they expect to present to this jury and prove beyond a reasonable doubt, ultimately, for a conviction. And we'll get the sense as to the investigation that led up to the charges that were filed. Of course, Alex Murdaugh being taken in prior to these charges being filed for unrelated matters and charges, because like I mentioned, he has had a slew of legal woes and legal problems that have followed him. In fact, one of the motives that the prosecutors are saying may have been a factor here was to gain some sort of sympathy by the death of his wife and his son in order to confront those legal charges and his legal woes and garner some sympathy as being the victim. But of course, we know here it's alleged that he was no victim, but actually the perpetrator of the crimes that led to his wife and his young son's death. So I think we're going to find out from the prosecutor and the prosecution team what they plan to prove in their opening statement. And of course, all eyes are on this courtroom because it's just such a fascinating and tragic story here. It's almost unreal and hard to believe all the legal problems that have followed him and what he has been alleged to have committed. So we're going to see the prosecution outline their case, and I think they're pretty confident in it.
Imran, what's he facing if convicted on these very, very serious charges, especially there in the state of South Carolina?
Sure. Well, he's certainly facing life imprisonment here, you know, and what we expect to see in terms of a sentencing. Of course, if he is convicted, I don't think there would be any leniency just based on the nature of the allegations, the sort of backstory to the allegations of murder here. And of course, his wife and his son, that sort of intimacy with the victims. I don't think we would expect any leniency in terms of the sentencing here if Alex Murdaugh is in fact convicted.
Are you surprised it's happening in this jurisdiction? Are you surprised, and I don't know if this is the case, at least the defense hasn't put in any motion to move jurisdictions?
Yeah, no, I think it is surprised that ultimately this trial is being held in that courthouse, in that community, because the argument from the defense was, how do you get a fair trial here? But of course, the ultimate decision was to keep it here in this jurisdiction. Where else would it go? I think the argument for the prosecution was that there was a lot of publicity around Alex Murdaugh, that whether you're going to have it in this community or somewhere else in South Carolina, you're still going to have that same effect in terms of the news and the publicity surrounding this trial. And that's why they have a real uphill battle, both sides, in terms of making sure they get a jury that is going to be fair and impartial, and particularly so for the defense, in order to get a jury that's fair and impartial to Alex Murdaugh. And why do I say also for the prosecution? Well, the prosecution want to have, if they get it, of course, a conviction that's going to stick. And when you have issues as to whether a jury can be fair and impartial in a particular case, that is almost setting up an issue for appeal for the defense. And of course, that if there is a conviction at the end of this case, the prosecution wants a conviction that's going to outlast any appeal that may follow, whether it be for a decision by a judge or because an allegation or argument, I should say, that there was not a fair and impartial juror.
Imran, last question for you. Do you think prosecutors have their work cut out for them in this, or from what you've seen, the evidence you've seen, their strategy you've seen, is this pretty cut and dry?
I think the prosecution do have a strong case because of the sort of pieces that they're going to put together against Alex Murdaugh. Of course, a lot of these collateral matters, I'm sure the defense are going to be objecting strenuously in terms of evidence as to other matters coming in. And I would imagine it would have been litigated in motions in limine prior to this trial. I know there's certain evidence that the defense wanted to omit, or the judge to preclude during the course of this trial, and I believe that the prosecution will be able to at least present some of that. I know that there is talk about this Snapchat message that may be possibly incriminating to Alex Murdaugh coming into evidence here. So it's going to be interesting to see how the prosecution build their case, especially in light of all the other matters that he is facing. And of course, I think the uphill battle is not necessarily for the prosecution in this case. It is for the defense.
All right, Imran Ansari, as always, we appreciate your time, your insight into these major crime stories and trials, and we'll talk again, no doubt. Thanks, Imran.
Thanks for having me.
Imran,
all right, we will continue to follow that story and others here at Live Now from Fox. At this time, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories in just 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., where President Biden is going to meet with congressional Democrats at the White House today. He's hoping to shore up support as criticism grows over his handling of documents with classified markings. Here's more.
The U.S. Secret Service is facing mounting pressure from Republicans in both the House and now the Senate to turn over years of visitor logs from President Biden's personal residences.
What we need to know is who also had access to those documents. And this is a very serious matter.
The latest batch of classified items were found on Friday by the FBI during a lengthy search of the president's Wilmington home. However, we do not know what was in them.
It's just a pile of incompetence on top of incompetence on top of sloppiness on top of irresponsibility.
What's clear is the document issue is becoming a growing problem for the administration. 64% of Americans say the president acted inappropriately, according to a new ABC News Ipsos poll.
He says, I take this very seriously. He said, I didn't know that the documents were there. And look, I think as it relates to the American people and the president standing with the American people, it is going to be up to them to decide how they see this president.
The Justice Department has been leading the investigation into why classified documents ended up at the president's personal home and in an old office.
We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans, different rules for the powerful or the powerless, different rules for the rich or for the poor.
U.S. Attorney John Lausch is currently leading the investigation. That is until Special Counsel Robert Hur and his team are up to speed and take over. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Today, we could learn how much of any of the results of a special Georgia grand jury will be made public. Those jurors spent months looking into the actions of former President Donald Trump and his allies surrounding the 2020 presidential election. Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner joins us live at the Fulton County Courthouse with our developing story this morning. Good morning, Mark.
Yeah, good morning. There's going to be a hearing later today to determine how much of this final report will in fact be made public. One thing we know will not happen today is no indictments will come down because this special grand jury doesn't have the ability to actually issue any indictments.
Expect it to be interesting.
That's Georgia State law professor Clark Cunningham's take on today's hearing, which will determine how much, if any, of the results from Fulton County's special election grand jury will be made public.
We're all very eager to read the report, which in all likelihood is going to become a historic document.
The grand jury spent 8 months looking into the actions of former President Trump and his supporters to see if any Georgia laws were broken. Jurors voted to recommend their report be published.
What's really mysterious is, are we going to hear from any of the potential targets?
People possibly named in the report could send lawyers arguing their names should be kept from going public.
If those people show up with lawyers, it's going to be kind of an epic day.
Also to be determined, can the special grand jury, which doesn't have the power to indict anyone, recommend another grand jury do just that? The order establishing the grand jury said it, quote, may make recommendations concerning criminal prosecution as it shall see fit. But former DeKalb DA J. Tom Morgan says by law, special grand juries cannot recommend indictments.
I would not be surprised that if there is a formal report, that a large portion of that report will be redacted, because according to Georgia law, they cannot accuse anyone of a crime.
We do not expect former President Trump to send lawyers to the courtroom. Apparently, they have said that they do not plan on showing up. Whether any other folks who could possibly have been targeted or at least mentioned in this report do show up, we'll have to wait and see. So this could be a fairly short, cut and dry hearing, or it could be one that's long and drawn out. Of course, we'll have to wait and see when it happens and how it all plays out in the courtroom. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner, live now for Fox.
Right, a huge thank you to our Fox 5 Atlanta team for bringing us that update. At this time, let's move right along with other top stories this morning. At least 7 people were killed during a mass shooting in Half Moon Bay in California on Monday. We're still learning more details about this incident, but right now we know that authorities say a suspect is in custody after they opened fire at 2 different mushroom farms in Half Moon Bay. The suspect has been identified as 67-year-old Zhao Chun Li. No motive has been determined, and this incident comes just days after a gunman opened fire at a dance studio in Monterey Park, California, killing at least 11 people. Let's check in with local authorities, local officials, for more on the investigation.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. I am Sheriff Christina Corpus. I would like to start by offering my heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims their co-workers, the coastal community, and the city of Half Moon Bay. This kind of shooting is horrific. It's a tragedy that we hear about far too often, but today it's hit home here in San Mateo County. Today at 2:22 p.m., sheriff's deputies were dispatched to the 12700 block of San Mateo Road, Highway 92, in unincorporated San Mateo County, on the report of a shooting with multiple victims. Upon arrival, deputies located 4 victims deceased with gunshot wounds. A 5th victim, also suffering from a gunshot wound, was transported to Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. The suspect was not immediately located. Shortly thereafter, 3 additional victims were also located deceased with gunshot wounds at a separate shooting scene in the 2100 block of Cabrillo Highway South. The motive for the shooting is currently unknown. Through investigation, the suspect, identified as Chung Li Zhao, a 67-year-old Half Moon Bay resident. At 4:40 p.m., Zhao was located in his vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation here in Half Moon Bay by a sheriff's deputy. Zhao was taken into custody without incident, and a semi-automatic handgun was located in his vehicle. Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community. This is a devastating tragedy for this community and the families touched by this unspeakable act of violence. I would like to thank our local law enforcement agency partners, allied agencies including CAL FIRE and EMS, the City of Half Moon Bay, and our federal and state partners. I would also like to commend the deputy sheriffs for safely taking the suspect into custody. I will take questions at the end of this conference. Now I would like to turn it over to San Mateo County Board of Supervisors President David Pine, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff Corpus. We grieve tonight for the deceased members of our community. This is a horrific event, one that we would never imagine would occur in San Mateo County. Gun violence in this country is at completely unacceptable levels. It's really hit home tonight. Our hearts are broken. We are deeply grateful for law enforcement for their work this evening. But in the end, there are simply too many guns in this country, and there has to be a change. This is not an acceptable way for modern society to live and conduct its affairs. And we do everything in our power to make those changes. I'd like now to introduce my colleague Ray Mueller, who represents this area on the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, President Pine, and I just first want to start off by thanking our law enforcement officers today for their bravery in apprehending the suspect as quickly as possible. My heart, first off, I just want to say on behalf of the community how much our hearts are broken tonight. There were farm workers affected tonight. There were children on the scene at the incidents. This is a truly heartbreaking tragedy in our community, and it comes on the eve of what happened just obviously yesterday, and then just weeks after natural hazard events, which have really struck this community. So the one thing I want to say out to the people who are out there, who live here, who are watching, is please take advantage of the mental health crisis counseling that is available out there. The amount of stress that's been on this community for weeks is really quite high. If there's people out there who are suffering from this, who are feeling the effects of it, please reach out and get help tonight. You are not alone. We have counseling service available at the Ides Hall here in Half Moon Bay. If you can reach out to us on the county hotline, but we want to make sure that people know that they are not alone and that we are here for you this evening. And then, as Supervisor Pine said, in the days and the weeks ahead of us, we really have to come together and figure out how to go ahead and wrap our arms around getting to address this problem of gun violence, which has afflicted our state here in recent days and has afflicted us here at home. It's something that's unimaginable to happen here in Half Moon Bay and frankly here in San Mateo County. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you all to my good friends, Half Moon Bay Vice Mayor Joaquin Jimenez.
Thank you. First of all, I want to extend my condolences to the families that lost a loved one today, and to bring to offer the support to all the families and the farm workers that were affected, that were present at the location of the shooting. And then I would like to thank, our local law enforcement for the rapid response and our emergency team. The city of Half Moon Bay, after being affected by the floods, as you know, at the beginning of the year, the farmer community was affected. Now this.
It's a staring contest risking fiscal fallout. Democrats demand Republicans unveil their spending cuts.
Let the entirety of that.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. I am Sheriff Christina Corpus. I would like to start by offering my heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims, their co-workers, the coastal community, and the city of Half Moon Bay. This kind of shooting is horrific. It's a tragedy that we hear about far too often, but today it's hit home here in San Mateo County. Today at 2:22 p.m., sheriff's deputies were dispatched to the 12700 block of San Mateo Road, Highway 92, in unincorporated San Mateo County, on the report of a shooting with multiple victims. Upon arrival, deputies located 4 victims deceased with gunshot wounds. A 5th victim, also suffering from a gunshot wound, was transported to Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. The suspect was not immediately located. Shortly thereafter, 3 additional victims were also located deceased with gunshot wounds at a separate shooting scene in the 2100 block of Cabrillo Highway South. The motive for the shooting is currently unknown. Through investigation, the suspect, identified as Chung Lee Zhao, a 67-year-old Half Moon Bay resident. At 4:40 p.m., Zhao was located in his vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation here in Half Moon Bay by a sheriff's deputy. Zhao was taken into custody without incident, and a semi-automatic handgun was located in his vehicle. Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community. This is a devastating tragedy for this community and the families touched by this unspeakable act of violence. I would like to thank our local law enforcement agency partners, allied agencies including CAL FIRE and EMS, the City of Half Moon Bay, and our federal and state partners. I would also like to commend the deputy sheriffs for safely taking the suspect into custody. I will take questions at the end of this conference. Now I would like to turn it over to San Mateo County Board of Supervisors President David Pine, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff Corpus. We grieve tonight for the deceased members of our community. This is a horrific event, one that we would never imagine would occur in San Mateo County. Gun violence in this country is at completely unacceptable levels. It's really hit home tonight. Our hearts are broken. We are deeply grateful for law enforcement for their work this evening. But in the end, there are simply too many guns in this country, and there has to be a change. This is not an acceptable way for modern society to live and conduct its affairs. And we do everything in our power to make those changes. I'd like now to introduce my colleague Ray Mueller, who represents this area on the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, President Klein. And I just first want to start off by thanking our law enforcement officers today for their bravery in apprehending the suspect as quickly as possible. My heart, first off, I just want to say on behalf of the community how much our hearts are broken tonight. There were farm workers affected tonight. There were children on the scene at the incidents. This is a truly heartbreaking tragedy in our community, and it comes on the eve of what happened just obviously yesterday, and then just weeks after natural hazard events, which have really struck this community. So the one thing I want to say out to the people who are out there, who live here, who are watching, is please take advantage of the mental health crisis counseling that is available out there. The amount of stress that's been on this community for weeks is really quite high. If there's people out there who are suffering from this, who are feeling the effects of it, please reach out and get help tonight. You are not alone. We have counseling service available at the IDES Hall here in Half Moon Bay. If you can reach out to us on the county hotline, but we want to make sure that people know that they are not alone and that we are here for you this evening. And then, as Supervisor Pine said, in the days and the weeks ahead of us, we really have to come together and figure out how to go ahead and wrap our arms around getting to address this problem of gun violence, which has afflicted our state here in recent days and has afflicted us here at home. It's something that's unimaginable to happen here in Half Moon Bay and frankly here in San Mateo County. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you all to my good friends, Half Moon Bay Vice Mayor Joaquin Jimenez.
Thank you. First of all, I want to extend my condolences to the families that lost a loved one today, and to bring to offer the support to all the families and the farm workers that were affected, that were present at the location of the shooting. And then I would like to thank, our local law enforcement for the rapid response and our emergency team. The city of Half Moon Bay, after being affected by the floods, as you know, at the beginning of the year, the farmer community was affected. Now we are offering our support, mental health support. The teams of Half Moon Bay, the city of Half Moon Bay, collaboration with mental health teams of nonprofit organizations, are put at one of our local halls that will be receiving the families. This is something that we get to watch on the news. Never think that it's going to come and hit home. Today, we're on the news. Our community has been affected. And again, I want to thank our law enforcement. As soon as we heard about the shooting, we heard the sirens, of our law enforcement has done great for us. There's really not much I can say, about the pain that we're feeling right now. We know that the community is being greatly affected. We have been receiving phone calls, text messages from family members wanting to know information, either family members, their relatives are okay. We hope they are. We hope they will soon will be reunited. And we are here to support them, support every step, especially the children that were present when the shooting happened. And hoping that this will be an eye-opener, what is going on in our community about gang violence and gun violence. So let's think about this and how we're going to be responding to the families that have been affected. Thank you.
Can I open it up for questions at this time?
Hi there, Lauren Jones with CBS News Bay Area. You mentioned that you can't tell us the motive at this time. What else can you tell us about the suspect?
What we can tell you is that we know that he acted alone at this time, and that we're working with our district attorney's office at this time to interview the suspect, and as soon as we have further updates, we'll be able to provide those to you.
Was he a worker at one of these farms? Do we know that?
He's believed to be a worker.
And was the semi-automatic weapon that was found in the vehicle, was that the only weapon that we believe to be involved?
We believe that at this time.
Can you come to me more on that?
Two locations, right? Was it a mushroom farm and a furniture company? And which one did he work for? What were the two locations? And which one did he seem to work at? Was he still employed at the time?
We believe that we don't have the exact connection at this time, but there are two separate locations. One was a nursery, and there are actually two nurseries. And what I can tell you is that we are working at trying to gather more information to figure out what the connection was to these victims as well.
Did you legally have that gun? You know, was there an extended clip on it?
Yeah. We're not able to release that information at this time, but as soon as we're able to, we will. It's an active crime.
Can you confirm the victims and how many people were killed and how many were injured at this time?
What I can say is that we have multiple victims, some who are deceased. We have one who is currently at Stanford in critical condition.
But you cannot confirm the number of the people killed. We heard that it's 7. That was confirmed by the
There is 7 casualties, and the identification will be made by the coroner's office.
Can you just tell us about the victims? We heard that it's probably farm workers. If you can tell us anything about this.
Yeah, they were on site on the property, so they're believed to be workers, but we can't confirm that yet. As soon as we're able to, we will.
Why did he show up here? Was he going to turn himself in?
That we can assume that that's what his motive was to come here, but we still haven't confirmed that.
So did the sheriff's deputy notice him in the car, or did he contact you to tell you?
So we knew what the vehicle looked like, and we had the license plate, and the deputy sheriff located the vehicle, and he was inside of the vehicle.
And you said 7 casualties. Does that include the person who's still alive?
No, the person at Stanford would be number 8. What I confirmed was that there were 7 casualties, fatalities. Yes.
Someone said that there were children who witnessed this, and I can't imagine what they just went through. Was this a large, was there like a crowd of people where these shots were fired, or was it more of a back room there?
No, it's a big rural location, so people are working. It's spread out. There's people that live at the location as well. So it was in the afternoon when kids were out of school, and for children to witness this is unspeakable.
Sheriff, what's next for this investigation? Do you need a warrant to further search the car?
We're working with the district attorney's office, and we have a collaborative investigation. And I have all the confidence that together we will get to the bottom of this and be able to provide a motive. He is in custody, and my understanding he's fully cooperating with us.
Any comment on this happening right after the Monterey Park down south?
Yeah, it's tragic wherever this would happen, especially here in our county. It's a tragedy that we see on the news a lot, but when it hits home, working in this community myself, what a tragedy to see these innocent people lose their lives. And right now we just don't have the answers yet.
Did the suspect live here locally? Does he have family members here?
Half Moon Bay resident, and we believe that he may have a spouse.
Do you know the name of the officer who apprehended him?
Yeah. Deputy, his name is Deputy La Perouk. I can get you the spelling of that. His Deputy La Perouk. La Perouk. He's the one that located the vehicle with the suspect inside of it at the substation.
What sort of assistance are federal authorities providing at this moment?
Oh, the FBI at the scene. The FBI was ready to, deploy all the resources that we don't have here at the local level. And I've been getting calls from even across the country, from sheriffs, from Congress, people in Congress, senators, very supportive. And, I'd like to also thank our county executive, Mike Callaghy, for his support and the board support.
Is it clear that his possession of the weapon that was found, was that a legal weapon to have? Did that violate any local laws?
Yeah, I can't release that information yet.
Is there concern?
Does the suspect have any criminal history? Any prior criminal history?
Yeah, that I can't. It's still, because it's an active investigation, we can't release that yet.
Do we know how long that he was here for, or even how long he was at those different locations, one to the next, and then just got here? I don't know how long he'd been sitting out here.
Yeah, we don't have that. We're still gaining that information.
How close were the two locations to each other? Did he have to do the shooting, get in his car, drive to another
Yes,
location?
he drove to the location. Yeah, they're not very far, maybe a mile away from each other.
Are they owned by the same people?
That I don't know.
Is there any concern that there might be more than these two locations? And can you confirm whether or not these both of the shootings happen outdoors?
We are still, it's because it's an active investigation, I can't go into that. But as soon as we are able to provide you with more information, we will. What I would like to say is that at the IDS Hall, there is a family reunification center for the coastal community and members of the nurseries, and that'll be open. And if anyone has any additional information that may know more about this investigation, they can contact the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office.
Can you reconfirm the addresses of both locations and the order in which you believe they occurred?
I can give you the addresses. Just one moment.
So you're not sure exactly where he went first?
That is still part of the investigation, yes.
Okay, one more question, please.
Have you, Sheriff, personally talked with any of the victims' family members?
Not yet. We're waiting to ID the victims, and then, but we will be in touch with them. We all need to heal. As the supervisors have said, this community has been through a lot in the last couple of weeks, and now for this to happen, together we're stronger, and we will heal together. And I want to thank the community for all their support. But again, if anyone has any other questions, we'll circle back, and as soon as we're able to give you more information.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
All right, that was the latest update coming from Half Moon Bay, California. Unfortunately, yet another mass shooting. 7 people were killed in this mass shooting on Monday, and authorities say that the suspect is in custody after they opened fire at 2 different mushroom farms in Half Moon Bay. The suspect has been identified as 67-year-old Zhao Chunli. No motive yet. No motive has been determined, but again, this is coming just days after a gunman opened fire at a dance studio in Monterey Park, killing at least 11 people. And the time is now 6:41 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
700 block of San Mateo Road, Highway.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 6:43 a.m. Taking a Live Now look from the White House, where President Biden will meet with congressional Democrats today. He is hoping to shore up support as criticism unfortunately grows over his handling of documents with classified markings. Here's more.
The U.S. Secret Service is facing mounting pressure from Republicans in both the House and now the Senate to turn over years of visitor logs from President Biden's personal residences.
What we need to know is who also had access to those documents. And this is a very serious matter.
The latest batch of classified items were found on Friday by the FBI during a lengthy search of the president's Wilmington home. However, we do not know what was in them.
It's just a pile of incompetence on top of incompetence on top of sloppiness on top of irresponsibility.
What's clear is the document issue is becoming a growing problem for the administration. 64% of Americans say the president acted inappropriately, according to a new ABC News Ipsos poll.
He says, I take this very seriously. He said, I didn't know that the documents were there. And look, I think as it relates to the American people and the president's standing with the American people, it is going to be up to them to decide how they see this president.
The Justice Department has been leading the investigation into why classified documents ended up at the president's personal home and in an old office.
We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans, different rules for the powerful or the powerless, different rules for the rich or for the poor.
U.S. Attorney John Lausch is currently leading the investigation. That is until Special Counsel Robert Hur and his team are up to speed and take over. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Following the pre-sale fiasco of Taylor Swift tour tickets last year, Ticketmaster canceled its general sale to the public. Questions followed over whether the site could handle the demand and if their grip on the market is too strong. So today, the United States Senate is looking into it. Joining us now live with more is Fox 13 Tampa's Regina Gonzalez. Regina, talk to us joining us live from the Ray J, I believe that's the name of the stadium where Swift has, what, three concerts later this year?
Yeah, so good morning, Ray. Good morning, everybody. Taylor Swift is continuing with this tour. She's going to do this tour despite the ticket drama from last November. And she's going to start it in March, and she will be here at Raymond James Stadium for 3 days. Ticketmaster shows tickets completely sold out for all the shows, but I was checking myself this morning, and it does appear that a small chunk are available on resale websites, and the nosebleeds with a horrible view of the stage are going for more than $500. So it really just puts into perspective how much fans are willing to do and how much they're willing to pay to see her perform in the Eras Tour. It is her first tour in 5 years. This fiasco in November caused a lot of drama. People sat in, online waiting rooms for hours before the website crashed, like you mentioned. So despite all of that, lawmakers believe that there is a bigger issue at stake here. They believe that Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, have too much control on the ticket market. So that is really the topic of conversation that is going to surround today's hearing that's going to get started at 10 a.m. in Washington. So really, to explain here, in November, Ticketmaster was hounded with more than 3.5 billion requests from fans, bots, and scalpers that overwhelmed its website, causing the company to cancel the planned ticket sale to the general public for her Eras Tour. At the time, Taylor Swift did respond. She said it was excruciating for her to watch her fans struggle to secure tickets, and that she had been assured that Ticketmaster was able to handle this large demand. Well, the company responded, blaming it on extraordinarily high demands on ticketing systems and insufficient remaining ticket inventory to meet that demand. Well, since then, several lawmakers formed an antitrust panel. Those include senators like Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. She had harsh words to say of not just Ticketmaster's handling of the Taylor Swift tour, but the lack of competition in the ticket industry. She said it's not just about Taylor Swift, it's about prices, hidden fees that are way too high, and about site disruptions. Now, to really explain further when it comes to the company as a whole, back in 2010, Ticketmaster and Live Nation merged to create Live Nation Entertainment. Well, this morning in this hearing, Live Nation Entertainment's president and CFO, Joe Berchtold, he is scheduled to face the Senate Judiciary Committee led by Illinois Senator Dick Durbin. He publicized the remarks that he's going to read. In it, it defends Ticketmaster, saying that the Taylor Swift fiasco was all because of a cyber attack, saying the site was hit with 3 times the amount of bot traffic that the company has ever experienced. Other witnesses called to testify are the CEOs of competing companies like SeatGeek and Jams Productions, the vice president of the American Antitrust Institute, and Clyde Lawrence, who is a singer-songwriter expected to testify about how Live Nation's control of the industry impacts artists. Now, like I mentioned, despite this mess, Taylor Swift is going to begin her tour in March. Meanwhile, back in November, after this all happened, the Department of Justice did launch an investigation into Ticketmaster. So what they hope to come out of this hearing, what they hope to come out of this investigation is lawmakers want to see Ticketmaster and Live Nation split up to give other companies an opportunity to sell more.
It's a staring contest risking fiscal fallout. Democrats demand Republicans unveil their spending cuts.
Let the entirety of the House debate it and vote on it, and let the American people see and assess these cuts for themselves.
Republicans insist on deep reductions.
The credit cards are maxed out. That's basically how you hit the debt ceiling.
Even fiscal hawks caution that GOP aspirations are too lofty.
If you wanted to balance the budget in the next 10 years, you'd have to cut about $7 trillion in spending, and that means you have to make substantial cuts to things people care a lot about.
That includes Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, accounting for 70% of all federal spending. That's why no one wants to cut programs which cost the most.
No cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. That's a non-starter for either side.
No cuts to anybody that's receiving their benefits. No adjustments to that. They've earned it.
Former Obama economic advisor Jeffrey Zients is expected to succeed White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, just as the president is slated for a meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But the administration is adamant about a deal to cut spending in exchange for a debt ceiling hike.
It should be done without conditions.
Yet Mr. Biden was the lead negotiator during the 2011 debt ceiling crisis.
I didn't go to convince, I went to explain. I never ask another person to vote against what they think their interests are.
Bipartisan lawmakers say talks are essential.
When you have a divided government, you have to negotiate. We need to have these constructive conversations.
And negotiations don't always guarantee success. Automatic spending cuts began in 2011 because negotiators failed to reach a deal. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Today, we could learn how much, if any, of the results of a special Georgia grand jury will be made public. Those jurors spent months looking into the actions of former President Donald Trump and his allies surrounding the 2020 presidential election. Here's more from Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner. All right, we'll have that story actually in just a bit, but at this time, let's move on to other top stories. Let's continue to bring you all the latest when it comes to the mass shooting in California. Unfortunately, we are learning that an 11th victim has died.
The number of dead has risen to at least 11, following the most horrific.
That's good. Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
From some of them, but many of those you won't hear from have really been doing a great job of either offering assistance, giving assistance, but we're here today
with some successes, and I think a lot of that is because of the partnerships that we have with the people behind us. So just to start off, our homicide investigators are still working very hard, as they were yesterday, through the night, and today. This is a very complex investigation. There's so many other things we don't know. But as I told you yesterday, when we started, or when we get more information, we'll be happy to bring it forth as we get it. And it's not only the Sheriff's Department that's working on this. We're still working very hard with our partners from the FBI, the ATF, the District Attorney's Office. The list goes on and on. So anyways, we have additional information that we're going to be sharing with you today. I think some of this information may have gotten out the last several hours, but I do regret to inform everybody that we did unfortunately have an 11th victim that passed away. So now we have a total of 11 victims that unfortunately have died as a result of this tragic incident. I also want to share the names of 3 victims in which, and this is a key, I'm sharing these because the next of kin notifications have been completed. That's number 1, Mai Han, female, 65 years of age. Lillian Lee, female, 63 years of age. And Alvaro Valentino, a male, 68 years of age. I'm gonna pause there for a second. It's not so much because the siren's going by, but when you think of it, these are 3 people who aren't with us anymore. 3 families who will never be the same. And we have to remember that as we're talking about these, at the end of the day, it truly should be about the victims and their families, and the support and love, our prayers, our thoughts should be with all of them as we move forward. So as most of you are aware, last night we served a search warrant at the suspect's residence in the city of Hemet. As a result of the search warrant service, investigators recovered a few items of interest. And these are just, it's a summary, not everything we recovered. We recovered 1 .308 caliber rifle, numerous electronic devices such as cell phones, computers, etc. Items that lead us to believe the suspect was manufacturing homemade firearm suppressors. An unknown amount, I say unknown amount, and I'll explain that here, of .308 caliber and 9mm caliber ammunition. And the reason we say an unknown amount, they were in containers, and there are hundreds of rounds. We don't know exactly how many there were. A lot of loose ammunition, so eventually, you know, we'll get to exactly how many those were. From the Monterey Park scene, where the victims were assassinated, investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings and a large capacity magazine. So 42 rounds were fired by the suspect at that location. Investigators also recovered a Norinco 7.62 by 25 handgun from inside the suspect's cargo van. That's the handgun that you saw being recovered from the van yesterday afternoon. That firearm was registered to the suspect. There was also clothing that the suspect wore during the commission of these crimes, and that was also recovered from the van. We have also learned that the firearm, which was wrestled away from the suspect at the Alhambra scene, was a 9mm caliber semi-automatic MAC-10 assault weapon. I want to emphasize that all the firearms recovered still require additional forensic, ballistic examinations and comparisons that we're doing with our partners, as well as additional investigations into the origins of where the suspect got those weapons. A lot of work to be done there, but we don't want to leave any stone unturned. We are still not able to release additional information and photographs of the weapon. And that's one thing I was pushing our people to release the picture of the weapons. that we recovered, but there's still witnesses that need to identify some of these things, and if we put them out there, it starts impacting the investigation. So that's why we're not releasing pictures yet. Regarding the suspect's background, he has a limited criminal history with an arrest in 1990 for an unlawful possession of a firearm. I'd like to take a second to also thank Mr. Brandon Stye for his heroic action, which saved countless lives. He's the hero that disarmed the suspect at the Alhambra location, and in my opinion, saved many of lives. Originally, we put out that there were 2 people. We find out ultimately, as we normally do as these things get investigated, there was only actually 1 person who disarmed them. But as you know, we're trying to put out information. It was preliminary, so there was 1, and that's his name. And what a brave man he is. The Langley Center continues to be open for victim resources and next of kin notifications, where we are being assisted by a lot of partners who have come forward, embracing all of the victims, different organizations, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate them. And they're going to be needed for weeks and months and who knows how long to come, so thank you very much for your efforts on that. And then I just want to remind everybody, and the other speakers will speak, I'll come back up here, I'll answer as many questions as I can, but just please remember that our investigators, along with our partners, continue to investigate all the details. There's a lot of stories coming forward. We're not ignoring any of them, but we've heard some things that just are second, third-hand information, and the investigators are siphoning through all that information to make sure that we determine the motive. We still don't have a motive, but we want to know the motive behind this tragic event. And the FBI continues to collaborate with us in that portion of the investigation. And then finally, before I turn the microphone over, I would like to thank Chief Weiss and the Monterey Park Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, the District Attorney's Office, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and the United States Department of Justice, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office, and all the various agencies that assisted us. And like I said yesterday, I'm getting calls all the way from our Attorney General. I spoke to our governor before coming down here, and he has been very kind in offering not only his condolences, but his support for anything that we may need. So with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Hilda Solis. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. I represent the 1st District. My name is Hilda Solis, and included in the district the communities of Monterey Park and the city of Alhambra. For the last 2 days, as you know, we have seen just a tragic mass shooting take place in the city, our very own city of Monterey Park. Trauma, deep loss for many families that are suffering. We are all grieving. All of us are grieving. And I continue to have the families of those who lost a loved one in my thoughts and in my prayers. The chief medical examiner was able to identify 2 of those victims. You heard some of that already from our sheriff. The 65-year-old Mai Nehan and 64-year-old Lillian Lee. All of the county is with those that have lost their lives. First, I'm grateful for the swift and united actions of our law enforcement partners, the Monterey Park Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Torrance Police Department, the FBI, and other law enforcement agencies that assisted in keeping our public safe. Within a day, they were able to identify and secure the shooter quickly without causing more harm to our community. And I'm also grateful to the medical personnel at LAC-USC Medical Center and other nearby hospitals for continuing to treat those that were injured. Unfortunately, as we heard, 1 person who was critically injured succumbed to injuries and passed away last night. We know that their path to healing physically and mentally may be long, but they will not be alone in their journey. I'm coming directly from LAC-USC Medical Center, where I visited with at least 2 of the survivors. One was going to be released today. Another one will be released in time, but are both recuperating. And you could see in their faces their spirit to fight and the fact that they are resolved that they are still here. And they want to be with their families, and they want to know what happened to the others on that night. I also visited earlier with some of the folks here, the Langley Senior Center in Monterey Park, to see what services our county, LA County, and the community are providing. And that is, I can tell you, without a doubt, some of the best resources that I have seen united at every level, the federal level, the state level, the county and the city, and community groups, the Red Cross, including other organizations. My hat goes off to our DA's office as well for doing all that he can to help provide services on site and on time, and to all of us. Our Department of Mental Health, physicians and psychiatrists are on hand, and they are there, able to speak the different languages that are needed and provided for these families. And also, they're providing legal assistance that's being offered there to the families, which is much needed. I've also received, I've also seen the support that we've received from communities like the Chinatown Service Center and the Sushai Center, the Red Cross, and many others that were there. As our law enforcement partners work diligently to determine the motive of the shooting, and as details continue to emerge, we have learned that we have true heroes. And we heard about one earlier that the sheriff spoke about. And I think that individual is a hero for all of us. Someone that put their own life at stake and actually prevented more deaths from occurring is a hero in my books. Thankfully, members of our community, also our men and women in uniform, fought also to protect our community. So I personally want to thank them, and had an opportunity to meet with some of the staff from Monterey Park Police Department who were there, who are also going to need help, also going to need assistance. So we need to be there. It isn't just a one-off that we're going to be here one day. The county will remain there for a long time. And we continue to mourn with all of the families. I also want to say, I want to thank the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who last night was also here. He visited with one of the patients, I believe, at LAC-USC, and also toured the Langley Center. He also is in strong support of whatever resources we need. Last night, I also had the privilege to receive a call from our president, President Biden, who asked me what was needed here. And I told him, we just need more reinforcements. We need more help. We need to stop this type of violence in terms of guns, and also to provide more assistance by way of mental health services, not just for the community of Monterey Park, but for the entire AAPI community, and in particular, some of our senior centers that service that community. So again, I stand strong with you. LA County mourns with you, our community, but we are here to serve. Thank you very much.
I'm Supervisor Janice Hahn, and I am currently the chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. And I'm here today, of course, to provide support to my colleague, Supervisor Hilda Solis, who had this tragedy unfold in her district in Monterey Park. Sheriff Luna, you've been in this office for less than 2 months, and you already had to deal with the worst mass shooting in LA County's history. Watching you yesterday, I want to thank you for your grace and dignity in how you handled it. Also want to thank our governor for reaching out and for offering resources to us. Los Angeles County is in mourning. And as chair of the Board of Supervisors, I ordered our county flags to be lowered to have staff in honor of the victims of this tragedy. Certainly our prayers continue to be with the family members of those who were murdered, a number that's tragically increased this morning to 11, as well as all those who continue to suffer from their injuries. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for taking the time to go and visit those in the hospital. I'm sure that meant so much to them. And as our Sheriff's Department continues their investigation and works to determine a motive, I want to take the opportunity to recognize the good police work that brought this terrifying situation to an end yesterday in the city of Torrance. As law enforcement conducted a massive manhunt in the early hours of yesterday morning, the suspect was in Torrance, miles and miles away from the scene of the crime in a nondescript white van. But because LA County Sheriff's Department made sure that they got the information out to all law enforcement agencies in the County of Los Angeles, Torrance patrol officers were able to spot this van and help bring this dangerous situation to an end. Thank you again for the idea of cooperation, for the idea of sharing information among all agencies, working together, collaborating together. We were able to, in a timely manner, bring this to an end. Those in my district in Torrance, of course, were anxious knowing that this gunman was at large all day. There's a large Asian American community in Torrance, and no one at that point understood what the motive was. So I really wanted to thank the Torrance Police Department. I was with them yesterday. They did good police work. So thank you again to everyone who brought this situation to an end.
You know, this was a moment that was supposed to be a moment of celebration, not only for the AAPI community, but for many of us that have friends, family members in this community, and one individual with guns caused this incredible tragedy. And I think it's important that we reflect on what has occurred. I want to thank, first of all, the family of the Monterey Park community, the police department, mayor, city organizations, and others that were not only there immediately before many of us were able to get there, but they have continued to bear the brunt of the work. I think it's really a testament to the leadership in Monterey Park. I also want to thank our sheriff and the sheriff's department and all the other both local and state and federal agencies that have worked together in order to make sure that we brought accountability to this case and that we stop a potential threat to our community so quickly. And our supervisor, Solis, who has been there with us from the very beginning. You know, the role of my office is a complex one in these cases. Obviously, had there been an arrest, we would have been engaging in the issue of, you know, looking for a prosecution, but that not being the case here, we play other roles, and we were there from very early on, providing investigative support in order to make sure that if there were going to be a prosecution, that we would have the right information. We also provided legal assistance in order to make sure that search warrants were conducted appropriately. But more importantly, our role now is one of dealing with a recovery. And our victim services, our mass casualty impact team has been at Langley and in the Monterey Park area since yesterday. We have worked already with families trying to get them into services, and we will continue to do so for the weeks to come, and we'll continue to work with communities in order to deal with the grieving and ensuring that all the resources that are available in our community and even outside the community will come to bear. This will be a long haul for the victims' families, and the communities, and I want to make sure that we continue not only today, but for the weeks and months to come. We know that trauma, we know that the impact of trauma sometimes plays differently for each of us. Some of us have immediately the symptoms and deal with them, others in maybe weeks or months. And it's important that we recognize that as a community, we'll continue to be there with you. Again, I want to thank all of our partners for this and to show our commitment that we will continue to work with everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Scott Weiss, the Chief of Police, Monterey Park PD. I want to start off by talking about the partnership You've heard a lot of agencies listed today. There's no way that my police department could have worked through this without the help of everybody you see behind me. Not just the partnerships locally and county-wide and federal, but the partnerships amongst all of the law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles County. I'm a relatively new chief. I've been in an acting role for a few months, but I was sworn in Thursday night, 2 days before this event. So it's a little bit of trial by fire for me, but I had a lot of chiefs help out when I needed that assistance. My focus now, as it has been from the beginning, is the safety of our community in Monterey Park. We have a lot of events that are going to come up in the next few weeks, one tonight. My officers are dedicated to make sure that everybody that comes to our city, all of the residents that want to come out and grieve, are safe. We will be there, we will always be there, and our diligence and our commitment to the community will never stop. I also want to talk a little bit about the wellness of my officers. I had one of the youngest shifts that I have on the job there that night. My 3 young female police officers who had only been on the job less than a year, they made entry into that building knowing what they were going to run into without any hesitation. From the moment the call came out to the moment they went through that door, we're talking about minutes. They didn't think about what they were going to encounter. All they thought about was getting in there and helping the people that needed help and stopping that gunman. They're feeling it today. I've sat down with each one of them, and I guess kind of like that father figure that the chief becomes, kind of wrap my arms around them. My whole department has collapsed onto them to make sure that they're safe, and they understand how proud of them I am and how proud the department is of them. They want to stand that line. They're back on duty, or they will be soon, but I need to make sure that my officers are safe, and officer wellness is a huge part of being a police officer in today's age. Officers get a bad rap, and I can tell you, I have 77 of the greatest human beings on the planet that work for me. They dedicate their lives to the city of Monterey Park, and they will go into whatever
Visit that story and continue to bring you all the latest developments. But at this time, let's switch gears and bring you all the latest news coming from Washington, D.C. The fight to make our nation's capital the 51st state continues. Joining us now live is Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick. Melanie, joining us this morning. What more can we expect lawmakers to discuss throughout the day?
Well, we know there's going to be a press conference today with D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. And, you know, this is an issue that is very familiar here to Washington, D.C. residents and folks in Virginia and Maryland as well. But around the country, maybe some people don't realize that D.C. residents, there's 700,000 of them, they pay federal taxes, but their delegate in Congress does not have a vote on any of the federal legislation. They say that's taxation without representation, and they've been fighting for years and years and years for it to change. There's a sign behind me here right on Pennsylvania Avenue, and it says, it keeps a ticker every single year about the federal taxes that D.C. residents pay into the system. It's right here on Pennsylvania Avenue, just down the street from the White House. A lot of people who come to D.C., they travel Pennsylvania Avenue as they're walking from the White House to the U.S. Capitol, and they'll pass by this sign, and hopefully that D.C. council members had hoped that they would see it. But you know, we just don't know whether they really understand this. So today, also we know that Senator Tom Carper from Delaware, he is a Democrat. He is also going to introduce legislation in the Senate. So this year we have legislation in the House that Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton has introduced into the 118th Congress. She has done this every single year. And we also have legislation being introduced in the Senate from Tom Carper, also a Democrat. Now, we got some steam a couple years ago. In 2020 and 2021, the bill actually passed the House of Representatives. It didn't make it through the Senate, even though we had Democrat control, because the Senate still requires a 60-vote supermajority to advance this legislation. And so they just didn't get enough of the votes, even with a Democrat-controlled House, Democrat-controlled Senate, and a Democrat in the White House. So they're going back again at it this year, of course, with a much different stakes there, right? You have GOP control now of the House of Representatives and a very slim majority going on in the Senate. So the chances really, Rain, to be honest, are not that good that this is going to pass. But they want to make the statement again. They do this because they say, in their opinion, it is just a moral imperative that they keep going back at this every single year and let the American people know that you've got 700,000 American citizens right here in the District of Columbia who pay a lot of federal taxes where their vote in Congress doesn't count.
Absolutely. And we have had D.C. Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton on the show right here speaking and pushing this issue. So it's definitely something that we will continue to follow. All right, Fox 5's Melanie Onwick, thank you so much for joining us. All right, moving right along with other top stories this morning, guys. The time is now 7:19 a.m. A closely watched business indicator is predicting a recession in the near term. Business think tank, the Conference Board's leading index, slumped 1% in December. Economists were predicting a smaller decline, and that report cites widespread weakness and deteriorating conditions for labor markets, manufacturing, housing, construction, and financial markets in the months ahead. Here's more in our Fox Business Brief.
The number of economists saying it's likely the U.S. has dipped into a recession or will fall into one this year has declined. Now, 53% of those surveyed by the National Association of Business Economics are predicting recession, compared with 64% in October. The poll also shows respondents expect inflation to ease within their companies and industries. Spotify confirms it is laying off employees. The streaming music service disclosed in a filing with the SEC it was reducing its workforce by about 6%, which translates to about 600 jobs. Layoffs have hit the tech industry hard, though the Wall Street Journal says Wall Street analysts are not expecting to see big cuts at Apple. The reason? Apple's hiring was more modest in recent years, and it doesn't spend as much on employee perks. Over the 2 years ending last September, Apple's workforce grew by about 20%, while Amazon's staff doubled. And a Midwest chain known for its butter burgers and frozen custard is switching from Pepsi to Coca-Cola, upsetting many of its longtime fans. Culver says the transition is in progress and will take some time for its nearly 900 restaurants spread out across 26 states. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
More layoffs in the tech world. Spotify says it will cut 6% of its global workforce because it needs to reduce costs. The streaming music company based in Sweden says the job cuts are difficult but necessary. The 6% reduction translates to about 588 employees. Now, the company admits that it was too ambitious investing in the company. So Spotify more than tripled its workforce in recent years and has been expanding into new markets and launching exclusive content such as podcasts. It signed a $100 million multi-deal with podcaster Joe Rogan last year.
Drivers starting the week facing more pain at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas ticking higher over the weekend. A gallon now at $3.42. That's around 30 cents more than just a month ago. To Wall Street, and a nice start to the week for your money. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all posting solid gains. Meantime, if you're carrying credit card debt, 2023 might not be the year to wipe it all away. According to a new survey from Bankrate.com, only 40% of adults with credit card debt think they will be able to pay it off within a year. Most people looking to pay it off within 5 years. And when it comes to physical or financial health, we now know what more people are thinking about. According to a new survey from Quest Diagnostics, more Americans know their credit card score better than their blood type or cholesterol level. That's business. I'm David Asman.
And tax filing season is here, but many Americans, unfortunately, will be getting a smaller refund check. Several tax breaks have changed this season. Families can claim a child tax credit of up to $2,000 per child aged 16 and under. That is if their modified adjusted gross income is below $200,000 or $400,000 in a joint tax return. If the family's gross income is more than that, the amount begins to phase out, and taxpayers who don't itemize will not get an extra deduction for their charitable donations. The time here on the East Coast, 7:23. We'll have more top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the latest developments on yet another mass shooting in California. This taking place in Half Moon Bay, California, where 7 people unfortunately were killed. Let's check in with our Fox 2 news team. They're bringing us more.
All right, thank you, Sal. We do begin with the developing story as the investigation continues into a mass shooting in Half Moon Bay. 7 people were killed at 2 separate locations yesterday afternoon. Their bodies were found at a mushroom farm and nursery off Highway 92 and another farming business near Highway 1. The suspected gunman has been identified as 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao of Half Moon Bay. He was taken into custody shortly after the mass shooting when his car was spotted in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation in Half Moon Bay.
Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community.
Investigators believe he worked at one of the farms where the shooting took place, but so far there is no word of any possible motive. The killings have shocked this usually quiet community on the San Mateo County coast.
This kind of shooting is horrific. It's a tragedy that we hear about far too often. It was in the afternoon when kids were out of school, and for children to witness this is unspeakable.
Now, an 8th victim was wounded in the gunfire and is listed in critical condition this morning.
Our time is 4:02. People in the tight-knit farming community of Half Moon Bay are shocked by the violence. KTVU's Jana Katsuyama reports the victims included Chinese and Latino farm workers.
Dozens of San Mateo County Sheriff's investigators, along with the FBI, worked at the shooting scene along State Route 92. The community shocked that 4 people were found dead and 1 injured just behind the Spanish Town shopping area at a nursery at 12,700 San Mateo Road near Half Moon Bay.
Mortified, scared, and shocked that something like this would even actually happen in a small community here.
A chaplain was called to the crime scene, along with a translator. The vice mayor of Half Moon Bay, Joaquin Jimenez, reached out with a message of support to farm workers he said were impacted by the shooting.
Send my condolences to the families that lost a loved one today, and to bring to offer the support to all the families and the farm workers that were affected.
As investigators interviewed witnesses and searched for evidence, Jimenez says a family reunification center was set up at Half Moon Bay's IDES Community Hall on Main Street.
We were there throughout the evening, and there's a lot of crying, sadness, grief. It's heartbreaking.
We have been receiving phone calls, text messages from family members wanting to know information, either family members, their relatives are okay.
The pain spreading as community members learned another 3 people were shot and killed just 2.5 miles away at another shooting site at Rice Trucking and Soil Farm.
Our hearts are broken. We are deeply grateful for law enforcement for their work this evening. But in the end, there are simply too many guns in this country, and there has to be a change.
Hoping that this will be an eye-opener, what is going on in our community about gang violence and gun violence.
It's tragic. I mean, for the children that have seen this, I mean, the man was captured right across the street from the junior high. Devastated that, this is now what more families have to deal with today.
Jana Katsuyama, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, Jana, thank you. And Governor Gavin Newsom responded to the shooting while he was in Los Angeles, saying, at the hospital, meeting with victims of a mass shooting, when I get pulled away to be briefed about another shooting, this time in Half Moon Bay. Tragedy upon tragedy. And the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre tweeted, President Biden has been briefed by the Homeland Security Advisor on the mass shooting in San Mateo County, California. He has asked federal law enforcement to provide any necessary assistance to the local authorities.
Several hours later, there was another mass shooting in the Bay Area, this one at a gas station in East Oakland. An 18-year-old was killed, 7 others injured shortly after 6 o'clock last night. The shooting happened at a gas station at Seminary Avenue and MacArthur Boulevard in East Oakland. Police officers rushed to the scene after they were alerted by Oakland's ShotSpotter system.
Upon arrival, they located a shooting scene, they located casings, but no victims. Shortly thereafter, our communications division received notification of multiple gunshot wound victims who self-transported to local hospitals.
Now, the people who were wounded are all expected to survive. One relative says the teenager who was killed in the gunfire had just graduated from high school last year.
He was really sweet. He was a really, he kind of liked music, but he was not really bad person. He was really good.
Some witnesses say a music video was being filmed at the time of the shooting, but so far there's no word of a possible motive and no arrests have been made in the case.
Our time is 4:06. People who live and work in the Monterey Park community near Los Angeles continue to lean on each other for support after last weekend's mass shooting at a dance studio. Hundreds gathered last night at a vigil outside of Monterey Park City Hall to remember those victims. The people at the vigil say it's time to come together and share in the emotions caused by this tragedy and stand together to help each other heal.
Heartbroken because our community always gets together to dance in the park. We have a lot of dance studios and it's sad because it could have been any of them.
I just think about how a lot of people lost their grandparents or their aunts and it's just, it touches just anybody.
And projects are already underway to support the victims' families and the victims who were seriously hurt.
City leaders in Monterey Park say they are calling on nearby agencies to help with safety for future events.
My focus now, as it has been from the beginning, is the safety of our community in Monterey Park. My officers are dedicated to make sure that everybody that comes to our city, all of the residents that want to come out and grieve, are safe.
Investigators are now focused on the motive for the shooting. They continue to look through the shooter's home and say they are processing a lot of evidence.
We recovered one .308 caliber rifle, numerous electronic devices such as cell phones, computers, etc. Items that lead us to believe the suspect was manufacturing homemade firearm suppressors.
A longtime friend of the shooter told the Associated Press that the gunman had frequented the dance hall where the shooting took place and that he complained about the way the people there had treated him.
Our time is now 4:08. In other news, at least one person has died after a house fire in the East Bay city of Dublin. It happened yesterday afternoon on Mayan Court near Canterbury Lane. When the firefighters arrived, the house was engulfed in flames. At this point, there's no information yet about the person who was killed, but 4 adults and 4 children were displaced by this fire, and the cause is still under investigation.
Shifting gears, taking a look at what is happening outside our doors this morning. We are looking at calmer conditions for most until you get in the hills. Still seeing some wind out there this morning. Giving you a look here at a dark Golden Gate Bridge. We will have mostly clear skies for today, and temperatures are expected to be a little above average. Checking in on those winds right now. Napa reporting 10 miles per hour. Concord reporting calm. Fairfield 10. Notice we do have that bit of northeast flow still continuing, and that will continue, of course, to help bring the drier air in to the Bay Area. Mount St. Helena reporting 48-mile-per-hour winds this morning. Oakland, north.
That was the latest from our Fox 2 San Francisco news team, continuing to bring us the latest on yet another mass shooting that took place in California. 7 people have died following a shooting at Half Moon Bay, California. The suspect has been arrested. He was arrested on Monday after, again, 7 people died in shootings at an agricultural facility. Of course, we will touch base with our Fox 2 team throughout the duration of our show to bring you all every angle, every development as it comes into our desk. The time is now 7:34. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. The time now is 7:36 a.m. Let's move right along with our top stories of the morning. Alex Murdaugh, who was once a prominent lawyer in South Carolina, is on trial. He's accused of gunning down his wife and youngest son. Separately, the former attorney is also accused of embezzling money from his law firm and stealing millions of dollars in settlement money from his clients. His money troubles expected to play a big role in his double murder case. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
Alec, anything you want to say? It will soon be up to 12 jury members to determine if Alec Murdaugh killed his wife and son in the summer of 2021. The trial for the disgraced South Carolina attorney getting underway Monday with jury selection. About 900 people in rural Colleton County received jury summons.
Take juror number 2.
What do you do for a living?
Facing roughly 100 criminal charges, Murdaugh's wild fall from grace started when prosecutors say he shot and killed his 52-year-old wife Maggie and 22-year-old son Paul on June 7, 2021, on the family's Lowcountry estate. Murdaugh adamantly denies he killed them, saying he was visiting his sick father at the time. Still, the once prominent lawyer willingly gave up his law license after investigators alleged he embezzled from his law firm and stole millions from his clients. He also allegedly failed to pay a wrongful death settlement to the family of his longtime maid who died in a trip and fall accident at the Murdaugh home. Police saying the now 54-year-old committed fraud, hiring a hitman to kill him so his surviving son could collect a $10 million life insurance policy.
Right now, this jury is only going to hear about the 2 murders.
Prosecutors are expected to focus on financial problems as a motive to kill his family. They'll argue the deaths showered Murdaugh in sympathy, allowing him time to cover up his other crimes. The defense saying the state has no evidence Murdaugh killed his family. Prosecutors are not seeking the death penalty in this case. If convicted, Murdaugh could face life in prison without parole. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Imran, good to see you. Thanks for doing this. I know you've been following this very closely. So it looks like there are a lot of potential jurors. There were some 700 summons. Is that normal for a high-profile trial like this, that many in the jury pool?
Well, I think the reason behind that is just the immense amount of publicity that has surrounded Alex Murdaugh and all his legal troubles, not only this case that is going to trial, but the slew of legal cases and legal woes that have surrounded Alex Murdaugh for quite some time now. And I think the need to have a jury pool that large is the anticipation that there's going to be the need to filter through that jury pool and exclude many juries, likely for cause from both sides here. And the need for that large of a jury pool is to address those jurors who probably saw a lot of the publicity surrounding this case. And of course, that in that neck of the woods is a small area, and Alex Murdaugh and his family were luminaries or people who were known in the community. And now, of course, his legal trouble, big news, not only down there, but across the nation. And I think the jury pool is indicative of anticipated problems in finding jurors who may be fair and impartial because of all the publicity.
No, to your point, Imran, this is a very small, close-knit community. The Murdaugh family name goes back generations, so much so that I believe a portrait of his grandfather was hanging in the courthouse as well. So obviously Alex Murdaugh bringing a lot of disrepute to his family name through all of this. You know, and you've been following this just as closely as we have. Prosecutors have not really given their hand about what led them to file the murder charges in the first place. Will we get a sense of what led them to file them in the first place?
Yeah, I think, you know, as we get through the jury selection process, ultimately, of course, we will come to opening statements once a jury is selected. And we can expect the prosecution to really outline their case, the case that they expect to present to this jury and prove beyond a reasonable doubt, ultimately, for a conviction. And we'll get the sense as to the investigation that led up to the charges that were filed. Of course, Alex Murdaugh being taken in prior to these charges being filed for unrelated matters and charges, because like I mentioned, he has had a slew of legal woes and legal problems that have followed him. In fact, one of the motives that the prosecutors are saying may have been a factor here was to gain some sort of sympathy by the death of his wife and his son in order to confront those legal charges and his legal woes and garner some sympathy as being the victim. But of course, we know here it's alleged that he was no victim, but actually the perpetrator of the crimes that led to his wife and his young son's death. So I think we're going to find out from the prosecutor and the prosecution team what they plan to prove in their opening statement. And of course, all eyes are on this courtroom because it's just such a fascinating and tragic story here. It's almost unreal and hard to believe all the legal problems that have followed him and he has been alleged to have committed. So we're going to see the prosecution outline their case, and I think they're pretty confident in it.
Imran, what's he facing if convicted on these very, very serious charges, especially there in the state of South Carolina?
Sure. Well, he's certainly facing life imprisonment here, and what we expect to see in terms of a sentencing. Of course, if he is convicted, I don't think there would be any leniency just based on the nature of the allegations, the sort of backstory to the allegations of murder here. And of course, his wife and his son, that sort of intimacy with the victims. I don't think we would expect any leniency in terms of the sentencing here if Alex Murdaugh is in fact convicted.
Are you surprised it's happening in this jurisdiction? Are you surprised, and I don't know if this is the case, at least the defense hasn't put in any motion to move jurisdictions?
Yeah, no, I think it is surprised that ultimately this trial is being held in that courthouse, in that community, because the argument from the defense was, how do you get a fair trial here? But of course, the ultimate decision was to keep it here in this jurisdiction. Where else would it go? I think the argument for the prosecution was that there was a lot of publicity around Alex Murdaugh, that whether you're going to have it in this community or somewhere else in South Carolina, you're still going to have that same effect in terms of the news and the publicity surrounding this trial. And that's why they have a real uphill battle, both sides, in terms of making sure they get a jury that is going to be fair and impartial, and particularly so for the defense, in order to get a jury that's fair and impartial to Alex Murdaugh. And why do I say also for the prosecution? Well, the prosecution want to have, if they get it, of course, a conviction that's going to stick. And when you have issues as to whether a jury can be fair and impartial in a particular case, that is almost setting up an issue for appeal for the defense. And of course, that if there is a conviction at the end of this case, the prosecution wants a conviction that's going to outlast any appeal that may follow, whether it be for a decision by a judge or because an allegation or argument, I should say, that there was not a fair and impartial juror.
Imran, last question for you. Do you think prosecutors have their work cut out for them in this, or from what you've seen, the evidence you've seen, their strategy you've seen, is this pretty cut and dry?
I think the prosecution do have a strong case because of the sort of pieces that they're going to put together against Alex Murdaugh. Of course, a lot of these collateral matters, I'm sure the defense are going to be objecting strenuously in terms of evidence as to other matters coming in. And I would imagine it would have been litigated in motions in limine prior to this trial. I know there's certain evidence that the defense wanted to omit, or the judge to preclude during the course of this trial. And I believe that the prosecution will be able to at least present some of that. I know that there is talk about this Snapchat message that may be possibly incriminating to Alex Murdaugh coming into evidence here. So it's going to be interesting to see how the prosecution build their case, especially in light of all the other matters that he is facing. And of course, I think the uphill battle is not necessarily for the prosecution in this case. It is for the defense.
All right, Imran Ansari, as always, we appreciate your time, your insight into these major, major crime stories and trials. And we'll talk again, no doubt. Thanks, Imran.
Thanks for having me.
Imran, good to see you. Thanks for doing this. I know you've been following this very closely. So it looks like...
Thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. The time is now 7:45 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will get you all up to speed on our top political headlines in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, looking live from Washington, D.C. The White House saying that it will be and has been transparent on the document scandal, which is plaguing the Biden administration. But as more documents and materials are found, calls continue to grow for more investigation, which the administration says it is working with people who are calling for those investigations with. Let's check in with political analyst Rhett Buttle. He joined our show to talk about this topic and other political news out of Washington, D.C.
We want to bring in former Biden senior campaign advisor, a friend of the program, Rhett Buttle. Rhett, good to see you. I have a couple of questions I want to get your thoughts on, too. How do you think White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is handling this? It seems like on certain days she tells reporters in the briefing room who are quite frustrated with some of her lack of responses that these searches are done. That was said on Friday. And then on Saturday, we found out that on Friday, DOJ investigators found 6 more classified documents. So why doesn't the White House seem to be like they know what's happening? They're not being transparent. Walk us through that. Are you frustrated by some of their responses?
Well, look, I think there's a lot going on in the situation, and the press secretary is trying to share as much information as she can as she gets it. As you can imagine, there's a high level of coordination going on here, right? So there's the White House, there's the president's personal office, obviously there's the Penn Biden Center. So you have a lot of coordination going on between different bodies. I would just want to state, though, I mean, as soon as any documents have been found today, obviously the White House is working to make sure that that information gets out as responsibly as possible and as quick as possible once they're able to share that information. And I think this is just a night and day situation. We see a lot of folks up on the Hill, screaming bloody murder. But the reality is, if you compare this to what happened with President Trump, who ordered documents to Mar-a-Lago and then still tried to not let documents leave once they were found out. Whereas you're seeing a completely different posture here from the Biden administration, who's saying, let's do a thorough search. Let's make sure that we find everything. And even when they think they found everything, if they find more, they're committed to being transparent. And I think that it's just a night and day situation here.
Oh, no doubt. There are distinctions and differences between how the Biden camp and the Trump camp are handling this, at least with the return of some of the documents. But President Biden was surveying some of the natural disaster damage in California on Friday. He was asked about this. He said he has no regrets. He said he wishes the press, and I'm paraphrasing, would essentially kind of focus on something more important. Do you think President Biden is taking this seriously? He said as much, but this is serious, classified information being found in your possession. Is he taking it seriously enough?
Look, I think the president is taking this seriously. I think he acknowledges that this is an issue, so he's set up a team to be able to do this. He's not only instructed White House counsel, but he's also instructed his personal office to work on this. They've set up a communications unit within the general counsel to take questions on this. That office, who's in this work day to day, has been highly involved with briefing reporters and having briefings and going out and talking about this and making sure that everything that can be shared that's not classified can be shared. And so I think that that's a really important piece of it. But the reality is that, over the past 2 years, the president has worked bipartisanly to pass a number of key legislative achievements. He's traveling across the country to make sure the American public knows about the investment from the bipartisan infrastructure law, from the CHIPS law. And I think, especially in a moment when he's spending time with constituents who've been so impacted by climate change and have lost their lives and businesses, I think he's really trying to zone in and be a president who's focused on serving the American people and empathy. And I think sometimes it feels like people lose sight of the humanity when situations occur like this, which seem to be more Beltway news.
Okay, so what do you make of if this will have kind of lasting effects, at least to President Biden's political trajectory? We're hearing he might announce his run after the State of the Union next month. Is this going to factor into all this? And do you think we're going to hear of more, revelations of finding more classified documents? Do you think this story is over yet?
We don't know the answer to that yet. I think what we do know is that if anything's found, that, the White House and the administration will come forward and make sure that it's public and they will follow the rule of the law, which they've done, and obviously they're letting the Department of Justice act independently and do what they want. And I think that is the really important piece here, is that respect for the institutions, which we did not see during the Trump administration. The reality is, I think as we get closer and closer to the election, we see an improving economy. We got news last week that more small small businesses were actually started in America in the last 2 years than ever before. We have positive job growth numbers. We see inflation down over the last 6 months. I think those are the things that the American public really cares about. I think those are the things that they'll vote on. And I think those are the things that you'll see people talking about over the next 2 years.
Last part on this. Rhett, did it concern you? Did you have questions about why the White House, though, didn't, let the American public know about this sooner? Because, the first tranche of this was November the 2nd, a week before the midterms. Would you have liked them to have been more out front earlier?
I have a feeling that they were trying to find out a best way to communicate this. As I was saying before, there's a lot of communication that goes on, especially when there's something involved with classified briefings. So, my instinct is that, that this was not for transparency reasons. It was more for the ability to make sure that everything was organized and communicated. And even when you make something like this public, you have to be very sensitive with that confidential information. And so I think the effort was to be as transparent as possible when they could. I don't think it was highly politically motivated. That's my take.
Okay, Rhett, we do have some news that broke over the weekend. The White House is not confirming it. At least they didn't at the White House briefing. But it looks like a new Chief of Staff is going to be in the helm very, very soon. Ron Klain departing within a couple of weeks. Walk our viewers through, who is Jeff Zients? Have you worked with him? Do you know him personally? How is he going to, corral the staff there at the White House?
Yeah, look, of course this is unconfirmed, but I think if it does get confirmed, it's actually excellent news. I have had the pleasure of meeting with Jeff Zients before. I've seen him work in action. I worked in the Obama administration at the Department of Health and Services. Folks might remember he was one of the folks who came in and really helped rescue getting healthcare.gov up and running. He's really an operational expert, and a chief of staff, that's what they really do. The president is out making important decisions, meeting with constituents, and really the chief of staff is the person who is helping the president run the government, run the staff, make sure that the agencies are working. This is right in Jeff Zients' skill set. And he's not really a political guy. He's really focused on making the government work for people. And I think over the next 2 years, as we implement these huge laws that have been passed and the largest investments for American workers and small businesses that we've ever seen, I feel comfortable with Jeff at the helm because I think he'll prioritize the right things.
Okay, Rhett, while I have you, though, I just want to talk politics very quickly because a lot of people are throwing their hats in the ring, especially for some of these Senate seats up in 2024. LiveNOW has a home in Phoenix, Arizona. We got the news today that Representative Ruben Gallego said he's putting his hat into the ring as well for this Senate seat currently held by Kyrsten Sinema. It's up in 2024. Just let's show the viewers a little bit of his announcement video he posted on Twitter today.
Growing up poor, the only thing I really had was the American dream. An opportunity. It's the one thing that we give every American, no matter where they are born in life. It was actually something to believe in and to fight for.
The odds that a single immigrant mom with a Latino boy, statistically, I was never supposed to end up even in college. I slept on a floor and a couch and a roll-on mat. Hearing her cry like every night, being stressed out about how she was gonna raise like 4 kids on a secretary's salary, with an absent father.
Fue una experiencia muy dura. Having to step up and be a father figure to my 3 sisters and skipping my teenage years influenced me a lot.
Okay, so we just wanted to show just a little bit of this. So Ruben Gallego getting into this race, and he wants to become the next senator from Arizona. We don't know if Kyrsten Sinema is going to run for re-election. That remains to be seen. Obviously, she's in the seat for at least 1 more year. And so I'm struck by this. It seems like this is happening all very early. We saw Katie Porter throw her name in for the California Senate seat. Dianne Feinstein has not announced that she's retiring just yet. She's 89 years old. She's the oldest senator currently right now. What do you make of all this? Are people kind of jumping the gun here, or this is just campaign season in full swing, Rhett?
Look, I think this is healthy debate. This is, how things happen. I know it's a little earlier than normal, but I think, we're seeing a new generation who's eager to take over the mantle. I think there's a lot of respect for people like Dianne Feinstein. Kyrsten Sinema, Arizona is an interesting state. It's becoming a more purple state, right? So it's not voting really Republican or Democrat. I think what we saw in the midterms, my take is that we saw people really voting against people who were election deniers. And so, I think both Ruben Gallego and Kyrsten Sinema bring interesting things, and I think this will be up to the people of Arizona. But I think it's healthy to have this conversation. As we all know, Kyrsten Sinema made a decision to become an independent, leave the Democratic Party. So I think it's, folks were expecting this, and I think it'll be a conversation for Arizonans to make an important decision.
Yeah, we know Gallego really went after Sinema after that move to the I after her name, and he's been a really vociferous critic of hers for a really, really long time. So if she does decide to run for re-election, this could be quite the nasty battle. Rhett Buttle, as always, really appreciate your insight into these top political stories. We'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, Andrew. Have a great night.
We want to bring in former Biden senior campaign advisor, a friend of the program, Rhett Buttle. Rhett, good to see you. And I have a couple of questions I want to get your thoughts on, too. How do you think White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is handling this? It seems like on certain days she tells reporters in the briefing room who are quite frustrated with some of her lack of responses that these searches are done. That was said on Friday. And then on Saturday, we found out that on Friday, DOJ investigators found 6 more classified documents. So why doesn't the White House seem to be like...
And good morning. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Zach Horner. Thanks for joining us. Big stories to get into today, especially several shootings, 2 shootings out of California. We're going to get into the latest details on that.
Good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, excuse me. Take a look at some video right here. There you go. That is the scene. Police are still searching for a motive after a gunman opened fire inside a California dance hall over the weekend. That same gunman headed to another dance studio, but was disarmed by a man who police say prevented more deaths. And now that hero is speaking out as law enforcement reveal new information about the deceased gunman's criminal history. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez reports.
The number of dead has risen to at least 11 following the most horrific mass shooting in Los Angeles County history. Police say the suspected gunman, 72-year-old Hu Can Tran, entered the Star Ballroom Dance Studio in Monterey Park Saturday night. Those inside were preparing to ring in the Lunar New Year.
Investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings.
Tran left the scene and traveled north to another dance studio in the city of Alhambra. There, police say the bloodshed could have continued if not for the actions of Brandon Shea. The 26-year-old was in the lobby when Tran entered and wrestled the gun from his hands, prompting Tran to leave.
I want everyone to focus on the victims of this tragic incident.
While Shea wishes to remain out of the spotlight, he's opening up about how the experience has impacted his mental health.
I have some trouble sleeping, calling events of what happened, contemplating the incident.
Meanwhile, after Tran left the second dance hall, police on Sunday were able to locate a white van matching the description of the vehicle they say he used to get away. Tran was later discovered inside and pronounced dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
I know that we will stand steadfast and we will move on.
Tran was previously arrested back in 1990 for an unlawful possession of a firearm. Upon searching Tran's home, police recovered another gun and a slew of ammunition, among other things. A motive for the shooting still remains unclear. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And for another angle on the shooting that happened there in Monterey Park, we now go to more from our Fox team.
What was supposed to be a time of celebration has turned into a time of grief. Family and friends of the 11 people shot and killed at a ballroom dance studio in Monterey Park, California, are struggling to understand what led a 72-year-old man to open fire during a Lunar New Year celebration on Saturday.
It is comforting to know that, she enjoyed her last dance.
May Nan was one of the first people killed, shot inside her car. Her family said she loved to dance, but is best remembered for deeply loving her family, especially her nieces and nephews.
This is no one in the family or anyone should ever have to deal with something like this.
While a motive is still unknown, investigators have pieced together more details on the gunman who killed himself Sunday after police pulled him over in Torrance. They say the suspect has a limited criminal history, and search of his home in Hemet led cops to find numerous items of interest.
We recovered one .308 caliber rifle, numerous electronic devices such as cell phones, computers, etc. Items that lead us to believe the suspect was manufacturing homemade firearm suppressors.
At least 9 other people were also wounded in the shootings. Several are still hospitalized. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
And another shooting in Northern California. At least 7 people dead following shootings at 2 farms. And a suspect is in police custody, officials say on Monday. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office deputies responded to a shooting in a mushroom farm in San Mateo County just after 2:20 p.m. They found 4 people dead from gunshot wounds. The 5th victim was taken to the Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. Now, a short time later, deputies responded to another scene where they found 3 more deceased victims. Here's the latest from police.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. I am Sheriff Christina Corpus. I would like to start by offering my heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims, their co-workers, the coastal community, and the city of Half Moon Bay. This kind of shooting is horrific. It's a tragedy that we hear about far too often, but today it's hit home here in San Mateo County. Today at 2:22 p.m., sheriff's deputies were dispatched to the 12700 block of San Mateo Road, Highway 92, in unincorporated San Mateo County, on the report of a shooting with multiple victims. Upon arrival, deputies located 4 victims deceased with gunshot wounds. A 5th victim, also suffering from a gunshot wound, was transported to Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. The suspect was not immediately located. Shortly thereafter, 3 additional victims were also located deceased with gunshot wounds at a separate shooting scene in the 2100 block of Cabrillo Highway South. The motive for the shooting is currently unknown. Through investigation, the suspect, identified as Chung Li Zhao, a 67-year-old Half Moon Bay resident. At 4:40 p.m., Zhao was located in his vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation here in Half Moon Bay by a sheriff's deputy. Zhao was taken into custody without incident, and a semi-automatic handgun was located in his vehicle. Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community. This is a devastating tragedy for this community and the families touched by this unspeakable act of violence. I would like to thank our local law enforcement agency partners, allied agencies including CAL FIRE and EMS, the City of Half Moon Bay, and our federal and state partners. I would also like to commend the deputy sheriffs for safely taking the suspect into custody. I will take questions at the end of this conference. Now I would like to turn it over to San Mateo County Board of Supervisors President David Pine, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff Corpus. We grieve tonight for the deceased members of our community. This is a horrific event, one that we would never imagine would occur in San Mateo County. Gun violence in this country is at completely unacceptable levels. It's really hit home tonight. Our hearts are broken. We are deeply grateful for law enforcement for their work this evening. But in the end, there are simply too many guns in this country. and there has to be a change. This is not an acceptable way for modern society to live and conduct its affairs. And we are do everything in our power to make those changes. I'd like now to introduce my colleague Ray Mueller, who represents this area on the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, President Pine, and I just first want to start off by thanking our law enforcement officers today for their bravery in apprehending the suspect as quickly as possible. My heart, first off, I just want to say on behalf of the community how much our hearts are broken tonight. There were farm workers affected tonight. There were children on the scene at the incidents. This is a truly heartbreaking tragedy in our community, and it comes on the eve of what happened just obviously yesterday, and then just weeks after natural hazard events, which have really struck this community. So the one thing I want to say out to the people who are out there, who live here, who are watching, is please take advantage of the mental health crisis counseling that is available out there. The amount of stress that's been on this community for weeks is really quite high. If there's people out there who are suffering from this, who are feeling the effects of it, please reach out and get help tonight. You are not alone. We have counseling service available at the Ides Hall here in Half Moon Bay. If you can reach out to us on the county hotline, but we want to make sure that people know that they are not alone and that we are here for you this evening. And then, as Supervisor Pine said, in the days and the weeks ahead of us, we really have to come together and figure out how to go ahead and wrap our arms around getting to address this problem of gun violence, which has afflicted our state here in recent days and has afflicted us here at home. It's something that's unimaginable to happen here in Half Moon Bay and frankly here in San Mateo County. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you all to my good friends, Half Moon Bay Vice Mayor Joaquin Jimenez.
Thank you. First of all, I want to extend my condolences to the families that lost a loved one today, and to bring to offer the support to all the families and the farm workers that were affected, that were present at the location of the shooting. And then I would like to thank, our local law enforcement for the rapid response and our emergency team. The city of Half Moon Bay, after being affected by the floods, as you know, at the beginning of the year, the farmer community was affected. Now we are offering our support, mental health support. The teams of Half Moon Bay, the city of Half Moon Bay, collaboration with mental health teams of nonprofit organizations, are put at one of our local halls that will be receiving the families. This is something that we get to watch on the news. Never think that it's going to come and hit home. Today, we're on the news. Our community has been affected. And again, I want to thank our law enforcement. As soon as we heard about the shooting, we heard the sirens, of our law enforcement has done great for us. There's really not much I can say, about the pain that we're feeling right now. We know that the community is being greatly affected. We have been receiving phone calls, text messages from family members wanting to know information, either family members, their relatives are okay. We hope they are. We hope they will soon will be reunited. And we are here to support them, support every step, especially the children that were present when the shooting happened. And hoping that this will be an eye-opener, what is going on in our community about gang violence and gun violence. So let's think about this and how we're going to be responding to the families who have been affected. Thank you.
Can I open it up for questions at this time?
Hi there, Lauren Jones with CBS News Bay Area. You mentioned that you can't tell us the motive at this time. What else can you tell us about the suspect?
What we can tell you is that we know that he acted alone at this time, and that we're working with our district attorney's office at this time to interview the suspect, and as soon as we have further updates, we'll be able to provide those to you.
Was he a worker at one of these farms? Do we know that?
He's believed to be a worker.
And was the semi-automatic weapon that was found in the vehicle, was that the only weapon that we believe to be involved?
We believe that at this time.
Can you confirm more
said it
number?
was 2 locations, right? Was it a mushroom farm and a trucking company? Or, and which one did he work for? What were the 2 locations? And which one did he seem to work at? Was he still employed at the time?
Yeah. We believe that we don't have the exact connection at this time, but there are 2 separate locations. One was a nursery, and there are actually 2 nurseries. And what I can tell you is that we are working at trying to gather more information to figure out what the connection was to these victims as well.
Did he legally have that gun? You know, was there an extended clip on it?
Yeah. We're not able to release that information at this time, but as soon as we're able to, we will. It's an active crime.
Can you confirm the victims and how many people were killed and how many were injured?
What I can say is that we have multiple victims, some who are deceased. We have one who is currently at Stanford in critical condition.
But you cannot confirm the number of the victims killed. We heard that it's 7. That was confirmed by the
There is 7 casualties, and the identification will be made by the coroner's office.
Can you tell us about the victims? We heard that it's probably farm workers. If you can tell us anything about these
Yeah,
victims?
they were on site on the property, so they're believed to be workers, but we can't confirm that yet. As soon as we're able to, we will.
Why did he show up here? Was he going to turn himself in?
That we can assume that that's what his motive was to come here, but we still haven't confirmed that.
So did the sheriff's deputy notice him in the car, or did he contact you to tell you?
So we knew what the vehicle looked like, and we had the license plate, and the deputy sheriff located the vehicle, and he was inside of the vehicle.
And you said 7 casualties. Does that include the person who's still alive? Or was that
No, the person at Stanford would be number 8. What I confirmed was that there were 7 casualties, fatalities. Yes.
Someone said that there were children who witnessed this, and I can't imagine what they just went through. Was this a large, was there like a crowd of people where these shots were fired, or was it more of a back room there?
No, it's a big rural location, so people are working. It's spread out. There's people that live at the location as well. So it was in the afternoon when kids were out of school, and for children to witness this is unspeakable.
Sheriff, what's next for this investigation? Do you need a warrant to further search the car?
We're working with the district attorney's office, and we have a collaborative investigation. And I have all the confidence that together we will get to the bottom of this and be able to provide a motive. He is in custody, and my understanding he's fully cooperating with us.
Any comment on this happening right after the Monterey Park down south?
Yeah, it's tragic wherever this would happen, especially here in our county. It's a tragedy that we see on the news a lot, but when it hits home, working in this community myself, what a tragedy to see these innocent people lose their lives. And right now we just don't have the answers yet.
Did the suspect live here locally? Does he have family members here?
Half Moon Bay resident, and we believe that he may have a spouse.
Do you know the name of the officer who apprehended him for identification?
Yeah. Deputy, his name is Deputy La Perouk. I can get you the spelling of that. His Deputy La Perouk. La Perouk. He's the one that located the vehicle with the suspect inside of it at the substation.
What sort of assistance are federal authorities providing at this moment?
Oh, the FBI at the scene. The FBI was ready to, deploy all the resources that we don't have here at the local level. And I've been getting calls from even across the country, from sheriffs, from Congress, people in Congress, senators, very supportive. And, I'd like to also thank our county executive, Mike Callaghy, for his support and the board support.
Is it clear that his possession of the weapon that was found, was that a legal weapon to have? Did that violate any local laws?
Yeah, I can't release that information yet.
Is there concern?
Does the suspect have any criminal history? Any prior criminal history?
Yeah, that I can't. It's still, because it's an active investigation, we can't release that yet.
Do we know how long that he was here for, or even how long he was at those different locations, one to the next, and then just got here? I don't know how long he's been sitting out here.
Yeah, we don't have that. We're still gaining that information.
How close were the two locations to each other? Did he have to do the shooting, get in his car, drive to another
Yes,
location?
he drove to the location. Yeah, they're not very far, maybe a mile away from each other.
Are they owned by the same people?
That I don't know.
Is there any concern that there might be more than these two locations? And can you confirm whether or not these both of the shootings happen outdoors?
We are still, it's because it's an active investigation, I can't go into that. But as soon as we are able to provide you with more information, we will. What I would like to say is that at the IDS Hall, there is a family reunification center for the coastal community and members of the nurseries, and that'll be open. And if anyone has any additional information that may know more about this investigation, they can contact the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office.
Can you reconfirm the addresses of both locations and the order in which you believe they occurred?
I can give you the addresses. Just one moment.
So you're not sure exactly where he went first?
That is still part of the investigation, yes.
Okay, one more question, please.
Have you, Sheriff, personally talked with any of the victims' family members?
Not yet. We're waiting to ID the victims, and then, but we will be in touch with them. We all need to heal. As the supervisors have said, this community has been through a lot in the last couple of weeks, and now for this to happen, together we're stronger, and we will heal together. And I want to thank the community for all their support. But again, if anyone has any other questions, we'll circle back, and as soon as we're able to give you more information.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. That's good. Thank you. We encourage you to monitor Sheriff's Office social media for any further updates. Can't guarantee there will be additional updates tonight. As you know, this is an ongoing investigation, but we will attempt to provide as much detail as we have moving forward. So thank you very much.
And right there, that was the latest from officials on the ground there in California. Now, we're also just getting this statement from President Joe Biden and his wife. This is on the shooting in Half Moon Bay, California. It reads as this. You see it on your screen there. Jill and I are praying for those killed and injured in the latest tragic shooting in Half Moon Bay, California. For the second time in recent days, California communities are mourning the loss of loved ones in a senseless act of gun violence. Following a briefing from my Homeland Security team, I have directed my administration to ensure local authorities and the broader Half Moon Bay community have the full support of the federal government in the wake of this heinous attack. Yesterday, Senator Feinstein, alongside Senators Murphy, Blumenthal, and others, reintroduced a federal assault weapons ban and legislation that would raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. Even as we await further details on these shootings, we know the scourge of gun violence across America requires stronger action. I once again urge both chambers of Congress to act quickly and deliver this assault weapons ban to my desk, and to take action to keep American communities, schools, workplaces, and homes safe. So that's the latest there from President Biden. Now, plenty more to get into this morning. Plenty of top stories from across the country and around the world as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Zach Horner. Now, one of the top stories that's been dominating the headlines over the past couple weeks, in addition to many things, it's this document situation with President Joe Biden. So let's get into some of the latest details there. Now, President Biden meets with congressional Democrats at the White House today.
Good morning.
And
For families and more proof that my economic plan is working.
To shore up some support.
When I came to
Doug Luzader from Washington this morning.
Completely committed to the alliance.
It has gnats on.
With a number of document investigations now underway, all of this may begin to interfere with President Biden's expected announcement that he's going to seek a second term. President Biden didn't respond to questions about FBI efforts to recover classified documents from his home in Wilmington, but plenty of his supporters are talking.
We need total transparency. I can't wait to see how this investigation unfolds. We wanted to see everything. Obviously, I believe President Biden has no intent to do anything wrong, but we need to get to the bottom of this.
We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland now has to contend with 2 document investigations involving both Biden and former President Donald Trump. And adding to the frustration on Capitol Hill, the fact that members of Congress follow very specific rules when they view classified documents, requiring them to use a secure room called a SCIF.
I go to a SCIF and I have to give over my phone, and I'm not allowed to take any documents outside of the SCIF. So I really don't understand how those documents got into a personal residence.
And as the president plays host to congressional Democrats at the White House today, there are questions about how all of this could impact the timing of an anticipated run for a second term.
I'll just repeat what the president said after the midterm election, which is he intends to run.
And the expectation is that that announcement will happen soon after next month's State of the Union address. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
An attorney is now on trial for the murder of his son and his wife. Here's more from our Fox team on that big story.
The trial is underway for disgraced former attorney Alec Murdaugh, who is charged in the killings of his wife and son. The Colleton County Court whittling down the pool of 900 potential jurors to find 12 plus 2 alternates to determine his fate.
Do you believe that relationship would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Murdaugh is charged in the deaths of his 52-year-old wife Maggie and the couple's 22-year-old son Paul. On June 7, 2021, the pair was found shot to death on the grounds of the family's rural South Carolina home. Murdaugh called 911 saying he returned home and discovered the bodies. Since then, he has maintained he had nothing to do with their slayings. It took more than a year to investigate and charge the now 54-year-old with 2 counts of murder. The trial is expected to take about a month. It's unclear if Murdaugh will take the stand.
It would be a disaster. It would be a bomb in the courtroom if Murdaugh takes the stand because he can't be controlled.
The prosecution is expected to paint a picture of the once prominent attorney trying to gain sympathy to cover his financial distress. Although this case focuses only on the murder of his family, he's facing roughly 100 criminal charges. Monday morning, ahead of the trial, the defense filed a motion to block testimony on blood found on a shirt Murdaugh was wearing the night of the murders. The state not seeking the death penalty. Still, Murdaugh is facing 30 years to life in prison without parole if convicted. The defense is expected to argue the state has no evidence Murdaugh killed his family. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And now turning our attention to this story here, the Department of Veterans Affairs created a virtual program early on in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, actually matching volunteers with socially isolated veterans. Since then, the program has grown tremendously across the country, creating much needed connections. We have an update on feedback the program has received so far, how much it's grown, and how to get involved, both veterans and volunteers. Here's more from our Fox team.
The Department of Veterans Affairs started its Compassionate Contact Corps program in 2020, weekly phone calls between volunteers and lonely and socially isolated veterans.
How much has it grown since it started?
We started with 8 sites around the country, and now we are at over 65 sites. And last year, we made over 13,000 unique phone calls to our veterans.
The program has since received encouraging, positive feedback.
From our veterans, we've heard things like this has been a lifesaver. We've had veterans that have lost their spouses, and they didn't think that they would carry on a year. And we've paired them with volunteers, and those veterans are still with us because now they have someone to talk to every week, and it's the same person. Some of our volunteers also get a little bit of loneliness, and so they're able to connect as well. And a lot of our volunteers are also veterans.
It's also provided insight into loneliness amongst veterans.
The reason why our veterans are more susceptible is because of their exposure to things such as stress, trauma, burnout. And now we know that there are some clinical issues that might exacerbate this because they may feed off of each other. It puts our veterans at higher risk for more clinical conditions like depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and suicidal ideations.
The goal is to keep expanding and connecting.
If you are a veteran or a family member, all you need to do is reach out to your VA clinician and let them know you're interested in participating. And I'd like to applaud you right now because we know that there are stigmas attached to loneliness and social isolation. So I'd like to applaud that bravery.
Interested volunteers can reach out to a local VA medical center or va.gov. Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And we're going to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us right here for more on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to look into a live event that's actually happening right now. This is at the Samuel Goldwyn Theater in Beverly Hills with the 2023 Oscar nominations announcements. And this is delivered by actors Riz Ahmed, I think I'm saying that correctly, and Allison Williams. Take a listen.
Riz, given the extraordinary sound design on your film, Sound of Metal, why don't you take this next category?
Got it. Well, here are the nominees for achievement in sound. All Quiet on the Western Front. Avatar, The Way of Water. The Batman. Elvis. And Top Gun Maverick.
Next up, here are the nominees for Achievement in Music, Original Score. All Quiet on the Western Front. Babylon. Yes. The Banshees of Inisherin. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, and The Fabelmans.
And now we have the first of the two award categories that honor writers. The first is Adapted Screenplay. The nominees are All Quiet on the Western Front, screenplay by Edward Berger, Leslie Patterson, and Ian Stokell. Glass Onion, A Knives Out Mystery, written by Ryan Johnson. Living, written by Kazuo Ishiguro. And Top Gun Maverick, screenplay by Aaron Kruger and Eric Warren Singer and Christopher McQuarrie, story by Peter Craig and Justin Marks. And Women Talking, screenplay by Sarah Polley.
And here are the nominees for Original Screenplay. The Banshees of Inisherin, written by Martin McDonough. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, written by Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert. The Fabelmans, written by Steven Spielberg and Tony Kushner. Tar, written by Todd Field. And Triangle of Sadness, written by Ruben Östlund.
Now, it's with great pleasure that I get to announce this year's nominees for Best Live Action Short Film. An Irish Goodbye. Ifalu. Les Pupilles. Night Ride. And The Red Suitcase. Up now, the nominees for Best Animated Short Film. The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse. The Flying Sailor. Ice Merchants. My Year of Dicks. And an ostrich told me the world is fake and I think I believe it.
No comment. Here are the nominees for performance by an actor in a supporting role. Brendan Gleeson in The Banshees of Inisherin. Brian Tyree Henry in Causeway. Judd Hirsch in The Fabelmans. Barry Keoghan in The Banshees of Inisherin. And Ki Hui Kwan in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Riz, this is a delight. I don't want this to end. I have to say it's much easier working with you than Megan. She is tricky.
Yeah, I heard that she's tricky. But she's not around, is she? You promised me that she wouldn't be around?
Yeah. No, we should be good. We're good.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, we'll be right back because in just a few minutes we've got more nominee announcements coming up.
And as the Oscars there go for a break, well, the nominations you are watching right there, we'll take a quick break as well right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We started the hour here talking about some of those mass shootings that happened in California. Really tragic news to come out of this weekend. Now we want to go to our San Francisco team who has the latest. We just heard from them a little bit ago. Take a listen to some of the latest details on that shooting at Half Moon Bay.
There is a suspect in custody. KTVU's James Torres is in Half Moon Bay right now with the latest information. James, good morning.
Dave, good morning to you. The scene here very much still active as of this morning, still hours after those shootings happened there. We just saw some level of caution tape that was just removed here. Folks from the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office now opening the scene just a little bit here. They've collapsed what they've set up just hours ago, and now it looks like they're making it just a little more accessible this morning. Here we are along Highway 92 in Half Moon Bay. This is at a mushroom farm just behind the Spanish Town shops. Some people who work here also live here, and this is where police say that gunman, 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao, shot 5 people. 4 of those victims found dead here at the scene. Now that's in addition to going to a second scene about 3 miles away where Zhao is accused of killing 3 more people. Police tell us those victims are of Hispanic and Asian descent. They're farm workers here as well. In order to get more information for their investigation, detectives say they had to bring in translators to help speak to some of their witnesses and some of the family members that detectives are interviewing. The sheriff's office, the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, says the shooting happened right when kids were leaving for school for the day, and it's likely some saw this deadly shooting. We spoke to some volunteers nearby from the group ALAS, an organization helping Latin Americans during a disaster or tragic event.
An emergency happens on the coast. With the authority of the director, Belinda, we come out and we send a message to the community of what is needed. So it can be toiletries, Christmas gifts, you name it. So tonight what we did is we sent a message out that we're in need of warm blankets and hot food and snacks for the children.
The town's vice mayor says he's receiving text messages from people who live here, live in Half Moon Bay, asking if he knows anything about their family members who've worked at these 2 locations. The sheriff's office says they are still working to identify those victims, including the 1 victim with life-threatening injuries recovering at the hospital. Now, city leaders opened a reunification center at the IDES Hall Community Center along Main Street. That's, if you don't know exactly where that is, that's where they normally hold the Pumpkin Weighing Festival every October heading into the Halloween and Thanksgiving kind of season time of year, that fall time of year. Now it's likely family members who go there will be hearing some devastating news for the first time about who some of these victims are. We already know that some people are already there, spent the night there last night, because people who live here can't spend the night here because this is still considered an active crime scene. Of course, we'll take a closer look here now that sheriff's office officials have kind of cut down a lot of the caution tape that we saw when we first got here this morning. After we take a closer look, we'll let you know what we can see. For now, we're live this morning in Half Moon Bay. I'm James Torres, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Thank you, James, for that update. Today, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan will take part in the annual census.
And that's some of the latest information there from our San Francisco team. Still plenty of details to be hashed out on what exactly happened in that shooting at Half Moon Bay and also the other shooting that occurred at Monterey Park in California. A lot of people lost their lives, certainly some very tragic news. We'll stay on top of it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just a moment. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to look back in at the Oscar nominations. Now, these are happening at the Samuel Goldwyn Theater in Beverly Hills. These are the 2023 Oscar nominations. They're happening right now. Take a listen.
5 nominees for performance by an actress in a leading role. Cate Blanchett in Tar. Ana de Armas in Blonde. Andrea Riseborough in To Leslie. Michelle Williams in The Fabelmans. And Michelle Yeoh in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Just 2 categories remain. The first is achievement in directing, and the nominees are Martin McDonagh, The Banshees of Inisherin. Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Steven Spielberg, The Fabelmans. Todd Field, Tar. And Ruben Östlund, Triangle of Sadness.
Now the final category. Here are the 10 nominees for Best Motion Picture of the Year.
All Quiet on the Western Front, Malte Grünet, producer.
Avatar, The Way of Water, James Cameron and John Landau, producers.
The Banshees of Inisherin, Graham Broadbent, Pete Chernin, and Martin McDonagh, producers.
Elvis, Baz Luhrmann, Catherine Martin, Gail Berman, Patrick McCormick, and Skylar Weiss, producers.
Everything Everywhere All at Once, Daniel Kwan, Daniel Scheinert, and Jonathan Wong, producers.
The Fabelmans, Christy McCosco-Krieger, Steven Spielberg, and Tony Kushner, producers.
Tar, Todd Field, Alexandra Milchan, and Scott Lambert, producers.
Top Gun Maverick, Tom Cruise, Christopher McQuarrie, David Ellison, and Jerry Bruckheimer, producers.
Triangle of Sadness, Eric Hemmendorf and Philippe Gobert, producers.
And Women Talking, Dee Dee Gardner, Jeremy Kleiner, and Frances McDormand, producers.
This was such an honor, and huge congratulations to all the nominees.
I hope you really soak up this moment and enjoy everything that lies ahead.
And in case you didn't know, Saturday, February 11th is Global Movie Day. So go see the nominated movies at your local theater, tell them we sent you, and be better prepared for your Oscar pool.
And thank you for joining us, and be sure to watch the 95th Oscars live with host Jimmy Kimmel, Sunday, March 12th.
And it looks like they're just wrapping up there, so we'll take one more commercial break at the end of the hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, it is tax season, our favorite season. I know all of you at home certainly enjoyed this time of the year, but it's an important time of the year to get our financial affairs in order. Our producer, Tania Sims, she spoke with a tax professional for the latest to help you out during this tax season.
Americans can officially start filing their individual income tax returns for 2022 on Monday. To help break down all of your tax return questions is Carlos Samaniego, enrolled agent and founder of Tax Debt Consultants. Thank you for joining me this morning.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Awesome. So first things first, when is the deadline to file your taxes this year?
The deadline to file your taxes is April 8th. It's normally every year it's April 15th, but I believe that falls on a weekend this year. So it's April 18th this year. So one of the big things to also be aware of is that there's a bunch of states like California that I live in. The government's already given them an extension on that just because of all the flooding out here. And, there's all kinds of natural disasters across the country is the government will typically extend that date. So it's really important to always make sure you know the exact date. But in terms of normal time frame, it's April 15th, except this year might be a few extra days to April 18th.
Gotcha. So people had 3 extra days to get those tax returns filed. And so you kind of touched on the importance of making sure you do that on time. So why is it important for Americans to make sure that they file their taxes on time? We understand that today is the official day. However, there's still a couple months later until the deadline. Why is it important to get it in now?
The reason it's so important is it's kind of specifically what I do here is that the penalties are huge when you don't file your taxes on time. That is so important to make sure you file on time. And sometimes we get a lot of people that don't file on time just because they think I can't afford to pay the taxes. Filing is way more important because the penalties for not filing on time can be up to 25%, which is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so what should people do if, to make filing taxes a little bit simpler? I know sometimes people, get worried and they're like, how do I file this? I mean, I have this and that. So what are some things that people can do to make it easier for themselves?
Tell you, one of the simplest things to do is, one, keep an eye out for tax documents that are coming in the mail. I literally, just for me personally, I got 2 of them yesterday. So they are going out, and most companies that have to send out their W-2s or 1099s are required to get those in the mail no later than January 31st. But here's the second thing in regards to that. Not everybody sends them in the mail anymore. A lot of times people were getting those via email. They'll get a notification. Go, your 2022 tax documents are ready. Go download them. And I've seen so many people that a lot of times they'll get audited because they didn't realize they got something in an email saying that it was a tax document. They go file the return and forgot to include a tax document that should have been in their taxes. So that's really, really important. And the next thing, I'm saying this is critical for this year. If you used the tax person in the past or want to use somebody, make sure they're still doing taxes. Our industry, we lost a lot of people who have retired, have gotten so fed up with the IRS, and they just don't want to do taxes anymore. So they may not be doing taxes. So I would actually say that's the most important thing right now. If you're planning on using a tax preparer, make sure that they're doing them, or if you used one before and they're doing them, make sure that they're going to be able to help you, because the last thing you want is going into April thinking that you can take all your documents and they don't even do taxes.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you for sharing that. I know a lot of people probably need to hear that, especially, we're in tax season. So that's really helpful. Now, a lot of people hear tax season, IRS, W-2s, and probably freak out. What advice can you give, young adults starting to file their taxes, or just people in general who feel a little anxious during this time?
Again, it goes back to making sure you have your documentation. The number one fear people have is the IRS is going to audit me. And one of the reasons that they tend to audit people is they forget to file a tax return that they have. And that brings up something really important in regards to younger people. heck, even older people like myself, I'm in my 50s, right? It's a lot of people have been doing like these side gigs, you know, Uber, all those side gigs where you can make some extra money. And the IRS, when you do those types of jobs, you get what's called a 1099. Right. There was a big hoopla over the last few months that the IRS was going to issue these 1099s that anybody made over $600. You know, they did delay that. However, a lot of these companies had already had already set it up so that those things are going to get mailed out, even though the IRS said you didn't have to. Don't be surprised if you start getting a lot of these 1099Ks that you are going to have to report that income on your tax return. So that's really, really important in regards to this tax season. And I think that could cause a lot of stress if all of a sudden you get these tax documents that you have never seen before. You definitely want to talk to a tax professional in regards to that.
Absolutely. And so now, how should someone file their taxes if they've lived in more than one state in a year? Is it the same process if someone has had multiple jobs, like you just mentioned, like Uber Eats or, you know, DoorDash, something like that? How does that process work?
It's actually a little bit more complicated, and you probably would definitely want to hire somebody, you know, hire a person that understands that process, because when you're working in multiple states, you will tend to get, you know, W-2s or 1099s from different states, right? And what has to happen is that you got to make sure you have your resident state, the state that you actually physically lived in. They're going to want a tax return. The state where you actually earn that income, we see this a lot of times with truck drivers or people that there's a lot of probably athletes out there. It's probably the most common. You know, a lot of people don't realize that athletes that play in different cities have to file a tax return for every city that they live in. Very similar concept in regards to earning income in different states, that state may require you to actually file a tax return there, and you don't want to be caught where you're paying double taxes in the state you lived in and then taxes in the state that you worked in. And there's ways, and the tax professional is going to know this, how to get credits for the taxes that you're paying in a different state.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. The more you know, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now, what are some red flags that the IRS is looking for when viewing someone's taxes? So, for example, you know, what are some things that people should be making sure that they're doing so that the IRS isn't, you know, saying, hey, wait a minute, what is this? And, you know, it may result in like stress. And so what are some red flags that the IRS is, you know, possibly looking for?
Oh, absolutely. And this, again, being the founder of Tax Debt Consultants, I specialize in the tax problem after it's already happened. So everybody's hearing about the IRS hiring thousands of more employees because they want to go after people. Well, here's how we stop that. Stop them coming after you. You want to make sure, one, and we've kind of brought it up, and this might be the theme of this talk, make sure you report all your income. Make sure that all those documents that you're getting in the mail and online is being reported on your tax return. A simple one, make sure you're filing your tax return with the correct Social Security number. You will be shocked how many times I get people in here that don't know why they're being audited, and we're looking at their tax return and they kind of turned one of their Social Security numbers around, or the tax preparer did. They were going too fast. They didn't pay attention. They filed a return, or the IRS, or they get that letter from the IRS, where's your return? They're like, I have it, it's right here. And we look at the Social Security is wrong. So you want to make sure you're doing that. You want to make sure that you're claiming credits and deductions that you actually qualify for. We had a couple of years ago, I had a really bad situation locally where a tax preparer was creating fake deductions, and the person did not really kind of review the return. When you get your return done, make sure you're professional. Tell your tax person, explain the numbers on this. Where did that number come from? You know, it's 2 pages. They will walk you through it. This was your income. These were your deductions. These were your credits. Something very simple like that. And the final one I would say is sign the return. I'm dealing with somebody right now that, and when I say sign, if you paper mail your return, always sign the return, or make sure you sign the electronic version of the return that's going to be submitted to the IRS. the IRS is just, they're looking for little simple things. And believe it or not, what causes a lot of these audits are the simple things, not double checking your numbers, not reporting income, and just claiming credits and deductions that they should not be getting, or they're just overstated.
Wow, a lot of helpful information. Thank you so much for joining us, Carlos Samaniego, enrolled agent and founder of Tax Debt Consultants. Hopefully we'll be in talks soon. And thank you again for joining me today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye-bye, Fran.
Thank you so much to our producer, Tania Sims, for that conversation. Hard to believe it is already 2023's tax season. I feel like we just filed our taxes, but time to do that again. Do remember the deadline is mid-April, so you do have several months to get that done, but don't forget about it. Do want to get to some of the other top stories that we are following, and the latest one is out of Half Moon Bay, that is just outside of San Francisco, California, where we are following the latest on another mass shooting for the state. We know at least 7 people have died there, and a suspect is in custody. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team is live right now, so I do want to dip into their coverage.
San Mateo County Sheriff's Office says the man accused is now in custody. KTVU's Allie Rasmus joins us now with the latest on this developing story in the investigation. Allie.
Pam, the motive for the shooting is not known. That's one of the things investigators will be looking into today. But the victims, 7 people shot and killed by this gunman, were farm workers in this tight-knit coastal community. Now, the way the gunman was captured or arrested is unusual and really stunning, to say the least. Let's show you some of the video. Apparently, this man, after shooting and killing 7 people, drove himself to a sheriff's substation and sat in the parking lot and waited as a sheriff's deputy spotted him. He's identified as 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao of Half Moon Bay. So deputies spotted him sitting in his parked vehicle and then calmly, without any incident, got him out of the car and arrested him. No guns were fired. So this man, the suspected gunman, is in police custody right now. This all started around 2 in the afternoon yesterday when San Mateo sheriffs got a call about 4 people at a mushroom farm and nursery off Highway 92 who'd been shot to death. A 5th person was rushed to Stanford Medical Center, seriously injured by the gunfire. Then shortly afterward, a second shooting scene reported at a soil and trucking business in Half Moon Bay.
Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community. This is a devastating tragedy for this community and the families touched by this unspeakable act of violence.
3 people were found shot and killed at that second shooting scene. Investigators believe Zhao worked at one of the farms where the shootings took place, but so far, again, no word of any possible motive, and officials haven't released any details yet about the victims in this case. But county leaders have arranged for mental health counseling services to be available for the residents here in Half Moon Bay. We're live in San Mateo County. Allie Rasmus, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, Allie, thank you. Our time now, 6:03. The mass shooting in Half Moon Bay has shocked and saddened many people who live and work in that normally quiet community on the San Mateo County coast. It's believed the victims included Chinese and Latino farm workers, and there's been an outpouring of support for the victims and their families.
Mortified, scared, and shocked that something like this would even actually happen in a small community here.
So my condolences to the families that lost a loved one today, and to bring to offer the support to all the families and the farm workers that were affected.
Some volunteer groups in Half Moon Bay are already accepting donations to help the dozens of families directly affected by this tragedy.
Now, this morning, President Biden responded to the shooting in Half Moon Bay. In a statement, the president said, quote, "For the second time in recent days, California communities are mourning the loss of loved ones in a senseless act of violence. Following a briefing from my Homeland Security team, I have directed my administration to ensure local authorities and the broader Half Moon Bay community that they have the full support of the federal government in the wake of this heinous attack." The president also said he supports legislation for tougher gun violence prevention. Governor Newsom responded to the shooting while he was in Los Angeles, saying, quote, "At the hospital, meeting with victims of a mass shooting when I get pulled away to be briefed about another shooting, this time in Half Moon Bay. Tragedy upon tragedy." Now stay with us for the latest developments on these shootings right here on Mornings on 2. You can also follow the very latest developments on KTVU.com.
Our time is now 6:05. Today there'll be a hearing about the future of the Oakland Police Department.
All right, that was our Fox 2 San Francisco team. We were listening in there on their live coverage of this Half Moon Bay shooting, another mass shooting there in California in a matter of days. We know at least 7 people have died at 2 different locations there in the same immediate area, and a suspect is in custody. As we do get more information on that, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for our first commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more of our coverage of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to Monterey Park here. So mourners visiting the site of the dance hall shooting in Monterey Park, California. That is a live look at the memorial currently set up there. We did learn late Monday that yet another victim had died, bringing that death toll to 11. The shooting at an event celebrating the Lunar New Year also wounded 9 other people. Investigators say 72-year-old Hugh Can-Tran opened fire on that crowd. They did reveal Monday they found a rifle, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and proof that he was making gun silencers inside his home. This, by the way, the largest mass shooting in LA County history, and at this point, a motive does have yet to be released. So after that shooting, the gunman went to another dance studio where he was disarmed by a man who is now being called a hero. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more from that hero.
The number of dead has risen to at least 11 following the most horrific mass shooting in Los Angeles County history. Police say the suspected gunman, 72-year-old Hugh Can-Tran, entered the Star Ballroom Dance Studio in Monterey Park Saturday night. Those inside were preparing to ring in the Lunar New Year.
Investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings.
Tran left the scene and traveled north to another dance studio in the city of Alhambra. There, police say the bloodshed could have continued if not for the actions of Brandon Shea. The 26-year-old was in the lobby when Tran entered. and wrestled the gun from his hands, prompting Tran to leave.
I want everyone to focus on the victims of this tragic incident.
While Shea wishes to remain out of the spotlight, he's opening up about how the experience has impacted his mental health.
I have some trouble sleeping, calling events of what happened, contemplating the incident.
Meanwhile, after Tran left the second dance hall, police on Sunday were able to locate a white van matching the description of the vehicle they say he used to get away. Tran was later discovered inside and pronounced dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
I know that we will stand steadfast and we will move on.
Tran was previously arrested back in 1990 for an unlawful possession of a firearm. Upon searching Tran's home, police recovered another gun and a slew of ammunition, among other things. A motive for the shooting still remains unclear. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And our crews out there with Fox 11 LA are covering this from each and every angle. We are going to have them join us live throughout the morning and provide the latest information. But again, that death toll now rising to 11 with 9 other people wounded. We are expecting updates at some point today on the conditions of all 9 of those other victims. And as you can see here, once again, a live look out there in the LA area. This is Los Angeles County, Monterey Park, where memorials are now set up for those 11 victims. Again, Fox News covering this from each and every angle. Laura Engel with more on the developments.
What was supposed to be a time of celebration has turned into a time of grief. Family and friends of the 11 people shot and killed at a ballroom dance studio in Monterey Park, California, are struggling to understand what led a 72-year-old man to open fire during a Lunar New Year celebration on Saturday.
It is comforting to know that, she enjoyed her last dance.
May Nan was one of the first people killed, shot inside her car. Her family said she loved to dance, but is best remembered for deeply loving her family, especially her nieces and nephews.
This is no one in the family or anyone should ever have to deal with something like this.
While a motive is still unknown, investigators have pieced together more details on the gunman who killed himself Sunday after police pulled him over in Torrance. They say the suspect has a limited criminal history, and search of his home in Hemet led cops to find numerous items of interest.
We recovered one .308 caliber rifle, numerous electronic devices such as cell phones, computers, etc. Items that lead us to believe the suspect was manufacturing homemade firearm suppressors.
At least 9 other people were also wounded in the shootings. Several are still hospitalized. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
All right, Laura, thank you so much for that report. We will stay on top of that. And again, we will have crews with our Fox 11 LA team bring us latest in live reports coming up later on. In other news here, severe storms expected across the southeast this morning, the latest in a series of storms to strike that region. Let's head out live to Houston, where Fox 26's Shelby Rose has more on how the city is preparing for today's weather. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course, good morning. The city of Houston, especially south of the city, is expecting some pretty severe weather starting here in about a couple hours that will last until later this afternoon and into the evening. Right now, winds have definitely picked up and it's starting a light rain, but we can't expect it to get much worse as the day progresses. It's even had Governor Greg Abbott issue an emergency declaration yesterday. He says that he's directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to prepare in the event that these severe weather events can cause any rescue and recovery efforts throughout the state. We may see some down power lines that create power outages, street flooding, as well as possible tornadoes. Now, we have been told by the Harris County flood control meteorologist that we're not expecting any of the bayous or creeks to overflow, which has been a major problem in this city, as we've seen in Hurricane Harvey and other past weather events. But street flooding is still going to be a problem. So they've directed everyone in this city, especially if you're south of Interstate 10, to be mindful of street flooding and to turn around, don't drown, and to keep emergency alerts on your phone and ready just in case that we do have any possible tornado warnings or watches in the area so that you can get into a safe room. So we're going to be out here monitoring this situation as the day progresses, but for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, and Shelby, what we're looking at right now here on your screen is actually video from some previous flooding in that area. As you see more and more storms, especially severe ones, coming through the area of Houston, do you think people are paying less attention to the warnings, just saying, you know what, we'll be fine, we've done it before?
Yeah, I think that is a concern for a lot of people, especially when it comes to driving out here. But the Houston streets, they flood very fast and very quickly. So all state officials and local officials just urging everyone in the city just to please be mindful. And if you can stay home today, please just do so to avoid any possible recovery or rescue efforts that may need to happen.
All right, Fox 26 Houston's Shelby Rose will be in touch as we see those storms hit that area. Thanks again for taking the time to talk to us, and stay safe out there.
Of course.
9:18 over on the East Coast and 6:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you can see, a lot going on here, so we will step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll be right back with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. A lot going on. As I mentioned, it is 9:21 on the East Coast and 6:21 on the West Coast. Let's get back into the headlines here. Jury selection does resume today amid the trial for disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. He's charged with the murders of his wife and youngest son, both shot multiple times at the family's estate back in June 2021. A lot of people paying very close attention to this case. More than 200 potential jurors were brought in Monday for a first round of questioning, and only about 30 were qualified. The hope is to have a jury seated by later today or even tomorrow. Jonathan Seri with Fox News breaks down the latest.
The trial is underway for disgraced former attorney Alec Murdaugh, who is charged in the killings of his wife and son. The Colleton County Court whittling down the pool of 900 potential jurors to find 12 plus 2 alternates to determine his fate.
Do you believe that relationship would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Murdaugh is charged in the deaths of his 52-year-old wife, Maggie, and the couple's 22-year-old son, Paul. On June 7, 2021, the pair was found shot to death on the grounds of the family's rural South Carolina home. Murdaugh called 911, saying he returned home and discovered the bodies. Since then, he has maintained he had nothing to do with their slayings. It took more than a year to investigate and charge the now 54-year-old with 2 counts of murder. The trial is expected to take about a month. It's unclear if Murdaugh will take the stand.
It would be a disaster. It would be a bomb in the courtroom if Murdaugh takes the stand because he can't be controlled.
The prosecution is expected to paint a picture of the once prominent attorney trying to gain sympathy to cover his financial distress. Although this case focuses only on the murder of his family, he's facing roughly 100 criminal charges. Monday morning, ahead of the trial, the defense filed a motion to block testimony on blood found on a shirt Murdaugh was wearing the night of the murders. The state not seeking the death penalty. Still, Murdaugh is facing 30 years to life in prison without parole if convicted. The defense is expected to argue the state has no evidence Murdaugh killed his family. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
And coming up here momentarily, we will be joined by a blood spatter expert who can break down what significance that expert would be able to provide in this trial. As you heard, the defense trying to block that. So coming up here, we'll get everything you need to know about an expert like that. And we'll bring you more of that jury selection later on today and let you know as a jury is selected. Again, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. In other news right here, a woman accused of shooting and killing her dying husband inside a Florida hospital denied bond. Matt Trezza with our Fox 35 Orlando team has more on why police believe she did it and why a lawyer says her trial may hinge on her state of mind at the time of that shooting.
Ellen Gilland walked slowly into the Daytona Beach court. She stood quietly as the judge read out the charges.
You have been charged with 1 count of premeditated first-degree murder and 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
The judge said for now, the 76-year-old would stay behind bars.
Based upon the nature of the charge, Ms. Gilland, I am going to hold you no bond on the murder charge and the remaining charges.
Police say Gilland shot her terminally ill 77-year-old husband Jerry at Advent Health Hospital in Daytona Beach.
They had a conversation about it, and they actually planned this approximately 3 weeks ago, that if he continued to take a turn for the worse, that he wanted her to end this.
After the shooting, police negotiators talked with Gilland for nearly 4 hours. Eventually, police used a flashbang and a taser to get her to drop the gun. They say she was never a threat to anyone else at the hospital. Neighbors on Gilland's quiet street in New Smyrna Beach say they're stunned.
Yeah, completely shocked, yes, because, I mean, I didn't know that he was that ill. And
they say the couple seemed to live a peaceful life.
He was more outside in the garage and stuff, but they seemed like a really happy couple the only few times that I saw them.
They seemed pretty nice, super nice. Yep, told them they could come over and use our pool if they needed to.
Lawyers we spoke with say much of the trial may hinge on Gilland's state of mind when the shooting happened.
It will be up for any defense attorney to present the mitigation involving the compassion of the circumstances of watching a loved one that you've been married to suffer so greatly, and also look at the mental health of the client and whether they are able to appreciate the nature and circumstances of the offense and the consequences that could come from something like this.
Police say they're still investigating how Gilland got the gun into the hospital. In Daytona Beach, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
All right, everyone, 9:26 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:26 on the West Coast. I do want to talk about those Oscar nominations that did just come out. We showed you that live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring in the expert. That's how I refer to him all the time. This is Fox 5 DC's Kevin McCarthy. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry, I was in another conference room and they were doing a meeting as I walked right in, so I had to carry my camera over here. So thank you for having me.
To be fair, that's how it always goes, so no judgment there.
Yeah.
So first off, we did see those nominations come in. Tell me, did you see any sort of surprises or anything that stood out to you?
I mean, listen, the Oscars are like my Super Bowl, right? So I've been covering films for a long time. Oscars are everything to me in terms of movies. But yeah, I think one of the biggest things that I saw that was a problem was Nope not receiving any nominations. And I know that wasn't a film that was universally loved by everybody, but it's a film that is technically brilliant in terms of cinematography and score and music and sound design. And for that film to have 0 Oscar nominations just doesn't really make any sense to me. In terms of the major awards, obviously Angela Bassett being nominated was a really big deal. That was a great nomination. She deserves it. She deserves to win. It's the first MCU actor to ever be nominated for an Oscar for an MCU film. And, you know, the idea of a lot of blockbusters making it into the Oscar nominations this year, including the Avatar, The Way of Water, as well as Top Gun Maverick, which those films made billions of dollars combined. So to see blockbusters in the nominations, that was great. James Cameron not getting a nomination for Best Director is really fascinating to me, considering Avatar is kind of essentially the definition of directing. I mean, he created that whole world and had those actors in performance capture suits and performing, and, you know, had the whole thing in his head and the language that he created for Pandora. So I'm surprised he wasn't nominated for Best Director. You know, leading the pack, obviously, Everything Everywhere All at Once had the most nominations with 11. That's the frontrunner for Best Picture right now. It's a phenomenal film if you haven't seen it. Michelle Yeoh, obviously being nominated for actress as well. Big deal there. It'll be her versus Cate Blanchett, I believe, when it comes to the Oscars. And in terms of actor, I mean, obviously with Brendan Fraser and Austin Butler and Colin Farrell, I think those are your 3 main leads that we're going to be seeing go up against each other. Austin Butler won the Golden Globe, and Brendan Fraser won the Critics' Choice Award. So right now, we'll see what happens with the SAG Awards coming up. So yeah, lots of different things that came out of the Oscar nominations this year.
And when you talk about the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, that is, as you mentioned, the front runner for Best Picture. Would you be surprised if any of those other movies actually won? Because I would say all I've been hearing about is that movie specifically.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Top Gun Maverick would be a big surprise, clearly, because everyone loves that film. I think, you know, right now with the Best Picture race, Everything Everywhere All at Once seems to be the front runner. The problem is the Oscars aren't happening until, what, March 12th. So there's a lot of time that happens in between now and then where voters could change their minds. I'm not sure of the exact Oscar deadline for voting, but, you know, that's the weird thing about having the Oscars in March is this idea that, you know, people can get tired of movies, tired of hearing about films, and that could sway their votes one way or the other. I think if you're going to see a surprise in Best Picture, I think you're going to see Banshees of Inisherin or probably Top Gun Maverick. Now, Banshees of Inisherin, great film with Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson, that had 9 nominations. And Colin Farrell kind of becomes that outlier because Brendan Fraser for The Whale and Austin Butler for Elvis seem to be the front runners. Each of them have a major award already, but Colin Farrell could split the votes for his amazing performance in The Banshees of Inisherin. And also All Quiet on the Western Front, which is a great film as well on Netflix, that had 9 nominations, including a Best Picture nomination and a picture nomination in the non-English language category as well. So there's a lot going on here. But for me personally, on just the film Nope, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the segment, even if you didn't love that movie, the fact that it didn't get a single nomination, even in sound, music, cinematography, production design, is absurd. It makes absolutely no sense. And that's not even a biased opinion. I love that film, but even if you don't love it, you can't deny the technical marvels of what Jordan Peele achieved on that movie. So you know, I'm bittersweet this morning. We have 2 major blockbusters that were nominated. Big deal. It's great to see films like Top Gun and Avatar in that category. But I also feel there's problems with the nominations as well.
I mean, Nope was a great movie. I remember watching it not just once, but twice. It's amazing. So yeah, that is kind of surprising to see that it didn't receive any nominations. Fox 5 DC's Kevin McCarthy, thanks so much for being here. Anything you want to add? I know this is kind of your Super Bowl here, so anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
I mean, you know, the idea that Angela Bassett got a nomination for a Marvel character is really awesome, and that scene that she delivers, "Have I Not Given Everything?" It really is a masterful performance. Jamie Lee Curtis got her first Oscar nomination, I believe, for Everything Everywhere All at Once as well. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to be an interesting year. I'm curious to see where we end up come March. But right now, that seems to be the direction we're heading in. So.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's a busy day for you.
No, thank you so much, man. Pleasure. Thanks for being on.
Of course. All right, everyone, 9:32 over on the East Coast and 6:32 on the West Coast. Another commercial break coming your way, but we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:34 on the East Coast and 6:34 on the West Coast. So I want to get back into the headlines here, and jury selection does resume today amid the trial for disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. He's charged with the murders of his wife and youngest son, both shot multiple times at the family's estate in June 2021. There is apparently DNA from the victims on Alec Murdaugh's shirt, but his defense said that came from checking for signs of life when he found their bodies. The defense and prosecution fighting over whether to allow an expert to testify that the blood splattered onto Murdaugh's shirt when his son was shot. Defense lawyers contend the expert testing the shirt is lying and destroyed it before the defense could conduct its own tests. I want to bring in George Skiro with Scales Biological Laboratory to explain more on this situation, including what a blood spatter expert is. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning.
So first off, a blood spatter expert, what exactly is it? Many of us have never heard that term before.
Well, blood spatter expert is kind of an archaic term. Now we refer to it as blood stain pattern analysis. And what a blood stain pattern analyst does is we go into the scene, we'll look at photographs, we'll look at, we may actually go to the scene and see the actual blood stains. And what we'll do is we'll apply principles of physics, fluid dynamics, mathematics, and physiology to try and determine what we can about those patterns and perhaps how they were deposited. It may be a qualitative as well as a quantitative analysis. And it may be important to determine where blood stains are found and where they're not found. And all this helps us kind of put things together in terms of determining the circumstances or reconstructing various aspects of the crime itself.
So my question here, what key details might an expert like this be able to help reveal? You touched on this, but why is it important to have a, I'm using the archaic term here, but blood spatter expert?
The reason you want to call in a blood stain pattern analyst is to look at the stains that are found and see if the various mechanisms as to how those stains were deposited can be determined. For instance, there's going to be a difference between a spatter stain, which would be stain where energy is applied to blood and the blood actually flies and deposits on a surface, as opposed to a transfer stain, which may be something where someone came in contact with a bloody object and then transferred that blood stain onto another object. And that may be a key factor in determining whether a person's story is credible or not as to what they actually did at that scene.
Are these experts used in trials very often?
They're used fairly regularly. I don't know how often. I myself, I've testified in about 240 cases, and maybe about 20 to 30 of them have involved blood stain pattern analysis. So it's not super common, I guess, but it can be used in applicable cases where some determinations may be helpful to either the prosecution or the defense.
And when you're talking about a case like this one with Alec Murdaugh, can an expert like that determine whether blood was on the suspect's shirt from murdering someone or helping to render first aid? Is there a way to tell the difference?
Well, you really can't tell, again, if it's from someone murdering someone or if it can be from rendering aid. I mean, you would have to look at the stains and evaluate those and see what the possible mechanisms were that those stains could have been deposited onto that surface or onto that item that's being examined. And that would be about the extent of what we can say. Like, for instance, this blood had to been had to been spatter blood, so it was it had energy behind it. It was deposited on the surface. Now that could be consistent with someone, you know, who's perhaps someone's expirating blood. They may be able to deposit that type of blood, or it could be from someone being in the vicinity of someone when they're being shot as well. So again, we have to look at the totality of the stains, all the different stains we find, and see again if we can see if there are any mechanisms that we can rule out as having caused those stains or mechanisms that we can rule in for having caused those stains.
Do you think experts like this should be used more often and will be used more often in trials like this one that are so high profile?
Well, this type of analysis has been going on for years. You know, in the United States, probably going back to the 1950s. Blood stain pattern analysis goes back to the late 1800s. So I don't see that there's going to be maybe an increase in use, but each case has to be looked at and evaluated to determine, is the blood stain pattern analysis going to be useful in this case or not?
All right, George Skiro, thanks for taking the time to talk to us here. A lot of great information that a lot of us just didn't know. Is there anything else you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, like I said, I think you covered it pretty well. And again, we'll have to see how this trial plays out and see what the experts have to say, look at the documentation they're going to provide, and see, you know, what type of mechanisms may or may not have caused these particular blood stain patterns.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, everyone, do want to take a look at just some of that video from the jury selection day 1 as we see day 2 now begin in the Alec Murdaugh case there. He is on trial for the murders of his wife and son. We'll bring you the latest here all throughout the day on Live Now from Fox. It's 9:40 on the East Coast and 6:40 on the West Coast. I do want to head to a quick commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:43 on the East Coast and 6:43 on the West Coast. I do want to talk about some political and economic news here, as it appears Congress is not ready to raise the debt limit here. It's a story that we've been covering now for several weeks. Chad Pergram with our Fox News friends here does cover that and bring us the latest.
It's a staring contest risking fiscal fallout. Democrats demand Republicans unveil their spending cuts.
Let the entirety of the House debate it and vote on it, and let the American people see and assess these cuts for themselves.
Republicans insist on deep reductions.
The credit cards are maxed out. That's basically how you hit the debt ceiling.
Even fiscal hawks caution that GOP aspirations are too lofty.
If you wanted to balance the budget in the next 10 years, you'd have to cut about $7 trillion in spending, and that means you have to make substantial cuts to things people care a lot about.
That includes Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, accounting for 70% of all federal spending. That's why no one wants to cut programs which cost the most.
No cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. That's a non-starter for either side.
No cuts to anybody that's receiving their benefits, no adjustments to that. They've earned it.
Former Obama economic advisor Jeffrey Zients is expected to succeed White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, just as the president is slated for a meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But the administration is adamant about a deal to cut spending in exchange for a debt ceiling hike.
It should be done without conditions.
Yet Mr. Biden was the lead negotiator during the 2011 debt ceiling crisis.
I didn't go to convince, I went to explain. I never asked another person to vote against what they think they're interested in.
Bipartisan lawmakers say talks are essential.
When you have a divided government, you have to negotiate. We need to have these constructive conversations.
And negotiations don't always guarantee success. Automatic spending cuts began in 2011 because negotiators failed to reach a deal. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, Chad, thank you so much. 9:45 on the East Coast, and it is 6:45 on the West Coast. I do want to get to the latest here on those classified documents that were found at President Biden's home in Delaware. We continue to get new information on that. Doug Luzader with Fox News breaks down the latest for us.
With a number of document investigations now underway, all of this may begin to interfere with President Biden's expected announcement that he's going to seek a second term. President Biden didn't respond to questions about FBI efforts to recover classified documents from his home in Wilmington, but plenty of his supporters are talking.
We need total transparency. I can't wait to see how this investigation unfolds. We wanted to see everything. Obviously, I believe President Biden has no intent to do anything wrong, but we need to get to the bottom of this.
We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland now has to contend with two document investigations involving both Biden and former President Donald Trump. And adding to the frustration on Capitol Hill, the fact that members of Congress follow very specific rules when they view classified documents, requiring them to use a secure room called a SCIF.
I go to a SCIF and I have to give over my phone, and I'm not allowed to take any documents outside of the SCIF. So I really don't understand how those documents got into a personal residence.
And as the president plays host to congressional Democrats at the White House today, there are questions about how all of this could impact the timing of an anticipated run for a second term.
I'll just repeat what the president said after the midterm election, which is he intends to run.
And the expectation is that that announcement will happen soon after next month's State of the Union address. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. 9:47 on the East Coast here, and it is 6:47 on the West Coast. Coming up in just a few, we are going to go live to our Fox 2 San Francisco team to get the latest on that shooting in Half Moon Bay that is outside of San Francisco. And we do know that 7 people have died at this point in 2 different locations there. Again, we will have the latest on that coming up here in just a few minutes. Some quick health news, though. The Michigan plant that sparked a nationwide baby formula shortage now being investigated by the Justice Department. Lydia Hu with our Fox Business Network does have that story.
The Justice Department is opening a criminal investigation into what led to the temporary shutdown of Abbott Labs last year. That's the nation's largest baby formula supplier. The closure sparked a nationwide baby formula shortage that sent panicked parents on a hunt for formula at food banks, doctors' offices, and some even crossing state lines for supplies. Experts say the agency likely has serious concerns.
They probably have information either from that site visit or from human sources that are telling them that there was a significant problem.
A spokesperson for Abbott says the company is fully cooperating with the DOJ. Abbott's Michigan plant shut down after the FDA began investigating bacterial infections among infants who consumed baby formula made at the factory. Inspectors reportedly uncovered several violations at the plant, including bacterial contamination, a leaky roof, and lax safety protocols. Abbott, however, maintains its products have not been directly linked to infant infections. And while production may have restarted, some parents say they're still dealing with shortages.
I thought it would be a little better by now, but I feel like it's almost just as bad as like in March of 2022. I mean, the shelves are never full.
Abbott is also facing a lawsuit from a shareholder that accuses the company of concealing information about safety issues, which later impact the company's stock price. Abbott insists it acted responsibly and has called the lawsuit meritless. In New York, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
All right, Lydia, thank you so much for that report. I do want to get back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox, and this is a story that we have been talking about all throughout the morning. This involves that deadly shooting over in Half Moon Bay, California, that is outside of San Francisco here. I do want to bring in Fox 2 San Francisco's Ali Rasmus to bring us more from the scene here. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, good morning, Josh. Yeah, just to give viewers a sense of where Half Moon Bay is, it's about an hour's drive south of San Francisco. It's a pretty tight-knit coastal community, and it's really one of the last rural agricultural communities this close to the Bay Area's urban center. So there's about 13,000 people who live in Half Moon Bay's city limits. A lot of folks know each other, and the victims of this shooting that happened yesterday are all farm workers, according to sheriff's officials. The way that the gunman in this case was apprehended is really quite unusual. There is video of it. I don't know if we have it to show you, but just to describe, we're at the Half Moon Bay Sheriff substation. And the gunman here was, after the shooting, after he had shot and killed 7 people at 2 different locations, drove his car here and just sat and waited in his vehicle. And a sheriff's deputy eventually spotted him and recognized him. And San Mateo County Sheriff's deputies calmly got him out of the car and arrested him. No guns were fired, and that man is in police custody. He's identified as 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao of Half Moon Bay. This started around 2 in the afternoon when San Mateo County Sheriff's got a call about 4 people at a mushroom farm and nursery off Highway 92 shot to death. A 5th person was also shot and seriously injured and is at Stanford Medical Center. Then shortly after that, a second call came in about another shooting at a soil and trucking business, also in Half Moon Bay. 3 people were shot and killed at that second location. So 2 California communities, Josh, in just a matter of days affected by a mass shooting and a tragedy. Again, this is a pretty tight-knit community here. So there's a nonprofit organization that works directly with farm workers in this community, and they are the ones who've been sort of managing, at this point, financial donations is what are needed, because there are people who live, not just work, but live and work at those 2 farm sites where the 2 separate shootings happened, where people were shot and killed. They witnessed what happened. They saw the shooting. They can't go back to work because those 2 farms are now still active crime scene investigations. And so now we just spoke with the city manager here in Half Moon Bay, and they're actively trying to get more donations and mental health services to the other farm workers who witnessed what happened, and get them and their families some help here. Josh.
And just like in Monterey Park at this point, the big question is going to be the motive here in this shooting. And at this point, we really just don't have a clear answer.
Right. San Mateo County Sheriff's deputies say that they don't know the motive for this shooting. They don't know why this one man, who they say acted alone, went out and did this. There is some indication that he may have worked at one of the farms where he targeted some of the victims, where he went and shot some of the people there. So that is a connection that they're looking into, but we are hoping and waiting for more updates from investigators today on the motive in all this.
All right, Ali Rasmus there with our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be in touch to get the latest info.
Of course.
9:53 on the East Coast and 6:53 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out live right here as we get ready to hear more. This is coming out of Washington, where we know that a lack of competition in the ticketing industry will be the focus of the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. The hearing comes after issues on Ticketmaster's website back in November left thousands of Taylor Swift fans unable to buy tickets to her upcoming tour. Some antitrust experts believe the company is in charge of more than 70%, a share there, of ticket services for U.S. concert venues. Some lawmakers questioning whether Ticketmaster has the ability to provide quality service to users. They're proposing the company and its owner, Live Nation Entertainment, be split by the Justice Department if an investigation does find any misconduct. We'll bring you parts of that coming up here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, let's get to our last commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Everyone, welcome back. It is 9:56 on the East Coast and it is 6:56 on the West Coast. We do continue our coverage of two major mass shootings that have happened in California over a matter of just days. At least 7 people dead after a pair of shootings in Half Moon Bay, California. That happened Monday afternoon, about 30 miles south of San Francisco. We also know that this comes just a couple days after a deadly mass shooting in Monterey Park, California. 11 people have died there and 9 were wounded by a gunman who later took his own life. That is according to investigators. So I do want to bring in an expert here, Michael Julian, an active shooter defense expert with Alive. That is an active shooter survival training program. Thank you so much for choosing us this morning and being here with us.
Happy to be here.
So first off, your thoughts on these two major mass shootings. Initially, we were going to talk to you about the one over in Monterey Park, and now just a matter of hours later, we have yet another one.
Yeah.
Well, and unfortunately, these oftentimes come in threes. So there was actually one just a few days ago in Louisiana at a nightclub. But it's so common for these to come in threes. The Uvalde, there was 3 within about 7 or 8 days when Uvalde happened last year. So unfortunately, we might actually be expecting another one coming soon.
How exactly can people protect themselves? Is there a way to protect yourself from something like this? Obviously, at first, just be aware, but what else can people do?
Sure. Well, there's 2 things, first of all. Everybody talks about run, hide, fight, which is great. It's important, it's necessary, but that's the physical functionality of survival in an active shooter situation. The problem is our brains, as powerful as they are, sometimes can be overwhelmed with fear and the idea of never seeing our loved ones again, and we'll get locked up and we'll be paralyzed, so it doesn't actually tell our body to run, hide, fight. So the 2 things that I teach in my program, the Alive program, I teach equal parts of mindset and method. You've got to be mentally prepared to deal with a situation like this, and then your training will kick in. In my program, Alive is an acronym. It stands for Assess, Leave, Impede, Violence, and Expose. So the first step would be to assess the situation, call 911, get the clock ticking, because the sooner law enforcement arrives, the sooner the shooter will divert their attention away from innocent people, either try and leave, engage law enforcement, or oftentimes, like we saw in Monterey, they'll take their own life. Once they've assessed, they call 911. The first thing you want to do is try and get off the X, out of the danger zone, and get out of there. If you can't do that because you don't have an escape route, you would impede the killer's ability to get to you by creating time and space. And then if that's not an option, like we saw when the gunman in Monterey went to the second dance hall, somebody was faced with them, they engaged them, they grabbed the gun and took it away from them.
And a lot of times in situations like this, I remember over the one in Colorado Springs not too long ago, you did have somebody a hero who jumped in to disarm the gunman. And as you mentioned, with Monterey Park, same situation. How often do we see somebody able to do that, to jump in and stop an active shooter situation?
About probably one in 5 or 1 in 6, typically there is a situation, and I remember about 3 or 4 years ago, before COVID, there was actually 2 schools, a high school and a private college, where someone walked into a classroom with a gun, started shooting, and someone immediately jumped into action, grabbed them, took them down, and then others helped pile on top of them. Unfortunately, in both situations, the people that engaged them were shot and killed, but they saved everyone else. Everyone else in the room was saved because of their quick thinking and their action. So though the outcome was not good for them, everyone would have died had they not done that. You really don't have an option in these situations. They're not there to take you hostage or steal your money. They're there to take your life. And you can either die fighting or die not fighting. I would always choose to try and go out to try and save myself and others.
When you're talking about protecting yourself, does a motive necessarily matter in the crime itself? I mean, I would imagine that regardless of where this is going on or who's involved or what their intentions are, that you kind of have to follow the same, I guess, practices to help keep yourself safe.
Yeah. In active shooter situations, the psychological profile of an active shooter is very unique. Like I said, their motive. The motive is always about getting power and control back when they feel they've lost it, or getting it when they felt they never had it. So their motive is really to take lives, to spread fear and to spread death on this. They're on this thin bubble of courage because they've got all the power and people are afraid of them for a change. When oftentimes people get to this point because they've been bullied, they've been marginalized, they've been humiliated or something, and they feel that power has been taken away from them. So regardless of why they're there, in an active shooter situation, they're there to take your life, and that's how you have to deal with that situation.
So many questions about this and how to protect yourself here. Is there anything else that you want to make sure that people do know about keeping themselves safe or about this situation in general?
Just training. We all need training, and if let's say students or teachers or people at work, if they train together with the same methodology, It's like a well-oiled machine or a football team. Everybody knows what to do, what their part is, and what everyone else's part is, so they can deal with a situation in a uniform, thought-out way, rather than just, running around hysterical in chaos. Because as I teach in my program, you've got to react rationally, not emotionally. Because as we know, once emotion takes over, your rational mind stops and you start making mistakes. But you've got to just react, rationally. The only time I say it's okay to be emotional is if you have to commit violence against that person, and then the emotion you use is rage, and you just come unglued and do whatever you have to eliminate that threat.
A lot of different workplaces now do active shooter training, and a lot of people who work there say, I don't need to do that, it's not important, it's not going to happen. But it is important, especially nowadays, correct?
Absolutely correct. In fact, the first chapter in my book about active shooter survival is it'll never happen to me. So many people are in denial. They call it the optimism bias. It's actually, it's easier to go through life with rose-colored glasses on, thinking, that'll never happen to me and I don't have to worry about it. There's certainly much less stress than being ready to react to a situation like that. But we have seen no place is immune. No area of the country or the world, but they don't have to be using guns. They can be using knives or fire or explosives or a vehicle in a country that doesn't allow guns. So it's not about guns. It's about the fact that somebody's intention is to kill as many people possible in a short amount of time as possible. And just like fire drills in schools, since they've been mandated 70 years ago, not a single child has died in a school fire. We have got to bring this into a workplace. We've got to bring this training into all schools, into all of our houses of worship, so people are prepared. Once that happens, and more of these cowards fail, less and less of future cowards will make a decision to try and do something like that because it's not working anymore. They'll go do something constructive, like join a gym or learn karate or a chess club or something, to deal with whatever's going on inside them that's brought out this evil emotion that makes them want to hurt so many people.
All right, Michael Julian, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. A lot of great info there. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go? No, just that people have got to, like you said, they've got to wake up. There is no, it won't happen to me. They have got to consider the possibility that it will. With Alive, we say you can't always prevent bad things from happening, but you can be prepared when they do. And you've got to live life. I teach, defensive driving when we were learning how to drive back in high school. And it's being prepared for other people to do something they're not supposed to do, or not to do something they are, so that you can save your own life. Well, defensive living in this day and age, we've got to be situationally aware. We've got to understand that bad things can happen, and we've got to be prepared to react to them appropriately to save our lives when they do. All right, Michael Julian, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, everyone, it is 10:06 on the East Coast and 7:06 on the West Coast. We were talking about that hearing involving Ticketmaster and the Taylor Swift fiasco that is about to get underway here. So I do want to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll dip in to listen to that hearing that now does appear to be underway. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
offered explanations for these issues.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I want to take you to the beginning of the Senate panel now underway here. It's a lack of competition in the ticketing industry, and that is the focus of the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing now officially underway. The hearing comes after issues on Ticketmaster's website back in November left thousands of Taylor Swift fans unable to buy tickets to her upcoming tour. Some antitrust experts believe the company is in charge of more than 70% share of ticket services for U.S. concert venues. Let's listen from the beginning here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Have offered explanations for these issues. These issues are symptomatic, I think, of a larger problem. The ticketing and live entertainment markets lack competition, and they are dominated by a single entity, Live Nation. Live Nation merged with Ticketmaster in 2010 in a deal that joined the country's largest ticketing company with its largest event promoter. The Justice Department and attorneys general from many states, including Illinois, sued to block the merger. The plaintiffs ultimately allowed the merger to go through, but put in place a consent decree with a set of conditions and divestitures designed to ensure competition in ticketing and live entertainment markets. Unfortunately, that consent decree does not appear to have been effective. In the decade plus since the merger, Live Nation has consolidated its dominant position in the ticketing and live entertainment markets, and the result is a competition-killing strategy that has left artists and fans paying the price. Before turning to Senator Graham, I'd like to thank Senator Klobuchar, who's brought competition policy to the forefront of our national conversation as chair of the Subcommittee on Competition Policy, Antitrust, and Consumer Rights, and also thank her ranking member, Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Senator Klobuchar and Senator Lee asked for this hearing and have led the effort in putting it together. They've assembled an expert panel of witnesses who will discuss how ticketing and live entertainment markets became so concentrated to the detriment of consumers, the impacts of that concentration, and the steps we need to take to bring competition back. I'm going to turn to Senator Graham for opening remarks. Then Senators Klobuchar and Lee will speak. Then I'll welcome and swear in the 6 witnesses, and at that point hand the gavel to Senator Klobuchar to continue. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're in a new Congress, a chance to start over and move forward, hopefully in a productive fashion. I think this hearing today represents the best of the committee. I want to thank Senator Lee and Senator Klobuchar for coming together, bringing us together over a matter that matters to a lot of Americans. I think sort of the big theme here today is consolidation of power in the hands of few can create problems for the many. Competition is a good thing, and we'll determine today what happened. How did the system fail so spectacularly? What can we do in the future? But I think this hearing, and maybe the fruits of this hearing, represents sort of the better nature of the Judiciary Committee. We have a reputation of fighting among ourselves, which is okay, because we have differences of what should happen in the country, but we also have a reputation of being able to solve problems for the nation. And I tend to do both. Senator Grassley was a great ranking member. I know our chairman well. I admire Senator Durbin. He's a man who can fight, but he can also find consensus. And social media seems to be one of the areas that the Congress and the public is desirous of us doing something. These companies are the most powerful on the planet. They have almost unlimited money. They can't be sued, and there's no real regulatory environment. So, Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for something to do together, I think dealing with the problem of social media would be something the committee should focus on. I look forward to working with you. And this hearing today is a sign that the Judiciary Committee is in business early on in the new Congress. And out of this hearing, I hope we can make a better experience for the consumer, being able to buy tickets to things that you want to see without such a debacle. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Graham. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, for holding this hearing and working with Senator Lee and myself. This is clearly a bipartisan endeavor. We have interest from both sides of the aisle, and I think you all know, as Senator Durbin mentioned, that competition policy is very important to me. I believe in capitalism, and to have a strong capitalist system, you have to have competition. You can't have too much consolidation, something that unfortunately for this country, as a ode to Taylor Swift, I will say, we know all too well. In over 75% of our industries, ranging from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to tech to live events, a smaller number of large companies now control more of the business than they did 20 years ago.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as that Senate hearing on Ticketmaster's Taylor Swift fiasco now underway. We will bring you back to that coming up in just a little bit. But I do want to get back into just some of the headlines that we are following right now. Details do continue to emerge after a gunman opened fire in Monterey Park, California over the weekend, killing 11 people and wounding 9 others. We have been bringing you the latest all throughout the last few days. And that shooter, as you know, eventually took his own life. Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez joins us live now with the latest on that and more on the victims. Mario, as always, thanks for being here.
Good morning, Josh. We're live at City Hall here in Monterey Park, and this is where the community, grieving, heartbroken, they gathered here for a memorial, a candlelight vigil. And for so many in attendance, it was a night to share the heavy emotions surrounding this tragedy, while so many are still trying to make sense of it. Now, just outside City Hall, you'll notice here behind me, 11 crosses now in place for the 11 victims. On them, messages of love and condolences to the families, and some of the victim names have yet to be placed on those crosses as we continue to learn more about Saturday's deadly shooting and the victims and families being impacted. But you can see last night the showing of support here for that vigil outside City Hall. A grieving community. Mourners were asked to bring candles and flowers as they gathered in prayer. The death toll from Saturday's shooting rose to 11 yesterday, with officials at LA County USC Medical Center saying one of the shooting victims being treated there died from extensive injuries. And as so many in the community and beyond are still waiting for answers, they came here to show support to the victims and all of the families who lost loved ones. Meanwhile, we can tell you the LA County Coroner's Office has only released some of the victim identities. 57-year-old Ji-Won Yu, 63-year-old Leland Lee, and 68-year-old Valentino Alvaro. Family and friends speaking about 2 others, a dance instructor, Mingwei Ma, known as Mr. Ma, and 65-year-old Mei Mei Nan, who authorities say was shot in her car before the shooter went on a rampage inside that dance studio.
She was with a dance partner in her vehicle, ready to leave, and she unfortunately did not see the shooter who shot from her window.
He was extremely respected, very beloved, very caring teacher, instructor, extremely kind human being.
Another victim being identified by family and friends, Nancy Liu. Her daughter posted on social media a photo of her dad still in the hospital. He was also shot. She wrote in part, "My mom is gone. She never made it out of that dance studio." And we know the names of other victims are still pending family notification, according to the coroner's office. 2 women in their 60s, 1 man in his 60s, and 3 men in their 70s, all victims among those killed in that mass shooting. Now, coming back out here to our shot here at City Hall in Monterey Park, the tributes are expected to continue pouring in today. We've already seen several people making their way here to this growing memorial. We can tell you that Monterey Park city officials are planning a second vigil, that happening here just outside City Hall at 5:30 this evening. Josh, back to you.
And Mario, we have learned a little bit more about the victims who passed away. What do we know about the 9 that were wounded that are there at hospitals in California?
Yeah, well, initially after that shooting, you may remember it was 10 who were killed, 10 who were sent to area hospitals, and unfortunately yesterday we learned that 1 of those being treated died. As of this morning, LA County Sheriff's officials say that 4 remain hospitalized, 1 in serious condition, while the others are recovering. So when they hold this vigil tonight, the second here at City Hall, they're expected to have more information, possibly more victim names here as they continue to honor and pay tribute to the victims.
All right, a developing situation there. Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez, as always, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Josh. Take care.
10:18 on the East Coast and 7:18 on the West Coast. We'll take you back to that Ticketmaster hearing that is underway, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now. But first, let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:21 on the East Coast and 7:21 on the West Coast. We've been following this story for months and months. A lack of competition in the ticketing industry is the focus of this Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that is now underway. This all coming after issues on Ticketmaster's website back in November left thousands of Taylor Swift fans unable to buy tickets to her upcoming tour. I want to take you back out live, raw, and unfiltered here as we listen in to that hearing that is now underway.
Focused ticketing platform. The company originally launched as an aggregator of resale ticket listings, but now operates as both the primary ticket outlet and secondary marketplace for sports teams and live event venues. Prior to co-founding SeatGeek, Mr. Grotzinger was an associate counsel at Bain & Company. Jerry Michelson is the co-founder of Jam Productions of Chicago, a Chicago-based concert promotion agency and one of the largest independent producers of live concert entertainment in the country. This is a return trip for Mr. Michelson. He testified before the Antitrust Subcommittee in February of 2009 at a hearing on the then pending merger of Ticketmaster and Live Nation. At the time, he warned us of any competitive effects of the merger could have, stating, quote, "It's my belief this merger is vertical integration on steroids," close quote. I look forward to hearing an update on his views. Sal Nuzzo, Senior Vice President of the James Madison Institute, RJMI, Tallahassee-based think tank focusing on free market economics in Florida. In that role, Mr. Nuzzo oversees JMI's policy operation, coalition building, and strategy development. His writings have been published in the Wall Street Journal, National Review, The Hill, and Newsweek. Kathleen Bradish serves as the American Antitrust Institute's Vice President for Legal Advocacy. Ms. Bradish, prior to joining AAI, worked as counsel for Cleary Gottlieb and as an attorney in the Department of Justice's Antitrust Division. While at the Department of Justice, she represented the Antitrust Division in trade issues, including leading the negotiations of competition chapters in the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement and in the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. Clyde Lawrence is a leader of the band Lawrence and a musician, composer, and producer. In December, Mr. Lawrence wrote an op-ed in the New York Times titled, "Taylor Swift's Live Nation debacle is just the beginning." In it, Mr. Lawrence explained how Live Nation's market dominance negatively impacted artists like himself. I look forward to hearing his perspective today. After I swear in, the witnesses each will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement and then turn to senators' questions. As I mentioned, after I've administered the oath, I'll pass the gavel to Senator Klobuchar to preside over the remainder of the hearing. First, could all of the witnesses please stand to be sworn in? Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that all of the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. And before I ask Mr. Berchtold to give his opening statement, ceremonial handing of the gavel.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Berchtold.
Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, Senators Klobuchar and Lee, and other members of the committee, I'm Joe Berchtold, President and Chief Financial Officer of Live Nation Entertainment. I thank you for the invitation to appear today to address these important issues in the live entertainment industry so we can together work to make things better. For almost 20 years, Live Nation has operated in the United States and around the world with an artist-first business model that is focused on helping put artists on stage and connecting them with their fans. We believe that the artist-fan connection is the foundation of the live entertainment industry, the source of nearly all commercial value, and the number one thing that public policy should protect. Over this period, we have helped the industry grow rapidly. In 2022, live music was a $12 billion industry in the United States, 4 times what it was in 2005. To fuel this growth, Live Nation has invested billions of dollars funding artists globally, $9 billion in 2022 alone. Given our level of investment in artists, it is also critical for Live Nation to have the most effective platform possible for selling tickets. Since our 2010 merger with Ticketmaster, we have invested over $1 billion in capital to improve the Ticketmaster system. Much of this was on technologies to eliminate fraud and to get tickets to fans instead of ticket scalpers using bots, a prime example of which is our verified fan service. Today's Ticketmaster is best in class in conducting large on-sales, marketing concerts, preventing frauds, and getting tickets into the hands of real fans. I do want to take a moment to address some confusion about what Ticketmaster and other primary ticketing platforms do and don't do. Primary ticketing companies, including Ticketmaster, do not set ticket prices. We do not decide how many tickets go on sale and when, and we do not set service fees. Pricing and distribution strategies are determined by the artists and their teams. Service fees, even if they're called ticketing fees, are retained mainly by the venues, and their portion of the service fee that Ticketmaster retains has been falling steadily over time. This leads to the topic of today's hearing, competition in ticketing markets. We hear people say that the ticketing markets are less competitive today than they were at the time of the Live Nation Ticketmaster merger. That's simply not true. In 2009, the Department of Justice alleged that Ticketmaster's market share was over 80%. It's a different story today. The most obvious change is the emergence of the enormous secondary ticketing market, in which Ticketmaster has a modest market share and many strong competitors. But also in primary ticketing, the Ticketmaster of 2010 did not face the level of competition that we face today with new competitors highly capitalized, including SeatGeek, AEG's Access, and Eventbrite, along with established competitors including Tickets.com and Paciolan. Ticketmaster has lost, not gained, market share since the merger. And as I mentioned, today's competitive bidding process with numerous credible alternative ticketing companies result in getting less of the economic value in a ticketing contract every year. There are problems in the ticketing industry, problems we believe can and should be addressed through legislation. Many are the direct result of industrial-scale ticket scalping that goes on today. A $5 billion industry in concerts alone in the United States, fueled by practices that run counter to the interests of artists and their fans. The recent on-sale experience with Taylor Swift, one of the world's most popular artists, has highlighted the need to address these issues urgently. We knew bots would attack that on sale and planned accordingly. We were then hit with 3 times the amount of bot traffic that we'd ever experienced. And for the first time in 400 verified fan on sales, they came after our verified fan password servers as well. While the bots failed to penetrate our systems or acquire any tickets, the attack requires to slow down and even pause our sales. This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret. We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better, and we will do better. Ticketmaster learned valuable lessons from this on sale. In hindsight, there are several things we could have done better. And let me be clear, the Ticketmaster accepts its responsibility as being the first line of defense against bots in our industry. It's an ever-escalating arms race. But in this forum where we're here to discuss public policy, we also need to recognize how industrial scalpers using bots and cyber attacks to unfairly gain tickets has contributed to this awful experience. There are many things we can and should accomplish together. We should enlarge the scope of the Bots Act and increase enforcement. We should enact categorical prohibitions on fraudulent ticket practices, including deceptive URLs and offering for sale tickets before they're on sale in the primary. We should mandate all-in pricing so that fans see the full cost of their tickets from the start. We share your goal of making live entertainment industry better for artists, teams, and fans alike, and it's in that spirit that I sit before you today, to work with you to make the fan experience better. I look forward to answering your questions.
Mr. Grotzinger.
Good morning, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, Senators Klobuchar and Lee, and members of the committee.
If you are just watching us here, that was Live Nation's president testifying about the Ticketmaster debacle involving Taylor Swift. This was back in November, where people were unable to get those tickets. What I am going to do right now is head to a quick break, but we'll come back with more of your headlines, and we will dip back into this hearing that is still underway in Washington. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Jury selection does resume today amid the trial for disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. He's charged with the murders of his wife and youngest son, both shot multiple times at the family's estate in June 2021. Many people now headed to Walterboro, South Carolina, where the trial is taking place. Scott Grooms is the tourism director for the city and joins us now live. Scott, thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely.
So what have you seen so far as an influx of people that are headed to your city?
Well, we've had a large influx of media, obviously. So far, right now, it's still in jury selection, so the actual public is not really turning out heavily for the trial. We've had a few people on the street just checking out everything going on, because not too often in a town this size do you have this many live trucks and news vehicles in the area, so a lot of people coming just to see what's going on.
Tell me about Walterboro.
It's your traditional southern town. It's a very small town with a traditional main street. We were used in the movie Forrest Gump. We were used in the movie Radio. And it's a classic main street with the soda fountain at one end. You know, we've got antique stores we've known for antiquing, and we're right on Interstate 95. So a lot of people come in town just to eat at our restaurant, shop at our antique stores, and just enjoy a slow life.
Have you ever had anything of this magnitude going on in your city?
We really haven't. We really haven't. We've had trials here before. We've had murder trials here before, but we've never had really anything with national attention come to Walterboro.
How do you prepare for an influx of people like that? Because you don't necessarily know how many people are going to be there. You can imagine that a lot of media members will show up, but you don't know how many people from the surrounding area are going to come to watch as well. So how do you prepare for the unknown?
We started about 3 months ago, and we really, first of all, we had to find where to park people. So we secured a number of parking lots from local churches. We've secured a number of parking lots that the city owns to where we can use it for the trial. We took a large parcel of land the city owns that is directly by the courthouse and turned it into the media pool. And so we made sure that we could park all the media trucks, satellite trucks such as that. And then across the street from the courthouse, we added food trucks and such to where media on that 1 hour break can come in and actually get some food, get some breakfast, and not flood the local restaurants, because when you leave the courthouse, you're not going to be able to get turned in an hour. So we've set up some trucks over there right next to the media center here at the Wildlife Center, to where everybody can get food in a timely fashion also, and not flood the downtown streets with people at the noon break. Also, we've only closed one street, so we haven't stopped the city from being able to operate. So our post office is still on Main Street. You still have to come down Main Street to do some other businesses. We have a pharmacy down here. So we have made all efforts not to impact our locals, but also be able to take care of our guests that are here for the trial.
Do you think that whatever happens with this case and the way that everything plays out with the influx of people, that it will serve kind of as a learning moment, a teaching moment for anything that does happen, I guess, in the future? Hopefully, of course, you never have another murder trial like this, but just preparing for other events.
Absolutely. We thought we were pretty well prepared when the trial started. When the trial started yesterday, we had to adjust on the fly and do a few things differently. And we are taking notes. So we realize that we're not perfect. We want to make sure we do as much as we can to take care of our guests. But as far as it goes, we're definitely taking notes. So if this ever happens again, we'll be ready.
All right, Scott Grooms, tourism director there for Walterboro, South Carolina, where that trial is underway right now. Of course, day 2 of jury selection here. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
We just want people, if they happen to come to Walterboro, to enjoy themselves, walk around, see our antique stores, look at our and shop in our areas, and really don't look at us as just the place where the trial happened. Look at us as just a nice town. You're on 95. You want to stop in, please come by.
All right, Scott, thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, 10:37 on the East Coast and 7:37 on the West Coast. I do want to dip back in to that Senate Judiciary hearing that is now underway. We heard a bit earlier from Live Nation's president. This is the ongoing situation here with the Taylor Swift fiasco and Ticketmaster's hand in that. I do want to listen in right now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Live Nation went after the arena business, and they succeeded in driving us and other independent promoters out of that sector. Live Nation effectively eliminated competition for indoor arena shows by utilizing the following methods: purchasing national indoor tours in arenas and for their outdoor amphitheaters, threatening financial penalties on a tour deal if the artist wanted to work for Jam, paying a band 100% or more of the gross ticket sales, and Live Nation managed artists typically only perform for Live Nation promoted shows at the arena level. Now Live Nation is going after music theaters and clubs of all sizes in an effort to control the entire live music industry from the top to the bottom. From 2010 to 2021, Live Nation added 61 theaters and 41 clubs to their already large arsenal of venues. The near complete domination of arenas because of the merger could soon happen in theaters and clubs in every community in the country. On a 2016 Live Nation earnings call, Michael Rapino, their president and CEO, said one of the company's biggest goals was to convince artists to agree to integrate the primary and secondary ticket markets to grow Live Nation's share. Rapino stated, and I quote, "Artists, the more they get comfortable with seeing primary and secondary together, our market share grows." With that statement, Rapino acknowledged that they are not serving artists, they are serving themselves. There are two antitrust decisions I'd like to bring to your attention where vertical integration played a prominent role in restricting competition. The 1948 Supreme Court decision in the U.S. versus Paramount led to the abolishment of block booking and forced the movie studios to sell off their theater chains. An excerpt from the Eastman Kodak case states, "The court has held many times that power gained through some advantage can give rise to liability if a seller exploits his dominant position in the market to expand his empire into the next." Every time that Live Nation or Ticketmaster blames anybody else for the significant issues and increasingly high fees, remember that many times they are the venue, the promoter, and the manager of that artist. By controlling ticketing and promotion, the artist management company, they're choking off competition that would offer an alternative to the broken system we see today. This was most acutely seen in Taylor Swift, and it's playing out across the live music industry every day and generating fan outrage and despair. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michelson. Next up, Mr. Nuzzo.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, I would like to thank you for the honor and the opportunity to appear before you this morning. My name is Sal Nuzzo, and I serve on the policy team at the James Madison Institute in Tallahassee, Florida. We are a nonprofit economic policy think tank that focuses on the policy issues impacting Florida's 22 million residents. Fresh out of college and starting a career in policy, I dreamt of one day testifying before the United States Senate on an issue of profound importance, maybe international monetary policy or perhaps a Supreme Court nomination. But as my 14 and 13-year-old daughters informed me last night, Dad, nothing you speak on in your career will be as important as what you say today. Don't mess this up. So here we go. Florida is home to 13 major sports teams, 15 Major League Baseball spring training facilities, NASCAR, F1, the PGA, LPGA, college, and numerous other sports venues. I say that because most of those venues serve as concert sites when they're not in use during their respective seasons. In Florida, sports and live entertainment is a $6.5 billion market, a sizable share of the nation's $133 billion economic impact in this area. So this issue is important to Floridians, not just with respect to primary ticketing, but also the secondary ticket market, which I would like to open with. I'd like to offer our perspective by way of a brief analogy. Because I'm an employee of a nonprofit organization, I drive a 15-year-old Volvo with 200,000 miles on it. God bless the Swedes. I purchased it from a private seller in 2015, and much to my kids' dismay, it's still going strong. Volvo didn't place a single restriction on the automobile when I purchased it, and if and when I decide to sell it, they'll likely have no role in the transaction. In fact, I don't think they have a clue what's happened to the car since it left their dealership. This is true for just about every auto manufacturer. Consequently, our auto market is a robust, thriving, and diverse industry largely adhering to the forces of supply and demand. The same could be the case for the market governing the selling, marketing, and resale of tickets to sports competitions and concerts. It could be, but it has not occurred. There is, as we've spoken about, one dominant market player approaching 80% of the primary market. This does allow them the ability to leverage that dominance through service fees, exclusivity requirements, and other practices that are ultimately borne by consumers. At its core, a debate is occurring over what a person actually obtains when they purchase a ticket. Some would argue that the purchaser is simply leasing or renting a space in a venue, and that the lease is subject to terms and conditions. In our opinion, that logic rests on a misguided assumption that the commodity is the venue. Ask anyone attending a Jaguars game, or a Harry Styles concert for that matter, where they're going, and they'll reply, "I'm going to the Jags game," or "I'm going to take my daughters to see Harry Styles." They would not reply with, "Oh, I'm going to TIAA Bank Field this afternoon," or "just taking my kids to Amway Arena tonight." The stadium may have a lifespan of 50 years, but an individual purchases a commodity with a much more limited lifespan, a couple of hours. This distinction, in our opinion, is vital to the debate over the issues within the event ticketing space. Over the last several years, we've heard the term consumer welfare standard uttered much more frequently. Questions over whether the standard is still applicable in today's innovation economy, whether it should be replaced with some other form of subjective measure, and in the age of tech platforms, what consumer welfare even means. I would ask you all today, as we conduct this hearing, to set that principle aside. In this area, we would contend that consumer welfare is very clearly defined and reflective of the issues and challenges within this industry.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to that Senate hearing underway. This is all related to the Ticketmaster Taylor Swift fiasco from back in November. We did hear from Live Nation's president moments ago, and this is expected to go for quite a while. So we will bring you live, raw, and unfiltered coverage as we do get more on that. We do continue to follow a breaking story out of California, where there is yet another mass shooting in the state. At least 7 people are dead after a pair of shootings in Half Moon Bay, California. That's about 30 miles south of San Francisco. Claudia Cowan with Fox News has been following the story and joins us now live with the latest.
Hey, Josh. Well, a suspect is in custody after 7 farm workers were gunned down, as you mentioned, at 2 separate locations in Half Moon Bay. Now, this is a coastal community south of San Francisco, perhaps famous for its famous pumpkin festival and art galleries, not the kind of gun violence that happened there at around 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday. 4 people were killed at a mushroom farm and nursery off a main highway. The bodies of 3 others were found at another farming business several miles away near Highway 1. It's believed all 7 of the dead were Chinese and Latino farm workers. An 8th victim is in the hospital listed in critical condition. Authorities say at the time of the first shooting at that mushroom farm, there were a lot of people present, including children.
So, you know, it was in the afternoon when kids were out of school, and for children to witness this is unspeakable.
Police have identified the gunman as 67-year-old Chung-Li Zhao, a Half Moon Bay resident. Police say Zhao acted alone and worked at one of the farms that was targeted. With the help of translators, witnesses were able to provide police with a description of the gunman's car. And a few hours after the shootings, a deputy spotted that vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation in Half Moon Bay, with Zhao sitting inside. Officers quickly took him into custody and found a semi-automatic handgun inside that vehicle. It's unclear whether Zhao was planning to turn himself in. He is reportedly cooperating with authorities. Now, the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, along with the FBI, are working to try to determine a motive for this mass shooting. It is the 3rd mass shooting in California so far this month. And Josh, I should also add that investigators are still working to identify the victims. So you can imagine that this morning there are perhaps dozens and dozens of family members waiting to see and hear if their loved ones were involved with this tragic shooting. It's just heartbreaking to think about that. Back to you.
All right, Claudia Cowan with Fox News. A lot left to figure out. Thank you so much for joining us. 10:48 on the East Coast and 7:48 on the West Coast. I do want to head to a quick commercial break, but in 2 minutes we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we do continue to cover this ongoing Senate hearing, which does involve the Taylor Swift fiasco with Ticketmaster. We did hear some testimony a bit earlier from Live Nation's president, and that testimony does continue with various officials here. I do want to dip in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Thank you very much. And last but not least is Clyde Lawrence of the band Lawrence. And I will say, looking at your testimony ahead of time, Mr. Lawrence, I particularly enjoyed the line that perhaps you'll repeat, that while you are so proud of your band, we're not artists yet on the level of acts like Taylor Swift or Bruce Springsteen, though we do hope one day to be big enough to crash a ticketing website. With that, I turn it over to you, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you. I hope it'll get as big a laugh when I say it than as when you just did. Good morning, Senators, and thank you for inviting us today to the most unique gig we've had in years. My name is Clyde Lawrence, and this is Jordan Cohen. We are two of the 8 members of Lawrence, a soul pop band from New York City. Before telling you more about who we are, it's important to clarify who we're not. We're not lawyers or economists with expertise in antitrust policy. And as Senator Klobuchar said, we're also not artists on the level of acts like Taylor Swift or Bruce Springsteen, though we do hope to one day be big enough to crash a ticketing website. What we are, however, are seasoned artists who have toured extensively over the last 7 years, starting with empty bars and working our way up to headlining sold-out shows for thousands of people and seeing our music chart on Top 40 radio. While we became musicians because of our passion for making music, we realized early on that we needed to embrace the entrepreneurial aspects of pursuing careers as artists. Ever since we started touring, we've tried to be vocal about the lopsided deal mechanics we were facing, even including the lyric, "Live Nation is a monopoly," in our latest album. Whether or not it meets the legal definition of a monopoly is someone else's call to make. We're here just to tell you what we've observed. While Jordan and I discussed those dynamics in depth in our written testimony, most of the issues we face stem from the fact that Live Nation Ticketmaster often acts as three things at the same time: the promoter, the venue, and the ticketing company. Let's imagine we just played a sold-out show at a venue Live Nation owns and operates. When an artist plays these venues, they're required to use Live Nation as the promoter. Far from simply advertising, the promoter coordinates and pays the upfront costs to put together a concert, such as renting and staffing a venue and striking a deal with the performer. Since both our pay and theirs is a share of the show's profits, we should be true partners, aligned in our incentives. Keep costs low while ensuring the best fan experience. But with Live Nation not only acting as the promoter, but also as the owner and/or operator.
All right, that is the ongoing Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, which we will dip back into coming up shortly. I do want to let you know about a breaking news situation that we are following. This comes out of Yakima, Washington. The police chief just confirming that at least 3 people are dead after a series of random shootings in Yakima. The police chief just posting a video with the details that are known so far. I do want to play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, I'm Matt Murray, the chief of the Yakima Police Department. At approximately 3:30 this morning, we received a call of a male who was shooting parties at the location of 18th and Nob Hill, 18th Street. When officers arrived, they located 3 deceased parties at the Circle K store and quickly realized that there was a second shooting scene across the street at the AM/PM. I want to remind everybody this is really new. It's dynamic. Things are changing. We're getting new information constantly, so I can give you the best information we have at this time. It appears to be a random situation. There was no apparent conflict between the parties. The male just walked in and started shooting. We do have video from the security at the store, and we're collecting other video. There was also eyewitnesses who've given us information. We do believe that there's possibly a 4th victim. We don't know their condition. The man, after he left the Circle K, went across the street and shot into a vehicle. You can see the party in that vehicle move to the passenger seat, and then the suspect stole his car. The suspect fled eastbound on Nob Hill, out Highway 24, and so we don't have his location at this time. The suspect vehicle is a gray or silver sedan Chrysler. They believe a Chrysler 200, and we don't know the license plate. We don't know who the victim is at this time. We don't know who the suspect is. We do have some good photos of the suspect that we will be releasing shortly. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Did the shooting take place inside the Circle K?
Both. The first shooting was inside the store. Then he came outside the store and shot a victim outside the store, and then went across the street and apparently shot one more person.
And you said 3 confirmed?
We have 3 confirmed deceased parties. There's a possible 4th, but we don't know.
What is that status of the 4th? Like they took him off?
So he shot inside of the vehicle. We can see a person in there. Then he took that vehicle. So it's possible the victim's not hit, possible that they're shot and alive, it's possible they're deceased. We just don't know.
And then you said took out.
Last information we had was that the suspect fled eastbound on Highway 24 towards Moxie.
What protocol has to be taken with that?
I'm sorry?
What kind of protocol is taken with that tramp?
Everything we can to find them.
Any other information?
That's what we have at this time. We will be providing updates. I'd ask you to watch our social media, and as soon as we can put out more information, we will. I would say that, excuse me, this is a dangerous person, and it's random, so there is a danger to the community. We don't have a motive. We don't know why, and so we will do everything we can to locate and apprehend that person and keep the public informed.
That right there was Chief Matthew Murray with the Yakima, Washington City Police Department. Again, he did confirm at least 3 people are dead after a suspect opened fire inside a Circle K and then outside of the gas station. Police say there may have been a 4th victim because the gunman was seen on camera firing into a vehicle that he then fled in. Now, this is believed to be random, the chief says. As we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get back into that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that is still underway over in D.C.
does set the ticket price?
That's an excellent question. That was actually the thing I was most surprised to hear in Mr. Berchtold's speech, because we definitely have absolutely no say. And if we actually ask the venues in advance, which we often do, they say that's a Ticketmaster thing. So the fees, I mean, we actually do set, the ticket prices, the base price. The artist does have a say in setting for sure. But those added Ticketmaster service fees, we have absolutely no say. And the venues claim that it's a Ticketmaster.
Mr. Berchtold, you want to add anything to that?
Thank you. Yes, as Mr. Lawrence said, the band sets the ticket price. The service fee level is set by the venue.
And you control the venue. Do you not?
Of approximately
Live Nation?
Of approximately 4,000 venues in the United States per Pollstar, Live Nation operates approximately 200. So roughly 5% of the venues in the country.
Are they the biggest?
No, sir. They're generally not the biggest. The biggest tend to be the sports venues, the arenas, the stadiums controlled by the sports teams or the owners of the sports teams.
Mr. Grotzinger, you had an experience at Barclays, did you not, in terms of an opportunity for your company to take over a venue that had been controlled by Ticketmaster? How did that work?
The New York Times reported a few weeks ago how once we took over ticketing for the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, the Barclays Center saw a marked decrease in the number of concerts from Live Nation that were sent to that venue versus historical averages. So earlier last year, the Barclays Center management came to us and said, we'd like to keep using you for ticketing our basketball, but we want to be able to use Ticketmaster to ticket concerts. And we looked into it and couldn't get the economics to work. So we said to them, listen, let's just, part ways amicably, and we did.
So they used their power of the marketplace to diminish the number of acts at that venue, and the venue decided they had to go back to Ticketmaster.
There was certainly, as Pollstar public data shows, a marked increase in the number of shows Live Nation played at that venue after the venue decided to move away from Ticketmaster.
Mr. Berchtold, is that true?
I believe, Senator, that what the New York Times indicated was that another venue opened in the marketplace. So you now had two venues vying for the shows that weren't going to Madison Square Garden, and that the number of shows going to Barclays from all the major promoters went down as a result of that increased competition. I have not heard of any allegations that we changed in any way our booking of concerts for that venue. It's a matter that I watch very closely given the profile of the New York market. I understand every decision about every show, where it was placed and why. We have records determining that in no cases was there any retaliation against Barclays in the placement of shows.
Mr. Grotzinger, last word on Barclays?
Yep, I don't have more to add specifically on retaliation there. I would note that the DOJ report in 2019 found numerous instances of Live Nation threatening and retaliating against venues once they had moved away from Ticketmaster. In one case, the Live Nation president told the venue that they would, quote unquote, go nuclear if they left. So the threat is real. It's been documented. It happens across many venues.
Mr. Michelson, Mr. Berchtold defended his market position in one element, saying it was a battle of the bots. Have you run into that phenomena?
Ticketing companies, one of the things they're supposed to do is have solutions to bots. And for the leading ticket company not to be able to handle bots is, for me, pretty an unbelievable statement. But you can't blame bots for what happened to Taylor Swift. There's more to that story that you're not hearing.
Ms. Bradish, you probably heard Mr. Berchtold's suggestions or read in his testimony. 3 things he thinks need to be done, which included all-in pricing on the tickets, fighting deceptive URLs as an example, and creating a civil action under the Bots Act. Any reaction from you to those suggestions?
Well, none of those suggestions go to the core of what we've been talking about today, which is the antitrust problem, the fact that Live Nation Ticketmaster, because of its market power, has the incentive to do things to exclude competition in all of its markets up and down the supply chain for live entertainment. So I appreciate those suggestions. Many of them may be good ideas, but it does not change the fact that Live Nation Ticketmaster is a monopoly and will act because that's its incentive to exclude competition.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Durbin. Next up, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. British, I'd like to start with you. Back in 2010, the antitrust complaint filed by the Department of Justice against the proposed merger between Ticketmaster and Live Nation alleged, among other things, that Ticketmaster had at the time an 83% market share, with no competitor, no single competitor, having more than 4% of the market. It also alleged that Live Nation, for its part, was Ticketmaster's biggest customer and was the leading concert promoter at the time, of course. It also alleged that Live Nation had begun competing directly with Ticketmaster for ticketing services, rising over a very short period of time to 16% of the market share in just 2 months, kind of a meteoric rise. So with that in mind, why, in your view, did the Department of Justice settle what seems to be a strong case that appears to involve the elimination of head-to-head competition with a monopolist? And would you agree that what we have here is not a shortcoming necessarily of our antitrust laws, but error, perhaps gross negligence in enforcing them?
Well, I think that there are two elements to why the DOJ would take a consent decree rather than pursue a case in court. Obviously, a case in court involves risk, and the fact is that to pursue a vertical merger in court, and recent experience backs that up, is difficult. It's very difficult for DOJ to win a vertical merger
Meaning
case.
post Dr. Miles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. So that it's hard, given the current state of the law, for DOJ to pursue a vertical merger case. So that will make them, in many cases, hesitant to do that.
Right.
The second issue, I think, that comes up here is the need for witnesses in a court case. And in a situation where there's a pervasive fear of the dominant firm, where venues and promoters and other independent rivals will potentially suffer consequences, and history since then has suggested that's the case, they would have to testify in court. And to get someone to take that risk is not an easy ask.
The point about Dr. Miles and Legion is interesting, although, if I'm not mistaken, they pitched this as a horizontal merger, didn't they? And didn't the complaint identify it as a horizontal, not a vertical?
Well, there's a horizontal component as well as a vertical component. The conduct remedy part of it clearly goes to the vertical part of the issue.
Now, the consent decree includes a divestiture and also prohibitions on tying the ticketing services and the concert promotion. You want to say anything about how those have worked in practice and why?
Well, obviously, the investigation that culminated in the 2020 modification to the consent decree showed that, in fact, this was repeatedly violated. The DOJ described 6 instances, but also pointed to a pervasive environment of fear of retaliation. And as a result, it shows that when a company has incentives to act in a particular way, a consent decree isn't necessarily going to stop them from doing that.
Right. Mr. Brocholt, do you want to respond?
Yes, I absolutely acknowledge, Senator, that the Department of Justice alleged 6 issues in 2019, which led to our decision with them to extend the consent decree. We did not feel it made sense to be seen as defending the theories of retaliation or threats. It's not our business practice. It goes against our fundamental focus on alignment with the artist, the idea that we would ever put our interest ahead of theirs. So we were comfortable extending the consent decree. As she mentioned, there were several things that changed because we had different interpretations. And one of the things that we've done is in instances where venues are seeking to tie a ticketing and a content and a concert agreement into an overall deal, we have eliminated those so that there can't be any instance where there's the perception of threats or retaliation associated with that bundling done at the venue's request. So we've simply eliminated that from our service set, along with the establishment of monitors to make sure that any venue employee or others could confidentially report any issues.
Is it accurate to say that at a minimum, that Live Nation at a minimum was a motivated and capable, potentially, if not likely, competitor?
I'm sorry,
at the time of the merger, is it accurate to say that at the time of the merger, Live Nation was an emerging, nascent competitor and likely a very capable potential competitor?
I would say, Senator, that Live Nation at the time was finding that it was very difficult to build its own ticketing system, that one of the driving motivations to the Ticketmaster merger was the feeling that it wasn't going to successfully build its own system, and it sought to find one that could more effectively serve its needs of selling tickets for fans.
Yeah, I'm out of time, but they had sold 6 million tickets, and they did rise to a pretty prominent position in the marketplace in 2 months. So that's not nothing. We'll get to that later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Ms. Bradish. As a former antitrust attorney who studied these markets, do you agree that the ticketing market was more competitive when Ticketmaster was competing with Live Nation as separate companies?
Certainly, and especially where you have a potential new entrant that's showing the ability to increase its market share rapidly and with great success. That's precisely the kind of pressure that you would want to have on a dominant player to make sure that they act in a competitive fashion. The loss of that is the loss of competition.
Exactly. Mr. Berchtold, we've heard serious concerns from artists, promoters, venues that Live Nation's dominance in the concert tour promotion can pressure venues to use Ticketmaster's primary ticketing service exclusively. How else would you explain the fact that Ticketmaster has 80% of major venues contracts in the U.S.?
It is absolutely our policy to not pressure, threaten, or retaliate against venues by using content as part of the ticketing discussion.
Mr. Michelson, have you seen Live Nation leveraging its power as the leading concert promoter to pressure venues to use Ticketmaster for primary ticketing? How are they able to do that?
When speaking with people that either own or manage venues, their biggest fear is if they leave Ticketmaster, they will lose content. So whether it's said or not, it's implied that if I don't use Ticketmaster, I am not going to get all the shows that I would like to have.
Get it.
And by the way, if you look at the difference between the Target Center in Minneapolis and the Xcel Energy Center in St. Paul, the Target Center is ticketed by Access. The Xcel Energy Center is ticketed by Ticketmaster. Look at the number of shows that play Xcel, and you'll see they far exceed the number of shows that play Target. And when you look at and break it down a little farther, you'll see that most of the shows that play Xcel are Live Nation shows, and they bring very few to the Access-controlled venue, the Targets.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to a Senate hearing underway on that Taylor Swift ticket fiasco that happened back in November. We will dip back into that coming up in just a bit, but I do actually want to get to some of the other stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look. Details do continue to emerge here after a gunman opened fire in Monterey Park, California over the weekend, killing 11 people. This happening, of course, we know that 9 others were wounded, and the shooter eventually took his own life. Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette joins us live now to bring us the latest information. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Josh. Good morning, everyone from Monterey Park, California, a community that continues to reel from this mass murder that happened over the weekend. We are live in front of the Star Dance Center where the shooting happened, and you can see one of many memorials to the 11 victims and the 9 other people that were also injured, and so many other countless people that witnessed this horror, and they too are recovering, if not physically, emotionally. Meanwhile, detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department continue their investigation, trying to make sense, Josh, of the senseless, understanding the mind of a madman, as LA County Sheriff Luna refers to the killer, Hu Chan Tran. They are delving today into the life and death of the 72-year-old, a killer who destroyed families and left a community heartbroken. Now, Chan, say detectives, is no stranger to weapons. He was actually arrested in the 1990s for the unlawful possession of a firearm, and police say they've found evidence that he was actually making silencers inside his mobile home in Hemet, California, and surveillance video from a second location where he was actually disarmed shows the gun that police say he had used to kill the 11 people just moments earlier, and it does have a silencer on it, and police believe it is a homemade one, probably made by the suspect himself. It is designed to muffle the sound of gunfire, of course, but we're learning that many witnesses who were inside the dance studio, they were actually line dancing. When Tran walked in and opened fire, they actually thought the gunfire was fireworks or part of the DJ show, because remember, they were celebrating the Lunar New Year, so it was a full-on New Year's Eve type of a celebration. It wasn't until people began dropping on the dance floor and others screamed and ran that many realized they were being shot at. As for a motive, the rumor mill continues, and it is rampant. There are rumors that Tran was a jilted lover, also that his mental health had deteriorated in the last few months, and police are also investigating that he went to the police department in his hometown in Hemet to report that he thought his family was trying to poison him, and he was supposed to come back with so-called evidence, but he never returned. So that is one of the many avenues of investigation. So far, detectives tell me they have found no motive. He did not leave a suicide note, and they found no type of manifesto or any writings to indicate why he would want to do something like this.
All right, Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette. As you mentioned, a lot left to figure out here, including a motive for this horrible crime. Again, the death toll rising to 11. Gigi, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Josh.
11:15 on the East Coast and 8:15 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at a surveillance image that has just come into our newsroom. This is a story that we did bring you as breaking news a short time ago, where the chief of the Yakima Police Department confirmed that at least 3 people have died after random shootings there. It started inside of a Circle K this morning, he says, then went outside. 3 people shot and killed there. And we do know that a 4th person was shot at inside of a vehicle that suspect later drove away. However, it is not clear if that person was hit. So again, at least 3 dead and a possible 4th victim. But this right here, police say is a surveillance image that shows that shooting suspect as he did enter into the Circle K prior to opening fire. We are going to continue to follow this and bring you updates as we do get them here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head back into that Senate hearing that is still underway on the Ticketmaster Taylor Swift fiasco. It's been going on for a little more than an hour. Let's dip back in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Artists and providing them services.
I guess without the artists, you would not have a business.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, has that been your experience, that Live Nation never puts their interests ahead of the artists and that they have an artist-first business model?
I think generally when we show up to play a show, the people that work for Live Nation at the venue absolutely, try to be partners to us in putting on the best concert. I think that the places where sometimes maybe you could feel like it's not artist first is just in the structure of the way some of the deals with the artists, when you look at the settlement sheet at the end of the night, where which breaks down who gets paid what, some of those line items where we have no say in setting any of the prices of those things, yet some of them are Live Nation directly setting the price for things that they are paying to other entities that they might own, which directly impacts the profit pool from which the artist's pay is being derived. Those are the moments where I wouldn't say it's not artists first, I mean, who's to say, but like those are the moments where it feels like we're not truly aligned in our incentives.
Well, for your band to make $6 out of a $42 ticket price,
yeah, that doesn't feel great.
Doesn't strike me as artist first.
I would agree with that.
Mr. Berchtold, you talked about how few venues that Live Nation actually owns, but the truth is that you have these, I think you alluded to this, you have these long-term exclusive rights contracts with many venues that you don't actually own, or that you have some sort of partial ownership where you have effective, at least contractual control over those venues. Is that correct?
Yeah, Senator, if I could differentiate on the ticketing side and the ticketing contracts as opposed to on the promotion side. So on the promotion side of the business, which Senator Klobuchar was asking about, there are roughly 4,000 venues in the United States. Roughly 200 of them we operate, often don't own the underlying business, but operate the buildings. And then we have roughly 40 more buildings with which we have an exclusive promoter relationship. So that's a very small portion of the market for venues.
So whether or not you actually own the venue, you do have effective influence and maybe in some cases outright control over what the venue charges in terms of the ticket price, correct?
In roughly 240 buildings, or 5 or 6% of the market, sir, yes.
Mr. Mickelson, why is it so hard for the average consumer to get access to tickets, and who benefits from less consumer access? Is it not the artist, I assume?
That's a good question, Senator. Let's take the Taylor Swift fiasco as an example. The fans had to sign up through Verified Fan to be able to even buy a ticket. Ticketmaster knew that the demand was enormous, bigger, larger than most any other show. And when they set the tickets up for sale, there's 2 ways you can do that. You can set the tickets so that they are best available, which means that you'll sell more tickets because the fans don't have a choice, or you can do pick a seat, where it slows the process down. the process, when it's slowed down, increases the money that Ticketmaster makes because they make money on fees. And as the ticket prices go up due to dynamically priced tickets, Ticketmaster makes more to that. So it's to their advantage to slow the process down and to do pick a seat, so that it created the frenzy that drove the prices up, which again, Ticketmaster's getting a percentage of that fee. And the higher the ticket price, the higher the fee. So I think that it was driven by the corporate bottom line in the Taylor Swift fiasco, Ticketmaster's bottom line.
I see my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cornyn. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Let me start off by offering a Rhode Island welcome to Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, 7 out of the 8 members of our band went to Brown University, so we have a lot of Rhode Island pride.
That's pretty impressive. What were your favorite venues?
We played at a local venue called AS220 a bunch, but honestly, we mostly played at like house parties on campus. That was kind of where we got our start. We also played recently a bunch at Fett Music Hall.
Well, AS220 is a great organization, and I'm proud to have you in the middle of this as a group that emerged from our terrific Brown University.
Thank you.
You mentioned in your testimony today that when artists like you play a Live Nation venue, you typically are also required to use Ticketmaster and a Live Nation-owned promoter. If that were not the expectation, what would the difference, you think, be for your band and your fans?
Well, if we had the ability to weigh different offers, then we would just be able to see a more apples-to-apples comparison of what kind of deals we could get in a given venue. But you're correct in saying that, yes, when we pick a given venue, if it's a venue that Live Nation is either the exclusive promoter or the operator or the owner of, there's no opportunity but to just receive a deal that we have no ability to negotiate from Live Nation. And yes, the tickets have to be ticketed by Ticketmaster. There's it would be great to be able to find out, if it was this ticketing company, it might be a different fee. Or I know Mr. Berchtold saying that the venue sets the fee, which has not been our experience, but ideally we'd be able to see, if it was this company, it would be this or whatever.
Say a little bit more about how that has not been your experience.
It's 100% not been our experience. Yeah, there's literally not been a single time in our career when we've played at a Live Nation venue where we had any opportunity to not have Live Nation be the promoter or not have Ticketmaster be the ticketing company.
Have you heard of any other artists who've been able to figure out a way around that? Or do you think that all artists are up against the same wall that you've described of inevitability?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, no one's...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to that Senate hearing underway on the Ticketmaster Taylor Swift fiasco. We did hear from Live Nation's president a bit earlier, and right now that panel is answering questions. So we'll dip back in coming up in just a bit. But I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following right now on Live Now from Fox. This is a breaking news story. 3 people dead in Yakima, Washington after a series of random shootings. That is according to the police chief here. There's also yesterday's shooting in Half Moon Bay, California, which is near San Francisco, that killed at least 7 people. And over the weekend, we told you about the shooting in Monterey Park, California, near LA, where 11 people have died. Unfortunately, a lot going on here. I do want to bring in Chris Grolnick. He is with the Active Shooter Prevention Project to talk a little bit more about these shootings. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
What goes through your mind every time you hear about another one of these shootings? Because now, earlier today, we learned about the one in Yakima, Washington, and the search that is ongoing for a suspect.
Yeah, Josh, thank you very much. I think it's a little bit disconcerting sometimes, especially for us, where we are in the murder business. We do study the application of violence and how it works, but really we're in the prevention business. For about 13 years, the experts that we've got together are number one in their different disciplines, whether it's speaking, teaching, preaching, whatever, but mostly it's about prevention, response, and options. And I think the frustrating part is when we got started in 2007, and then I was involved in Active Shooter in 2010, got my academic thesis written on the phenomenon of active shooters, and I started researching Run, Hide, Fight. It's a great model. Sometimes it's an empty vessel, though. So we need to look beyond that and kind of populate those three words because they're supposed to be similar to stop, drop, and roll. But unfortunately, if we run, we need to know where we're running. If we're hiding, we need to know where to hide. And if we're going to fight, we need to make sure we have something more than a crayon and a 5-year-old. And I think it'd be disingenuous to say these three shootings have taught us a lesson. I think we learned the exact same lesson for 24 years now since Columbine. We are kind of regressing, and the experts that we've brought together have really narrowed down that, prevention starts with training people. Use your mind. You don't really need a gun. Understanding what prevention and talking looks like, what leakage is, where in 2 out of the 3 incidents I know for sure, but I'm almost positive the third one will do the same. There is something called leakage. The people told them and other people what they were going to do, and then they did it. And then somehow we're shocked that they did it. I think the shock is to the conscience of the dead people. And, our thoughts and prayers are with them, the families, the members, even the police that had to respond, the business owners. But whether it's workplace violence, such as Half Moon Bay, or perhaps domestic violence, Monterey Park, simple carjacking, robbery, gang violence, it really doesn't matter. The semantics don't matter. There's people dead. And we can stop this with technology. I mean, imagine outside that Circle K, right, where a camera, there's cameras outside. What if it had something called OmniAlert gun? And I don't sell OmniAlert, but what if it had gun detection software and it alerted everybody, and alert went out on your phone and said, hey, take shelter now, find a good place to go. And that's where the training prior to that incident takes place, knowing where to go, knowing where to run, not having to fight, not having to get a gun. Or something called Swarm, which is a pattern, like a data collector. Everyone is a data collector with their iPhone, and they can live stream the information to the police. So when they're responding, because they're not the first responders, the people inside the event are the first responders. So how do we empower those people? Technology is just here. It's present. It's what's happening, and some basic training. I apologize to ramble, but I mean, there is a common solution.
No, it's definitely not rambling because it's a lot of great information that people need to know. So when you're talking about ways to prevent something like this, really just being prepared in case there is something of this nature, what do you tell people? How do you prepare for something like this?
I think the basis of our training starts with a very famous person named Greg Schaefer from the FBI's hostage rescue team. Your mind or your body cannot go where your mind has never been. So we start with the training from that premise. How do you prepare for the event? What to do in the unthinkable? It will be the worst day of your life. But also, this isn't an inevitable event. They're very rare. The media doesn't sensationalize them per se, but the shooters are empowered by these prior acts. So I don't think we need to stop reporting on them. I think we just need to promote there's better prevention out there, there's better response, and there's better options. We can shorten the time that police can respond, help them through the community, help the community through the police, and really build this nexus of control of prevention, response, and options. It's a new model. We built it out about 2 years ago, and it really is going to be, I'm prepared to make it the national standard. It's just getting the right audience together.
In a case like this, talking about, honestly, any of these shooting situations, the motive is something that a lot of people want to know, but talking particularly about helping yourself, saving yourself, preventing things of that nature, the motive isn't really important for people to know how to keep themselves safe, because in actuality, I would say, the answer is pretty much the same. Would you agree?
99.9% yes. And I think the shocking of the conscience of an event like this, police respond, and it takes about 8 minutes for them to get there. So if you're the first responder, or I'm the first responder as a civilian, and the incident happens from 0 to 8 minutes, I need to be prepared to be by myself for 8 minutes. And do I really want to be with the shooter for 8 minutes? If I know I have a 97% success rate of running and not being shot, wouldn't I want to run? And if I'm not capable of running, perhaps I would know where to hide, but I can't just hide behind a chair because I'm going to end up shot behind a chair. That's where you find products, wing shield. The only ballistic device is 100% effective. There are products out there, and I'm not selling products. I'm telling you, there are solutions out there. And my big theme is this. We stopped killing children in school fires 68 years ago because we made schools fire resistant, fireproof. We have a proven philosophy and technology system subset that can make these places active shooter resistant, from the Circle K to the dance studio to anywhere. And I think the difference would be, of course, you're going to have that percentage of things in open area environments, such as Half Moon Bay, where a lot didn't go right after the shot was fired.
All right, Chris Grolnick, Active Shooter Prevention Project. A lot of great information there. Is there anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
I apologize. I think we froze up. There's a lot that can happen. There's a lot that can happen. I just think that everyone should know, go get free training. It exists.
All right, Chris, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. I appreciate it.
Sorry, Josh, I appreciate you.
All right, so I do actually want to take you back out to this photo here. Take a look. This is the suspect who police are trying to find. This is over in Yakima, Washington, where at least 3 people are dead after a series of random shootings this morning. Again, in Yakima, police do say that the suspect started firing shots inside of a Circle K, then outside, and then fired into a vehicle before taking that vehicle and fleeing. We know at least 3 people have died as a result. Information very limited, but we hope to learn more a bit later on this morning. Also want to bring you an update here coming up at about 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, so about 45 minutes from now. We expect an update from investigators on a shooting that happened yesterday. This is over in Moon Bay. This is in California. We are going to have that for you right here, live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's go to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event that is still going on as we see several people with Live Nation and Ticketmaster testifying there before a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. This all connected, of course, to the situation with Taylor Swift and Ticketmaster back in November. Let's dip back in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Industry, and as the leading player, we have an obligation to do better.
Will you support the BOSS Act?
I don't know all of the specific elements. I know there are many elements that we agree upon. I believe there are some issues that we have some differing views, and we've offered to discuss those. We'd like to continue to discuss those going forward.
Will you support legislation to require complete transparency, all in, to provide stronger enforcement powers against bots and scalpers?
We absolutely support all-in pricing. We absolutely support greater enforcement, greater penalties, and expansion of the prohibition on bots.
You know, the FTC has failed in some of its enforcement duties, but that is because Live Nation, Ticketmaster have failed to do the reporting that's required to enable enforcement. And I think that really betrays the contention that you have been active against it. And I think that consumers and artists and venues are all fed up with the system that exists right now. And I think to the people who are fed up, I would say, continue your criticism. If you're angry and frustrated, you have the power to demand action, and we should act with new legislation. If the Department of Justice establishes violation of the consent decree, unwinding the merger ought to be on the table. If the Department of Justice establishes facts that involve monopolistic and predatory abuses, there ought to be structural remedies, such as breaking up the company. We'll see what the Department of Justice finds. And to the FTC, we owe the duty of providing resources that are needed for more effective enforcement, and the incentives and the kinds of encouragement and support for action in this area. Let me ask you, will you support other kinds of legislation that would enable more transparency in this area?
As a general concept, absolutely, we support more transparency. And I also commit that if you pass harder laws on bots with greater enforcement, that I will commit that we will do our part to support that.
And will you take action against the bots?
If we get the laws that are going to be enforced and supported and have real teeth and penalties against people, we will do our part.
But you have the power right now to take action. Why haven't you done it?
We have a limited level of power on something that hasn't been consistently enforced.
You have unlimited power to go to court. Under the current Bots Act, which we have supported, we've given you the right of action. You are the only ones who have the resources and the knowledge to take effective action right now. Why haven't you done it?
Well, we'd love the support of further laws, of working with the FTC, getting other information on the actual sale of the bot-generated tickets on the various secondary platforms.
If you are concerned about artists, consumers, venues, and about the public interest, you would take action under current law. You have the right of action, you have the resources, and you have the kinds of legal authority to do it. And so that is why I come back to where I began. Your approach seems to be, it's everyone else who's responsible here, not us. And I hope that that approach will change in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Next up, we have Senator Kennedy and then Senator Hirono.
Mr. Berchtold, am I saying that right?
Yes, Senator, thank you.
Mr. Berchtold, I'm not against big per se. I am against dumb. And the way your company handled the ticket sales for Ms. Swift was a debacle. And whoever in your company was in charge of that ought to be fired. Number two, I hear two things today. I hear some of you saying that that we have an antitrust situation here.
All right, so that is that Senate hearing we've been dipping into over on Ticketmaster and the Taylor Swift fiasco. We heard some testimony there from Live Nation's president as well as other people there on that panel. We'll bring you more of that coming up later on today, as it is likely to last for quite a while. It is 11:43 on the East Coast and 8:43 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:45 on the East Coast and 8:45 on the West Coast. 11 people are now dead after a shooting over the weekend in Monterey Park, California, outside of LA. 9 other people were told wounded in that attack, and the suspected gunman taking his own life, investigators say. I do want to bring in Thomas Wong, a council member in Monterey Park, California. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. I know it's been very busy there.
Yeah, no, appreciate the time, and we're happy to be here.
So first off, just tell me your reaction when you learned about this mass shooting.
Just shocked. I think a lot of us in the community, I think all of us in the community were just shocked to hear that this happened here in our own backyard, our home. We're still in a state of shock and disbelief, and joining in a state of grief and mourning with our neighbors to the north. Another shooting, a mass shooting, an act of gun violence that's joining our communities at this time. It's just it's insane to think that this is happening currently.
How is the community kind of coming together? Because we have seen a vigil that was held where community members came out. We've also seen a memorial that is set up. So how is the community kind of coming together to help each other?
It's been encouraging. If there is any silver lining to any of this, it's been that the community's come together. We've embraced each other. We've been checking in on each other. Family and loved ones and friends have been taking the time to support each other in this time, and we're looking forward to bringing the community together again tonight. I know that other events and other opportunities to bring the community together to start this collective grieving process are occurring.
People have heard of LA, of course, but tell me a little bit more about Monterey Park.
Yeah, Monterey Park is a suburb of the city of Los Angeles. We border Los Angeles on our west side. We're in many ways the heart of the Asian American and Chinese American community in Los Angeles. We're the first Asian American majority city in the United States. Continue to be a strong, diverse community and tight-knit in many ways, especially the immigrant Asian American community that's still here in the city of Monterey Park. We're proud of that heritage and of being welcoming. And for this tragedy to occur during this Lunar New Year holiday, which is the most special holiday for many Asian cultures, including the Asian American diaspora and the community here in Monterey Park, is just doubly tragic.
Obviously, we know that investigators have said the suspect took his own life after this. What is the next step for Monterey Park to be able to, I guess, recover from this situation?
I don't know that there's a playbook or right. No one has the answers about how we get together and come together and recover from this, if there is any real recovery. I think these scars will last a really long time, but we're going to work and do our best to bring the community together. We're also hoping to get some answers to motive and the context and what drove this, so that we can work together with other communities that are experiencing the same kind of gun violence and mass violence to see how we can stop this together.
All right, Councilmember Thomas Wong, thanks for taking the time to talk to us again. I know it's busy there. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
No, appreciate the time. And again, we join with our community in the North Half Moon Bay as they're dealing with this incident just days after our own mass gun violence incident. And it's insane that we're talking about this in such vicinity to each other in terms of time. And we're hoping to come together and join together to figure this out and to move forward together.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
All right, and I do want to pull this up right here. We were just talking about that shooting in Half Moon Bay. So that is there in California, outside of San Francisco. We did learn coming up here in about 30 minutes, there will be a news conference with investigators there in Half Moon Bay. They're going to provide an update on that shooting situation. The video you're looking at on your screen is that suspect as he was taken into custody. Take a look right there. We know, unfortunately, at least 7 people have died as a result of that shooting. We will have much more on this and, of course, bring you that news conference as we get it, live, raw, and unfiltered. 11:50 on the East Coast, and it is 8:50 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Yes, we need to support and give resources to the existing antitrust agencies and the existing laws, and we should consider other laws like Senator Klobuchar's law that would clarify and strengthen those antitrust laws.
Also the BOSS Act, which Senator Blumenthal's bill, which I signed on to, which creates greater transparency.
Yes.
You testified, Ms. Badish, that there should be a presumption for vertical mergers as we do for horizontal mergers. What would that presumption be for vertical mergers?
Well, for vertical mergers, we can obviously look at the share in a particular market. We can look at the ability of the monopolist to exercise power in another market, downstream or upstream. There are a number of ways to get at the same problem, but the idea is that you give the DOJ or FTC a foothold in order to be able to bring the case before a court, a foothold to be able to say this is illegal.
Do we need to amend the Sherman Act to create such a presumption for vertical mergers? Or do we need to strengthen the Clayton Act, Section 7?
Well, I think that the current Clayton Act and Sherman Act don't have the presumptions for horizontal mergers. Those come from the case law. So we don't necessarily need to change the fundamental contours of the Clayton Act and the Sherman Act. In fact, I would suggest that the Clayton Act already builds this in.
The Live Nation Ticketmaster merger has already occurred. I'm interested in what we can do to prevent this kind of market share capture in other vertical mergers. I just want to mention that we've been talking a lot about the debacle, I would say, of the Taylor Swift situation. And back in 2018, thousands of people in Hawaii tried and failed to get Bruno Mars tickets, and similar kinds of occurrences happened in Hawaii. And I heard Mr. Berkowitz say that after the merger, they spent $1 billion to improve the Ticketmaster system. And so so you had in 2018, quite a few years after the merger, you had this similar kind of situation with Bruno Mars, and then you have Taylor Swift. So I'm just wondering what kind of improvements to the Ticketmaster system that is actually being followed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rona, for using that example. Next up, we have Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. Mr. Berchtold, if I could just start with you. Your company is currently under a consent decree with the Justice Department. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Running through 2025, is that right?
Yes, Senator.
This is because the Justice Department says that your company repeatedly conditioned and threatened to condition Live Nation's provision of live concerts on a venue's purchase of Ticketmaster's ticketing services. Is that correct?
The Department of Justice alleged there were 6 instances in 2019 that they thought were violations. We agreed to extend the decree rather than to debate it in court because we had no interest in being perceived as defending the notion of threatening or retaliating.
Yeah, well, kind of extraordinary to have a consent decree running for such a long period of time and have you not even fight it in court. Let's talk about what your company is doing to try to control the resale market. You've been pushing something called SafeTix, which, as I understand, it's a digital ticketing system. You need your phone for it, right? There's an app. It generates a barcode that then regenerates every few seconds. You can't print it off. You've got to use the app for it. Is that basically correct? Do I have the basics right there?
Yes, Senator. One of the major investments we've made over the past decade has been shifting ticketing from a paper ticket or a PDF to a on-the-phone digital ticket as a major issue towards security and to eliminate fraud.
Yeah, so I want to come back to that, but just so I understand the way the system works. So once you've got the app, then somebody who's got a ticket on the app can digitally transfer that ticket to another app user, but they can't print it off and resell the ticket on StubHub, for instance. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, they cannot print it off because the notion of printing it would open susceptibility to fraud and duplication of that ticket.
So you could only, let me just be clear about the way this works. You could only resell it through the Ticketmaster ecosystem. Is that right?
No, Senator. Those tickets are often resold on StubHub, SeatGeek, and other secondary ticketing platforms.
Okay. So let me just ask you about the counterfeiting question here. I mean, what kind of scale are we talking about here? I mean, what percentage of tickets sold in the secondary market do you think are counterfeited?
Well, I think that in today's digital ticket, the counterfeit ticket has been all but eliminated. We still have a large issue with speculative tickets being sold where the seller doesn't actually own the right to the ticket but is selling it to the fan who's unaware of that. But the old issue of having a PDF photocopied multiple times and resold has been eliminated.
How does the resale of the SafeTix, how does that resale with another entity, let's say StubHub, just for illustrative purposes, how does that work? How can I, if I had a SafeTix ticket, how could I resell it on StubHub?
You could list your ticket on StubHub. There would be a buyer. The buyer would buy the ticket. You would transfer that ticket to the recipient's Ticketmaster account if it were a concert, if it were an NFL ticket, to their StubHub account.
Do you have any plans to restrict the resaleability of digital tickets through third-party entities like StubHub or others?
We have no plans to restrict that transferability. We do believe that the artist should have the right to set the rules, as we were discussing earlier, in terms of the nature of the transferability. We believe there should be no difference between the rules that we, Ticketmaster, follow and what any of the other platforms can do.
So let me just ask you about the transferability question. Why is it good for consumers to limit transferability? Why, I heard your exchange with Senator Kennedy. I don't understand why it's a good thing for the ticket buyer to not be able to resell her tickets or his tickets.
Senator, I think that tickets in concerts in particular are a unique animal in that those tickets are often underpriced by the artists because they want to deliver value to the fans. And that creates the opportunity, a $5 billion a year opportunity in the United States, for the industrial scalping of tickets using bots to unfairly gain possession of those tickets, illegally gain possession of those tickets, and resell them on the secondary. So the transferability comes into play as part of the discussion, or this comes into the discussion on transferability, given that illegal activity that is enabled by ease of transfer.
But are there other examples of markets, ticket markets, where we limit transferability in that way?
Senator, I'm not aware of other markets where you have such a substantial arbitrage in the value.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you can't do it obviously with movie tickets. Let's say. I mean, those are freely transferable. I just worry about the effect on consumers and prices. If you tell a consumer who buys her ticket that she can't then turn around and sell it, I mean, you talk about a market intervention, that's a pretty significant one. I understand why the artists would like it. I certainly understand why you would like it. It's not clear to me why it's good for consumers.
Yes, Senator, I think we believe it's good for consumers because it would mean that the consumers could buy all of those tickets rather than having what is often 20 to 30% of concert tickets purchased by scalpers using bots and put on the secondary market directly.
Let me just, Madam Chair, I know I'm over time and Senator Cruz wants to ask questions. Let me just really quickly here ask Ms. Bradish if I could. I want to come back to this consent decree extension that's now running out through 2025. What DOJ alleged in 2020 was pretty significant. They said that there had been violation of the earlier consent decree, that Live Nation had retaliated. They'd violated the plain language of the decree. It's not normal, is it, for antitrust consent decrees to get extended like this after violation?
You're watching Live Now from Fox. We were taking some coverage there of the Senate hearing really on Ticketmaster, Live Nation there, and really the competition edge that they have on the market there, and talking about ticket prices in demand, on demand, as well as surge pricing as well for some top headline acts, like we all saw what happened with the Taylor Swift concert buying opportunities right there. So you're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here, where we always try to bring you top feeds, top stories, and really breaking news when it happens. We're going to focus in for the next 10 to 15 minutes on the California tragedies that have sparked the mass shootings in the last couple of days there. So what we'll do first is go out to Fox 11 Los Angeles for the update on the Saturday night shooting that happened there.
Information continues to trickle in this morning on the 11 people killed in the Monterey Park mass shooting. Mario Ramirez joins us now live with the latest. Hey there, Mario.
Good morning, Brooke. That's right. 11 victims in that mass shooting Saturday here in Monterey Park. And we're just outside City Hall, and we've been watching those tributes continue to come in. You can see here behind me people coming in from near and far to pay their respects to the 11 victims who are being remembered with crosses here. Some of the names still missing from those crosses at this growing memorial. We have these photos showing one of the victims killed in that mass shooting that we got a little over an hour ago, 68-year-old Valentino Alvaro, a U.S. citizen of Filipino descent. Alvaro's family releasing a statement saying he was a devout Catholic and a loving son, brother, father, grandfather, and uncle. He loved ballroom dancing and his community, a community that gathered here last night at City Hall to pay their respects and support the victims and their families as we continue to learn more. The LA County Coroner's Office releasing the names of additional victims. They include 57-year-old Ji-Wan Yu, 63-year-old Leland Lee, while family and friends spoke about two others, a beloved dance instructor at Star Dance Studio, Mingwei Ma, known as Mr. Ma, who witnesses say rushed toward the gunman, and 65-year-old Mei Mei Nan, who authorities say was shot in her car before the gunman opened fire inside.
She was with a dance partner in her vehicle, ready to leave, and she unfortunately did not see the shooter who shot from her window.
He was extremely respected, very beloved, very caring teacher, instructor, extremely kind human being.
Also identified by family members Nancy Liu, whose daughter posted this photo on social media of her father, who was also shot at that dance studio, still being treated this morning. She wrote in part, "My mom is gone. She never made it out of the dance studio." And we're hearing more stories of the victims who passed here as a result of this mass shooting. We can tell you that flags are flying at half staff here outside City Hall, and the city plans to host a second vigil this evening at 5:30. Reporting live at Monterey Park, back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you.
And detectives are developing a more comprehensive picture of the 72-year-old gunman, but they're still baffled by the why. Gigi has the latest on the investigation. Gigi.
That's right. And while the focus is on the victims, as it should be, police continue their parallel investigation into the mass shooting here at the Star Dance Studio, where today you can see that growing memorial with messages of condolence. This as the investigation into the why continues.
What drove a madman to do this, we don't know. But we intend to find out.
trying to make sense of the senseless and understand the mind of a madman, as L.A. County Sheriff Luna calls the man behind the mass shooting. Today, homicide detectives, together with forensic specialists, will continue to delve into the life and death of 72-year-old Hu Chan Tran, a killer who destroyed families and left a community heartbroken. Chan say detectives no stranger to weapons. He was arrested in the 1990s for the unlawful possession of a firearm, and police say they have now found evidence he was making silencers inside his mobile home in Hemet. And surveillance video from his encounter at that other dance studio in Alhambra where he was disarmed shows the gun that police say just moments earlier he used to kill 11 people in Monterey Park. And it did have a silencer on it, presumably made by him. Now, the silencer, the suppressors, are designed to muffle the sound of gunfire. And many witnesses here at the Star Dance Studio told investigators that they were line dancing when the shooting started, and they thought it was fireworks in celebration of the Lunar New Year. It wasn't until people began dropping on the dance floor and others screamed and took cover that many realized they were being shot at. As for a motive, well, the rumor mill continues to run rampant today, from reports that Tran was a jealous and jilted lover to a man whose mental health had clearly deteriorated.
We're hearing those things too, but have not confirmed any of that information. It's part of what our investigators are diligently looking into.
Another part of the investigation, police in Hemet have confirmed that Tran visited their station recently to report he thought his family was trying to poison him. Now, in addition to the evidence that police say showed Tran was making those silencers, inside his mobile home they also found another gun, a rifle that would make 3, hundreds of rounds of ammunitions, and multiple cell phones and computers. Now, we're told that Tran told police in Hemet he was going to return with evidence that his family was trying to poison him, but apparently he never did. We learned that he's been divorced for years, and so far no one knows of any children he may have, so it's unclear exactly what family members he was referring to when he made that claim. The investigation continues. We'll send it back to you.
Gigi, thank you. We are also hearing from the man who disarmed that Monterey Park shooter, the man who many are calling a hero. Brandon Say was at the Lili Ballroom and studio when the shooter walked in with his gun. He had just come from the first dance studio, and Say fought with him and was able to wrestle the gun away. Authorities say that brave move saved many more lives. But Brandon says he doesn't want to make this tragedy about himself.
I want everyone to focus on the victims of this tragic incident, not to draw too much attention to myself. I want everyone to have the attention needed during this incident.
I mean, I've known him my whole life. I'm just as shocked as everyone. I'm just happy that he's alive.
When I received the call, I didn't know it was so serious. I thought we just got held up. And the first thing I did was I asked whether Brandon was okay, and he said, my daughter said, yeah, he's fine.
Brandon says when he saw the suspect, he had a look that indicated he was looking to hurt people.
Governor Newsom was meeting with victims from the Monterey Park shooting when he found out there had been another mass shooting in California, this time in the city of Half Moon Bay near San Francisco. It happened in 2 separate shootings yesterday afternoon, one at a farm, another at a trucking company about 2 miles away. Police arrested the suspect about 2 hours later. He's identified as 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao. And this is video of the takedown. I mean, you can see police arresting the suspect there. Police say a semi-automatic handgun was used in the shootings and was located in Zhao's car. Here's our first look at the suspect in these shootings, Chun-Li Zhao. Police have yet to determine the motives behind the shootings.
And that's where we're going to turn our attention right now. You can see there is going to be a news conference in just moments on the update there in the Northern California shootings of Half Moon Bay. 7 killed, and as you just heard, the suspect there in custody. I now want to turn the attention to KTVU Fox 2 with their latest on the shooting that happened yesterday.
community of Half Moon Bay.
A suspect is now in custody after 7 people were killed in 2 separate locations yesterday afternoon. Their bodies were found at a mushroom farm and nursery off Highway 92, another farming business nearby on Highway 1.
The suspected gunman has been identified as 67-year-old Chung Lee Zhao of Half Moon Bay. He was taken into custody shortly after the mass shooting when his car was spotted in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation in Half Moon Bay.
Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community.
Investigators believe Zhao worked at one of the farms where the shooting took place, but so far there is no word of any possible motive.
We'll turn to KTVU's James Torres to begin our coverage during this 9 o'clock hour. James is at one of the 2 shooting scenes where volunteers are working to help a community, James, that is grieving and in shock.
Yeah, Gassia, as you can imagine, that would take a lot of work here. Many of these volunteers hoping to give these people just a little bit of comfort and hope in their time of probably one of the worst days and phone calls that they'll ever receive in their lifetime here. People who actually work at this mushroom farm here, here's where we're standing, just along Highway 92. This is the first of 2 shooting scenes from yesterday afternoon. People who work here, they also live here, but they weren't able to stay here last night, and this is why. You can see the sheriff's office deputies that are blocking off some of the roadway here. This roadway takes you down over to that mushroom farm here, and because it is still very much an active investigation and an active scene, people who call this place home, and we're talking about workers with their families who call this place home, were not able to stay here last night. They were originally relocated to a family reunification center, and then we've learned from the city of Half Moon Bay that very late last night they were taken over to hotels to spend the night. This place, this mushroom farm, is also where police say that gunman, 67-year-old Chung Lee Zhao, shot 5 people. 4 of those victims found dead here at the scene. After that, police say Zhao went over to a second scene about 3 miles away from where we are. That's where Zhao is accused of killing 3 more people. And police tell us all of those victims are of either Hispanic or Asian descent, each of them farm workers as well. In order to get more information for their investigation, detectives say they had to bring in translators to help speak to some of those witnesses and those family members. The sheriff of San Mateo County saying the shooting happened right when kids were leaving for school for the day, and it's likely some saw the deadly shooting. The high school is not too far from where this first scene is, and I just got off the phone with the school district just a few moments ago. They say they are planning to have grief counselors and resources, extra resources available for students who might have been affected. We also spoke to volunteers for the group ALAS, an organization specializing in helping Latin Americans during a disaster or a tragic event like this shooting.
An emergency happens on the coast with the authority of the director, Belinda. We come out and we send a message to the community of what is needed. So it can be toiletries, Christmas gifts, you name it. So tonight what we did is we sent a message out that we're in need of warm blankets and hot food and snacks for the children.
And I spoke to that volunteer again this morning. She tells me the mission today is to garner enough funds, donations, even gift cards. They say their mission is to essentially make sure that each of these family members, each of those people who are dealing with this tragedy, have enough that can take care of them for at least the remainder of this week. We also heard from the town's vice mayor, who says he has been receiving text messages from people who live here, each of them asking him if he might know any information about their loved ones who potentially might have been involved in this shooting, possibly as victims as well. We're hearing from the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. They say they are still working to ID some of these people, some of those victims. They are expected to have a news conference any minute now, giving us some sort of update. We'll let you know what that happens, when that happens, and what that looks like. City leaders had that reunification center open as of last night. They say that's going to be a place where people can go to get some resources, additional counseling, things that might just help them better understand what is going on with this situation, give them more information that they need. Of course, this is going to be a story that's going to continue to develop all morning long for the next couple days as well. And as soon as we have those updates, we will bring them to you as soon as we can. For now, we're live this morning in Half Moon Bay. I'm James Torres, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
That was just some of the KTVU coverage there that we bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Any moment right now, an update to that mass shooting that happened yesterday in Half Moon Bay. We'll bring it to you as soon as it happens. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here while we have it right here on Live Now from Fox.
This morning, again, I want to reiterate the tragedy that we experienced in our county yesterday in Half Moon Bay, and our hearts are broken, and we're working together with the community to heal this tragic incident. I'll go on and give you some additional information about the case. Suspect Chin Lu Zhao, a 66-year-old male resident, is a resident of Half Moon Bay. The semi-automatic handgun was legally purchased and owned. The victim at the hospital is out of surgery and stable. Victims were adults and a mixture of Hispanic and Asian descent. 7 males and 1 female. Only known connection between the victims and the suspect is that they may have been co-workers. The coroner's office is still working on identification of the victims and notifications of next of kin. As some of these victims were members of our migrant community, this represents a unique challenge when it comes to notifications and identifications of next of kin. All of the evidence we have points to this being the instance of workplace violence. The Mounted Mushroom Farm, the first location, is where the subject was employed. I'd like to hand it off to now our District Attorney, Steve Wagstaff.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. I'm Steve Wagstaff. I'm the District Attorney. And the case, my job now is to inform you where the case will go. The Sheriff's Office is submitting the case to us today. We will review it. The arraignment will not be this afternoon, as was first put out. It will be tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 here in this building, courtroom 4A, the custody courtroom. The charges have not yet been determined because until we review all of the information, we will make that decision later today or tomorrow morning. And again, the charges obviously involve the homicides involved, as the sheriff just said. I want to make a specific reference to the fact that I have been briefed on the Sheriff's Office investigation of this case. And cases like this, we've never had one in this county of this many deaths at one scene or one time. And so it was a very hectic scene. The Sheriff's Office did a magnificent job in investigating this case. I'm very proud to have the Sheriff's Office as our colleagues and Sheriff Corpus as my colleague. The work was done extraordinarily well. But again, in terms of precise detail, we're not going to be giving out a lot of precise detail on what was said. This is a case that is at the beginning stage. It has a long road to travel over the coming months and years. And to that extent, we don't want to try it out in the public eye, but instead, we will ultimately handle this case in one of the courtrooms in that building. So now I'll turn it back for any questions that may exist for us.
Good morning. My name is Eamon Allen. I'm the Sheriff's PIO, and I'll take any questions now.
2 questions over here. One, I couldn't quite hear, did you say purchased illegally or legally?
It was a legally purchased firearm and owned.
And the second question, do you have evidence that the suspect was targeting these specific individuals?
We're not releasing that information at this time.
What kind of gun?
It was a semi-automatic handgun. As far as make and model, we're not releasing that.
Can you describe the circumstances under which he was taken into custody?
So he did not actively surrender to us. He was located in his vehicle in the parking lot of the Half Moon Bay substation. One of our deputies located the vehicle there and recognized it from the information we had from the scene. At that point, he started giving the subject commands. The subject was still seated in the vehicle. The subject exited the vehicle and was taken into custody without an incident.
Did you identify him prior to spotting him? Did you know who you were looking for, or did you just know the vehicle?
We did. We had the suspect information as well as suspect vehicle information.
So it's our understanding that he's been cooperating with the investigation and giving you information. Can you tell us anything about a motive for this massacre at this point?
All the evidence we have right now points to a workplace violence incident.
Workplace violence?
Yes.
What was the episode about?
We're not releasing that information this time.
What else can you tell us about victims? Anything else that you can share about victims?
So we're still working on with the coroner's office on notifications of the victims' families. So we're not releasing specific identifying information of the victims. But like the sheriff said, they were all adults, 7 males, 1 female, and a mixture of Asian and Hispanic victims. I'm sorry, I don't have that specific information at this time.
Were all of the victims specifically targeted, or was it seem like a random?
Again, we're not releasing that information at this time.
Was the female among the dead, or is she the one in the hospital?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Can you tell us if, you know, a little bit about his background, anything that would have given you any kind of information that he would actually do this way? Does he have any prior convictions or been charged in the past?
So as far as his criminal history, we're not releasing that information. I will say that there were no specific indicators that would have led us to believe that he was capable of something like this, and he was not known to us or to have any sort of, again, indicators that may have led us to believe that this was something he might have done.
Now, he's Chinese national. How long has he been in the United States?
We're not releasing any information as related to his status like that.
Tell us how long he worked in mushroom farm?
I don't have the specifics for that.
I'm sorry if this question's already been asked, but did the suspect say why he drove to the sheriff's substation, why he apparently turned himself in?
We're not releasing that information at this time. I'm sorry? We don't have any information that they were witnesses to the incident. We know these farms, there is a mixture of folks who work there as well as reside there, and we do know that there were some children in the vicinity, but as far as being specific witnesses to it, we don't have that information.
Did the suspect live on the farm as well?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
The mayor of Half Moon Bay said in an interview this morning that a lot of these farm workers experience a lot of stress, anxiety because of work conditions, living conditions. Do you know what role, if any, that might have played?
As far as what led to this specific incident, I don't have any information like that. I will say that the coast has experienced its share of challenges over the last few weeks, specifically as it relates to all the incredible weather we've had. There's been flooding, there's been people out of work. So the coast has certainly had a share of challenges recently, and this just adds to that stress.
Have you been able to do a search for this farm at all? Have you found any other weapons at this farm?
I'm sorry, we're not releasing that information right now. So I'll take maybe a couple more questions.
Were all the victims workers?
I don't have that information for you right now, I'm sorry. Last one? All right, thank you very much. Sheriff, do you have anything to add?
As we gain more developments, we will be apprising you of the information. Again, I just wanted to give my condolences to the victims, the families, the coworkers, and the coastal community who is suffering gravely. And we'll be working together as a county to heal. Thank you.
That was the update there from officials, and just to reiterate that the arraignment there for the suspect will happen tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow breaking news and updates here regarding this story of an overnight shooting in Yakima, Washington, leaving 3 dead. The suspect that is seen here still at large, according to police officials. They say that this is a dangerous person and it's random, so there is a danger to the community. We don't have a motive and we don't know why. So that shooting happening in the overnight hours. We do have the latest update from the sheriff right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring that to you right here.
For the Yakima Police Department, at approximately 3:30 this morning, we received a call of a male who was shooting parties at the location of 18th and Nob Hill, 18th Street. When officers arrived, they located 3 deceased parties at the Circle K store and quickly realized that there was a second shooting scene across the street at the AM/PM. I want to remind everybody this is really new. It's dynamic. Things are changing. We're getting new information constantly, so I can give you the best information we have at this time. It appears to be a random situation. There was no apparent conflict between the parties. The male just walked in and started shooting. We do have video from the security at the store, and we're collecting other video. There was also eyewitnesses who've given us information. We do believe that there's possibly a 4th victim. We don't know their condition. The man, after he left the Circle K, went across the street and shot into a vehicle. You can see the party in that vehicle move to the passenger seat, and then the suspect stole his car. The suspect fled eastbound on Nob Hill out Highway 24, and so we don't have his location at this time. The suspect vehicle is a gray or silver sedan Chrysler. They believe a Chrysler 200, and we don't know the license plate. We don't know who the victim is at this time. We don't know who the suspect is. We do have some good photos of the suspect that we will be releasing shortly. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Did the shooting take place inside the Circle K?
Both. The first shooting was inside the store. Then he came outside the store and shot a victim outside the store, and then went across the street and apparently shot 1 more person.
Said 3 confirmed?
We have 3 confirmed deceased parties. There's a possible 4th, but we don't know.
What is that status of the 4th? Like they took off?
So he shot inside of the vehicle. We can see a person in there. Then he took that vehicle. So it's possible the victim's not hit, possible that they're shot and alive, it's possible they're deceased. We just don't know.
And then you said took out.
Last information we had was that the suspect fled eastbound on Highway 24 towards Moxie.
What protocol has to be taken with that?
I'm sorry?
What kind of protocol is taken with that?
Everything we can to find them.
Any other information?
That's what we have at this time. We will be providing updates. I'd ask you to watch our social media, and as soon as we can put out more information, we will. I would say that, excuse me, this is a dangerous person, and it's random, so there is a danger to the community. We don't have a motive. We don't know why. And so we will do everything we can to locate and apprehend that person and keep.
All right, very disturbing story there as that random shooting leaving 3 dead there. The suspect still at large. Here's the latest information that we have from police. They do know who they are looking for. This is from the Yakima Police Department saying that the presumed homicide suspect is Jarrett Haddock, a 21-year-old Yakima County resident. If seen, call 911 immediately. Do not approach. The suspect is considered armed and dangerous, and police and local agencies are following up on all leads. I just want to show you his picture. Once again, this is who police are looking for there in Washington State. Again, Jarrett Haddock, a 21-year-old Yakima County resident accused there of killing 3 people in a senseless, random shootings. It appears to be there. So we'll keep an eye on this story, give you the updates as they come in right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Another story that we are covering here for you as 4 males were arrested in connection with the rape of a LSU student, Madison Brooks, which preceded her dying after being hit by a car, according to deputies. The East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office said Brooks was raped before she was hit and killed by a car on January 15th. Kevon DeAndre Washington, who was 18, and a 17-year-old unidentified minor were charged with third-degree rape. Everett Lee, 28, and Kaysen Carver, who's 18, were charged with principal to third-degree rape, which means they were present but did not participate in the alleged crime. According to investigators, Carver admitted that he and the other males went to Reggie's bar near the LSU campus and drank alcohol. He said Brooks left the bar with them and was very unstable on her feet, was not able to keep her balance, and was unable to speak clearly without slurring her words. The arrest document states, according to Fox 8. Carver allegedly told investigators that the 17-year-old and Brooks were hugging and walking together. He said Brooks asked for a ride home with them. According to the warrant, he said Washington and the other 17-year-old asked Brooks to have sex with them and that she agreed. Carver told investigators he believed Brooks was too drunk to understand she was consenting to sex and he, quote, hated it, the warrant reads. He said they later dropped Brooks off in a neighborhood near the scene where she was hit and killed by a car on Burbank Drive. Brooks was standing in the dark on January 15th at around 3 a.m. when she was struck by a vehicle. She was later pronounced dead at a hospital. The driver of the vehicle that hit her showed no signs of being impaired, according to deputies. However, the attorney representing 2 of the people charged for the alleged incident claims a video shows no rape occurred. She willfully got into the car, said that her rides had left her, and she got in. Attorney Ron Haley told media outlets, absolutely not a rape. Listen, this is a tragedy, definitely not a crime, he said. Investigators said Brooks had a blood alcohol of 0.319%, nearly 4 times the legal limit. However, Haley said that she was not too intoxicated to where she could not give consent. So this is a story that we will continue to follow for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Just pulling up other feeds that we have coming to us here. Senate Democrats and Republicans will be speaking shortly, giving their news conferences. And what I want to do right now is go out to Senate Democrats as they were talking about abortion rights in America earlier today.
Outlined and was settled law for 50 years. The only unsettling thing here is that Republicans think they can get away with it. I'm now going to introduce my colleague from Hawaii. Actually, I'm going to introduce my colleague from Nevada, a champion on this issue, our great advocate, Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I will be brief. I am proudly from a state that so strongly believed in Roe versus Wade that we codified it in 1990. That's how important it is for the people of the state of Nevada. And I say Nevadans because this crosses party lines. It crosses gender. 2/3 of the voters in 1990 voted to codify Roe versus Wade in the state of Nevada. And if you poll voters today, 2/3 still support it. And that's why I'm here. So many people during this past election, Republicans, Democrats, men, women, came out outraged at what we saw the Supreme Court doing when they repealed Roe versus Wade in this country. And so for Nevadans, this is an issue worth fighting for. And let's be very clear, and Ron Wyden, my colleague, pointed this out, this is hypocrisy at an extreme level by extremists on the far right, who want to wrap and cloak themselves in the flag and the First Amendments, run around talking about due process, liberty, and equal protection, but only when it suits them. Because this is clearly about personal freedom. And if you do believe in those freedoms and due process and civil liberty, you are going to support and fight for individuals' personal freedom, particularly when it comes to health care in this country. It is hypocritical, and they're not done. We see it every single day in the state of Nevada, women coming to our state for their health care needs. And now we have our extreme Republicans trying to block women from traveling to my state and trying to criminalize those women and those doctors who in my state have supported the right of women to choose. So hypocrisy is on the extreme with these far right, including the idea that this is a states' rights issue. Because if they truly believe that, they would not be blocking my state, who had made the decision to support women and doctors in my state, and they would not be on a path to criminalize them. That's why I have introduced the freedom to travel for women for health care in this country. That also protects our doctors from providing the essential health care to women in need. We will continue to fight in the Senate. And believe me, it's not just the Senate. It's not just those of us in Congress. It is a majority of the American public that believe in what we do. We are on the right side of history. We are on the right side of freedoms for women in this country and so many others. And that is worth fighting for, and we are not done. So I am proud to stand with my colleagues here, to call it what it is, hypocrisy from the far right extreme, and continue to stand with so many across this country who believe in personal freedoms. And so I am proud to join my colleagues and continue this fight. And now let me introduce to you my incredible colleague who's been on the forefront of this, Senator Dick Blumenthal. Thank you, Dick.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, the home of Griswold versus Connecticut, the first case by the United States Supreme Court on the right of privacy. I want everyone to remember how you felt when Dobbs came down. I want everyone to remember the hurt and anger. Hold it in your heart. And to the men of America, this cause is your fight too. It's not a women's issue. It is a human issue. Women's rights are human rights. And Dobbs demeans your rights as much as it does any women's rights in America. Republicans are on the wrong side of history, they're on the wrong side of the law, and they are on the wrong side of the politics here. I ran for re-election last November, as did many of my colleagues. Reproductive rights were an issue, not just any issue. They were a defining issue. You are going to drive yourselves into a smaller and smaller minority in the United States Senate and the Congress because you reflect a smaller and smaller minority among the American people. The American people believe in the right of privacy, the right to be let alone when making personal decisions about your own body. I clerked for Justice Blackmun in that building about 50 years ago, in the term right after Roe v. Wade. Dobbs would have been unthinkable. In fact, the debate today would have been unimaginable back then. But here we are. And when I wrote and introduced the Women's Health Protection Act 10 years ago, Dobbs would have been unthinkable and unimaginable. But today we need to unite against these efforts that would control, criminalize, and dehumanize women in a way that should be unthinkable and unimaginable in the United States of America. So we're going to continue fighting. Make no mistake, the Women's Health Protection Act, the Right to Travel Act that Senator Cortez Masto is championing, these measures are not going to be accomplished in the next 2 weeks or the next 2 months, maybe not even in the next 2 years. I'm very clear-eyed about this cause. But we're going to keep fighting. And I will tell you, as I stand here in the shadow of the United States Supreme Court and the Congress, the Women's Health Protection Act guarantees will be restored as the law of the land because it is America. We are better than Dobbs, and we will be better because of the enormously important advocacy by groups like Planned Parenthood and NARAL, and I have the great honor to introduce now the head of NARAL.
I'm here.
Senator Hirono, whom I just left in the Judiciary Committee.
That's why we're both here now, because we came from the same.
And an absolutely steadfast and eloquent advocate. In all seriousness, I'm very honored to be here with Senator Hirono. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We should be standing here celebrating the 50th anniversary of Roe, but instead we are here fighting for a person's right to control their own body. Abortion is a really important issue to me. You know, there are teenagers all across the country awakening to the fact that they no longer control their own bodies. And abortion was the first issue in which I wrote to my members of Congress in Hawaii asking, what is your position on abortion? I was in college at that time, and I wanted to know because Hawaii was the first state in the union to decriminalize abortion. So this was a big issue in our state legislature, and the person who carried that bill to make abortion legal in Hawaii was a very strong practicing Catholic, and the governor who allowed that act to get into law was a very strong Catholic governor who went to Mass every single day. So this should not be, you know, an issue based on religion. So here we are, right after the Supreme Court overturned Roe, which I have to say the advocates of abortion, they really stayed the course for 50 years. But right after that, 26 states eliminated abortion care, and there are other states that would like to do so. And state legislatures all across the country have mobilized, and the extreme Republicans would like to make it that much harder to control our bodies. And they're not just trying to ban abortion, but also to go after contraception, including emergency contraception. 9 states have taken steps to restrain emergency contraception. So it's not enough that they are making it that much harder for us to control our bodies by being able to get an abortion, but we can't even get emergency contraception in these states. Everyone should have access to not just abortion and control of our own bodies, but to emergency contraception, and that is what is happening all across the country. And as I said, there are young people awakening to the fact that they have fewer rights than their mothers, their grandmothers, and they are going to mobilize just as I was mobilized around this issue, and we will continue to fight for a person's right to control their own bodies, bodily autonomy. Mahalo, everyone. Is there anybody following me? Oh, there you go. Come on.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much.
You.
Hi, good morning. I'm Minnie Tamaraju. I'm the president of NARAL Pro-Choice America. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, who tried to introduce me, and thank you, Senator Hirono, for her lifelong advocacy and work. It's an honor to be here alongside advocates, patients, providers, and most importantly, our champions in the U.S. Senate. At NARAL, we represent the 8 in 10 Americans who believe that everybody, no matter who they are or where they live, should be able to make their own decisions about their lives, bodies, and futures. And we are so proud to stand with Senate Democrats as they fight alongside us to restore the right to abortion and achieve reproductive freedom for everybody. I want to thank Senator Murray, Leader Schumer, and all of our champions here in the Senate for reflecting the values of the American people and making them a priority. And I think, as you know by now, this weekend was what would have marked the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, is the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. For 49 years prior, we marked this date by celebrating our constitutional right to abortion. And this year, we find ourselves 7 months into a crisis caused by the GOP and an increasingly extremist court. Thanks to the GOP's anti-choice agenda, millions of Americans are facing the reality of life without access to abortion care, as these bans put their lives and health at danger. In some cases, pregnant people are forced to travel to other states, as you've heard, sometimes hundreds of miles for the care they need. You've heard the stories today. You're going to hear a few more from my colleagues. We know that for too many Americans, however, traveling across states, it's just simply out of reach. Finding childcare, paying for gas, expensive hotels, taking time and days off from work, these are barriers too high to overcome. Since the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe, the deluge of state abortion bans that have followed, we've seen tragedy play out across the country. Pregnant people have endured nightmarish scenarios. Families don't know where to turn. And Americans, we are outraged. Last summer, after the court overturned Roe, people across the country began to mobilize. And when Election Day came, it was very, very clear. They made their voices clear. In states around the country and across the political spectrum, people have risen up to say, we support the right to abortion. But within the first few weeks of power, House Republicans passed several anti-choice measures. They have made restricting abortion their top priority. The GOP continues to ignore us despite how loud and clear Americans have made themselves. They would rather put our lives in danger than to give up on their selfish quest for power. In the states, lawmakers keep pushing for bans and restrictions, including attempts to block medication abortion care, contraception, and fertility treatments like IVF, which is why it's so important that Democrats in the Senate continue to fight for reproductive freedom. And they have shown that protecting our fundamental rights is their top priority, that we can count on them to continue to fight. And we know, as they've said already, but I want to repeat, they will be a critical backstop against the increasingly rampant extremism of House Republicans. Since Roe was overturned, Senate Democrats have led the charge to defend our fundamental rights, fighting to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, landmark legislation that would lock the right to abortion into federal law and prevent a nationwide ban. Our priorities are clear. We are fighting not just to restore the legal right to abortion, but also to make sure that everybody has access to the care they need. As we face the tragic consequences of living in a post-Roe America, we need Democratic leaders to continue to put reproductive freedom at the top of the national agenda, and they have proven that they will. If we keep fighting, freedom will prevail. And together, all of us, just a reminder, we are the majority. And with that, I'd like to ask Dr. Floyd with Planned Parenthood to come up.
Thank you very much, Vinny. I appreciate the introduction. So, my name is Dr. Serena Floyd. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Chief Medical Officer at Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington, D.C. I'm a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist, and I've been in practice for over 20 years. I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, and I'm a mother. I'm also an abortion provider. I made the decision many years ago to become an OBGYN physician because I wanted to have a meaningful impact in others' lives. I became an abortion provider because I saw in it an opportunity to provide compassionate, non-judgmental care to those with an absolute right to make personal decisions about what is best for themselves and their families. Now, as I attempt to navigate being that provider at a time when women and pregnant people are being stripped of their basic human right to the routine health care that is abortion, I am saddened, I am frustrated, and I am angry. But I am also determined. I, like so many of my colleagues around the country, witness every day the effect of this total disregard for patient autonomy and agency. Disregard that disproportionately affects Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, people living on low incomes, gender diverse individuals, immigrants, adolescents, those living with disabilities, and those living in rural communities. Bearing witness to this disregard and how it plays out in lived experiences continues to fuel our collective resilience and our fierce determination to keep showing up for our patients however we can. For me, it means that when my patient experiencing homelessness in Louisiana is able to connect with advocates to help her navigate the financial and logistical obstacles she has to overcome to get to DC for care, I'm here to care for her. It means that when my colleague from Texas reaches out to try to get the pregnant 17-year-old with her whole life ahead of her, the abortion that will allow her a better chance at that life, I am here to take that call. At our Planned Parenthood, we are caring for patients from all over the U.S., from as far as Texas to as close as Georgia. And we are here for all of them. We accept and take care of them for many reasons, but most important among them is because we know what happens when abortion is out of reach. We know that many individuals unable to get an abortion are often left with no choice but to carry that pregnancy to term. And we know when that happens, the likelihood that they will experience economic hardship, financial insecurity, that they will be more likely to stay in violent relationships, and they will be more likely to suffer poor health outcomes is real. We know that in a country with already ridiculously high maternal mortality rates, a woman from a state with an abortion ban is estimated to be nearly 3 times more likely to die during pregnancy, in childbirth, or soon after delivery. This knowledge keeps us going. When I consider the world we live in now and the assault on sexual and reproductive health that is occurring, my drive for my fight is also intensified when I consider my daughters. I consider the world I want them to live in, the lives I want them to be able to lead, the control over their destinies that I want them to have, and my resolve deepens. So I want to thank all of the Senate members who have been in this fight with us and who are continuing this fight with us, and I want to thank you all for your time. And now I want to turn the mic over to Claire Coleman.
I'm Claire Coleman from the National Family Planning and Reproductive Health Association. We represent contraceptive and sexual health providers in all 50 states, D.C., and several of the territories. We represent a diverse coalition of providers, federally qualified health centers, state and local health departments, Planned Parenthood affiliates, and other private not-for-profits. And before I came to NFRA, I was out in the field running a healthcare system too. So you can trust me when I say that you can't find a more dedicated, tenacious, and resourceful group of people just like Dr. Floyd, working in our health center systems all around the country. It's my honor to be a voice for them today. So I want to tell you what I heard from one of our members in Texas, a midwife who has spent years supporting women, listening to women, and trusting women. She told me how hard it is to work in a state where access to a full range of methods and options is not available to all people, where access is limited and the most vulnerable among us have the least amount of autonomy. She said every day she's asked to do something outside her comfort zone, something completely new to her, and that entering the sacred space that was the exam room is now a political exercise. States like Texas have become the test lab for the most egregious and restrictive policies around sexual and reproductive health care. And while laws are being dismantled and people are looking on with horror, NFRA members want you to know that as goes Texas, so goes the nation. This incredible leader and many others just like her around the country see their work as service to those who seek contraception, sexual health care, and abortion care. And they try during very difficult days to go to work with an attitude not of, I have to get through this, but I get to do this. Each person seen in our health centers is a life change. They represent autonomy, empowerment, and the path towards a chosen future. I think they're healthcare heroes, and they deserve all the fight, all the focus, and all the funding that we can.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour right here, bringing you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today. Here's what's coming up in the next hour right here on Live Now from Fox. White House briefing we are expecting pretty soon, so we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now. We also have a Pentagon briefing that should be coming at any moment right now, and as more media members take their seats there, we are looking at a really close to any moment right here, so we'll bring that to you in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. And then also at the Capitol, we are awaiting Senate Democrats and Republicans to be speaking from their conferences. We'll bring that to you when it does happen. In the meantime, we do have some Senate Republicans and Democrats that already spoke. Let's go with Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor just earlier today.
Republicans used to strengthen our southern border. 2 years of a functionally open borders policy from Washington Democrats, and 2 years of chaos and suffering as a result. Last week, Customs and Border Protection announced that an already record-breaking year ended on a particularly catastrophic note. Illegal immigration apprehensions clocked at an all-time high of more than 2.7 million during the last fiscal year, by far the highest annual total ever recorded. But then December set an astonishing record all by itself at over 250,000 apprehensions. Last month was CBP's busiest month ever recorded. The American people are outraged at this willful failure. They rate immigration and border as one of the single biggest problems facing our country, second only to the economy. Two-thirds of the country disapprove of President Biden's handling of immigration and the border. That's a 67% supermajority of Americans who believe this administration is failing on border security. Now, our Democratic friends tie themselves in knots, making excuses for why they can't simply do their job, enforce federal law, and secure our border. Their far-left base makes them pretend that we can't enforce the laws on the books unless we find new ways to be even more generous to people who come here illegally. It's nonsensical. Every local official who belongs to the Democratic Party are rapidly losing patience with the Biden administration's border incompetence. The Democratic mayor of New York, Eric Adams, has spent months sounding the alarm on the catastrophic effects of this administration's functionally open borders. He said this is a national crisis. He said, quote, "There's no more room." He said, "There's no more room in New York." Yet the far left attacks him, the mayor of New York, for pointing out the problem. The Democratic governor of Colorado is taking a cue from Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis and arranging transportation for illegal immigrants to various liberal jurisdictions that have self-identified as so-called sanctuary cities. This is a growing bipartisan chorus that is begging President Biden to do his job and secure our nation. It doesn't take any new laws. It doesn't take some new grand bargain or amnesty. The administration just needs to do its job, secure the border, and let law enforcement enforce our laws. The Biden administration has all the tools and authorities it needs to tackle the crisis, if a solution were actually what they were after. Now, in another matter, it's been a full year since Putin escalated Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. Nearly 9 years since he began his military effort to take over a sovereign country in early 2014. And Putin's non-military efforts to meddle in Ukraine, undermine it, and control its population long predated even 2014. It's been 15 years since Putin invaded Georgia. And a few years before that, he said publicly the breakup of the Soviet Union was, quote, the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. This former KGB agent who's run the Kremlin for 2 decades has been very, very consistent. Repression at home, aggression abroad, assassinations, invasions, poisonings, and political interference. And whenever the rest of the world responded with accommodation rather than with resolve, Putin drew the natural conclusion that he could do whatever he wanted. But for the past 11 months, the brave men and women of Ukraine have defied the odds. They've endured tremendous hardship and stood their ground. They fought bravely for their families, their freedom, and their country. At every step of the way, investments from the United States and our allies have equipped the Ukrainian people to exact a heavy price from the Russian invaders. Western assistance has played a key role, but alas, it's come too slowly and haltingly. Despite my urging the Biden administration to act sooner, aid did not come early enough to help Ukraine deter Putin's escalation before it actually happened, nor to slow down Russia's brutal and rapid advance in the east and the south. It has not come quickly enough to help Ukraine sustain counteroffensives or fully defend its cities against missile and drone attacks. The United States and our friends and our partners have done enough to prevent Ukraine from losing, but we've not yet done enough to help Ukraine actually win. A protracted stalemate is neither in Ukraine's interest nor ours. The solution that is both the most humane and the most advantageous to America's interests is quite simple. Help Ukraine win this war. We know what it'll take to make this possible. As our colleague Senator Wicker said, we can shift this war immediately in Ukraine's favor by providing a range of advanced weapons, including tanks, drones, and tactical missiles. As Chairman McCall over in the House said this past weekend, it's not the U.S. that will be provocative if we send stronger assistance. Quote, Mr. Putin is the provocative one. He invaded a sovereign territory aggressively and unprovoked. Yet some of freedom's most powerful friends remain hesitant. For many months, Germany has not only resisted calls to send Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine, but has actually also prevented other European nations to transfer their own German-produced Leopards to Ukraine. Time is short, and while Berlin agonizes over its own decision whether to provide Leopards to Ukraine, it should proactively and explicitly make clear that other allies are free to do so. And what about the Biden administration here at home? The administration's latest deliveries failed to include the longer-range missiles and more sophisticated munitions that Ukraine has been requesting literally for months. So, Mr. President, Ukraine's brave resistance deserves our continued praise. But more importantly, it needs our concrete and consistent material support. Ukraine's friends cannot keep self-deterring ourselves and letting the aggressors, the invaders, dictate the pace. So it's time, past time, for the Biden administration and our allies to get serious about helping Ukraine finish the job and retake their country.
The Republicans decided, as the new majority, was to pass legislation making it easier for ultra-rich tax cheats to escape accountability. Amazing. That's their first thing. And at the same time, as they did that, they would blow a hole, a $100 billion hole in the deficit. Because according to CBO, the amount of money brought into the federal treasury by closing some of these loopholes against tax cheats, very wealthy tax cheats, would far exceed the expenditure made for the new IRS agents. The deficit would come down if we passed this legislation. For all the talk on the other side, we got to bring down the deficit. Not when it comes to closing tax loopholes of the ultra-rich and corporations that pay a smaller percentage than most Americans. Wow. Apparently, cutting taxes for mega corporations and the 1% was not enough for Republicans 5 years ago. They did that in the Trump tax bill. Now they want to make things easier, even easier for tax cheats. And then, a few days later, the House Republicans doubled down on their war on women by passing measures that will undermine women's freedom of choice. Make no mistake, these bills will never see the light of day in the Senate. But again, the extreme MAGA fringe element of the Republican Party seems to be controlling the whole entity. We hope that doesn't last for long. We in the Senate, will serve as an inextinguishable firewall and stop the anti-women, anti-health, anti-choice bills in their tracks. So right off the bat, the House Republicans are showing us exactly whose corner they are in, the ultra-rich and the fringe elements of their party. Now, make no mistake, Mr. President, Democrats want to work with a competent and capable Republican Party wherever possible to make life better for average Americans. Democrats are united in this commitment because we all saw firsthand how bipartisanship was the key to so many of last year's successes. Later today, in fact, I will join President Biden, Leader Jeffries, and a number of Senate and House colleagues precisely to talk about how we can turn our unity into action to help the American people. House Republicans, meanwhile, seem trapped in a cycle of extremism, so powerful that now they're even giving proposals like a national sales tax, serious consideration. According to some House Republicans, House leadership has agreed to give GOP radicals a vote on a 30% national sales tax on all goods across the board. That means right now, as inflation finally begins to drop, Republicans are looking to make Americans pay 30% more for everything they buy. Look, if Republicans want to have a debate with Democrats on their national sales tax bill, we'll be happy to have it. We'd love to hear Republicans explain to the American people why it's a good idea to send prices skyrocketing from everything, on everything, from cars to groceries to diapers and everything in between. We'd love to hear Republicans tell seniors why their expenses would go up by a third after they spent a lifetime for retirement. And we'd love to hear Republicans explain to middle-class families why their taxes would increase by thousands of dollars a year while the ultra-rich see their taxes go down. If Republicans want to push this terrible proposal, they're welcome to make their case, make our day. I think many within the Republicans' own ranks recognize that a national sales tax is especially a dim-witted idea. Even Grover Norquist, whose ideas on tax are far away from most Americans. But he said it's one of the most, and he's one of the most conservative voices out there, he called it, quote, a terrible idea. Even Steve Forbes said this would make the average new home in this country cost $100,000 more. Young family, you want to buy a home? Some of our Republican friends want to add $100,000 to the cost of buying that home. And, of course, it would raise bills by thousands more. And yet, despite the insanity of this idea, the House Republican leadership has bent to the MAGA wing of the Republican Party and promised to vote. If this is how House Republicans want to spend their time, taxing middle-class families, attacking women's freedom of choice, giving cover to tax cheats, be our guest. And once again, Mr. President, this is the central quandary of the new Republican majority. By bending to the demands of the MAGA hard right, Speaker McCarthy has guaranteed that Republicans will have to constantly cater to the whims of the MAGA wing at the expense of the American people. Now, we will be a firewall against all of these things. And I'm sure the American people are glad that we have a Democratic majority in the Senate to stop some of these rather insane proposals. Because when extremists run the show, as it seems to be happening in the House, it makes it nearly impossible to have serious-minded, constructive conversations on the big issues that matter. And no issue, of course, will matter more in the coming months than raising the debt ceiling. Over the next few months, we're going to hear more about the debt ceiling in Congress, maybe more than any other issue. But the matter is very simple. If the U.S. is allowed to default on its debt for the first time, the consequences will be severe, and every single American will pay the price. A default means interest rates will spike on everything, from car loans to credit cards to mortgages. It means that Americans will have to pay thousands of dollars more on regular expenses. Homes will lose their value. Homes. The average middle-class person's piece of the rock that they struggle and save for so they can own a home, so they don't have to pay rent and can pay a mortgage where they get equity. Those homes will lose their value if we default, God forbid, on the debt, because mortgage rates interest soar, and that means people have less money to pay for a home, and supply and demand just says the price goes down, the value goes down. Meanwhile, the millions of Americans who have saved for retirement will see their retirement plans like 401ks lose their value, robbing retirees of their hard-earned livelihoods. So the dangers of default are not abstract. Oh no, this is not some academic argument up there in the clouds. This affects every American family, and we're going to make sure they hear all about it. The consequences are as real as they get, and the entire world is watching what we do here in Congress. But rather than work with Democrats in a productive, constructive way to raise the debt ceiling, the House GOP has immediately resorted to brinksmanship and hostage-taking. They say they will not raise the debt ceiling unless we give in to their demands for draconian spending cuts that would impact just about every American, again, in a very bad way. Well, I say to my Republican colleagues, if you want to talk about deep cuts, then you have an obligation to show the American people precisely what kind of cuts are you talking about. Are you going to hold Social Security, are Republicans going to hold Social Security hostage in exchange for the debt ceiling, or pay raises for our troops, or support for veterans, or funding for police and fire and first responders, or Medicare funding that millions of seniors rely on? Republicans, you owe the American people answers on what you mean by spending cuts. Remember, the House rules that the GOP approved are clear. They need to bring a debt ceiling bill to the floor. Let the entirety of the House debate it and vote on it, and let the American people see and assess the cuts for themselves. So once again, to my House GOP colleagues, if you're serious about spending cuts, show us the math. Show us why you think it is worth risking a global financial crisis just to pass an extremist agenda. Because inevitably, what you're saying are cuts are vital to so many Americans, so many Americans. Being in the majority means that it won't be enough to hide behind time-worn rhetoric about wasteful spending. When it comes to the debt ceiling, the substance counts, the details count, the consequences are very, very real. And unless Republicans can resolve their own chaos and beat back their own extremism, I fear that every day that passes without action on the debt ceiling will increase the risk of default and risk the great harm it will do to the American people. And should that happen, Americans will see that the fault lies entirely in the hands of the radical GOP. I yield the floor. Note the absence of quorum.
When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll take you out to the Pentagon briefing that is underway right now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to the Pentagon briefing from the start right here on Live Now, talking about the very latest with the U.S. aid to Ukraine, as well as trying to get other military members like Germany and Poland to help out in the effort for Ukraine.
2023, the largest multinational maritime exercise in Western and Central Africa, also began yesterday in Lagos, Nigeria, with 29 participating nations. Conducted by U.S. Naval Forces Africa and sponsored by U.S. Africa Command, OE-23 is the exercise's 12th iteration and designed to improve regional cooperation, information sharing practices, and tactical interdiction expertise to support a more secure, safe, and economically prosperous maritime environment. The exercise will run through February 3. Also yesterday, Secretary Austin and Secretary of the Air Force Kendall spoke at a ceremony at Howard University, during which the Air Force announced that it has selected Howard as the first historically black college or university to lead a Department of Defense-sponsored university-affiliated research center. The center will focus on tactical autonomy for military systems, and Howard will receive $12 million per year for 5 years to fund research. DoD currently has 14 university-affiliated research centers, with Howard now being the 15th. Such centers are responsible for providing dedicated facilities and sharing space with department officials and industrial participants to conduct basic, applied, and technology demonstration research. Finally, the Senate confirmed Mr. Brendan Owens yesterday as Assistant Secretary of Defense for Energy Installations and Environment. In this role, Assistant Secretary Owens is the principal advisor to the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment for all matters pertaining to environment and energy resilience, construction, housing, and local defense community cooperation. He also provides budgetary policy and management oversight of the Department of Defense's real property portfolio, which encompasses millions of acres and over 500,000 buildings and structures at more than 500 installations. And with that, I will take your questions. We'll start with AP. Tara?
Hi, Pat. Thanks for doing this. Now multiple news organizations have been able to match the journal's reporting that the administration will be approving Abrams for Ukraine. And it seems like this has been in the works for a while. What was the Pentagon's thinking behind the last week's worth of saying that Abrams won't work, they're not the right tool for the battle, they're too costly to maintain? Is this not going to be a useful tool for Ukraine?
Again, I have nothing to announce today in terms of the M1s. I think, as we've said all along, we continue to have a very robust dialogue with Ukraine and our international allies and partners to focus on what their immediate battlefield needs are now in the near term. But we also have discussions about what they may need in the medium to long term. And we'll continue to have those discussions. And again, as I said at the top, when and if we have something to announce, we will.
And as a follow-up to that, where could this training take place, if it does take place? Would this be something that happens in Germany? Is this something that happens in Poland? Presumably, like with the Bradleys and the other systems, some extensive training would be needed.
Sure. Again, I don't have any announcements, so I don't want to speculate or talk about hypotheticals. But when and if we have more information that we're able to provide, we certainly will. Thank you. Idris?
Just taking aside whether Ukraine will or will not get the Abrams, you and others have spoken publicly about the logistics issues, right? Again, take aside whether they're getting them or not. How do you overcome giving tanks to a country when they don't have the logistics train, when they don't have fuel with it?
Yeah, again, without trying to preview an announcement, again, which I'm not sure if I was clear, but I don't have an announcement to make today. The M1 is a complex weapon system that is challenging to maintain, as we've talked about. That was true yesterday. It's true today. It'll be true in the future. Again, without getting into hypotheticals, any time that we've provided Ukraine with any type of system, we've provided the training and sustainment capabilities with that. So again, when and if we have something to announce about any new weapon system, we'll be sure to do that.
Once again, putting aside Ukraine, is it beneficial to give a country weapons that it cannot maintain?
Again, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or speculate at this point in time. Our focus has been, as Ukraine contact group this last week has been focused on what is it that Ukraine needs right now to have immediate effect on the battlefield given the situation there. But again, we've also been very clear, more broadly speaking, from a strategic and an operational standpoint, that we continue to have discussions with the Ukrainians and our allies and partners about what are the medium and long-term defense requirements for Ukraine. And we'll continue to have those conversations. Janie?
Thank you, General. I have two questions, one in North Korea, one in Taiwan. First question, North Korea is preparing for a large-scale military parade, as you know that. At the same time, what kind of readiness does the United States have in preparations for contingents in which North Korea conduct a missile and seventh nuclear test?
Well, you've heard us say before that we do remain concerned that North Korea is prepared to conduct a seventh nuclear test. It would certainly be a destabilizing action in the region, and so it's something that we continue to keep a close eye on, and we will work closely with our partners and our allies in the region to be prepared in that eventuality.
Yes, and another one, if China invade Taiwan, U.S. forces in Korea will move to Taiwan and the United States will intervene. Does the U.S. expect South Korea to be involved in these military actions at that time?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals regarding a potential Chinese invasion of Taiwan. As you know, we maintain a variety of capabilities throughout the Indo-Pacific region, a variety of forces, not the least of which are approximately 30,000 U.S. forces stationed in South Korea, which are there to work alongside our ROK allies to protect and defend South Korea. So we'll continue to work closely with South Korea and Japan and other allies and partners in the region to preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. Thank you. Laura?
Sure. Dr. Kahl last week spent a good amount of time talking about how now is not the right time to send Abrams, and that Abrams is not the right tool for the battlefield in the immediate future. So is that still DoD's position?
So as we talked about, and as Dr. Kahl has talked about, our focus has been on providing Ukraine with capabilities that it can employ right now on the battlefield. I think we're all following along very closely the current situation there as Ukraine tries to recruit, refit, and prepare for continued offensive operations along the lines. So that has not changed, as evidenced by the recent PDA announcements that we've made, and as evidenced by the capabilities that you saw coming out of the contact group announced by many of our partners. And so, again, as we look at our security assistance relationship with Ukraine, we're going to continue to talk not only about their near-term needs, but also about their medium and long-term needs. And that has always been the case and will continue to be the case.
Do we have Abrams tanks in an exportable version that would be readily available right now?
I don't have anything to provide on that. Thank you.
Thank you, General. So Der Spiegel is reporting that Germany will allow Poland and other nations to re-export Leopard tanks to Ukraine. Has the German leadership communicated its decision with the department, and did the department play any role in convincing Germany to make this shift? And on the technical, not technical, as part of your discussion with Ukraine, do you have an understanding how many tanks the Ukrainians think they need for this maybe offensive coming after the winter season?
Yeah, I won't speak for the Ukrainians. They've certainly voiced to the Department of Defense and other international leaders in terms of the security assistance requirements that they have in order to support their armed forces. And as I mentioned, we continue to have those conversations. In terms of Germany, Secretary Austin did have very productive conversations with his German counterpart when he was in Germany. We issued a readout of that, which I would refer you to. But in terms of decision-making on the side of Germany as to whether or not they will provide tanks or allow third-party countries to provide those tanks, I'd refer you to them.
I understand this point, but my question is, has the German leadership, defense leadership, communicated any decision to the department on the Leopard?
Again, I'd refer you to the Germans. I don't have anything to provide today. Again, we've had productive conversations. We value Germany very much as an ally. You heard Secretary Austin talk about this in his press conference. Germany has committed a large amount of resources to Ukraine to assist in their fight, and we continue to value the relationship that we have as Germany, and we'll continue to communicate with them very regularly as one of our staunchest and strongest allies. Joseph.
Yeah, just to go back on the joint exercise with the Israeli military, I understand there's a dynamic force employment there. So, what message is this sending to allies in the region that the U.S. is going to get in? It has troops to be able to get in and get out, show that's still committed to not only to Israel but its other allies in the region. And also, is there any message that's being sent to Iran in these exercises?
Yeah, so to answer your last question up front, no, this is not meant to be oriented around any single adversary or threat. As you know, the United States maintains many relationships in the Middle East region with many countries. Israel is one of our closest partners in the region. And as I mentioned, this gives us the opportunity to work together to increase interoperability, to be able to respond to a variety of contingencies and threats, so that should we need to operate together, we can do so seamlessly.
In terms of messages to other allies in the region?
Well, again, I mean, just broadly speaking, it demonstrates the fact that the United States is a reliable partner, that we're going to continue to work together to ensure the security and the stability of the region. As you know, we also conduct bilateral exercises with many other countries in the region. And so this one in particular is obviously the largest of its kind. And we look forward to working with Israel as we further increase our security relationship and our interoperability. Sir?
Sir, if I could just follow up on that. On Juniper Oak, the exercise is to include mid-air refueling, and I believe a live fire drill encompassing, quote, the full target engagement cycle, including the suppression of enemy air defenses, strategic air interdiction, and electronic attacks, according to senior defense official. Is this indicative of a shift to a deterrent posture by the U.S. with regards to Iran's nuclear program?
Again, this exercise is focused on interoperability and strengthening our security relationship in terms of working together. And as evidenced by, most recently, the counter-ISIS campaign, the ability to pull air forces together seamlessly and operate in a way that is going to be effective is vital. And so this is one aspect of that, although the exercise is obviously more than just about air power.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
It's all about working together. Thank you. Let me go to Oren.
I was wondering if I could follow up and get an update on the combined arms training, because that was, I think, planned for about a month for each group of 500. Is the first group nearing the completion of that training? Is there planning for a second tranche of Ukrainian troops just to begin that?
Yeah, so the training has begun. It started mid-January, as we talked about. And so, again, estimate that the training will last about 6 weeks. So once that training is complete, obviously those forces will go back into Ukraine. We do maintain the capability to continue that program, so it's not a one-and-done type of program. And so that'll be Ukraine's decision in terms of providing additional forces to go through that cycle. We certainly expect them to do that, but at the end of the day, that's their decision given the situation on the ground. Okay. Let me go to the phone here real quick. Howard Altman.
Thanks, Pat. I've got 2 questions, one returning to the tanks and one on the Ukrainian Air Force. On the tanks, this is not a hypothetical question. As you discussed providing Abrams to Ukraine, how much did the issue of the optics of seeing these things blown up on the battlefield play into any of the decision-making that the Pentagon has gone through? That's my question on the tanks. Question on the Air Force. The Air Force spokesman for Ukraine said this morning that the type of aircraft that the U.S. will provide to Ukraine has been determined. Can you talk about that? Has that been determined? And if so, what kind?
Yeah, thanks, Howard. So on your first question, again, I know it's not a hypothetical, but I don't have anything to announce in terms of M1s. The capabilities that we have provided to Ukraine and the capabilities that we will provide to Ukraine in the future are not about optics. They're about combat capability and enabling them to have the best chance possible to be successful on the battlefield, whether it's defending territory or taking back sovereign territory. And then in terms of the press reporting on the U.S. providing aircraft, again, I don't have anything to announce on that front. I'm not aware of any Ukrainian pilots currently training in the United States, to my knowledge, despite what those foreign press reports were saying, nor, again, do I have anything to announce when it comes to aircraft. As we've said all along, we're going to continue to have a robust discussion with the Ukrainians on what their defense needs. That includes the near term, the medium term, and the long term. Thank you. All right, let me go to Patrick Tucker, Defense One.
Howard, do you want to finish real quick?
Yeah, just one. Thanks, Pat. Just quick, can you say whether the Ukrainian Air Force spokesman was wrong about that?
I'd refer you to the Ukrainian spokesperson. I'm not going to speak on his behalf. Thank you. Patrick.
Thanks, Pat. So the question of maintenance has come up a lot in discussions about what the United States will send or won't send. And maintenance obviously goes better when you have contracted maintainers from actual manufacturers. So right now in Ukraine, the Ministry of Defense is using Starlink for satellite communications, and SpaceX has actual contractors on the ground. We know that. They're using data visualization tools from Palantir. We know that Palantir has contractors on the ground. To my knowledge, a lot of the great big defense contractors that are providing kinetic or tactical things don't have contractors on the ground. So understanding that every company makes their own decision on this, does DoD have a policy to encourage or discourage companies from sending just contracted employees for the purposes of maintaining equipment? And second part, is that something that you're talking to defense contractors about, especially as the number of things you're sending grows more diverse?
Yeah, thanks, Pat. So I'm not aware of any DoD policy per se in terms of private companies and making decisions on whether or not to send contractors into Ukraine. I'd refer you to the State Department, because certainly anytime U.S. citizens are going to travel into a foreign country, particularly one that's an active combat zone, I have no doubt that they would reach out to state to get any type of guidance. As you know, our focus has been on providing the remote consultations in terms of maintenance considerations, with the Ukrainians doing the actual maintenance themselves.
Do you think it would help to have some of these companies, if they could figure out how to do it, send maintenance contractors in to help some of these issues? Might that aid the discussions about what to send or how to even maintain this stuff?
I'm sorry, Pat, you kind of broke up there at the beginning. Can you re-ask that?
Yeah, do you think it would help if some of these contractors, these defense companies, could figure out a way to send maintenance personnel or other technical experts into the country? Do you think it would help the overall effort?
Well, that's really a decision for individual companies to make in terms of the systems that Ukraine has purchased and how they maintain them. Again, from a Department of Defense standpoint, our focus is on assisting with providing the equipment, and then again, providing remote telesupport or support outside of the country where it makes sense. Let me go ahead and go to Liz, and then we'll go to Travis.
Thank you. So we've spent a lot of time talking about the maintenance that the Abrams tanks would need. So I want to ask you about what would they add to the battlefield? What's good about them? Why would the Ukrainians want them? Why would the U.S. send them?
Again, without getting into hypotheticals, you know, the M1 is a very capable battlefield platform. It's also a very complex capability. And so, like anything that we're providing to Ukraine, we want to ensure that they have the ability to maintain it, sustain it, to train on it. And again, I'm not making any announcements on any M1s or any other new capabilities today.
Just one follow-up on that. At the after the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, Secretary Austin said that the U.S., if the U.S. sends tanks, that's not related to if Germany chooses to send tanks. Does that still remain true?
Well, I think you heard the German defense minister, I want to say it was Thursday night in an interview, said that there is no linkage between Leopard tanks and M1 tanks. There's certainly not from a U.S. or a DoD standpoint. Germany's decision whether or not to send Leopards is a sovereign decision, and we respect that. Thank you. Travis?
Thanks, Pat. Two questions. First one's relatively simple. How many M1 Abrams tanks are in the U.S. inventory? And the second question is there any update on the Patriot training at Fort Sill? I think the original estimate was it would take 3 or 4 months to complete that, but I think there was a desire to compress that training and to do it more quickly, especially since Russia may be planning an offensive in Ukraine. Is there any update on whether it could be accomplished more quickly?
Yeah, so on your latter question first, we've said that it will take several months, which is an expedited training program, right? So given the fact that these are air defenders already with real-world experience, given the fact that they're not going into the U.S. Army per se, so there's certain aspects that can be tailored since they're not going into our formations. So that already is an expedited approach. Again, we're not going to talk about the specifics on when that Patriot system will appear in Ukraine, other than to say, again, several months. And that's about as specific as I can be. And then, I'm sorry, your first question?
First question was, how many M1s are in the U.S. inventory?
So I'd have to refer you to the Army on that. I don't have any numbers right in front of me. Thank you. Tony?
I have a couple questions, not tank related. When you're talking about discussions with the Ukrainians about capabilities they can use right now, about 2 months ago, and as part of the Ukraine security initiative, security package, you mentioned satellite SATCOM terminals. Weeks later, there's been no contract. Where does that stand, since that's a capability they can use right now?
Sure. Well, and to be clear, they have satellite communication capability right now, right? So that was announced as a USAI package, which traditionally is going to have a longer lead term in terms of announcing the intent to purchase this capability or this contract, this service, and then going through the normal acquisition process in terms of making an announcement. So to my knowledge, we have not announced the awarding of a contract yet. When we do, as you know, we'll post that to defense.gov.
Another different region of the world, Afghanistan, nobody thinks about it now, but the GOP members in the House have pretty much signaled they're going to have hearings on the withdrawal. That after-action report that you guys classified and you won't release to the public, is there any steps now to declassify that in anticipation that you're going to get requested, subpoenaed, or pushed by the GOP to give them the document?
Yeah, so I don't have any updates on the report. As you highlight, it was a classified report produced for internal purposes. But when and if we have any updates on that, we'll be sure to let you know.
Well, if you get a request from the Hill,
certainly we'll work closely with Congress to meet any legitimate requests for information that they provide.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes. Sir.
Thank you, General. General, President Zelensky has fired several top Ukraine officials because of corruptions, and that's come as they are facing this corruption scandal that appears to be linked to Ukraine government's military supplies throughout the war. So how much that will impact on the military assistance in the middle of the war to Ukraine?
Thanks for the question. So, when it comes to the internal personnel management of the Ukrainian government, I'd refer you to Ukraine. I would say from a Department of Defense standpoint, we're not aware of any type of widespread issues regarding corruption that would negatively impact the fight. And I would also highlight, as evidenced by the situation on the ground and the progress that they made, Ukrainians continue to be very, very focused on deterring Russia, defending their territory, and taking back territory where they can.
Can I follow that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, sir. President Zelensky said in a statement that Russia leadership is preparing for revenge and amassing forces. Where do you think this is headed next?
Where do I think the conflict is headed next? Well, I mean, Russia's been very clear that they're still committed to the strategic objectives that they set out for themselves at the beginning of their invasion, which is to completely conquer and eliminate Ukraine as a country. So the United States, our allies, and our international partners are focused on providing Ukraine with the security assistance they need to prevent that from happening. And so far, Russia has failed in accomplishing its strategic objectives. And so we're going to continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Thank you. Joe?
Thank you so much. Could you confirm if the Pentagon has used its stockpile of ammunitions in Israel to keep...
All right, we are going to step away from the Pentagon briefing there. We're going to take our final break here of this hour, and when we come back, we will take you out from the beginning to the White House briefing that is underway right now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Take you out to the White House briefing right now.
Taken to the hospital in critical condition. We have mourned lives lost in mass shootings after mass shootings. The flags at the White House were already at half-mast in honor of those murdered in Monterey Park when we learned of the shooting in Half Moon Bay. President Biden, like most Americans, believes that this is an urgent issue, that too many of our neighbors, colleagues, kids are losing their lives to gun violence. Over the last 2 decades, more school-aged children have died from guns than on-duty police officer and active duty military combined. And we know what the policy solutions are. We know how we can address this. In fact, last night, Senator Feinstein, alongside Senators Murphy, Blumenthal, and others, reintroduced a federal assault weapons and high-capacity magazine ban and legislation that would raise the minimum purchase age for assault weapons to 21. The last time we had an assault weapons ban on the books, thanks to the President and Senator Feinstein's leadership, mass shootings actually went down. After Republicans let it expire, mass shootings tripled, and that's just a fact. As you all know, President Biden has taken historic executive action to reduce gun violence, and last summer he signed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first significant piece of gun safety legislation in nearly 30 years. But he continues to believe, and these tragic events continue to show us, there is more to be done to keep our homes, schools, and communities safe. The President and the First Lady are thinking of those killed and injured in these latest shootings across America, but more importantly, he's urging both chambers of Congress to act quickly and deliver this assault weapons ban to his desk and take additional action to keep American communities, schools, workplace, and homes safe. I also wanted to share exciting news about President's economic plan continuing to create results for Americans across the country. Today, we learned 38 states are now at or below 4% unemployment, and states from Pennsylvania to South Dakota to Alaska have record low unemployment. We also know a record 10.7 million jobs were created in the last 2 years. Annual inflation has fallen over the last 6 months. The economy grew at 3.2% in the most recent GDP report, and a record 10.5 million small businesses applications were filed since the president took office. And we're continuing to lower healthcare costs for Americans. A new report shows that if Inflation Reduction Act's insulin cap were implemented in 2020, 1.5 million senators across the country could have saved an average of $500 per year on insulin. The Inflation Reduction Act's health provisions, including permanent affordable care act subsidies and Medicare negotiations Medicare negotiating down certain prescription drugs, mean more money in Americans' pockets and more breathing room for American families. As the president said in a statement this morning, and I quote, "Americans are seeing a strong economy where they live. They are seeing their neighbors back to work with higher wages, even accounting for inflation. They're seeing prices down at their pharmacies. They're seeing new businesses opening, with most Americans applying to start small businesses at any time on record," end quote. And finally, I wanted to say hello and welcome to the Park School of Baltimore students. They're lined up to my left here, who are here for their career exploration day. And welcome students. I had an opportunity to meet all of you. Very impressive. And I know high school could be a lot of fun, but also very hard. Just stay focused, keep your passion, and you'll get there. So good to see you all. With that, Amr, good to see you.
Good to see you. First, I just wanted to ask, is there any reaction to Vice President Pence's announcement of finding classified docs in his possession? And then more broadly, most of the rules surrounding classification are created and can be amended by executive order. Does the president believe the system must be reformed?
So first, on your first question, look, I'm not going to comment on any ongoing criminal investigation or any investigation. As you all know, the Department of Justice is independent, and we will not politically interfere. We've been very, very clear about that under this president. The president's been very clear since his campaign promises, and so I'm just going to refer you to the Department of Justice. On your second question, I would refer you to the White House counsel's office.
The next one on Ukraine. Is the administration ready to give Abrams to Ukraine in order? I guess one, is the administration ready to give the Abrams? And two, if you are, has it been connected with Germany also giving Leopards?
So I'm going to say we're in constant communications with Ukraine and other allies and partners as it relates to what Ukraine needs in the battlefield. But I don't have anything to preview here, any announcements to make at this time, of any new types of security assistance to preview for you today.
Great. Following up from yesterday, has the president invited the Justice Department to search his Rehoboth Beach house?
Again, I would refer you to the White House counsel's office, who have been regularly in touch with all of you, answering these questions about this legal ongoing matter. I just don't have anything to share.
And a couple of follow-ups on the Pence issue. Does the White House believe that the Justice Department should appoint a special counsel to investigate former Vice President Pence's handling of classified documents?
That's for the Department of Justice to decide.
And now that we're seeing the two most recent vice presidents discover classified documents in their private homes, does this suggest that there's a larger problem within the government where classified documents are not where they're supposed to be? Do a lot of people have documents outside of where they're properly supposed to be stored?
I'm not going to comment from here on that. I would refer you to the White House counsel and anything related to classified documents from here.
Thanks, Karine. On the issue of gun control, you spoke about the president's commitment to an assault weapons ban and his view that there is more that can be done. How do the limitations in Congress, i.e. with the votes that you have or don't have in Congress, impact that view? And can you be more specific about what he thinks can be done given the votes that he has now?
So I just want to remind folks that this is a president who has made gun violence and dealing with gun violence his career. And he's actually been very instrumental in pushing forward these types of gun reforms that we have seen, whether it is what we saw with the assault weapons ban 30 years ago that he helped get done with Senator Feinstein, or signing the bipartisan piece of legislation that he signed into law just months ago. That was, again, the most significant piece of legislation that dealt with gun violence. And let's not forget, he has made this a priority for him in his presidency since day one with historic executive action. So I say all of this to say is this is a priority for the president. When folks thought we wouldn't be able to get a bipartisan deal done on dealing with gun violence, that was able to get done because of the president's leadership on this, because of the president's focus on this. Look, we are always looking for, his team is always looking for ways to continue with to do executive actions to deal with reducing gun violence. But what we believe is that Congress needs to act. They need to put forth legislation that can go into law and deal with this issue. We cannot continue to see communities be devastated by this. As a parent, we should not be waking up every morning worried that our child or our kids may have to deal with gun violence. If you're going to the grocery store, you should not have to worry about going to the grocery store and potentially having to deal with gun violence, or going to the movies, watching a movie with your partner or with your kids and eating popcorn and potentially having to worry about gun violence. And so the president has been very clear, and this is not just the last 2 years, this has been the many decades of his career. So we're going to continue to have those conversations with Congress. We're going to
U.S. officials have determined that Chinese companies have been sending non-lethal assistance to Russia for Ukraine. What is the United States saying to the Chinese government about this?
So we're closely monitoring the situation, as we have been since the war started. We will continue to communicate to China the implications of providing material support to Russia's war against Ukraine. We have talked about this many times, that we will be very clear what it means to support Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And as I've said many times, as my colleagues from NSC has said many times, we will continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people as long as needed.
But what are those implications?
I'm not going to get into diplomatic or private conversations from here. I'm just going to let you know that we've been monitoring the situation, and we've been very clear with the Chinese government on this. Yeah.
Thanks, Karine. You talk about how gun violence has been a priority for this administration. It's been a priority for the president over his entire career. How does he feel in moments like last night? Is it frustration? Is it helplessness? Personally, how does he deal with this continuing to be a major problem in the country?
You know, Phil, I would say that you've seen him out there, sadly, with many of these tragedies, mourning with the families, offering his support to families, and it continues. You continue to. What you see from him is certainly how he feels when he sees these types of travesties. You saw that in Uvalde, sadly, when we saw kids who were gunned down, where families had to identify, the way they would identify their own children was through DNA. That's how horrible that situation was. You saw him in Buffalo, New York, meeting with the 10 members, the 10 victims who were killed, and him meeting with those families and dealing with their heartache. And so this is a president that feels, right, that is able to feel what people are going through, because he knows what loss means to families. So, yeah, you know, he wants to continue to fight. He wants to continue to speak out against this. You've seen his statements over the last several days, sadly, and what we have seen with gun violence across the country. And so you'll continue to see that, and he will continue to speak about this in a way that lifts up the families who are dealing with this loss, very devastating loss, and continue to call on Congress to take action.
And then one more shot on the Pence documents. Is there any sense inside the White House that this perhaps shifts the political or public perception dynamics of what the president has been facing over the course of the last several weeks?
I'm just not going to comment from here. got Joey.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought you were there yesterday, Joey. But it was Michael. I apologize, Michael.
Do you have any update on whether the president plans to visit California? I know you were asked yesterday, but since then, as we've noted, there was a second mass shooting there.
So no plans at this time to preview about a presidential travel to California. You saw his statement. I just kind of read part of his statement. His heart goes out to the families, to the victims of the families, and we will continue to fight to make sure we deal with this issue. We deal with gun violence. We started with the executive actions, the historic executive actions that the president was able to do the first 2 years of his administration. We were able, again, as I mentioned, sign a bipartisan piece of legislation to deal with gun violence, but we need to do more. We need to do a lot more, and so the president's going to continue to call for that. I don't have anything to preview about a trip.
Yeah, and you were kind of alluded to this, or asked a little bit about this, but what is the strategy now to pass the assault weapons ban that Feinstein introduced? I mean, you're talking, of course, about a Republican-led House now, and so what can the White House do to actually overcome those numbers there?
Yeah, and one thing I just want to go back to on California, the president has been in touch with local and state leaders, and his team continues to offer support to the local government and clearly Governor Newsom's team in any way that we can to be helpful to what they're dealing with today, this week, I should say. Look. It is, it is a priority for the president. It really is. That's why he's taken executive actions. That's why his team has worked with Congress on this bipartisan legislation that was passed several months ago. And he'll continue to do that. And, I think if you all remember, and many of you reported this, that how difficult it was going to be for the president to get any bipartisanship the first 2 years of his administration. And he was able to get historic pieces of legislation done. And so the president says this all the time. He's optimistic, and I think optimism is very important to this president. But at the same time, he's going to continue to ask Congress to act, and he's going to continue to see what other executive actions can be taken from here. But at the end of the day, we need Congress to act. We need legislation that can be signed into law to deal with a matter that is really tearing apart communities. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. Was the White House aware before this afternoon that classified documents had been found at Vice President?
To the White House counsel's office.
And does the White House believe that other former high office holders should now go back and check their personal residences out of an abundance of caution to make sure that they're not holding on to classified documents as well?
That's not something I can comment from here. I don't even know the reasoning of what the news that we heard about Pence. So I'm just not going to comment from here. I'm not going to comment on any other former elected official, current elected official. With this particular case, I refer to Department of Justice. Anything that relates to this White House, I would refer to the White House counsel's office.
And then on the Abrams tank, last week at the podium, John Kirby said that the Abrams is expensive to maintain, to operate, to fuel, and it requires a lot of training. Does this White House still have those same concerns when it comes to providing tanks to the Ukrainians?
So as my DOD colleagues have said very recently, that, but again, nothing to preview from here, certainly don't have anything to share, but they never ruled out tanks. Just want to make that very clear. I think what my colleagues at the DOD have said in the past, more very recently, is that there were always challenges with tanks, but not going to preview anything. I think I would refer you to the DOD comments on this. Again, they've always been challenges. It's never been taken off the table, but as I just mentioned, I don't have anything to preview.
Those are the challenges. What are the benefits to the potential?
I mean, we've always said, again, nothing to preview. Want to be very clear here. We've always said that we are in constant communication with Ukraine as they're trying to figure out what they need on the battlefield, and we are always looking for ways to offer security assistance for them. And so, again, not going to get ahead of any potential announcement. Don't have anything for you to preview, but we're always in constant communication with Ukraine and what it is that they need for their success, what it is that they need to really battle the aggression that we have seen from Russia this almost past year.
Thanks, great. Germany's ruling party just confirmed that they've decided to send Leopard tanks to Ukraine. Do you have any comment on that? And is that in any way reversal of this consideration of the U.S. government sending Abrams to Ukraine as well?
So we have said this before. We believe it's up to each individual country. It is their own sovereign decisions on what they provide for Ukraine. We've been very clear about that. And we always appreciate what our allies, our partners are doing to make sure that Ukraine is able to defend itself. I'm not going to go beyond that. Again, don't have anything to preview from here.
And then switching topics on Ticketmaster, there was this hearing in the Senate today. Given the White House's concern about monopoly power, does the White House believe the Live Nation Ticketmaster merger should be unwound, given what we've heard today from senators expressing that concern as well?
Are you a Swiftie? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Things that you learn. So, look, President Biden is a strong proponent of increasing competition in our economy. As he said last year when he signed a landmark executive order on competition, and I'll quote, "The heart of American capitalism is a simple idea, open and fair competition, but capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation." So I'll say one more thing about the executive order. It establishes a whole of government effort to promote competition in the American economy, because we know the lack of competition leads to higher prices and worse service. So again, capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation, and that's why he's really made an effort with his executive actions to deal with something that truly matters to the American people.
Same concern
And the
apply
Swifties.
Does the same concern apply to Google, which is facing new DOJ action today?
Look, I'm not going to get into DOJ action or what DOJ is potentially any legal matters that they potentially are taking. What I will say is more broadly is how the president is a proponent for increasing competition in our economy, and he has shown that through his actions.
On gun violence, you've mentioned the potential for further executive action. Is there an active review underway of other potential executive actions? Where is this being worked on within the administration?
So don't have anything to share on any active review. What I can say is that the president has asked his team to do all they can through executive action to reduce gun violence. We've seen him make his historic progress via executive action to deal with this dangerous violence that we're seeing, gun violence specifically, that we're seeing across the country in dangerous hands. So we'll continue to pursue executive actions to reduce gun violence. Don't have anything right now to share or preview or list out what is it that we're exactly looking at. But his team is always looking at ways to improve, to deal with an issue, again, that is devastating communities across the country. But I also want to be very, very clear here. In order to deal with this, we need Congress to act. And that's the way that we're really going to be able to deal with a matter that is, again, devastating communities, devastating families across the country.
On documents, I realize you don't want to comment on existing issues, but there is clearly an ongoing issue across administrations with the handling of classified materials. Perhaps this isn't the right time for this White House to lead a review of U.S. policy on classified materials. But is that something that the White House is considering? Is there someone who would be the right person to lead a review of the current challenges that are obviously tripping up people from all parties?
Understand the question, and I know it's going to come in many different ways, but I'm going to refer you to the White House counsel's office, who would be the best, they would be the best folks to talk through about that.
Thank you, Karine. I want to follow up on Ukraine. The administration has been relatively successful in forming alliances, not just in Europe, but in Asia as well, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. Against Russia, of course, and imposing economic sanctions. But is the White House satisfied with the military assistance that these countries are giving? I know you're going to say it's a sovereign state and they can decide for themselves, but at this point, as we're approaching the one-year anniversary, Are you satisfied with what you ask from alliances to give to Ukraine militarily?
I mean, look, we've always been very appreciative of our allies and partners in their efforts to help Ukraine and what they have decided their security assistance is going to be for Ukraine. And so we will continue to be appreciative. We will continue to thank them. Again, and you said it in your question to me, it is a sovereign decision. It is up to each individual country to decide how are they going to do their part in helping Ukraine fight against Russia aggression. But, you know, these are our allies, these are our partners, and we will continue to work with them closely to make sure that Ukrainians are able to fight this brutal war.
Do you think it's holding these alliances?
Say that last part.
The alliances, are they still holding?
We believe that they are. I'm gonna come back down. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. It being the White House's position for the last several weeks that the president's legal team did the right thing, is it the initial observation of the White House that the Pence legal team did the right thing?
That's not for me to comment on from here. I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
One of the things that the Pence team seems to have done in the last week is make public disclosure of this circumstance. Advise NARA, but also advise Congress and now the public. Any reflections among the communications of press staff here as to how the Pence team handled it versus how you handled it?
Steve, I understand your question and I hear it. We've answered your question in many different variations. I'm just don't have anything else to share from here. If you have any more specifics or details about this, about the ongoing legal matter, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. Anything else, I would refer you to the White House counsel's office.
For 2 months.
Thanks. Does the White House have a response to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's surprise trip to Jordan today to meet with King Abdullah? And do you think it could help reduce tensions in the region?
I have not seen those reports. I have not been able to talk to our National Security Council about it. But clearly we are, as you know, Jake Sullivan just recently went to Israel to meet with his counterparts to continue the very important relationship we have with Israel. Just don't have anything further. We normally don't comment on individual countries meeting and the agenda that they have with other countries, but don't have anything specific to share on that.
Can you say anything more about what's on the agenda today for the meeting at 3 o'clock with Democratic leadership?
So, as you know, the president is very much looking forward to meeting with the new Democratic leadership, and that is happening pretty soon, less than an hour. And so he's going to host them in the Roosevelt Room. You're going to hear from him at the top. He'll have something to share about his thoughts about the meeting. They'll cover a wide range of issues, especially how we can make even more economic progress on top of what our shared accomplishments have led to, the creation of over 10.7 million new jobs and 10 million small business starts, bringing down inflation and a record number of Americans enrolling in healthcare coverage. One of the main avenues for doing that is ramping up implementation of the legislation they accomplished together over the past 2 years. When you think of Inflation Reduction Act, when you think about the continuing implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, that's what one of the topics that will come up. And look, the president has said this. He said this after the midterm elections. He said this many times. I've said this. He is looking forward to working with Republicans in good faith to continue the work that he has been able to do the last 2 years, some in a bipartisan way, to deliver for the American people. But look, he is also going to call out, and we have said this before, continue to call out any dangerous extreme MAGA Republicans. He can do both. But like proposals to raise taxes on the middle class or cut Medicare, cut Social Security, as we've been hearing from national Republicans, or also, let's not forget, the national abortion ban, or worsen inflation. And so those are the things that the president is very focused on. And I think the most important thing that I think you can take away from this is he wants to continue to deliver for the American people. He's willing to do that in a bipartisan way, but it has to be in good faith. Go ahead.
That was one of my questions about the preview, but one of the things I wonder is the president has received some Democratic criticism about how he has handled some of the things that he has said about the documents matter. Do you you expect that he might address that with the Democratic leaders? Because it's obviously got political implications for just how he's perceived and perhaps some of his political strength going forward.
Yeah, I kind of talked about this, Kelly, a little bit yesterday, and some of those same criticism from Democrats. They also said they believe the president did what he needed to do and has handled it fully and in a cooperative way. But look, as it relates to the politics of this, as it relates to the American people, and we'll continue to say this, it's up to the American people to decide. They're smart. They know what's going on. They know what this president has been doing and delivering on. We've talked about the midterms and what was supposed to be or what was predicted to be, and it didn't happen, right? When you think about the red wave that we had heard over and over again, and part of that, why we didn't see that, is because the president led with a message that resonated and connected with the American people. He led with what he has been able to do when it comes to the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, when it comes to making sure that he's doing the work to lower cost at the gas pump, which he has been able to do. And so, look, we will let the American people see for themselves what the president has been able to deliver the last 2 years. I'm just not going to get into any further discussion about politics.
Specifically, do you know if he has been briefed on the Pence matter, and has he had any outreach with former President Obama, since some of the documents would have been from their joint administration?
Those two questions I would refer you to the White House counsel's office. Good, Steve.
Thanks, Green. After a special counsel was named, but before the FBI searched, President Biden went to his house in Wilmington. What was he doing in there?
I would refer you to the White House counsel office.
So it was something relating to this case?
I would refer you to the White House counsel's office.
Okay. Do you think that this story was leaked by someone trying to bruise the president politically ahead of a re-election announcement?
I would refer you to the White House counsel's office, as they've been the ones who've been closely involved.
Okay. More basically, we know the president did it. Why did he do it?
I would refer you to the White House counsel's office.
In the president's own words, he admits to having information that wasn't his. Why did he smuggle it out?
I will let the statement of the president stand for itself. I'm just not going to go into down a rabbit hole with you on this.
Why did he not tell you about it?
Korean, yes, thanks. Slight shift to topic. Haiti. The UN envoy to Haiti has just been saying today that it's basically out of control and the gangs run, well, they don't really run anything, but they're in charge. Can we expect any shift from any maybe up-tempo of the U.S. response to this, given not just the humanitarian side, but maybe the national security aspect for the U.S.?
So don't have anything new to share on any new announcement or engagement. Look, this is something that we have been monitoring very closely, and we have done, everything that we can to, in this time, to help the Haitian people, to help in a way that could really make a difference in the humanitarian aid, as you just laid out, and I just don't have anything else to share beyond what you laid out. But this is truly important to the president and what's going on in Haiti, and you've heard us talk about it. Over the past several months, you heard the president talk about this at Knowles when he was in Mexico City, when he met with the Canadian Prime Minister, when he met with the president of Mexico. It was clearly on the agenda and a conversation that they had. We had a readout on that specifically. It was brought up in the press conference that they had. Just don't have anything further to share.
Karim, since you don't have any answer on the classified document, are you still a good fit for this job?
Go ahead, my friend.
To have any answer for you.
Go ahead, my friend.
Has any meeting been set between the president and the speaker yet?
I don't have a meeting to announce from here with Speaker McCarthy. I know that it is we've commented on this. This is something that the president is certainly looking forward to. And look, he's willing and wants to work with the speaker in good faith in delivering an a bipartisan way for the American people. Don't have anything to preview at this time.
Before or after the State of the Union?
This is something that he would, as you know, it's tradition, right, for the president to meet with the new Congress before the State of the Union. Just don't have anything to share at this time.
On the meeting that will happen, I know that when the president spoke about it, it was in the context of the deficit and debt, having those conversations. Is that sort of what the engagement would be limited to, or would the president want to expand out the, you've talked a lot about gun violence or the border?
So, look, there's going to be a range of issues that's going to be discussed. As you mentioned, when he was talking about the deficit, he was talking about wanting to work in a bipartisan way to continue to lower the debt, right, which he has been able to do by $1.7 trillion in a historic record. He's always willing to have good faith conversation to deliver for the American people in that way. But when it comes to, the debt limit, the debt ceiling, the president has been very clear. I have been very clear. You've heard from our economics team about that, how this should be done without conditions. That still stands. And we can't forget that, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, the debt ceiling has been dealt with 78 times since 1960, 49 times under a Republican president and 29 times with a Democratic president. And let's not also forget, I think this is something that people who need to understand, when you talk about the debt ceiling, you're talking about not more new spending, you're talking about what Congress, the bill that Congress has racked up, right? This is their basic duty to deal with the debt ceiling. When the president walked in, if you look at the debt ceiling right now, 90% of it was before the president walked into office. So this is their duty. This is their duty to do this in a bipartisan way. That's what we're talking about. And when Republicans are saying they're going to, they want to cut Social Security, they want to cut Medicare, they want to cut programs that Americans have paid into, that's going to hurt senior citizens, that's going to hurt our veterans, that's going to hurt taxpayers. And so that's what we're talking about. And so it is their basic duty to deal with this. Go ahead, Stephen.
Oh, thank you, Corinne. I have two questions. The first, New York Congressman Nick LaLota is skipping tonight's presidential reception for new members of Congress in protest of White House coronavirus rules that require an attestation of vaccination and a negative test result. LaLota says the rules are arbitrary and unscientific and should be far behind us. Does the White House have a reaction to that?
So haven't seen that reporting or those comments from the congressman, but I'll say this. We have protections in place to protect staff and the President of the United States. COVID isn't over. We've been very clear about that. Hundreds of Americans are dying every day, and cases are increasing right now. Today. That's why we take common sense measures like COVID testing ahead of large indoor gatherings at the White House. And so this is an important issue that's been important when we're talking about COVID and dealing with COVID and coming up with comprehensive ways to make sure that people get vaccinated. That's something that the president dealt with from day one of his administration.
If I could just follow up very briefly on that, I'm curious if there was a reason that we still have the vaccine attestation rule, especially considering the very highly transmissible Omicron mutations that can elude most of the common vaccines.
So what I can tell you, Stephen, is we listen to the experts and we look at the data and we pay very close attention to science and just don't have anything to say beyond that. That is something that our experts, we take their advice when it comes to things like that.
My second question is regarding a comment from Senator Ted Cruz. He's calling for a search of President Biden's Senate records at the University of Delaware for potentially classified information. Those records reportedly include about 1,850 boxes of documents as well as 415 gigabytes of electronic files. Does President Biden have any objection to such a search?
When it comes to the documents and this ongoing legal matter, I refer you to the White House counsel's office.
I'd just like to read. I'm so sorry.
You said you had two. You've asked four.
I'd just like to re-up the request of our colleagues in this room for someone to answer these questions from the podium.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. You got?
I'll come to you. Go ahead.
Karine, the oversight chair, he had Mr. Comey, he wrote the head of the Secret Service asking for the visitor information from Wilmington. Now, I know you've said there's no visitor logs, but do you have any objection, or does the White House have an objection to the Secret Service providing any documents or communication about who's going in and out?
Again, I would refer you to the White House counsel's office on anything that's related to the investigation, the oversight hearing that's happening.
And then just at the top, in response to the Pence question, you said you weren't going to comment on any ongoing criminal or other investigations. Is there any reason to believe any of these are criminal?
I'm just saying I'm just not going to comment on any type of investigation. The Department of Justice is independent, and we just don't comment on any investigations from here.
Yes, Karine, on gun violence, it's very clear to everybody that gun is a problem in this country. I'm going to give you an example. In Africa, when we see news from the U.S., like a 6-year-old boy bringing gun to school, and we see people going to the movie theater being killed by gun, and also seeing people in this country that have not seen war but are killed by gun, is extremely scary for us. And we have seen that this country is very developed. What do you think is preventing the Congress to act when it comes to gun control? And what can more President Biden do to move on and do something to control the gun? And my question comes because I'm a mother. I have 2 daughters, and when they go to school, sometimes I'm afraid that maybe his little colleague from school will bring a gun, or even in random place, we get shot. This is very, very scary, and this is a problem, and we saw recently people also dying by gun. What can President do more to move on and control the guns? And please, what do you think the Congress is waiting to act?
So when it relates to the Congress, you have to ask Congress. You have to go over to Congress and meet with congressional members and ask them that very question. Lay it out just the way that you laid it out to me. I think it's an important question for them to answer. But also, we saw last night Senator Feinstein, along with Senators Murphy and Blumenthal, reintroduce the assault weapons ban, which we support. And we encourage for Congress to act on that piece of legislation. Look, again, I would suggest you go talk to them about this. Look, you just laid out what I just said, right? You just laid out about going to the movie theaters and being worried about gun violence. You just laid out about being a parent and worrying about your child going to school or going to the grocery store and worried about gun violence. That is something that we should not have to deal with. And this is something, again, if you look at the president's record as a senator, you look at his first 2 years as president, he's dealt with this issue. And he's going to continue to do what he can from here, use the tools of the federal government to take action. He has taken historic executive actions, as I just laid out moments ago. But when it comes to really, truly dealing with this issue, we need legislation. We need legislation. We need Congress to act. So we are thankful and we are hopeful to see what occurred with this legislation that was introduced, again, by Senators Feinstein, Blumenthal, and Murphy. And we're going to continue to encourage Congress to act. But I would pose the question that you just asked me to Congress. Okay.
Just a follow-up quick, still on gun violence. We have spoke, like between me and some friends, that in this country, and this, I'm making this point because we need to remind people that America is the only country on earth that people die by gun without even being in war. Because I'm giving this example because in Africa there is countries in war, but people doesn't even have access to gun. It's very hard because the government and everybody is very conscious that the guns can cause a lot of destruction. But in this country, it's very normal for everybody to have access to gun, and this needs to be controlled. But what can people like me, common people, what can we do to help control guns in this country?
Well, look, what I can speak to, there are many ways that people can get involved in dealing with the gun violence that we're seeing here. I'm not going to make any suggestions, but there are ways that folks can go out there and participate in a way that's healthy, in the way that actually helps deal with a real issue. What I can speak to is what the president has done. What I can speak to is what the president believes. What I can speak to is the president's record on this, which is you can see for yourself as a senator this last 2 years as president in the executive actions that he's taken. He signed a bipartisan piece of legislation, as I just mentioned moments ago, to deal with, in taking one step to deal with gun violence. And so, look, that's what I can speak to. That's what we can talk about very clearly. And we are going to continue to discuss and have the conversation and call on Congress to act. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Breen. We heard you talk about the statements that President Biden put out, but why haven't we heard the president address the American people on camera about these recent shootings?
He's taken, which one?
About the shootings that have happened recently.
Yeah, I mean, he has, he's talked about it many times, as you know, and I'm sure you'll hear from him in the upcoming days to talk about what he has seen and how devastating the gun violence, especially this week, has been. And look, you've seen him, as I mentioned, in Uvalde, when he was comforting the parents of the kids who were murdered. You saw him in Buffalo when he was, again, comforting families who saw their family member murdered. And it's been too many. And so you'll continue to hear from us. I think when the president puts out a statement, that is a very powerful action by the president. You all take it. You all repeat what the president has said. So I would take that as a serious communication from the president, as you all already do. And he'll continue to speak out about it.
And have you spoken with the president about the most recent report that more documents were found at his home personally?
No, I have not.
Why didn't Biden feel intentional about the documents?
Does the White House have a response to former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who in his new book and in a tweet sent this afternoon has referred to Jamal Khashoggi as an activist and a part-time stringer?
So I'm gonna let Mr. Pompeo speak for himself. Here's what I will say, and what we will say from the White House about this issue. From the earliest days of this administration, we took the murder of Jamal Khashoggi very seriously. That included releasing intelligence community report on the murder, which was not done in the last administration, sanctioning a number of Saudi officials and entities, and instituting the so-called Khashoggi ban. Again, I will let Mr. Pompeo speak for himself.
Do you think Jamal Khashoggi, would you consider him an activist?
I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get into describing Jamal Khashoggi. I can tell you how we acted and what we have done over the past 2 years, and be very clear on what the White House the actions that the White House has taken. Okay.
Thank you so much. Another Africa question for you today. With news that the UN ambassador is heading to the continent and Janet Yellen is there right now, what messages are these two top cabinet officials trying to send to African countries broadly? How do you combat concerns and perceptions that the continent is yet again being used as a battlefield for a proxy war between East and West? And then also, how do these visits lay the groundwork for the president's promised visit to the continent? And any details on that would be awesome.
Well, to your last question first, don't have anything to preview about the president's visit, potential visit to Africa. We have said that he is going to make a visit, just don't have anything to share at this time. So our partnership in Africa is not about other nations. Our partnership there, it's as demonstrated by our commitments at the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit. The United States sees African countries as genuine partners and wants to build relationship based on mutual respect. That's what you saw at the summit, and that's what the president has been consistent on, and that's what we want to see. Our focus is on Africa and our efforts to to strengthen these partnerships across a wide range of sectors spanning from businesses to health, to peace and security. Building on those efforts, we've had Secretary Blinken and Secretary Yellen travel to the region very recently. And as you noted, we have Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield's upcoming travel to Ghana, Mozambique, and Kenya, and that's going to be from January 25th to the 29th. The ambassadors, this is going to be the ambassador's third trip to the sub-Saharan Africa, and since she took up her position at the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, she's gone 3 times under this current tenure that she's currently doing. And you will continue to see us following through the president's commitment and to step up our engagement across Africa this year and beyond. Look, this is a commitment. We saw it when we put the summit together with 49, 50 heads of states who were here, right here in D.C., and that was over 3 days, and the president participated in the summits, his team participated in the summit, and we talked about issues that really mattered to the continent and issues that really mattered to us as well.
Sure, why those specific countries were chosen? You just mentioned Kenya, Mozambique, and Ghana.
I would refer you to the UN, to the ambassador's office. As I said, it's her 3rd trip, right? So she's gone 2 other times, and so I would refer you to their specific strategy on why these 3 countries. Okay, Courtney.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if you have any information at this point about the release of the budget for next fiscal year.
So, as you know, the president is looking forward to releasing his budget to the American people. Clearly, that's something that is important for this president to do. And the OMB, his team at the OMB, is working very, very hard in getting that done and timing. And obviously, his budget for 2024, and don't have a time for when this is going to happen. But again, this is something that he wants to make sure that he wants to share with Congress and the American people, and it's a priority to him.
It used to be at the beginning of February, and when you entered the administration, I don't think you all have met that deadline yet, or that time frame yet. Does that have anything to do with when last year's appropriations were done? I mean, what's affecting why you wouldn't have a date yet?
So look, the omnibus, the timing of the omnibus late last year certainly has an impact on the budget's timing, but certainly we'll be in touch with when we're ready to share the president's 2024 budget.
Thank you.
Go around.
Thank you. There was reporting from Japan that the U.S. decided it will not deploy land-based medium and intermediate range missiles to Japan. Can you confirm this decision and say what is under consideration in terms of where the missiles will be deployed?
So according to the Department of Defense, there are no plans to deploy capabilities to Japan that range beyond 500 kilometers. So I don't have anything more to share. I would refer you to the Department of Defense.
When the president speaks on the economy later this week, how much of that will be talking about his own record and how much will be warning about what Republicans in Congress want to do, such as the sales tax?
So just a little bit of what he's going to say. As I announced last week, for those who may have missed it, on Thursday, President Biden will deliver remarks on the economic progress we have made since he took office. The president will contrast his plan to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, with the congressional Republican plan to cut Social Security, Medicare, and other vital programs and impose a 30% national sales tax that will increase taxes on working families. His remarks will be in Springfield, Virginia, with union workers who are benefiting from his economic plan. And so we'll have more to share on that tomorrow. But again, as you just heard me lay out, it's going to be a contrast with what we're trying to do and what the Republicans have laid out. But again, the president has always been very clear. He's willing to work in good faith in a bipartisan way with Republicans to continue to deliver on the economic successes that you've seen from this administration in the last 2 years.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kenny. Thanks, Kenny.
Karine, I want to ask about, to follow up on the story of Chinese companies providing assistance for Russia. Did you have now a clear sense whether the Chinese government is aware or approving this or not? And my second question is on Turkey, but can you please answer?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you say your first question again? It's just hard to hear.
Yes, about the Chinese companies providing assistance for Russia. Do you have a clear sense whether the Chinese government is aware of that or not?
So can't speak to that, if the Chinese government is aware of that or not. We're closely monitoring the situation, as I just stated earlier, as we have been since the war started. And we will continue to communicate to China the implications of providing material support to Russia's war against Ukraine. Don't have anything specific on what they know or not know, but we're certainly always communicating with them.
And on Turkey, yesterday President Erdogan said that Sweden should not expect that Turkey would support Sweden to join NATO over Quran burning. How do you respond to his comment and also to the incident?
So I talked about this a little bit yesterday about how we see this, and we have said before, many times before, that Finland and Sweden are ready to be NATO allies. That's how we see things. Both are members of NATO's Partnership for Peace and NATO's Enhanced Opportunities Partnership. Their militaries work seamlessly with alliances forces. Finland and Sweden have already taken concrete steps to fulfill the commitments they made under the trilateral memorandum of agreement with Turkey, signed on the margins of the NATO summit in Madrid, as you all know. And that includes substantially strengthening their bilateral cooperation with Turkey on key security concerns. We continue to expect that NATO will formally welcome Finland and Sweden as members. This will enhance their security as well as that of the Euro Alliance region. So as their membership process continues, the United States is fully committed to Finland's and Sweden's accession. The strength of that support, bless you, can be seen in our Senate's overwhelming bipartisan support for vote for their membership, and so again, that's where we stand on that particular matter. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In the last several weeks, major IT companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon have fired thousands of IT professionals. A significant number of them are either Indian Americans or Indian IT professionals. So two questions. These companies are saying that a recession is on the horizon. That's why they're firing these people. Does the president think that there is a recession coming up? And secondly, these Indian IT professionals who are on H-1B visa, they have to leave the country in 16 days. These people who have their families, their kids are studying here, they have house and mortgage, they're asking for more time to stay here so that they can find an alternative way to sustain them.
So more broadly, I'm just not going to speculate why companies, individual companies, have made specific personnel decisions. That is for them to speak to. But you know, you don't have to take my word for it. Our economy is continuing to grow in a steady and stable manner, as you've heard us from here, and you just have to look at the economic data. When you look at the CPI data, you look at PPI, and so more broadly, again, when it comes to economy, layoffs remain near record lows according to job opening data. Again, I'm just not going to get into specifics or why this is happening. This is something for individual companies to speak to. And look, the president has said this many times. He's going to do everything that he can to make sure this is an economy that works for everyone, that works from the bottom up, middle out, and that's what you've seen from his economic plans. But you know, the president understands firsthand how the impact of losing a job can have on a family. He understands that very personally, but just not going to get into individual specifics.
And the status of those who have been fired, how can they stay here in this country?
I don't have any specifics on that when it comes to how they can stay here. What I can say is speak more broadly about what we're seeing through the data. Don't want to comment on individual companies. I can speak to how the economy has actually been more of a stable and steady growth because of the president's actions. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi. Heading into this meeting with the congressional Democratic leaders, is there anything you can tell us about the relationship between President Biden and Leader Jeffries? Obviously, we know his relationship with Speaker Pelosi before, and he goes way back with Schumer, but what kind of relationship, if any, does he have with Congressman Congressman Jeffries?
The president sees Congressman Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, as a vital partner in this, and is looking forward to continuing to work with the congressman, and also is proud to work with the congressman closely as we push forward on our shared agenda, our shared priorities in the 118th Congress. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. White House briefing wraps up, and as we continue to monitor the strong storms that continue to push in Houston, take a look there at the live radar, and you can see there from some of the cameras that we got inside the vehicles from Fox 26. You can see it continues to be a wet day there in Houston. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. The former Vice President Mike Pence informed Congress today that he discovered documents bearing classified markings in his Indiana home on January 16th from his time as vice president, following the revelations that classified documents from President Biden's tenure as vice president were found at the Penn Biden Center think tank in Wilmington, Delaware. The vice president's team conducted searches of Pence's Indiana home and the office of his political advocacy group, Advancing American Freedom. According to his team, Pence informed the National Archives on January 18th of a small number of potential classified documents found in 2 small boxes. Another 2 boxes contained copies of vice presidential papers. The National Archives then informed the FBI per standard procedure. Pence attorney Greg Jacob wrote on January 18th to acting director Kate Dillon McClure of the White House Liaison Division, National Archives and Records Administration to inform her of the papers containing classified markings. After the documents with classified markings were discovered, they were immediately put into a safe, according to the Pence team. The documents were collected by the FBI at Pence's home in Indiana on Thursday evening, January 19th. Pence was in Washington for the annual March for Life when the FBI collected the documents. Pence's team said that although the documents bear classified markings, the Department of Justice or the agency that issues the documents will need to make a final determination on whether the documents are considered classified or not. According to Pence's attorney, Greg Jacob, in a letter to Chief Operating Officer William J. Biscano of the National Archives and Records Administration on January 22nd, the DOJ departed from its standard procedures that it ran with Biden when it requested direct possession of the documents on January 19th. Other documents that were not identified as potential classified documents were driven from Indiana to the National Archives in Washington, D.C. No classified docs were found at Pence's Advancing American Freedom office. The House Oversight Committee confirmed to Fox News Digital that Chairman James Comer was notified by Pence's team on Tuesday regarding the discovery of classified documents in his personal residence. Former Vice President Mike Pence reached out today about classified documents found at his home in Indiana. The statement read, he has agreed to fully cooperate with the congressional oversight and any questions we have about this matter. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to the Justice Department, where just moments ago, DOJ announcing with 8 other states a lawsuit against Google, accusing the company of harming competition with its dominance in the online advertising market and calling for it to be broken up. The move marks the Biden administration's first blockbuster antitrust case against a big tech company. The 8 states joining the suit include California, Colorado, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Virginia. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
A civil antitrust lawsuit in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia against Google. We alleged that Google has used anti-competitive, exclusionary, and unlawful conduct to eliminate or severely diminish any threat to its dominance over digital advertising technologies. These technologies, which are known as ad tech, automate advertising sales by website publishers to online advertisers. When an internet user opens a web page that has ad space to sell, ad tech tools almost instantly match the website publisher with an advertiser looking to promote its products or services in the website to the website's user. This product and process typically involves the use of an automated advertising exchange. This exchange runs a high-speed auction designed to identify the best match between a publisher selling internet ad space and advertisers looking to buy it. As alleged in our complaint, for 15 years, Google has pursued a course of anti-competitive conduct that has allowed it to halt the rise of rival technologies, manipulate auction mechanics to insulate itself from competition, and force advertisers and publishers to use its tools. In so doing, Google has engaged in exclusionary conduct to severely weaken, if not destroy, competition in the ad tech industry. As detailed in our complaint, we allege that Google's anti-competitive conduct extends to three significant elements of the digital ad buying process. First, Google controls the technology used by nearly every major website publisher to offer advertising space for sale. Second, Google controls the leading tool used by advertisers to buy that advertising space. And third, Google controls the largest ad exchange that matches publishers and advertisers together each time that ad space is sold. As a result of this scheme, website creators earn less and advertisers pay more. That means that fewer publishers are able to offer internet users content without subscriptions, paywalls, or other forms of monetization. Our complaint alleges that Google has violated Section 2 of the Sherman Antitrust Act by monopolizing the market for the technology used by publishers to offer ads on their websites, monopolizing or attempting to monopolize the ad exchange market, and monopolizing the market for the ad network technology that advertisers use to buy digital advertising space. Our complaint also alleges that Google has unlawfully tied its ad exchange and its publisher ad server in violations of Section 1 and 2 of the Sherman Act. And finally, we allege that the United States, as an advertiser, has incurred damages by reason of Google's violations of the antitrust laws. In addition to the declaratory relief, our complaint seeks damages and the divestiture of certain Google ad tech products. It also seeks an injunction preventing Google from continuing to engage in the anti-competitive practices described in the complaint and any other practices with the same purpose and effect as the challenge practices. I am grateful to Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Cantor, Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Doha Mekki, and the attorneys and staff at the Antitrust Division for their tireless work on this case. Monopolies threaten the free and fair markets upon which our economy is based. They stifle innovation, they hurt producers and workers, and they increase costs for consumers. Today's complaint is only the latest example of the department's work to challenge antitrust violations that undermine competition and harm the American people. No matter the industry and no matter the company, the Justice Department will vigorously enforce our antitrust laws. We will aggressively protect consumers, safeguard competition, and work to ensure economic fairness and opportunity for all. I will now turn the podium over to Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta.
Thank you. I want to reiterate the Attorney General's thanks to the leadership and staff of the Antitrust Division for all their work to advance robust competition and to ensure that the American people have equal opportunity in the marketplace. I'd like to take a few moments to put this complaint into context. At its core, antitrust is about economic justice, and today's landmark action against Google underscores that it is a priority of this Justice Department to fight the abuse of market power. We know that free and fair competition is essential to economic freedom, and we know that anti-competitive conduct threatens innovation, weakens workers' rights, and stifles free expression. When any company, including a big technology company, violates the antitrust laws, our economy and our democracy suffer. Today's complaint is a perfect example of why competition matters. Americans rely on the internet for news and for community. And advertising revenue is essential for publishers to produce and share ideas and writings. But we allege that Google has captured that revenue for its own profits and punished publishers who sought out alternatives. Those actions have weakened the free and open internet and increased advertising costs for businesses and for the United States government, including for our military. Today's complaint is just one example of the department's broader efforts to root out anti-competitive behavior, regardless of how and where it may arise. Just a few months ago, the Antitrust Division scored a critical win for authors by blocking a merger of two major publishing houses, Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster. The merger would have substantially lessened authors' compensation for their work and diminished opportunities for new authors to tell new stories. That merger was one of 5 that have been blocked or abandoned as a result of the division's recent work. Other abandoned mergers include 2 that would have strained the global supply chain by decreasing competition for shipping materials. And the Penguin Random House case is just one example of the department's efforts to protect workers. This past summer, we secured an $85 million payment from poultry companies to settle allegations that they fixed workers' wages and benefits. We've also reinvigorated criminal enforcement of the Sherman Act, including prosecutions for criminal wage fixing, labor market allocation, bid rigging, and procurement fraud. And we have acted to ensure that corporate directors do not sit on competing boards, reviving a vital and under-enforced rule of antitrust law. These efforts by the Antitrust Division are only a snapshot of the broader work happening across the department to advance economic justice, protect workers' rights, and ensure fair prices for products that we use and rely on, like health insurance, airline tickets, and food for our families. Today's suit against Google exemplifies that we will continue to marshal our resources across divisions to promote competition and protect American workers and consumers. I'll now turn it over to Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Kanter, who will speak more about the details of our complaint.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Attorney General Garland and Associate Attorney General Gupta. As alleged in our complaint, in late 2016, a Google digital advertising executive asked the following question in an internal email exchange. Quote, "Is there a deeper issue with us owning the platform, the exchange, and a huge network?" The analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange, unquote. The answer to Google's rhetorical question is yes. Indeed, there is a deeper issue, and that issue is the Sherman Antitrust Act. Google's alleged misconduct amounts to numerous violations of the United States antitrust laws, and that is precisely why we are here today. The lawsuit we have filed today seeks to hold Google to account for what we allege are its long-standing monopolies in digital advertising technologies that content creators use to sell ads and advertisers use to buy ads on the open internet. In the complaint, the department alleges that Google engaged in 15 years of sustained conduct that had and continues to have the effect of driving out rivals, diminishing competition, inflating advertising costs, reducing website publisher revenues, stymieing innovation, and flattening our public marketplace of ideas. The complaint filed today alleges that Google engaged in a pattern of acquisitions to obtain market dominance and, once it had obtained that dominance, a series of exclusionary acts to expand and to entrench its monopoly power. Here are just 5 examples. First, locking in content creators through tying arrangements. Second, manipulating auctions, including by giving itself a first look and then a last look advantage over competing ad exchanges. Third, blocking industry participants from using rivals' technology and punishing those that tried. Fourth, amassing and abusing troves of its rivals' bidding data. And fifth, depriving customers of choice by degrading the quality of Google's own products. Because Google dominates every part of the ad tech industry, it has the power to impose a surcharge on display advertising transactions, an industry where billions of dollars are transacted via instantaneous auctions each year in the US. Google's own documents estimate that it keeps on average at least 30 cents of each advertising dollar that flows through Google's ad tech tools. For some transactions and for certain customers, Google keeps significantly more. In addition to the harm that Google inflicts on content creators and online advertisers, the lawsuit alleges that Google's conduct has also harmed the United States government including the U.S. Army. Google's alleged anti-competitive conduct over the last 15 years is perhaps best explained through the words of Google's own employees and documents which are quoted extensively in the department's complaint. Here are just 5 examples. First, a Google employee characterized Google's ad exchange as, quote, an authoritarian intermediary. Second, a senior Google executive conceded that switching ad servers for publishers is, quote, a nightmare that, quote, takes an act of God. Third, a Google employee described the company's scheme to pay publishers $3 billion yearly by restricting access to Google Ads and, quote, overcharging advertisers. Fourth, a Google manager made it clear that, quote, our goal should be all or nothing. Use Google's ad exchange or don't get access to our advertiser demand. And fifth, a Google executive detailed the company's steps to, quote, dry out rivals. For more than 2 centuries, advertising in this country has funded newspapers and other avenues of free expression. Revenue from advertising has provided critical support for content creation, the sharing of information, the exchange of viewpoints, which promote a free and vibrant and healthy society. The Antitrust Division, and I'm so proud of this, has a storied history of safeguarding competition in offline media, from music to broadcasting to publishing. It is now just as important, if not more, to protect competition in the digital marketplace of ideas, where powerful network effects make monopoly power even more durable and harmful, and the abuses by companies with monopoly power, like Google, even more pernicious. In closing, I would like to thank the unbelievably hardworking, dedicated, talented, and extremely awesome staff of the Antitrust Division, whose tireless efforts to untangle the complex web of Google's alleged conduct resulted in today's filing. I am also deeply pleased to thank the Attorneys General of California, Colorado, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and of course the Commonwealth of Virginia. And their extremely talented staffs, we've enjoyed an excellent and constructive working relationship with our partners at the state attorneys general. And I would also like to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Eastern District of Virginia, who will join us in filing this important and historic case. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions. Today is truly a historic moment.
Stefania from the Financial Times. I was wondering whether there, and forgive me if it's already in the complaint, but if there will be efforts to pursue specific individuals in relation to these violations beyond the corporate entity being Google itself. Aside from that, it was mentioned that this sort of alleged monopolistic control of the market was reached also via a series of previous acquisitions. And I was wondering if there will also be sort of an additional focus on trying perhaps to seek a form of sort of divestiture when it comes to those acquisitions, or if it's now sort of too long gone to try to pursue that.
Yeah, so the complaint only alleges a corporate entity as the defendant, is that right? And with respect to the second question, the complaint does seek divestiture, part of the ad tech, at least part of the ad tech stack, the 3 parts that we've been talking about today.
Dave Michaels from the Wall Street Journal. Could you address why Justice has filed this suit when there's a similar suit already out there filed by Texas and other states? And could you perhaps explain a little bit how the complaint might be different if it is from the Texas lawsuit?
Yeah, so on the first part, the Clayton Act, Section 4, permits the United States to file suit, particularly seek damages in a circumstance where it is itself an advertiser and has harm. So that's the explanation for that. It's our responsibility. I'd be happy to turn over to Jonathan to talk about the second question.
Thank you. First and foremost, we conducted our own investigation, and that investigation occurred over many years and involved investigation in meticulous detail by the Antitrust Division staff and the staff of attorneys general. That resulted in, I have it here today, a complaint that's nearly 150 pages. And in these 150 pages, we detail many facts, many episodes that individually and in the aggregate have maintained numerous monopolies. And so we think it's extremely important that we file this case on behalf of the American government, the American people, and we believe that this complaint has allegations that will support violations of the antitrust laws, and there is numerous detail. While there may be some similarities with other cases that are filed, we're focused on our case, the results of our investigation, and we believe it paints a compelling case.
So on the Google matter, Google points out, or their response to this appears to be that the department is trying to pick winners and losers. If you would mind responding to that and what they believe is perhaps a threat to innovation as a result of actions like this. And if I could follow up with you, Attorney General, since you're at the mic. The former Vice President Pence has turned over documents that were found at his home in Indiana to the FBI. There is now a review, we understand. I'm wondering whether you believe the Justice Department should approach these cases, which seems to be a widespread problem of handling of classified information, differently. When people come forward with these fines, should there be immediately a criminal investigation, or is there something else that should be done as a result of this, since this seems to be a lot of them?
So on the first question, we don't pick winners or losers. We pick those who violate the antitrust laws. Those are the people we sued. In this case, we sued Google because we believe it violated the antitrust laws. You won't be surprised with respect to the second question that I give the same answer I usually give, which is I'm unable to comment on your question.
Mr. Garland, I'll give you another opportunity not to comment on that question.
Thank you. I've been looking forward to it.
Our reporting on the recovery of the documents at Mr. Pence's residence seems to indicate that the Department of Justice was involved at the very start. Can you give us a sense as to whether or not this incident is being preliminarily investigated with an eye towards appointing a special counsel or assigning this to an existing special counsel? And as a follow-up question, just in the broader sense, you do weigh in on issues of policy. In the newspaper business, we say that one episode is a story and 3 is a trend. Do you think there needs to be a policy change, either in a regulatory sphere or in a statutory sphere, to address what seems to be this difficulty of presidents and vice presidents retaining classified material?
Well, as you expect, I'm afraid my answer is going to have to be that I'm unable to comment on this.
Okay, so that was the latest on that lawsuit. Also want to read you a statement that we have from Google in response to this. They say, quote, today's lawsuit from the DOJ attempts to pick winners and losers in the highly competitive advertising technology sector. It largely duplicates an unfounded lawsuit by the Texas Attorney General, much of which was recently dismissed by a federal court. DOJ is doubling down on a flawed argument that would slow innovation, raise advertising fees, and make it harder for thousands of small businesses and publishers to grow. So that was the latest statement from a Google spokesperson. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. We have a lot of news to get to today. Hope you stick with us on this Tuesday. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We want to begin with some severe weather that we are following out of Houston, Texas. Let's give you a live look at the roads there. You can see some very rainy conditions, and we're going to send you out to our Fox weather team in a minute here, but also want to pull up our XRAD radar where you can see exactly where these storms are pushing through. There's going to be widespread showers and storms expected throughout southeast Texas today as that low pressure system and cold front moves through the area. Some storms may become strong to severe, with the most intense storms closer to the coast. A tornado watch is in effect until 6 p.m. for Brazoria, Colorado, Jackson, Liberty, Austin, Fort Bend, Matagorda, Waller, Chambers, Galveston, Harris, and Warden counties. A flash flood warning has also been issued for Austin, Fort Bend, Waller, and Warden counties until 3 p.m. Let's bring you out to the latest from our Fox weather team, who is live covering this on the air right now.
Essentially, where you go from areas of little wind to a whole lot of wind very quickly. And that's an indication that you get some big time gusts working on through, perhaps severe wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. There's Pearland. This is a very populated suburb, southern suburb of Houston. In fact, with our high resolution mapping here, you can see all of the communities in this area. Guys, I got Jordan and Matthew with me here in Weather Command. Are you seeing any indication of that debris signature? Okay. We're not. Okay. Got it. Okay. Previously, it was radar indicated. That was when we saw that obvious indication of a debris ball on the ground. This go around with the confirmed tornado warning, which I can show you here. That's a tag from the National Weather Service indicating a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This one came from a report from a trained spotter. So that was why they went ahead and gave it that tag. Here are some of the arrival times of the dangerous portion of this cell, which represents a large portion of it, unfortunately, very large and powerful thunderstorm, a whole complex of them. We're seeing the rotation right in here. It's now awfully close to Pearland and drifting off to the east from there. So this is going to be approaching this portion of Interstate 45 south of Houston in the next matter of moments. That is, again, including Harris County, Texas, where Houston is, and it runs until 2:30 Central Time. This is racing on off to the east. What's the storm speed on these? About 55 miles per hour. Okay, so that's an indication in a broad sense of the other threat that we're talking about here. In order for a storm to move 55 miles per hour, something has to push it that direction. In this case, it's the upper level winds, which are very powerful this time around. We've got winds that are roughly 70 to 80 miles per hour that are only a mile up. And what these thunderstorms can do is take some of those wind gusts that are a mile up off the ground, and with these powerful updrafts and downdrafts, mix some of those winds down to the surface where they can do damage. That's why we're seeing something like this. Look, if we could pull this out just a little bit to show you this whole complex. You got the heavy rain in Houston, you've got the confirmed tornado warning south of Houston, some of the southern suburbs, and then you've got that big blinking yellow box. That's going to be the severe thunderstorm warning, representing a larger portion of this line. That's a threat that's going to become even more widespread, Kelly, as we move on through the next several hours.
That's right. Now we are obviously tracking severe thunderstorms, tornadoes sweeping across the south right now. Now, what major metro areas are in line next to feel those impacts? Find out when Fox Weather returns.
Okay, so that was the latest from our team at Fox Weather. As a reminder, we want to put this up again for you. You can always stay up to date with all their coverage by downloading the Fox Weather app. You can just scan that QR code if you have your phone handy with you. It is a free app, and it has all of those latest weather conditions, temperatures, and updates from across the country. So a really handy thing to have on your phone if you want to download that. We do want to continue along with some other top stories that we are following, and that also includes an update out of Washington, where police are still searching for a suspect who allegedly killed at least 3 people early this morning in Yakima, Washington. Police are continuing to search for that suspect. They say in the middle of the night, around 3:30 in Washington this morning, officers responded to a report of a man who is shooting people near 18th Street and Nob Hill Boulevard. When police arrived at that scene, they found 3 people dead inside of the Circle K store. Yakima Police Chief Matt Murray said there was a second shooting across the street at another convenience store. Police said the suspect walked into the Circle K store and started shooting. After the suspect left the Circle K, he walked across the street, shot into a car, and stole the vehicle. Police identified that suspect, who you're looking at here, as 21-year-old Jared Haddock, who is a Yakima County resident. Anyone who sees him should call 911 immediately and do not approach him. That suspect is considered to be armed and dangerous. Murray said police do have security video from the store. It's where they got this image, and eyewitnesses have provided some information. But the police chief says this appears to be a random situation. There was no apparent conflict between the parties, that this man just walked in and started shooting. So police are still looking for him at this hour. And we're also following other top stories today. That includes another devastating story out of California, where 7 people were killed in a pair of shootings in Half Moon Bay, California yesterday, just a day after that Monterey Park shooting that happened over the weekend that killed 11. Now, Half Moon Bay is normally a quiet coastal city that's known for its farming, tide pools, and an annual pumpkin festival, so they are not used to this type of crime whatsoever. The suspected shooter is a 67-year-old from Half Moon Bay. He turned himself into the sheriff's department, where he was taken into custody yesterday afternoon. A witness took video that you're looking at here of his takedown arrest as detectives had him lay on the ground in the parking lot, and then they placed his hands behind his back. Not much is immediately known about the suspect, 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao, or the motive for the mass shooting. That's also unknown. Let's bring you out to the latest update from police here on Live Now from Fox. They provided this update earlier this morning.
The tragedy that we experienced in our county yesterday in Half Moon Bay, and our hearts are broken, and we're working together with the community to heal this tragic incident. I'll go on and give you some additional information about the case. Suspect Chun-Li Zhao, a 66-year-old male resident, is a resident of Half Moon Bay. The semi-automatic handgun was legally purchased and owned. The victim at the hospital is out of surgery and stable. Victims were adults and a mixture of Hispanic and Asian descent. 7 males and 1 female. Only known connection between the victims and the suspect is that they may have been co-workers. The coroner's office is still working on identification of the victims and notifications of next of kin. As some of these victims were members of our migrant community, this represents a unique challenge when it comes to notifications and identifications of next of kin. All of the evidence we have points to this being the instance of workplace violence. The Mounted Mushroom Farm, the first location, is where the subject was employed. I'd like to hand it off to now our District Attorney, Steve Wagstaff.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, I'm Steve Wagstaff. I'm the District Attorney. And the case, my job now is to inform you where the case will go. The Sheriff's Office is submitting the case to us today. We will review it. The arraignment will not be this afternoon, as was first put out. It will be tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 here in this building, courtroom 4A, the custody courtroom. The charges have not yet been determined, because until we review all of the information, we will make that decision later today or tomorrow morning. And again, the charges obviously involve the homicides involved, as the sheriff just said. I want to make a specific reference to the fact that I have been briefed on the sheriff's office investigation of this case. And cases like this, we've never had one in this county of this many deaths at one scene or one time. And so it was a very hectic scene. The sheriff's office did a magnificent job in investigating this case. I'm very proud to have the sheriff's office as our colleagues and Sheriff Corpus as my colleague. The work was done extraordinarily well. But again, in terms of precise detail, we're not going to be giving out a lot of precise detail on what was said. This is a case that is at the beginning stage. It has a long road to travel over the coming months and years. And to that extent, we don't want to try it out in the public eye, but instead, we will ultimately handle this case in one of the courtrooms in that building. So now I'll turn it back for any questions that may exist for us.
Good morning. My name is Eamon Allen. I'm the Sheriff's PIO, and I'll take any questions now.
2 questions over here. One, I couldn't quite hear, did you say purchased illegally or legally?
It was a legally purchased firearm and owned.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We apologize for that quick technical glitch there. We sent you out to a commercial break to resolve it. Let's bring you back out to that latest update from California on that shooting that happened yesterday that killed 7 people.
Deaths at one scene or one time. And so it was a very hectic scene. The sheriff's office did a magnificent job in investigating this case. I'm very proud to have the sheriff's office as our colleagues and Sheriff Corpus as my colleague. The work was done extraordinarily well. But again, in terms of precise detail, we're not going to be giving out a lot of precise detail on what was said. This is a case that is at the beginning stage. It has a long road to travel over the coming months and years. And to that extent, we don't want to try it out in the public eye, but instead, we will ultimately handle this case in one of the courtrooms in that building. So now I'll turn it back for any questions that may exist for us.
Good morning. My name is Eamon Allen. I'm the Sheriff's PIO, and I'll take any questions now.
2 questions over here. One, I couldn't quite hear, did you say purchased illegally or legally?
It was a legally purchased firearm and owned.
And the second question, do you have evidence that the suspect was targeting these specific individuals?
We're not releasing that information at this time.
What kind of gun?
It was a semi-automatic handgun. As far as make and model, we're not releasing that.
Can you describe the circumstances under which he was taken into custody? Surrender to you?
So he did not actively surrender to us. He was located in his vehicle in the parking lot of the Half Moon Bay substation. One of our deputies located the vehicle there and recognized it from the information we had from the scene. At that point, he started giving the subject commands. The subject was still seated in the vehicle. The subject exited the vehicle and was taken into custody without an incident.
Had you identified him prior to spotting him? Did you know who you were looking for, or did you just know the vehicle?
We did. We had the suspect information as well as suspect vehicle information.
So it's our understanding that he's been cooperating with the investigation and giving you information. Can you tell us anything about a motive for this massacre at this point?
All the evidence we have right now points to a workplace violence incident.
Workplace violence?
Yes.
What was he upset about?
We're not releasing that information this time.
What else can you tell us about victims? Anything else that we can share about victims?
So we're still working on with the coroner's office on notifications of the victims' families, so we're not releasing specific identifying information of the victims. But like the sheriff said, they were all adults, 7 males, 1 female, and a mixture of Asian and Hispanic victims.
Can you tell us how many Latinos and how many Asians?
I'm sorry, I don't have that specific information this time.
Were all of the victims specifically targeted, or was it seem like a random?
Again, we're not releasing that information at this time.
Is the female among the dead, or is she the one in the hospital?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Can you tell us if, you know, a little bit about his background, anything that would have given you any kind of information that he would actually do this? Does he have any prior convictions or anything charged with in the past?
So as far as his criminal history, we're not releasing that information. I will say that there were no specific indicators that would have led us to believe that he was capable of something like this, and he was not known to us or to have any sort of, again, indicators that may have led us to believe that this was something he might have done.
Now, he was a Chinese national. How long has he been in the United States? Do you know?
We're not releasing any information as related to his status like that. I don't have the specifics as that.
I'm sorry if this question's already been asked, but did the suspect say why he drove to the sheriff's substation, why he apparently turned himself in?
We're not releasing that information at this time.
The mayor of...
I'm sorry? We don't have any information that they were witnesses to the incident. We know these farms, there is a mixture of folks who work there as well as reside there, and we do know that there were some children in the vicinity, but as far as being specific witnesses to it, we don't have that information.
Did the suspect live on the farm as well?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
The mayor of Half Moon Bay said in an interview this morning that a lot of these farm workers experience a lot of stress, anxiety, because of drug addictions, living conditions. Do you know what role, if any, that might have played?
As far as what led to this specific incident, I don't have any information like that. I will say that the coast has experienced its share of challenges over the last few weeks, specifically as it relates to all the incredible weather we've had. There's been flooding, there's been people out of work. So the coast has certainly had a share of challenges recently, and this just adds to that stress.
Have you been able to do a search for the small at all? Have you found any other weapons?
I'm sorry, we're not releasing that information right now. So I'll take maybe a couple more questions. I don't have that information for you right now, I'm sorry. Last one? All right, thank you very much. Sheriff, do you have anything to add?
As we gain more developments, we will be apprising you of the information. Again, I just wanted to give my condolences to the victims, the families, the coworkers, and the coastal community who is suffering gravely. And we'll be working together as a county to heal. Thank you.
That's good. How do you feel?
I will just stay with me and I'll...
How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. Well, you know, I look the late letter this year, so I think that would you mind if I
Okay, so that was the latest update from Half Moon Bay, from officials there, a story that we have our eyes on all day today, as we did last night, as this was all developing. Well, just this afternoon, our very own Andy Kraft spoke with the mayor of Half Moon Bay, Deborah Penrose. We want to bring you the latest from their conversation now, here on Live Now from Fox.
Joining us now on Live Now from Fox to discuss the horrible mass shooting yesterday in Half Moon Bay is the mayor
of Half Moon Bay, Mayor Deborah Penrose. Mayor Penrose, thanks for being with us. I just want to extend my condolences to you and your community. When you heard about the news last night, what was the first thing that went through your mind? What did you think?
You know, I have to say, I didn't think at all. I was in total shock. It's not something you expect in a small rural agricultural town like Half Moon Bay.
You know, and have you been in touch with some of your colleagues, law enforcement officials, neighbors, residents, friends? What are they expressing to you tonight?
Well, currently I am in Kauai on vacation and heading back home to San Francisco in an hour or two. I have been in touch with all of our city council members and our city staff and hearing through them from the sheriff's office. And I have heard from the White House, I've heard from the governor's office, our congressmen, our senators. Everyone is called to express their sorrow and shock.
You know, this was 24 hours after yet another mass shooting, the Monterey Park mass shooting in Southern California, in which, 11 people were shot and killed, 7 people shot and killed in Half Moon Bay. The back-to-back kind of psychic shock of these mass shootings, what is it going to do to your community? How do you start the healing process, do you think?
Well, I think we're very fortunate. We have a town that is made up of volunteers. Just about everybody volunteers for something in our town. We have a very active Latino support group called ALAS. We have Cosite Hope and Puente de la Sur. Lots and lots of groups that are involved in volunteering and helping for ongoing issues in our agricultural and farm community. There is mental health experts that are coming from the county, and there are just all sorts of support groups available now. Food donations. The families of the victims have been taken to hotels because they can't go back home. So they've been living in hotels. There's a GoFundMe being started. I know we will be having a vigil at some point. The governor's flying into town in about 2 hours, and there will be an additional press rally at our local Portuguese Cultural Center at that point.
And just lastly, we've been trying to piece together information, hearing from official sources about a possible motive. Some have suggested that this was a case of workplace violence. The 67-year-old man who perpetrated this now in the custody of law enforcement. Are you getting any briefings? Can you offer any new information? What have you heard about this?
No, I haven't. All I've heard is rumors so far.
Okay.
Our next briefing is going to be at noon at the governor's press conference. Okay. There are rumors flying around, and they always will be in a situation like this. So I try to stay out of that, and we work with what we've got and try to do our best.
Mayor Penrose, we appreciate your time. I know this is a very, very difficult moment for you and your city, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Joining us now on Live Now from Fox to discuss.
Okay, so that was the latest after Andrew Kraft spoke with the mayor of Half Moon Bay. We are going to take another quick commercial break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to have an update from Monterey Park, hearing from the mayor and also from someone who survived that massacre over the weekend. We'll have that coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Want to give you a look here of what was just happening, something that our cameras were capturing here. This was a look at President Biden meeting with Democratic congressional leaders. You can see Vice President Kamala Harris there as well. Looks like a bit of a frozen shot, but you can see them all gathering around there. So that is another story that we are continuing to follow today as well. And as I mentioned right before the break, we had that update out of Half Moon Bay, California, another mass shooting in California just a day after we had the tragic news coming out of Monterey Park where 11 people were killed. Remember, yesterday we told you an 11th victim died at the hospital. We want to bring you the latest from the mayor there who spoke with our Fox 11 team. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Disbelief to shock to anger and sadness about what has occurred. You know, it's going to be a long process. It's going to be a long process, and I think it's important that people understand that they're not alone, that this community, this city, the people, the organizations are here to help them.
And we also want to bring you the latest from a survivor of that shooting who also spoke to our team. Let's listen into what she had to say.
So first, your name and...
My name is Sally, S-H-A-L-L-Y.
Your last name.
Oh, please, I don't want to give the last name. Sorry for that.
Can you take us through what happened?
The night on the 21st is, I think, the Chinese New Year. We come here for celebration for the Chinese New Year. First, when we come, everything's okay. Was dancing and like couple dancing is okay. After I dancing with my partner Jai, at that time, we hear like boom, boom, boom. I thought it's a Chinese firework. You understand? And after that, you hear it's not right. Like the shooting is so strong. That's why at that time I take him to go hiding. We go hiding now, and then he follow me. We hide under the table. That's the thing. I hide in the table, and then we hug each other. By that time, I will look under the table, see the guy come back with like loading his bullet and try to be shoot more. Oh, that time you are so scary, and that's why my partner was trying to talk to me. I said, please don't say anything, just lay down. I'm scared to come in, and then we are here, you know. And he lay down, we lay down. And after the guy shooting finished already, he left. I was wake up. Like, wake up, wake up. And he don't respond me at all.
Your partner was shot.
He doesn't respond me, he like this. He doesn't respond me at all. And at that time, I see my hands are blood. I said, what happened? I thought I was the one we shot. I was yelling like crazy. And one of the ladies tell me, you okay? You can yell, that means you're okay. I said, please help me to, she called me, call 911 for them, for us, for everybody. That's why I tried to call 911.
And what was did your partner pass away?
Yeah, he passed away. Until right now, we don't even see anything. But like that time, when I wake up, I try to wake up, he don't respond.
So that was the latest from both the mayor and a survivor of that shooting. Just tragic and traumatizing moments that she was expressing that she dealt with, what she saw with her partner being shot in that massacre that happened over the weekend. So we are continuing to follow the latest out of both of those mass shootings in California. In the meantime, we want to give you a Live Now look here. This is inside of the courtroom for the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. A live look inside of there as that second day of jury selection is underway. That jury selection process expected to take several days. We also talked a lot about this yesterday, but with this being such a small town, of course, a very prominent, well-known family in the community, it's a challenge to find jurors who they believe will be able to be unbiased in this. A lot of people have connections to the family one way or another, so there's a very large juror pool, hundreds of people that they are looking between, talking to as they continue this court process. And of course, the Murdaugh name is well known in judicial circles as well. As we give you some other video images here, of course, this is from a previous date. But Alex Murdaugh worked for the family law firm that had been in business in that tiny neighboring Hampton County for a century, winning a number of multi-million-dollar settlements for fatal accidents and workplace injuries. Murdaugh's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were the elected prosecutors for 87 years straight in Colleton County, Hampton, and 3 other counties. Typically, a portrait of Murdaugh's father hangs in the courthouse. Judge Clifton Newman, though, ruled that it would be removed for his son's trial. Murdaugh, who is 54 years old, told police that he had found his wife Maggie and their son Paul dead outside of their home on June 7th in 2021. He said he'd been gone for an hour to visit his father and mother, who were in poor health. The murder charges are only 2 of about 100 different criminal counts Murdaugh faces. He also is on trial on 2 counts of possession of a weapon during a violent crime. He faces life behind bars if convicted. And of course, we are continuing to bring you the latest on this as we continue to keep our eyes on the second day of jury selection. Want to bring you some other top stories that we are following. Here is a look at a massive fire that broke out in Philadelphia. Officials with the Philadelphia Fire Department say a dozen people are now displaced after this fire, which destroyed a home in Northeast Philadelphia. It happened early this morning. You can see in this video the flames consuming the 2-story home on both floors.
When the fire department arrived on location, there was an explosion, and we were only going to guess. We think it might have been a propane tank on the deck, but the fire marshal is investigating that at this time, and we'll have a little more information later in the day. It was to a point where we had to go to a defensive attack on the original fire building. We had to transfer our lines over to the exposures, to the property to the right, and we made it an aggressive interior attack in there. We stayed in there for a considerable amount of time until we felt that that structure was unsafe, and then we moved to the 3rd structure.
5 people were transported to area hospitals and are said to be in stable condition. We also have another story update, this one out of Louisiana, where 4 people have been arrested in connection with the alleged rape of a Louisiana State University student who was fatally struck by a car after being left on the side of the road after the attack. Kayvon DeAndre Washington, who's 18, and a 17-year-old unidentified minor were charged with 3rd-degree rape. Everett Lee, who's 28, and Kason Carver, who's 18, were charged with principal to 3rd-degree rape, which means that they were present but did not participate in the alleged crime. Madison Brooks had been drinking at an off-campus bar, according to police, where she met the 17-year-old and left with him and the 3 other suspects. The paper there that has the report that came out with this said that Brooks had asked them to take her home because she was too drunk and couldn't find her friends. Authorities say she was raped in the back of the car. When Brooks, who is 19 years old, was incapable of telling them where she lives, they dropped her off on the side of a road, and she was later hit by a vehicle. She reportedly had a blood alcohol level of 0.319. That's nearly 4 times the legal limit and could lead to unconsciousness. We also have another update we are following for you, this one out of Texas. New details in the Kayla Kelly case, the Texas woman whose body was found in a field after allegedly being killed by her boyfriend. An arrest affidavit obtained by our Fox 4 team gave some new insight into what police believe led to the killing of Kelly. Ocaster Ferguson is charged with her murder. Kelly was reported missing on January 11th, and her body was found in a field near Ferguson's Grand Prairie home on January 18th. According to the arrest affidavit for Ferguson, the Collin County Sheriff's Office learned during initial interviews that Kelly had recently discovered her boyfriend named Kevin was actually married. Kelly told friends she was going to blackmail him. According to the document, Collin County investigators say they soon identified Kevin as Ocaster Ferguson. He has been charged with kidnapping, arson, and murder, and he is currently being held in the Collin County Jail. And of course, the other big story that we are continuing to follow is the big weather story out of Houston. A live look at our XRAD map here as some storms are continuing to move through southeast Texas. When we come back, we'll have more on this and other top stories. We're going to step away, though, for a quick commercial break. Oh, they have it in the... Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are just getting into our newsroom here. The latest from Texas, where the Pasadena Police Department tweeting that a tornado has touched down on the southeast side of their city. We want to take you out now live to our live coverage from our team at Fox 26 Houston. Let's listen in here.
Okay, they're split speeding in with that.
Try to just get out, because obviously maybe this person didn't see this giant curb there. It looks like
it almost looks
over.
like they kind of like went down into a little. It like they jumped the curb, you know, and now
because it's hard to see when the roads get so flooded like this. You don't know where you're driving. So what is your best bet? Turn around. Don't go there. Don't drive.
The best bet is always to stay where you are, you know, and when there's flash flooding taking place like this, a lot of people do get impatient, and I would too. I understand. You know, you get impatient, especially you're at work, and I'm telling you, kids are getting let out of school right now. So you've got parents at school. They're either going to the school to pick up their kids, or they want to, you know, instead of having them take the bus, they want to pick them up from school, or maybe they want to go make sure they meet them at the bus stop, just make sure everybody's safe, and you get stuck in a situation like this. So it looks like nobody's hurt here, because obviously but it's going to be, you know, obviously a very expensive repair.
Now back to the tornado. How do we know? Is it still on the ground? How do we tell?
Well, right now we can only use really radar to track that, and luckily we have the great technology to let us see rotation within a cloud. I mean, this is something we didn't have before the late 80s, and didn't have it at this level, you know, until much more recently. And I'm telling you, it's just this Mont Belvieu area. This is this is a fast-growing area. It's like a sort of a sprawling suburb now, where they're building a lot of new houses, and so. You know, I could just imagine somebody who like just moved into their house yesterday, you know, and now they've got this thing passing overhead. It would really be a shame. But the good thing about all this, you know, I'll try to put I suppose a positive spin on some of this, is that this mess is coming to an end faster than expected. So it looked like it was going to hold off until, you know, 5 o'clock this afternoon. Now it looks like, you know, give it another 30 minutes and for most areas it's going to be over with. It's all the energy is going with it, and so if you're in Houston westward, it's over. But, you know, in fact, even down here, we don't want to ignore you down here in Space Center and Santa Fe and Dickinson and Seabrook and communities around Galveston Bay. You're going to be in for high winds. But right now, this is the area of concern because of this rotation potential. I will tell you though, he got out?
Oh, he's out. All right, they got the car out.
Yay!
They're in shallower water now. Oh, what a mess.
But now, oh my gosh, I hope that thing's not damaged though.
Ooh, that was rough. Please be careful if you're out there driving. Water can be deceiving.
It can, and you know, just don't, you know, God, don't hurt yourself trying to. We're lucky that guy got the SUV out of there, and that it doesn't look like anybody was really injured. Hopefully everybody's okay. But the rotation that's over here on the east side is starting to look less well defined. It's sort of shearing out. These things will sort of stretch out and not be necessarily like a circular rotation. And I think we can get a sense for that if I just put it back in time. Like here, it looked much scarier, looked pretty scary there, especially right there, right when it was moving into Mont Belvieu. And now it's passed over and it's not looking maybe as scary, but I would still, in that area, I don't want you to kind of leave your safe space just yet, you know, for maybe another 10 minutes or so until that passes. And then from there, it might actually move into southern Liberty County too, like this Moss Bluff area could get in on some of the high winds and heavy rain and so forth as well.
Well, while we are focusing on this tornado warning that's happening to the east of Houston, there are other areas though that are getting a whole lot of water, like we saw in those images that we were showing you. So just be careful. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere, and take it slow and get away from flooded areas. I can see on social media, you know, other areas in our viewing area, people are tweeting and messaging that Woodland Hills is pretty bad right now. There's areas that have a lot of water there. Yeah. So it's really a widespread weather event that we're going through right now, with the focus obviously on the tornado warning that's happening now to the east of our viewing area.
You know, there are some, I was talking with Coco Dominguez before, and there are a lot of high water locations. You know, I'm just looking at Houston TransStar right now, and they are all over the place. North, south, east, west. There are flooding locations everywhere. So maybe we could, I don't know if somebody's listening, maybe we could have somebody look into that and possibly find some TransStar cameras for us, because we're seeing on the website a lot of high water locations on 59 Southwest Freeway. There's a few of them on the North Freeway, some of them on 288. It's being classified as roadway flooding danger, but I imagine, in fact, you know what, look, I'm seeing a lot of high water locations here. North Freeway at Patton Street, 69 East Tex Freeway right at 610, high water location. So maybe we could, okay, so Mark Coleman, our producer, is telling me that we're going to be able to pull up a TransStar map here.
I know that we have a message on Twitter. Someone just wrote in Woodland Hills is flooded, you know, several inches of water in Kings Manor. So it's definitely an issue.
There were locations there on the north side that had about, you know, like I said, about 5 inches of rain. And what was incredible to see, though, was that they had severe storm after severe storm after severe storm after severe storm, and it was like they could not catch a break there in the Woodlands or Spring or Montgomery, in those spots. It was like, I think they had about 3 or 4 severe storms in a row that just set up in a train. And so I imagine some of your neighborhoods are going to be flooded, but you know, this, as much flooding as we're seeing, this really, as Houston floods go, we've, you know, this is like a baby flood compared to, you know, but it's still, obviously it's still dangerous. But
I feel like it's one of those days, though, like you said, kids are getting let out of school, people are coming home from work. It's not like when a hurricane would come when everybody's prepared. This was sort of just like, okay, this tornado has now touched down in the eastern part of our viewing area. People were hearing these crazy winds and loud sounds and noticing damage. You're driving to maybe get your kids from school and you run into this random flooding. It's just, it's almost, I know you guys have been warning us, but it's almost unexpected.
But that's what happens, is that you're living your daily life and you're doing your daily routine, and you know it's going to rain, you know, and maybe even you have the Fox 26 weather app, you know, which would warn you that there's something, you know, a warning in effect for your area. But when it comes down to it, most people are, myself included, you know, most people are going to chance it. You know, because you need to get where you want to go and you've got things to do, and they're going to chance it. So given the way things are right now, just please take it slow. You can see on this map that the bright red is really starting to move out toward the east. And so we're talking about Liberty County, Chambers County, and a thin line of some intense rain from the Space Center down to Dickinson, and then all the way down to around Lake Jackson, Freeport. But once this moves through, the severe weather threat is over.
I do want to ask you, and I want to remind everyone, I'm a news anchor, I'm a journalist, I'm not part of the team of meteorologists here. What caused the tornado? I mean, was it perfect conditions today for a tornado, or how did that even come about? Because I know they're rare here.
Ones like this, yes. And what we had today was, in fact, I had a graphic. Maybe we could check in with Ramisha, in fact, in a minute. I know that Mark was just telling us, Mark, were we going to toss to? Okay, Gabby Hart is out in the field right now, but that's an excellent question, and I think Ramisha can address it coming up. But Gabby Hart, braving the elements out in the field. Gabby, where are you?
Well, right now I'm at Wesleyan and Bissonnette, and I heard one of you guys say that, oh, this is a baby flood. Well, let me tell you, if this is a baby flood in Texas, then Texas is just different, because we see cars out here stalled out in the water. I mean, take a look at this red car right here. They can't move. And then come on and walk with me this way, Doug, if you could follow me. There is a car also trapped in the water right here. And look at what these cars are going through as they just try to push through this water. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like it. I can tell you that we spoke with 2 drivers who were stuck in the middle of this high water. They actually helped one another push their cars out of that high water. We saw them, their pants were soaking wet up to about their waist as they pushed their cars out of the high water. One of the drivers telling us that they did so because he started to feel his car sway in that water as the water continued to rise. You can also see that the fire department is on scene over here across the street. They've been directing a line of traffic that was just piling up, lined up down that road, scared to come through. Well, they've been directing them through this parking lot and around this high water. You guys, keep in mind, this is in the middle of a very busy shopping center, a shopping plaza. People might have been on their lunch breaks from work and probably having to call their bosses and say, hey, I can't make it back in. I'm stranded in high water. And if that boss is watching, I want to be the one to tell you they are not telling you a lie. They are telling you the truth. Some very dangerous and crazy conditions out here. So we want to remind everyone at home that if you see this high water, turn around. It's not worth risking your engine, your car, or your safety. We're going to check back in with you, of course, later. But for now, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio. I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
Wow.
So there, and this comes to us from where, producer Mark? Oh, from Channel View Stadium. So this is at least a funnel that was spotted over there in the Channel View area on the east side of Houston. And that's definitely a scary sight, no doubt about that. Gabby's location there, where she was, is not far from the station. It's down Wesleyan and Bissonnette. It floods there often.
Oh, wow.
I've been stuck in a flood there because I know it.
Wow. Well, I know that she was originally going to head to the Woodlands, so they must have come across that and said, wow, this is pretty bad. We got to show this. That was crazy. And as she said, be careful. A school bus drove right through there. So
that's what I think concerns. And there are going to be a lot of parents out there that always say, why didn't school that out earlier? And it's hard to predict. It's hard for these school districts to make these decisions. But the good news is that the buses are high. The water's not moving really. It's not like a rushing torrent, you know. So I want to just, you know, it's like I feel like I've been, because this is what I would want to hear if I were you at home, is that I think the kids are in a pretty safe situation right now. Obviously, unless you're stuck under one of those really, really intense downpours that's down in Galveston or Brazoria County right now. The rest of the area, I think the kids are safe. If they're coming home on the bus, I think they're going to be just fine. You know, the buses are real high profile and, not high profile, but high ground clearance. And I think that they're in a fine position. And you know, when I said this is a baby flood, I didn't mean to make light of it, but I mean, as Houston floods go, this is not, you know, the life-threatening
but a good
variety.
reminder that only a couple inches of water can take your car.
Can cause a lot of damage to the car,
for sure.
I mean, at the very minimum, we're going to see, you know, a lot of expensive repairs.
Oh my goodness.
Then you always have to be careful that if you are buying a used car that you inspect it thoroughly to make sure that it's not a flooded car.
Ooh, that's a good point, especially
it happens
in this area.
all the time around here. Caroline, if you want, we can also check in with Ramisha, who I know, you know, you guys have been doing an excellent job in the evenings.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Ramisha, it's good to be with you. I know you've been working hard all day. I had asked Mike a little bit earlier, what caused this tornado today?
Well, we just had a very unstable atmosphere out there, Carolina. We still do for eastern portions of our area, especially. And speaking of that, we have a new tornado warning. So we've still got a lot of rotation in the atmosphere. These storms are spinning. We've got the moisture, we've got the lift, we've got the instability. And yes, we still have the potential for more tornadoes to develop. In fact, National Weather Service just issued a new tornado warning. This one is going to be until 3:30, and this is just to the east of Mont Belvieu, east of Old River Winfrey, and this rotation continues to be just to the north of Interstate 10. This is north and east of Cove, so this is going to be right around FM 563, just north of Interstate 10. We can still see that area of rotation. It has gotten weaker, but now and again it starts to pulse up a little bit, and it has pulsed up enough for the National Weather Service to issue yet another tornado warning. This includes the city of Devers, and this is until 3:30 p.m. So what do you need to do if you are in any of the areas or close to any of the roads or highways that I just mentioned? You need to be taking those tornado precautions seriously. It's time to take action now, especially if you are just to the east of Mont Belvieu, east of Old River wind-free weather, and north of Interstate 10. This is going to be right around FM 563, and it does include the city of Devers. So we are going to continue to watch this. This is a new tornado warning. You need to get to the lowest level of your home, your office building, your school, wherever you are. Get to that lowest level, most interior portion of that building. You don't want to be anywhere near a window. You don't want to be anywhere near an outside wall. You certainly want to be in an interior hallway, interior bathroom, or a closet somewhere closer to the middle of the building you're in. But make sure that you are on that lowest level. We'll continue to watch this, but we also have a lot of other severe weather going on. But I did want to mention that we do have that new tornado warning. I want to expand the view and give you an overview of what's happening across the rest of the area, because we had some extremely heavy rain roll across the Houston area, the worst of that starting to push off to the east. So if you're back across downtown Houston, Sugar Land, up towards Katy, Tomball, Conroe, you're still getting some light to moderate showers, but the really heavy downpours, the rain that we had reported earlier with 2 to 3 inch rainfall rates per hour, so that has pushed off to the east. So that is the good news for Houston, for Sugar Land, for Katy. But if you are east of the downtown Houston area over towards Galveston and just east of Mont Belvieu and east of the Bush Airport, east of Conroe, east of the Woodlands, that's where we have the worst of that rainfall, and still tons of lightning coming out of this line of storms just to the east of Houston. Also, even outside of the strong to severe storms, we've got very windy conditions out there. In fact, Galveston, wind gusts close to 50 miles per hour at this point, and we'll continue to experience a very strong wind gust even outside of these cells. But inside of some of those strong to severe storms, we're talking about wind gusts potentially up to 60, 65, 70 miles per hour. And of course, inside of a tornado, the wind could be much stronger than that, potentially over 100 miles per hour and higher than that in a very dangerous and extremely large tornado. We did have confirmation earlier of some large tornadoes out there. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the reports and bring them to you as we get them, but I don't want to leave out the huge flooding threat that we have developing out there. The reason we've had some extremely heavy rainfall, in fact, I want to show you rainfall totals over the past 12 hours, and we're talking about rainfall radar estimates of around 3 to 6 inches. This extends from Spring down towards Humble over towards Sealy, Katy, and off to the north of Wharton. So we're talking about 3, 4, 5, potentially close to 6 inches of rain that have fallen over the last few hours, and that means a huge flood threat. So if you don't have to be out there on the roads, you certainly want to stay where you are, stay put for at least a few more hours, give the system a chance to roll out, because after that, things will start to calm down. I think between 5 to 6 p.m., the weather really starts to improve. But for now, I also wanted to show you, not only do we have this big squall line pushing through the eastern portion of the area, it is now east of Greater Houston, but we do have the aftermath, the effects of what has already happened. So we've got several of these green areas on the map, and these are flood advisories, and they extend from Houston over towards Katy, up towards the Woodlands, Liberty, Wharton, and down towards Angleton, Bay City, Galveston. Numerous flood advisories out there because we've had so much rain in such a short period of time. So not only are we worried about the tornado threat and the threat for damaging wind, but we're also concerned very much still about that threat for flooding, and that's exactly what we have developing out there right now. So we are covered with the flood advisories at this point, and these flood advisories will stick around through the rest of the afternoon. So keep in mind that this situation will gradually improve, but for now, we are still dealing with a pretty high threat for severe weather. As we've been mentioning for the last few days, this severe threat had been increasing, and the highest risk we felt would be from Houston down towards the coast, and that's exactly what we have had to happen. We've had multiple reports of tornadoes that have touched down, including around the Pearland area, northwest Baytown area, and over towards Siena. And we certainly are still monitoring this, and we'll keep you updated if we do have any additional reports.
Okay, so speaking of that flooding and high water levels, take a look at these live images that are coming to us from right outside of Houston. You can see cars that are just deep in water. Some cars driving probably way too fast through those deep of waters as they continue to monitor all this severe weather that is coming through. She had mentioned there also several reports of tornadoes touching down in the Houston area. That's something that we are continuing to track as well. I want to pull up this tweet for you here. This is from Pasadena, and it says here that there's tornado damage in southeast Harris County, including Pasadena. These are the areas they're telling folks to avoid if you are in the Houston area. That includes Beltway 8. That also includes the Fairmont Parkway and Burke at Crenshaw. Those are some of the areas that they're seeing some of the most significant damage right now. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with our colleague from Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz, who over the weekend had a very scary situation that he dealt with. He was attacked on a New York City subway by several teenagers. We're talking to him after the break. We'll bring you that story next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you an update that's affected one of our colleagues who's out of New York, a meteorologist, Adam Klotz, who was attacked on a New York City subway over the weekend. A very scary thing. I want to show you some images of the aftermath of this attack. You can see him here and as in this image as well. Well, we spoke with Adam today to see how he's doing, as well as exactly what happened in that attack when he ultimately stepped in to help somebody who was being approached by some of these teens. Let's bring you that full conversation now here on Live Now from Fox. Where our colleague, Fox News meteorologist Adam Klotz, was brutally attacked on a New York City subway over the weekend. Just some disturbing images and news that's coming out of this story. We want to bring in now Adam himself. Adam, thank you so much for being here with us. First and foremost, how are you doing?
Well, it's good to be here, and thanks for the introduction. Those introductions always make my ego hurt more than this beating kind of hurt, because it was teenagers, yeah, and they got after me. But you can see my eyes are all still kind of cut up. Really, though, the brunt of it, which can't be seen, is up and down my side. But it's hard to breathe. My ribs are swollen, my knees swollen. But the good news is nothing is broken. So I am going to heal, and it's really going to be okay. I'm just going to be uncomfortable here for a little while.
I can't imagine how much pain you're going through. I know you're putting on such a brave face through it all. And I want you to walk us through exactly what happened over the weekend, because the big point of this story here is that you intervened to help somebody else who is being kind of attacked by these kids before you.
Yeah, so it was Saturday night, 12:45. The Giants were playing, and after the game, I was on the subway heading home. If you're familiar with Manhattan, I was.
Yeah. Also continuing to follow some disturbing news out of New York, where our colleague, Fox News meteorologist Adam Klotz, was brutally attacked on a New York City subway over the weekend. Just some disturbing images and news that's coming out of this story. We want to bring in now Adam himself. Adam, thank you so much for being here with us. First and foremost, how are you doing?
Well, it's good to be here, and thanks for the introduction. Those introductions always make my ego hurt more than this beating kind of hurt, because it was teenagers, yeah, and they got after me. But you can see my eyes are all still kind of cut up. Really, though, the brunt of it, which can't be seen, is up and down my side. It's hard to breathe. My ribs are swollen, my knees swollen. But the good news is nothing is broken, so I am going to heal, and it's really going to be okay. I'm just going to be uncomfortable here for a little while.
I can't imagine how much pain you're going through. I know you're putting on such a brave face through it all. And I want you to walk us through exactly what happened over the weekend, because the big point of this story here is that you intervened to help somebody else who is being, kind of attacked by these kids before you.
Yeah, so it was Saturday night, 12:45. The Giants were playing, and after the game, I was on the subway heading home. If you're familiar with Manhattan, I was on the Upper West Side going down to the West Village. It's a fairly safe stretch of the city, and the car was full. This was not like some sort of desolate, empty subway car, but I was sitting on an end, and there was a group of teens around me. I'd say 7 or 8. Sitting across from me, there was an older gentleman, I would say upper 60s, maybe even lower 70s. One of the teens just standing there, lit a joint, and with the lighter still lit, just put it into the older guy's hair, and it went up like a matchbook. His whole hair was suddenly on fire, and he's smacking it out. And without even thinking, whoa, guys, what are you doing? And then that's all it took. And he's on me, and he's like, what'd you say? I'm like, you can't do that. And he's like, oh, you think you can tell me what to do? And then from there it was like, uh-oh, these guys just want trouble, and they don't want to be told what to do. And now I'm the focus, and that guy's no longer the focus. From there, he was goading me into trying to hit him, and I wouldn't do it. I caught a left, and then maybe another punch. And another guy down from me, he's like, hey, get off this train. We all get off the train. I'm probably bleeding. And when I say we all, the whole car gets away from these kids, goes to the next train. We go one stop. The doors open. I'm still kind of catching my breath and wondering what happened. They all charge and jump me. So it went from it just escalated really, really fast. And suddenly I was getting beat down by a whole group of kids.
So not many people would have done what you did. What made you initially decide to step in and say something? Obviously, there was zero aggression on your end from what happened. You were just trying to tell them to knock it off.
Well, maybe. I think if you saw someone be lit on fire, you would have spoken up. I know that, it's hard to say, because as I was getting beat up, no one helped me. So, but then it's why would you? If you see that this is what you get, you start getting beat up, you start getting punched as soon as you say anything. I don't know. It didn't seem like a thing where I was making a decision. It was just, you had to say something. How can you not say something?
Well, and to your point, there were other people on that car as well, but you seemed to be the only one who had said something at all, even when you saw that happening.
Yeah, it's tough. And I would love the moral of this story to be to speak up. But obviously the moral is one person can't speak up, because they're not going to win the battle. We need everybody to have each other's backs. Just one person doing it isn't going to work, because look at the punishment I got for trying to say something.
So no one stepped in to help you, obviously, probably because they were scared for that to then happen to somebody else. Were there any police around at least, or at what point did they finally back off of you?
So people were quick to help as far as soon as they backed away. Someone pulled the emergency brake, which I guess I'm told set some sort of alarm off. As soon as the kids kind of took a break, the conductor said, we're calling the cops. And I think that's kind of what broke the kids up, because they're like, oh no, the cops are coming. People were quick to come back over to me and say, hey, we called the ambulance. We called the police. Are you okay? Do you need anything? So people were there to help me. They just weren't going to put themselves in between me and the violence while it was happening.
So do you ride the subway a lot, or have you ever seen this type of behavior like this before?
You ride the subway, you see some wild stuff over time, but no, nothing like this. People get aggressive, and you'll maybe move cars. And there's this narrative of the subways being really dangerous. And I always kind of thought like, well, sure, it's a giant city, things are bound to happen. But boy, when you experience it, it really changes your whole opinion of the situation. I'm still going to ride the subway, I think, but because you have to in New York City. But it would be nice if it was a safer place for all of us.
Well, and police were able to apprehend at least 3 of those teenagers. I know 2 were 15, 1 17. They were all then quickly released after being charged with assault because they are being charged as juveniles. I mean, how does that make you feel, or what is your message to those kids who did this to you?
Well, my message to the kids is like, you just got away with this, and don't let this make you think that you can do this. I mean, I know the message to them is like, oh, we can do this and we can walk and we can do whatever we want. Like, that's the message society's giving them. But eventually they're going to be old enough that this is going to destroy their lives. So my message to them is like, you got away with one here. Don't do it again. Don't ruin your life. Don't throw your life away. Certainly don't throw your life away to beat me up just because I had one word to say to you. Like, that's insanity. I don't know what the answer is. I want there to be some sort of like punishment. Oddly enough, just before I talking to you, I was talking to my dad, and he's like, why can't we at least like give these kids 100 or 200 hours of community service, like something like that? Because for whatever reason, you know, the DA and the mayor and the governor, it seems like we don't want to like put people behind bars. But there's got to be something, right? Maybe like you want to attack society, like give back. Go hand out food at a soup kitchen. I don't know. I would like something to be done.
And you touched on it there a little bit, but ultimately, what would you like to see be done from here? Now that you've experienced something like this yourself, what could be done moving forward just to help the area feel safer or help the subways feel safer?
Yeah, I think that's the bigger thing, because when I talk about those 3 teens, that's like more of an individual revenge. Like, how can I get some sort of justice? Which if I'm being totally honest, I'm less interested in. What I would really like to see is the subways become safer. And I do know in the history of the city, there were times that, you know, after 10 p.m., there was a cop on every train. Like, maybe something like that. Like, we need to feel safe. The whole city travels by train. Like, people work 24 hours in this city. How are we supposed to get anywhere and feel safe? And there's no reason we shouldn't. So I think those are the level of changes that need to happen.
Well, and what you did really was a true act of bravery. Not many people would have stepped in to do what you had done. I have to ask, though, Adam, do you have any regrets? Would you have done anything differently now seeing how things transpired?
I think no. I've just started to really think about this. I think the answer is no. I don't think I could have done anything different. The only thing is, everyone's like, "Did you get a punch in?" And it makes me think, should have I gotten a punch in? But I didn't. I never threw a single punch at him. I just took it. I still think that was probably the right decision too. They're just like 15 years old, and whatever. I took a beating. It happens. I was probably overdue. You know what I mean? You live long enough, you should probably get beat up. At least my beat up came from helping somebody. So, you know, it's all right.
Well, you have a great positive attitude considering all that has happened. And that man that you helped, the one who had his hair lit on fire, did he end up saying anything? Did he just leave as soon as he saw what was unfolding after you stepped in?
So I just got this information, and I'm telling you for the first time. I talked to a detective just a couple hours ago, and he went home. He's like an older guy, he doesn't even have a cell phone. He went home and called 911 and told him what happened and said, hey, because he saw me get surrounded and he was off the train. He saw trouble. His hair was on fire. He left. So the last thing he saw was me surrounded, and he called 911 and like, hey, there's a dude on a train who's being surrounded by a bunch of kids. You know, like, that's not very much information just to call somebody. But he was grateful. They went and talked to him. He showed him that his head's all burnt, and he was glad that I said something and it didn't get worse for him.
Well, you certainly made an impact, and I know you're setting the bar high for a lot of other people who sometimes will stand by those situations and just be there as a bystander, but you actually took action and ultimately helped this man. You can see even from what you just told me there that it has left an impact on him as well. So, Adam, anything else that you would like to tell us, or any other information that we may have missed?
No, I just, I appreciate being able to tell my story, and I do hope that, we make some steps to make sure that this doesn't keep happening.
Well, we do appreciate having you on today and having you here to be able to tell us exactly what happened, and we wish you the best of luck in your recovery. It looks like you're healing well so far.
Oh yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be back at it in no time.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Adam Klotz, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. Also, okay, so it was great to hear from Adam, to know that he's still doing okay after that very scary incident there in New York. We do want to continue following some other top stories here on Live Now from Fox. One of those is that classified documents have been found at the Indiana home of former Vice President Mike Pence. Pence's lawyers say that they were found last week and reported to the National Archives. The lawyer for the former vice president says that Pence was unaware of the existence of the sensitive or classified documents at his personal residence and is cooperating fully with the National Archives. Of course, this has been something that we've talked about in many different extremes between former President Trump, now President Biden, and now former Vice President Mike Pence. And those classified documents involving President Biden, well, President Biden today is meeting with congressional Democrats at the White House, and he's hoping to shore up some support as that criticism grows over his handling of the documents with classified markings. Fox's Doug Luzader has the story from Washington.
With a number of document investigations now underway, all of this may begin to interfere with President Biden's expected announcement that he's going to seek a second term. President Biden didn't respond to questions about FBI efforts to recover classified documents from his home in Wilmington, but plenty of his supporters are talking.
We need total transparency. I can't wait to see how this investigation unfolds. We wanted to see everything. You know, obviously, I believe President Biden has no intent to do anything wrong, but we need to get to the bottom of this.
We do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland now has to contend with 2 document investigations involving both Biden and former President Donald Trump. And adding to the frustration on Capitol Hill, the fact that members of Congress follow very specific rules when they view classified documents, requiring them to use a secure room called a SCIF.
I go to a SCIF and I have to give over my phone, and I'm not allowed to take any documents outside of the SCIF. So I really don't understand how those documents got into a personal residence.
And as the president plays host to congressional Democrats at the White House today, there are questions about how all of this could impact the timing of an anticipated run for a second term.
I'll just repeat what the president said after the midterm election, which is he intends to run.
And the expectation is that that announcement will happen soon after next month's State of the Union address. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And in some other health news, here's a question for you. Do you know where your meat comes from? Well, in just a few years, it could be made in a lab instead of a farm. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez takes a look at the first FDA-approved lab-cultivated chicken and why the company behind it says it's not just food that tastes good, it's food you can feel good about eating.
Lab-grown meat could soon be coming to a dinner table near you. Officials at California-based Upside Foods say this lab-grown chicken breast doesn't lack the taste of traditional poultry. But how is it made?
It's meat that's grown from real animal cells. So what we do is we take really high-quality animal cells from, let's say, a cow or a pig or a chicken or a lobster, and we look for cells that can continue to grow outside the animal in a very robust and a healthy way.
Those animal cells are placed in large steel containers where they're fed a blend of vitamins and minerals. These nutrients help them develop into a product resembling a standard cut of meat.
We didn't have to raise and slaughter a chicken to get real chicken meat.
Because raising livestock contributes to harmful greenhouse gas emissions, researchers hope their products could give people who don't want to go vegan or vegetarian a way to still enjoy real meat without harming the planet.
We want to be able to be in restaurants as well as retails, whether it's a Safeway or a Wegmans or a Tops.
Back in November, the Food and Drug Administration ruled lab-grown chicken from Upside Foods was safe for humans. Now they're waiting for the Department of Agriculture to sign off on their product. Currently, the company is making 400,000 pounds of lab meat a year. Officials say they need to secure more funds to ramp up production so they can sell their meat at market-friendly prices. Upside Foods is aiming to sell lab-grown meat at U.S. restaurants as soon as this year. Their products could hit grocery shelves by 2028. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And in entertainment news, the top movies of the past year go for the top honor in Hollywood, and the nominees for this year's Academy Awards have just been announced. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Here are the 10 nominees for Best Motion Picture.
Little multiverse indie Everything Everywhere All at Once leads the way to Hollywood's biggest night with 11 Oscars nominations, including Best Picture.
But I feel her.
Deep sea and high-flying blockbusters vie for that title, too, with Avatar: The Way of Water and Top Gun: Maverick landing nods. Joining them, German-language war drama All Quiet on the Western Front, dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin, biopic Elvis, Steven Spielberg's semi-autobiographical The Fabelmans, the twists of Triangle of Sadness, book to big screen Women Talking, and The Symphony of Tar. Tar's maestro Cate Blanchett is up for Best Actress in a Leading Role, along with blondes Ana de Armas, Andrea Riseborough up to Leslie, Michelle Williams for The Fabelmans, and Everything Everywhere All at Once star Michelle Yeoh. Actor in a leading role contenders are Austin Butler of Elvis, Brendan Fraser for The Whale, Paul Mescal of After Sun, Bill Nighy from Living, and Banshees of Inisherin's Colin Farrell. His co-stars Brendan Gleeson and Barry Keoghan are in the supporting actor category, with Brian Tyree Henry of Causeway, Judd Hirsch from The Fabelmans, and Everything Everywhere's Ke Huy Quan. Jamie Lee Curtis and Stephanie Hsu of that film are up for Best Supporting Actress. So is Angela Bassett of Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, Hung Chow of The Whale, and Carrie Condon for The Banshees of Inisherin. Among others going for the gold, animated features Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, Marcel the Shell with Shoes On, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, The Sea Beast, and Turning Red.
See who wins and which moments will be the talk of Tinseltown at the 95th Academy Awards, March 12th, hosted by Jimmy Kimmel. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And we are continuing to track the latest with severe weather that is moving through southeast Texas in the Houston area. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. We have lots more to get to. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we continue to follow all of the top weather and news updates from around the country and around the world. Want to give you another look here out of Houston. This is a live look of some of the roads there as we have crews that are out and about surveying some of the damage from the severe storms that are going throughout the area. I want to give you another live look throughout the area too as well in Houston as we continue to follow this other big weather story that is happening throughout parts of Texas. So of course we'll continue to stay on this, especially as I mentioned, as our crews are out there right now on the grounds looking through some of that damage. We'll have more updates for you as the afternoon continues. And in the meantime, we do want to bring you the latest from President Biden. Showed you a snippet of it earlier of the president hosting some Democratic congressional leaders today with Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's bring you the latest on his remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
United the West in a way that hadn't been in a while, including bringing in Japan and other Asian countries is invested in Ukraine's future. And Americans are starting to feel the effects of some of the laws we passed, and they're only now going to be going into effect. Like I said, the press has heard me say this before. We're in a situation where we promised folks on Medicare their insulin was going to go from about $400 a month to $35 a month, but it was a promise. Well, guess what? As of January 1, it's a reality. And people are feeling the effects of it. There's so much more of that out there. And we're going to discuss how we can continue to build on the progress, ultimately lowering the cost for middle class and working class families. You know, we've talked a lot about this around the table, the folks here, that I decided this time out, I think you all were in the same boat. I want the wealthy to continue to be able to do well, but look, I'm tired of trickle-down economics. I want to build this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. When that happens, poor folks have a shot, middle class does well, and the wealthy never get hurt. They're doing just fine. And so we also want to talk about the extreme Republican economic plans. Apparently they're generally serious about cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare, and I love their 30% sales tax. We want to talk a lot about that. But look, I have no intention of letting the Republicans wreck our economy, nor does anybody around this table, in my view. And again, we're going to speak about continuing our support for Ukraine. And it's an idea that has bipartisan support, like some of what we passed had bipartisan support. And so we're going to speak about nominations going forward quickly. And also, finally, our hearts are with the people of California. They've been a rough couple of days. I just got back from spending time with Gavin Newsom on the floods and the devastation that occurred. And then on top of that, we see what's happened in California. And what's happened to the Asian American community. It's been devastating. The Vice President's going to be going out. I've been talking with Gavin Newsom and Judy Chu and Anna Eshoo and Hilda Solis, and we're working out a number of things that we can and are going to be doing. So the bottom line here is that we got a lot to talk about. And yesterday, my buddy Dianne Feinstein introduced her Senate assault weapons ban. I am asking you all to send that to my desk as quickly as you can. It's really needed badly. And all of us are focused on working together to get things done. There's a lot of us to discuss, and having said that, I thank the press for being here, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so a nice and short meeting there. Some comments from President Biden meeting with some Democratic congressional leaders. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I am Lexi Petrovich, taking you along with all of our top stories right now. We want to take you out now to Oakland, California, where officials there, including the Oakland mayor as well as the acting police chief, talk about the shooting that injured 8 yesterday at a gas station. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The struggles with this, but Oakland is a resilient city, and together, as we're talking about with ceasefire, if we all come together, we can defeat gun violence in our city. Thank you, Mayor Tao.
And so at this point, we'll open for Q&A in regards to this subject matter. Please go ahead and raise your hand and I will call upon you, and the right person from standing up here right next to me will come up to answer your questions. Yes.
Bob Udell of NBC Bay Area. Question for the captain or the chief. Have you identified the shooters? You know, we were also under the impression that there was a shootout, but the other side started shooting back. Is that the case? And also, the video that was being shot for the music video, have you looked at that, and did that help with your investigation?
Thank you for the question. We are reviewing several pieces of evidence. We are not prepared to push out at this time any of the leads that are associated with that evidence, but we have a lot of information to sift through. What I can say is, as I mentioned earlier, there were multiple shooters, but at this point in time, we are just trying to gather the evidence to formulate our next steps in the investigation.
When you say multiple, are we talking 2, 5, 10? I mean, can you give us...
There was a lot of casings at the scene, and a lot of video, so we're trying to work through that evidence piece to get a firm number on what we have. We know it's more than one.
What kind of guns?
We saw various caliber casings out there.
Are we handguns, semi-automatic, or ARs?
We have handgun casings or low caliber casings, as well as what appears to be rifle casings.
And so, just to clarify, do you know who the other gang is, or have you identified them or the individuals? I know you're not going to tell us who they are, but have you in your department identified these people?
We have a good sense of involved parties as far as groups and gangs. We're not prepared to release it at this time, but we do have, I think, solid leads to go forward in this case.
And what was the nature of the music video? Do you know? I mean, were they going there because they were shooting this music video, or was it just an opportunity?
I think, I don't want to speculate too much. I know there was a group there. We know some were affiliated with the music video. Some were in the course of their day-to-day activities. What the draw was is still going to be under investigation.
So have you had problems with the similar groups of individuals or gang members before? Has there been an ongoing problem with these groups of people involved?
Tragically, in our city, we do experience a significant number of shootings, gang or group related. We have a number of active conflicts, a number of old conflicts that could spark up at any time. So the ideas we have behind these groups, they're not new conflicts, they're things that are always in the potential for violence. So it's something that we're paying close attention to. It's one of the reasons why I know with our community, Pastor Dixon and what Captain Jones was indicating, that we're so intent on, if you're thinking about retaliating, there's an avenue, there's another pathway that's not picking up a firearm. There's a way that we can work together and mediate our way through this. And so definitely I want to lift up what Pastor Dixon said and to reach out to prevent any retaliatory shootings.
As the country really looks at shootings and mass shootings now, the one in Southern California, the one in Half Moon Bay, and as the city of Oakland continues to grapple with gun violence, what do you want people to know? I mean, as people are looking at, the motives behind those shootings, the motives behind these shootings seem to be often gang violence.
That conflicts they're not going to be solved with a gun. It's just that violence is not an acceptable way for any kind of conflict resolution. That there's things that can be done through mediation. There's things that can be done just through understanding that we are all here together as humanity, and taking the life of another person for any reason is not an acceptable way of living amongst one another. So for us, our job is to ensure safety, to follow up on individuals and tragedies, and to know and let the community know and have confidence that we will employ every resource. And I know I mentioned our ceasefire partnerships, but we also have strong partnerships with our federal partners and our local partners, and that we employ every measure that we have in our stead, that if you do not put the guns down, if you do not engage in behaviors that are not associated with violence, we will hold you accountable and we will bring you to justice.
Can you or the captain or the pastor go knock on the door of the other side and say, hey, we get a sense that maybe you're going to do this, don't do it, outside of putting a public plea out for the television cameras?
So our direct communication addresses anybody that is at risk of gun violence, either on the offender side or on the victim side. I certainly can have Captain Jones go into a little bit more detail of our direct communication process, but if we think that there's a way to minimize and mitigate violence, we will reach out to those individuals. Captain Jones, you want to say something further?
So just to follow up to what Chief Allison just said and answer your question, that is something that we regularly do within Oakland. Pastor Dixon and myself routinely drive around and just get out and talk to people on hot spots in various parts of the city. But in incidents like this, we always try to identify people who we think are prone to violence or prone to being a victim of violence and try to engage them with a message that's tailored towards their specific circumstances that they're going through in that moment. So in the coming days, we will be looking to reach out to individuals who may be connected with some of the victims, associates of the victims, and trying to deliver them a message of hope, trying to get them to calm down, to lower the temperature on the things that are going on between the parties involved, and try to get them to resolve this thing in a peaceful way so that nobody else has to go to jail or that nobody else, has to become a victim of gun violence.
What we always fail to realize of what Captain Jones brings you one side, but there's services that are offered. There's more than just don't stop shooting. There's things that you may need, mental health, whatever they may need at that time. We reach out to those that are either on the victim side or the ones that perpetrated the violence, whatever side. So it's not just going on there saying stop and you better stop. It's saying, hey, we have this for you, we have that for you, we have this for you. And that's something that the community needs to know. Ceasefire is about holding everybody accountable.
Also those who might be able to influence.
And those that might be able to influence. Thank you, Reverend Demeter. Those that might be influenced. So that means we're talking to mothers, fathers, brothers, cousins, best friends. We're talking to a lot of people. And it's more than just Captain Jones and I. The Department of Violence Prevention plays a big part of that, of where they go and they offer the services. And I hold the Department of Violence Prevention accountable, and I hold OPD accountable. So if I ever call you for a news conference, you better believe they're not being accountable.
So we had 5 victims who were struck by gunfire. The additional victims were either victims of the shooting, meaning they were not struck personally, but their business was struck. We had one where their business was struck, but that individual was not hit by gunfire. And then we had another vehicle that was struck by gunfire with one occupant who was struck by gunfire and 2 that were not. And then we had additional 3 who were involved in a collision that were not struck by gunfire. So we had 5 struck by gunfire and then 3 that had complaints of injuries from the collision.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us today. That will conclude our press conference. Thank you. Okay, one last question. Yes.
A colleague of mine would like to know if you're willing to change your mind, given that the NAACP, Chief of Police, Oakland City member has called upon you to change your mind. Will you reinstate the Oakland Police Chief?
I want to say that this matter is incredibly serious, this matter around the mass shooting. And in regards to, I have not seen a request from the NAACP. I know that they have an ongoing media thing that's happening probably right now as well too. But at the end of the day, that's a personnel matter, and we're going to leave it at that. And thank you for respecting the fact that we are here to speak about a mass shooting in our beautiful city of Oakland where people have died. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the latest out of Oakland, California, another shooting that officials are talking about there. We want to give you some live images before we take a quick commercial break, though, out of Houston. Here's one, but we want to show you this in particular, some of the tornado damage that we're now getting into our studio here. You can see some of that there, the debris. We've been tracking all of the high winds and heavy rain. We saw those cars that were trying to drive through flooded waters. So this is still a developing story. As I mentioned before, we have our reporters all on the grounds there surveying some of that damage. We'll bring you these live looks and updates throughout the afternoon and evening. We are going to take that quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to have an update live from Half Moon Bay, California, after that mass shooting there that killed 7 people yesterday. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, more than a dozen people have been killed in back-to-back mass shootings happening in California over the last 2 days. The most recent attack happened just last night in a quiet Northern California town. We have Fox's Giovanni Ligi, who is live for us on the grounds there right now to bring us the latest. Giovanni, we're now learning that this was actually a targeted attack.
Alexi, that's right. Police say that this was a targeted attack and was also an issue of workplace violence. Police say the suspect also worked at one of the locations that was targeted. 2 separate locations were targeted. A total of 8 victims were shot. 7 of them have died from their injuries. But both of those locations, police say he drove to 2 separate locations before driving here, where he was arrested at this sheriff's substation. So Half Moon Bay is a small coastal community just outside of San Francisco. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive. The gunman shot and killed 4 of the 8 people at a nearby mushroom farm. Police found another 3 bodies at another farming business a few miles away. 1 person was also injured and is in critical condition. They've identified the gunman as 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao, who lives in this area. Police say the victims were Chinese and Latino farm workers.
As some of these victims were members of our migrant community, this represents a unique challenge when it comes to notifications and identifications of next of kin. All of the evidence we have points to this being the instance of workplace violence.
And Lexi, Zhao will be in court tomorrow, where he will be arraigned and formally read his charges. At this moment, he has not been charged with anything, but we'll find out whether or not tomorrow, whether this was a premeditated attack or whether or not it was in the moment rage attack. And this is also the 3rd mass killing here in California in the past 10 days. Lexi.
Yeah, Giovanni, I was going to ask about that. I mean, how is the community doing there, especially given that this is a quiet town that isn't used to this type of violence?
Well, that's absolutely right. So, as you say, people aren't used to this type of violence. This area is known for pumpkin festivals and all sorts of community engagement. You know, there's a school just about a mile down the road. So this is uncommon. Police officers say that this is something that hasn't happened in this area. They've never had a mass killing in this area before. And when you look at the big picture, you know, there was just that shooting outside of Los Angeles in Monterey Park. You talked about the Oakland shooting a little bit ago. You had the shooting in Fresno where a cartel member came in and killed a family. And now you have this shooting as well. People are afraid. People are wondering, where will this happen next? Will it happen to me? Do I need to take any precautions? So people are on edge here in California at the moment.
There have been some reports, Giovanni, as well, of maybe some kids being in the area at the time of the shooting. Is there any update there, any details that police have released in regards to who may have been around at the time of this shooting?
Well, that's something that I haven't been able to find out at this point. But like I said just a minute ago, you know, there's a school right down the road. I also drove past the mushroom farm where this gunman attacked the workers there. There's a Christmas tree farm right next door. So I could imagine, you know, this is a very family-oriented area. This is where people come and vacation. It's a coastal community. It's absolutely beautiful. So once again, this is something that was just unexpected.
Yeah, and I would imagine that they are going to be setting up some resources for the students who are at those nearby schools. All right, Fox's Giovanni Ligi live for us in Half Moon Bay, California. Thank you for that update, Giovanni.
Thanks, Lexi.
And as we continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox, just earlier today, our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with the mayor of Half Moon Bay. We want to bring you that conversation here now, just talking about how this community is being impacted by yet another tragedy, another mass shooting that has happened in California within days. Let's listen in.
On Live Now from Fox to discuss the horrible mass shooting yesterday in Half Moon Bay is the mayor of Half Moon Bay, Mayor Deborah Penrose. Mayor Penrose, thanks for being with us. I just want to extend my condolences to you and your community. When you heard about the news last night, what was the first thing that went through your mind? What did you think?
You know, I have to say I didn't think at all. I was in total shock. It's not something you expect in a small rural agricultural town like Half Moon Bay.
You know, and have you been in touch with some of your colleagues, law enforcement officials, neighbors, residents, friends? What are they expressing to you tonight?
Well, currently I am in Kauai on vacation and heading back home to San Francisco in an hour or two. I have been in touch with all of our city council members and our city staff and hearing through them from the sheriff's office. And I have heard from the White House, I've heard from the governor's office, our congressmen, our senators. Everyone is called to express their sorrow and shock.
You know, this was 24 hours after yet another mass shooting, the Monterey Park mass shooting in Southern California, in which, 11 people were shot and killed, 7 people shot and killed in Half Moon Bay. The back-to-back kind of psychic shock of these mass shootings, what is it going to do to your community? How do you start the healing process, do you think?
Well, I think we're very fortunate. We have a town that is made up of volunteers. Just about everybody volunteers for something in our town. We have a very active Latino support group called ALAS. We have Cosite Hope and Puente de la Sur, lots and lots of groups that are involved in volunteering and helping for ongoing issues in our agricultural and farm community. There is mental health experts that are coming from the county, and there are just all sorts of support groups available now. Food donations. The families of the victims have been taken to hotels because they can't go back home, so they've been living in hotels. There's a GoFundMe being started. I know we will be having a vigil at some point. The governor's flying into town in about 2 hours, and there will be an additional press rally at our local Portuguese Cultural Center at that point.
And just lastly, we've been trying to piece together information, hearing from official sources about a possible motive. Some have suggested that this was a case of workplace violence. The 67-year-old man who perpetrated this now in the custody of law enforcement. Are you getting any briefings? Can you offer any new information? What have you heard about this?
No, I haven't. All I've heard is rumors so far.
Okay.
Our next briefing is going to be at noon at the governor's press conference.
Okay.
There are rumors flying around, and they always will be in a situation like this. So I try to stay out of that, and we work with what we've got and try to do our best.
Mayor Penrose, we appreciate your time. I know this is a very, very difficult moment for you and your city, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. That was my interview there with the mayor of Half Moon Bay, California, as yet another community has been racked by senseless gun violence there in Northern California and, of course, in Southern California as well. These back-to-back mass shootings that we have been following for the last now 36, 48 hours. And so we will continue to do just that. We're going to be speaking yet again with some of our reporters on the scenes of these locations as more and more officials react and the community mourns. We're learning more about the victims as well. I just want to preview for you. We're going to be hearing from California Governor Gavin Newsom momentarily here. We're expecting his remarks on the Half Moon Bay shooting that left 7 people dead there just last night. And so California and the nation yet again having to face horrible, horrible events like this. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, top of the hour. When we come back, though, we want to focus on some news on Capitol Hill. A major hearing today on the Senate side, and we're probably looking at some headlines that the head officials from Ticketmaster, from Live Nation, taking questions from senators about whether or not they have a monopoly on concert tickets nationwide. We'll be speaking to some of our reporters about what this means for the music industry in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on a very busy Tuesday afternoon. We have a lot of stories that we are following at the moment, including some severe weather in the Houston area. Tornadoes have touched down in some of these suburban areas in and around central Houston. We're also tracking this Live Now look. I'm not entirely sure where this is, but it looks like this very, very small plane has landed on this highway here.